Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back. It's a great day to be alive because it's day 4. We're closing out the groups here for Volume 5 of our one-win Bombshell tournament. And to start the day, it's a couple of different faces. We switched things up on you guys. My name is Tanner Metro. I'm joined once again by Seymour. Seymour, first and foremost, for you and I, it is a very good morning. So good morning, my friend.
Hey, for you, what? It's like 2 in the morning. For me, it's about 5 in the morning here. But hey, we're okay with that. You know, we started off the tournament. We started off the group stages in this spot. We had ZP and Jason kind of take over for the past couple of days for this block. But we're here for day 4, and I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, and you know what? Today is a very exciting day. We get to get going with a couple of matchups that mean everything. And then we did the nice thing and we said, you know what, ZP, you know what, Kaplan, like, we'll give you the bangers finally. Because you and I got pretty lucky. Our last couple of days, we had some insane matches. And every match today, for the most part, matters for every team across the board.
Yeah, I will say, at least for majority of the teams who aren't locked in for the playoffs already, being, you know, Aegis Aurora, Lotus, Sis Rejects. Unfortunately, Atlas seemed to be a little too far gone for a chance at that 5th place spot. But a lot of things going to go into today with these last remaining matches in terms of who is going to be placed where, especially when we're talking about like the breakdown of those 3 teams just on the brink of that 5th place spot. I mean, for Aegis Aurora, they got 1 match today versus Atlas, and that's what we're going to be kicking things off with. And if they win this match, they put themselves into a spot where they're 0 points, so that's going to be their best case scenario. They tie that, it's going to open up some doors for Sis Rejects to kind of break in, just in case Sis Rejects go 2-0 on the day. If they lose this one, it opens up things for Lotus to then have a chance at winning both of their matches, going into that 5th place spot, or at least having a chance at that 5th place spot, depending what Sis Rejects bring into this one. I would say when you're looking at these standings just in general, you look at Sis Rejects all the way down in that bottom spot. They're -4 map differential, Lotus -6. So both of those teams have 2 games today. Both of them, if they win outright, still have a good chance for that 5th place spot. It's really all up to Aegis Aurora in this first matchup on, do they win, do they tie, or do they lose? Because each way kind of leaves implications to how the rest of the day is going to be for that 5th place spot.
Well, and you know what? As I'm looking at this and I'm looking at what we have left to play in the day, Aegis Aurora and One Win are right there neck and neck at 5 points. And One Win don't have any easier of a day. I believe they're playing Virtus Pro for their first matchup, and then CIS Rejects, who have a lot to lose, right? CIS Rejects are still technically in the running, and so we can almost add One Win into that mix. I think there's a world where maybe things get a little too silly and One Win pop out.
You know, I actually didn't even really look into this One Win team too much for the permutations factor. Just in general, like, you would expect that this One Win team would figure it out. Xenon yesterday, he was saying in the interview that, like, the team feels lost in terms of the draft. We don't know how to maneuver through this new patch, and it doesn't seem like it's really fitting in the way that One Win do approach these games. And it's reflected so far in every single match that we've seen for them. Today's going to be a tough day. Yeah, they play Virtus Pro. For Sis Rejects, I'm sure they're going to be feeling very confident considering that One Win yesterday 2-0'd Lotus. And that One Win Sis Rejects matchup that we saw was a 1-1 tie between the 2 of them. So I still think that One Win feel confident. Obviously, they could play very spoiler to that Sis Rejects run that we were seeing. But if there's a world that Sis Rejects walks out 2-0's One Win in that match later on, and then moves in and 2-0's Thanos, then we'll be talking about, maybe there's a chance that One Win are overtaken as well.
Yeah, that is kind of the uphill battle for that Sis Reject squad, but also feels a little bit of an uphill battle for One Win just because they've got some things to shore up. So we start the day Atlas versus Aegis Aurora. Atlas then going to move on to face Lodos, and then Paravision goes at it again to try and remain undefeated. Virtus Pro get to try and then quite possibly take the only undefeated spot because they go head to head with Paravision. So actually, there's a chance that both of these teams aren't undefeated by the end of the day if they do split that series, which would then just put them right at the top in the same exact spot for 1 and 2. So the heart of the day really gets started right there when Paravision and Virtus Pro give us a taste of what could be a grand finals game here in day 4. And of course, as we get to that second part of the day, ZP and Jason Taplin are going to be bringing you guys the action there. So they've got a couple of sick matchups right there at the end. VP, Paravision, that's a huge game. And they're following along 1 win, and then they're closing it out with some NA love with Thanos there at the end and CIS Rejects, man. Today is a good day.
I am very excited for the Paravision Virtus Pro match, the 1-win VP match, the Thanos match that we're going to get. All these teams have been really stepping up, but like to talk about kind of what has been put together here for 1-win just in general for this whole tournament, and like to see the amount of prizing that goes into it as well. I mean, how neat is this? Is that like we see Deadlock, we see it growing at a grassroots level, and it just keeps growing and it keeps growing. And shout out to 1-win for bringing $10,000 prize pools into the mix for these teams to play for. And you know what you're kind of looking at in general for tomorrow. Yes, you could reach that 5th place spot, but everybody wants to get into the money. So if you guarantee yourself top 3, then you're guaranteed some prizing. That 4th, 5th place match going to be playing in for that 4th place $500 standing there for your chance to be in it. But 5th place for all these teams is just not good enough. Everybody's looking at that 4th place finish at the very least. Other than that, you're trying to get into that 1st place $5,000 spot, 2nd place $3,000 spot, and 3rd place $1.5K spot. So a lot of money to kind of break down between them. And I'm sure everybody's just thinking in their minds that we don't want to be stuck in that 4th place, 5th place situation, because we want to be already in top 3 to be in the money by Saturday.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, being in 3rd place, you 3 times your money, right? From 500 to 1500. So that feels pretty darn good. And there are other ways that, like right now Thanos is looking like number 3, but maybe there's a world where they get a little goofy and they get bumped out and somebody gets bumped in. And so really everything is up for grabs, and then we get to see the battle for 1st and 2nd place today, man. And $10,000 again. Shout out 1-win for putting on events like this. This is volume 5. Hopefully a volume 6 around the corner, and there's been 4 more before this. So if you enjoy the action, and if you're getting busy throughout the day and you can't hang out with us the whole time, but you still want updates, make sure you're following 1win_bombshell to keep up with all of the matches. Every single match is getting updated. So we jump into game 1. Whoever's winning that one, you guys will know over there on X. Then if you're watching on YouTube or here on Twitch, I don't know why I say here on Twitch, like as if Twitch is, I need to stop doing that.
Like the norm.
It's not better than YouTube, and I don't mean it like that.
Like the norm right here. It's like it's either Twitch or it's YouTube, but right now it's both. So make sure you guys scan that QR code. Took me 5 seconds to get to a spot to subscribe and follow along. And you could be here too. I mean, you just have to show some love to 1win and everything that they've brought together for this, because we want more Deadlock. We want more competitive Deadlock. And so far, this tournament has been nothing but bangers, especially considering that 2-0 win that was delivered by Thanos back in day 2 versus 1win to close it out. That was insane. And we want more of it.
Yeah. And there's a chance that we get some more of it again. If we're honing it a little bit more now as we've worked our way through this top of show, and we are looking at, oh, here we go. Okay, hold up. Some stats. Let's go.
This
Lady Geist Mirage. So top 5 most picked heroes. Vindicta's up there.
No.
As much as Paradox, I guess Paradox isn't the ban, not all the time, right? It's usually Holiday, and then somebody just gets the Paradox.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, like, this doesn't surprise me one bit because every single time we see a team in the runnings for either winning or, at least contesting for one of those top wins, it has been Lady Geist, Mirage, Yamato. Vindicta's been around, same with Paradox, but oftentimes they're either, like, in the ban spot, or you've even seen Vindicta just not get picked at all. But for Lady Geist and Mirage, I mean, they've been here. Mirage, I think, holds the candle for, like, most pick bans just across Deadlock competitive in general. Lady Guy's starting to work into that spot as well. And with this meta where we're seeing things kind of move away from having those really pop off high damage pick compositions into a little bit more of a tanky build that's able to sustain, get in, and just in case you get caught and locked down without that ethereal shift, you still have a chance to play your life. Lady Geist fits that memo perfectly with the soul exchange, just able to have that get out of jail free card when that ultimate's around, and she has been such a lethal weapon for teams just all around. I think that she fits inside, and she's been perfect for a lot of the winning comps. But here's the banned heroes, and yeah, I mean, I feel like every single time we're watching this, at least you and I, it's Great Talent getting banned out.
Yeah, Great Talent, we've only seen a handful of plays of the Great Talent, and although this is less than half of the Great Talent bans, I'm surprised that Bebop's worked its way up there in the top
Shout out
5.
Hoot.
Obviously, yeah, shout out Hoot. That really is kind of what felt like kicked it off, but then, just the Bebop pick, so importantly, like, not just Hoot, but Overseas and Taz. There are so many players who are, like, I think Overseas showed us a really cool look at a Bebop. Like,
Yeah.
not that it was much different, but he was just doing everything solo. It wasn't this hook and team job. It was, if Overseas caught somebody, he was just gonna gun them down, like kind of running like a strong gun bop that was still blasting with bombs, man. So the Bebop pick is I mean, it's nearing a holiday in bans, which feels surprising.
And you even kind of like look at the rest of them. It's like, okay, yeah, Calvin makes sense because you get rid of probably the best support in the game. A lot of teams have their composition centered around the Calvin. Holiday, her lasso is so annoying to deal with. Such a short cooldown as well. And again, it's just a situation where it's tough to get away from that. Sinclair can kind of pick anybody and choose what to go through. It's this Bebop that's kind of in that situation of like without ethereal shift or without like something to get away from it. If you get hooked and it's a pretty short cooldown later in the game, is that you are more than likely gonna die to this Bebop pick, especially if the team has really centered around trying to blow up whoever this Bebop grabs. But looking at the win rates on the heroes, all right, Hayes.
Yeah,
all right, Hayes. Come on. Like, that is an inflated stat, I will say. I think we've seen Hayes maybe a handful of times. I want to say I'm going to just throw it out there. I'm pretty sure we've seen Hayes twice, and it just so happened to be on the winning team.
Yeah, 2 times. I'm thinking, I'm pretty sure it's Obikim who played the Hayes just at all. Nobody's really touched this hero, even though some changes happened in this patch, just not big enough to allow Hayes back in. But based off of this, we've seen obviously teams change up their priority in picks and bans and what they're looking to first round and things of that nature. And it seems like if you've got Lady Geist, you've got the game. So looking at this, if you're Aegis Aurora, if you're Lodos, if you're CIS Rejects, and you're needing to get some wins, I think you can put your bet on getting a Lady Geist on your team and seeing if you can't run up that 74% win rate.
Dude, I just know that after that stat, anybody who's been watching this, I'm going to go into my ranked games, and it's just going to be riddled with Hayes players now.
Yeah.
Like, Hayes is back. Like, nope. Nope, Hayes is not quite there just yet.
Yeah.
Not like it used to be, man. Not like it used to be.
It is, yeah, things are a little different now. It has been exciting because Deadlock's been so volatile that, like, we've got some extremes, like, from meta to meta to meta to meta. And it's fun to see where we've came and went, right? Where Hayes was super on top for a long time. Wraith then kind of took up that mantle, and we saw some deathless shivs and some wardens who are ulting the entire map and just absolutely melting everything. And unfortunately for Hayes, Although the numbers don't lie, it's not her time.
It's been really cool to see like the rise back from Warden as well to be one of those
Yeah.
power carries. Where we saw like hydration for weeks playing inside of that hero, and now with Sinclair, it's like the perfect counter to like a really good Warden player. And that, from like Xenon or from players who have like played this Sinclair against a Warden has really showed us just how capable it is as
Yeah.
being a counter pick to that hero in general. Lash is coming back too. It's like to see the Lash kind of success, albeit surprising, but
Yeah.
like at the same time not really surprising. And I'm happy to see Lash come through because it's fun with like when you look at the changes from 4 lanes to 3 lanes in Deadlock and the amount of buildings and height. Like Lash just fits the city so well, and the way that it plays, just being able to swing from rooftop to rooftop, set up for those death slams, like kind of sneak around and find different angles. And with the change into 3 lanes, everybody used to say that, Lash is predictable, especially with 4 lanes, how easy it was to kind of read that Lash is going to go towards the top of the temple, wait for somebody inside Greenwich or inside of York to like kind of be open, and then you're gonna ult them away. But now with how many different angles you can take, it's like it's really sneaky to play that Lash, and with him being viable, you can see him finding more success every single time that he's getting played. And I think that, over the course of each day, and that's why I think it's interesting looking at the picks and the bans, is because each day we've seen new bans, each day we've seen new picks, and those heroes that are kind of centered around actually finding value off of those, quick setups and quick plays that can be made are the ones who are the biggest, I'd say, takeaways. And Lash is starting to become one of them.
We've seen a couple of different looks at the Lash. We've seen the Lash that is just kind of not on the sidelines, but is not carrying. And then I think it was Saf who actually played the Lash yesterday. That was like a 40,000 soul Lash and was actually a problem. It just gets...
He was 1v1ing.
Yes, exactly. And I think like the Lash, again, is one of those heroes right now, just based on the meta on paper, is so good. But to do the same things that like a Mo and a Bebop and a Holiday and a Paradox do, you have to use your ultimate, and then you have to be perfect, right? It's not just as quick as clicking a button and swap with somebody or lassoing somebody. Like, you go up in the sky, everybody knows what's about to happen. Like, you're not catching anybody off guard.
Because you even see like people who have like gotten used to it and are able to play around the Lash. Like, okay, well, we have death slams on cooldown, so let's make sure that we're going into these fights. We're either playing inside the buildings or we're standing under doorways to make sure that he just can't pick us up. When that ultimate is thrown out. It's quick now. It's still really tricky when you have teammates or when you have opponents who are communicating about it and actually setting up against you. But I mean, we've seen Abrams resurrected back into compositions too. It's been cool to see Abrams Vindicta lanes and the way that they're able to kind of work hand in hand. Almost like a set spike with that assassinate. As soon as that Abrams is the shoulder charge, he gets a couple of punches in, and then the assassinate just finishes off the job. It's allowed for a lot of these laning phases compositions to really blossom into some really neat creative duos. And I think that Abrams Vindicta is one that is really cool to see when teams are bringing it out. Not only that, I mean, big shout out to Thanos and the way that Hoot and Xeno have just been able to turn pages with this Bebop Yamato through mid. Really has elevated Thanos to a different level.
We also saw Thanos get kind of knocked down a peg because of that as well. But enough about that. Thanos have some games at the end of the day. We get to hone in on our first one. Atlas looking to play spoiler against an Aegis Aurora squad that started incredibly hot and I think shocked everybody in the first day. And then from there, this is the only game for them today. This is where matters are in their hands. So for the next 2 matches, the next 2 games, Aegis Aurora have some big shoes to fill. This glass isn't quite full just yet. The 2-0 over Atlas would feel good as we jump in, and Sinclair gone right off the rip.
And like we said going into this game, it's like, Aegis Aurora, a win here probably sets you up for playoffs. A loss leaves a lot to interpret, and Atlas can do the funniest thing ever, I will say. And we already see into the ban phase is that Aegis Aurora going to get rid of the Sinclair. They kind of put some pressure onto Atlas and deciding, okay, do we want to get rid of the Holiday? Do we want to get rid of the Paradox? You get rid of one, Aegis Aurora going to grab the other. And without that Sinclair later on down the line, where Aegis Aurora have been kind of trying to find some new identity after losing Fremont a couple days ago, this is where they're trying to salvage things. And you get rid of that Sinclair, that means you're going to have a little bit of a safer time to build this composition out. But it's going to be the Mirage ban, which actually leaves both Paradox, Holiday, and it leaves Grey Talon open. So we're going to see all three of them in this game, most likely.
Yeah, we get a little bit of everything. Vraic is going to get that pocket pick, right? A lot of teams were banning the pocket against Atlas just because Vraic has a pretty prolific pocket, 600 plus games on that one. But this is not what I was expecting right off the rip. Paradox is still available to be grabbed. I'm assuming that's the direction you go in, but so is Lady Geist, right? So Atlas now have to make some decisions. You can grab the Paradox and ban the Lady Geist, or grab the Geist and ban the Paradox, but then you're maybe looking at maybe needing a Bebop. And I mean, it's not the Paradox at all.
And this is kind of what I was thinking. If you're going to go for the Sinclair ban, obviously Aegis Aurora are later on going to be building around this Warden pick, which they go for. And you have like Raic, who is like fortunately enough stepped up for this team. Playing the Vindicta yesterday versus Lotus looked very good. Ban-wise on this Warden was freaking Jason and ZP out when they were casting this Aegis Aurora team, because he looked unstoppable. I think he was like 14k souls in 8 minutes. It was ridiculous. And he's just one of those guys who's going to be solo, just soaking a lane while the rest of the team just moves across the map and tries to find any advantages. But for Atlas, Paradox, how is Paradox still not picked? Well, for Atlas, okay, Atlas don't even have any lockdown right now. Okay, so you go to the Bebop, you still have Paradox open. Like, this has to be a mistake.
It's interesting because there's no way that Aegis Aurora take the Paradox anymore. It would just be overkill at this point, right?
Why not? You take the Paradox away from Atlas now with this chance you've just been given. And you get like an S tier hero on your lineup, and Atlas's only lockdown really comes in form of this Bebop, which means that like Warden can do whatever he wants, Mo and Krill can do whatever he wants. Your Vindicta has less to worry about, just has to pay attention to the Bebop, and that's it. And I think Atlas have kind of messed up in that factor.
And it's not like they don't have somebody to play the Paradox. We've seen two Paradoxes. Trax and Waldo have both played the Paradox. And so, so they'll just avoid it at all costs. They'll lock in a 7 right there at the end. That's going to help supplement. That's not as Mo and Krill-esque, but if that 7 and Bebop are playing together, Bebop hits a hook, 7 then hits that stun. There's a little bit of buffer to get away from that stun. But the combo's there.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen Paradox potentially get last picked. Not
picked at all.
Or not picked at all. Like, I don't remember a time that Paradox wasn't either banned or picked.
Yeah.
Like, it is such a rare occurrence. But, I mean, I guess Atlas here with this composition, you could just be looking like this is a composition built to nuke. You have the 7, you have the Pocket, you have the Grey Talon, Yamato as well. As soon as this Bebop hooks somebody, or as soon as that static charge is going to knock somebody down, Grey Talon does have that Guided Owl, so I guess you have some lockdown, some playmaking capabilities.
Yeah.
You just have to look towards these heroes to be able to kind of stay ahead and stay in a situation where they can just nuke a hero and find those picks, because this is a very, very high damage team that Atlas are kind of putting together. And when you look at Aegis Aurora, I mean, through the Ivy alone and the Warden and the Moe and Krill, I mean, there is going to be a lot of support for these heroes that Aegis Aurora bringing into the fray. And then you
They're
add the
bringing
Wraith
a
into it.
Wraith, man.
And you
What
bring the
heck?
Wraith into it, and that's just kind of like, of course, like you can either pick to put the Wraith in that solo lane. Eventually, it's after the laning phase is done, you could choose to put the Warden. Either way, both are going to find value in like just blowing up objectives, like potentially towards those walkers. I like what Aegis Aurora are putting together here. It fits what we've been seeing win through the past couple of days. I think this is a Hail Mary from Atlas and, just fitting what they can play.
Yeah. I mean, and that makes sense, right? Like the Great Talon, play it because it's strong. Yamato, play it because it's. I mean, Yamato hasn't quite always been around, but has kind of always been around. Once she got some changes, Shadow Transformation bounced around a little bit. Shadow Transformation was OP at one point, and now it's still pretty darn strong. So they just have strong picks as a whole. As confused as I am by the Wraith pick, not confused, but surprised, because I think we've seen 1 or 2. This might be number 3 for the tournament so far. It does add another layer of potential. Oh, it actually sounds like Waldo won't be playing today.
Which makes
Atlas.
sense, because Waldo has been that player to kind of bring the pocket or bring the paradox in, if not Trax, and Trax just might not be looking to play that hero. So again, now it kind of begs the question of like, okay, so Aegis Aurora are finding some identity issues, having a substitute come in, switching things up. Now Atlas are doing the same, and I think going into this game, both teams just looking to play where they're comfortable with. But even still, with Aegis Aurora, I mean, they've put together a composition that, like I said, and I'm really going to focus in on this. This is the type of comp that over yesterday and the day before we've seen really come to the forefront of. This is where it looks like the direction is going.
And so that substitute for Atlas, Waldo will be out. Ranger will be in. Waldo played quite a bit for the team. Yeah, Waldo did a whole lot, a little bit of everything. Great Talon was one of them. And if anybody could play Great Talon, it's got to be somebody named Ranger, right? You would assume, unless it's a Park Ranger, that Ranger will be rocking the Great Talon and going from there. I think right now the onus for Atlas is you can obviously play Spoiler and shake things up and give Lotus and CIS Rejects a chance to fight for this 5th place spot. They also have to show us that if you pick Great Talon, you win, because we saw a Great Talon yesterday, and I'm not going to name names or say faces.
Xeno.
Okay, it didn't look great. It didn't look like GT was a perma win. And so Atlas got to show us something here with this GT pick making it through.
Yeah, I mean, it was bad yesterday. 11k damage on the Great Talon is just, it's not a good look. And it's not what we've been expecting from the GT picks. But you'd imagine that here and now into the comp that you're looking at, like, yes, there is still, like, as long as you're pairing this Bebop and this Great Talon together, like you get the hook, or even the Yamato you put in there with the Bebop, you get the hook, and the power slash or the charge shot is going to be able to do a ton of damage onto things like the Moe and Krill, or even like the Warden, who are trying to just be those beefy front lines. For Aegis Aurora, if you grab the Wraith is more than likely dead if that TP is off cooldown. So I see where like Atlas is kind of going with this, in terms of like, you get that CC, and one of these heroes should be strong enough to kill. And you put 4 kill potentials on your team, in being the 7, the Yamato, the Pocket, or the Great Talon. And essentially you go into these team fights, you pick them properly, you get a good hook, you get a good static charge, somebody's gonna die. And it's just in the whole course of like where we've been seeing with this patch, is that it doesn't really fit like that anymore, in considering that when teams are building around something like an Ivy, or you have that Warden with the Last Stand who's just able to sustain for long periods of time, eventually those resources for Atlas are going to run out, and it's going to be on cooldown. And that's when this Aegis team are just going to be able to grab you with a combo, assassinate you, bleed you out with the Last Stand, And that's where the problems are going to arise, especially if Bandwise is playing this Warden and he gets ahead like we've seen him do every single time he's playing this hero. I think this Warden pick for Aegis Aurora is something that has, like, toppled world governments.
Yeah. In the cursed rendition of the world, right? Like the Big Apple, the cursed apple, it's toppled governments there. I think Aegis Aurora have also built like the perfect what are you gonna do comp. Like, who are you hooking here successfully? Because Vindicta jumps away, Wraith jumps away, Warden wants to be in your face, Mo is fine to be in your face, Holiday's fine to just be lasso you immediately and bounce pad back into the team. Ivy can stone form. Like, they've done a really good job building like the E-Shift team without E-Shift. Just like we can make your pulls obsolete, it seems.
Yeah, it definitely is. For like, I'd say that this is going to be really telling when it comes down to the laning phase. Wherever this Bebop it goes, whoever is laning against, you look at this Bebop to really get things going early. Really set things up for, you know, either if you're with the Paradox or either with your Yamato or with your Grey Talon, to find those kills fast. And I think when you go into this laning phase, like, yes, Bebop can find a ton of value. I think later on you can find value too, especially if you're like anti-aircraft versus this Vindicta. It's going to be hard though. Like I think you're bringing a good point in saying that it is going to be difficult, but with the Mo and Krill and the Holiday, it's not going to be so difficult against this. You get the Holiday pulled under Guardian. This Yamato should be able to blow him up.
And we saw how strong this Yamato Bebop lane could be. They run it right down mid as we jump on into it. Aegis Aurora, your Amber Hand Atlas, your Sapphire Flame. We are underway, and here is that coveted Vindicta Warden lane. This 7 pocket is going to be a struggle. I thought there was a world where we might see the pocket Viscus and the 7 Grey Talon, just because 7 can land that stun, and then GT takes to the skies and can almost make any amount of cover obsolete. And also
like,
land a charge shot.
Yeah, with the pocket too. I mean, this is something that I'm going to be very skeptical with, because like we heard it from players yesterday and saying that, like, okay, now with the pocket, when you don't get to build into that E-ship too early, you know, it was changed, rightfully so. And a lot of people are building into the warp zone early, and that is kind of your safe haven away. And pocket seems to still have a struggle with that initial engage and trying to get away, but with the satchel, with the flying cloak, you can obviously see there's still some chances, but right now, Bandwise doing everything you can to just run them down.
Yeah, and now this pocket pick, however, is on Break, who was drawing pocket picks, right? So not that Break wasn't or isn't feeling the E-shift nerf with it going up to tier 4, but if anybody can do it on the pocket or make it seem viable, it's supposed to be Break.
It's going to be Break. I mean, 600 plus games played on this hero. Like, you gotta think that Break's going to make it possible. Ranger's actually going to take down Bandwise for that first pick of the game. So at one point, Ranger seemed like he was going to be first picked, but able to turn things around for Atlas.
And welcome to the lobby, Ranger. Ranger filling in for Waldo today for Atlas. That's a good start with your substitute. Is finding first blood. Barrel's getting thrown on the wrong side of the map. How about the right side of the map? OBT was just trying to shop, man, and he just got ran down.
So now into like this early laning phase between the two teams, so you can see that so far this Mo and Krill Holiday looking very strong for Aegis Aurora as expected, with Zastor coming up on that combo too. Only player who is, or looks like Zastor is actually going to be the first one to get to this ultimate, and that could continue to snowball this middle lane.
That combo is a good one to have right off the rip, especially before anybody has anything else. Rage pick, one of two Rage picks we've seen on the tournament. They do take away the Viscous from Neon Primer, who's been insane on the Viscous as a whole, but so is Captain. That's been a huge comfort pick there as kills across the map and combo used, kill found. That's just kind of how it goes in this early game of Thrones. So.
And hey, you know, the amount of times that we saw Disaster on the Paradox and it didn't look good for Aegis Aurora, maybe this is the way for the team. Switch out over towards the Moe and Krill. You have a little bit of lockdown. You feel a lot better, especially with that sustain on the Piggy. Captain. Yeah, you're able to delay the death for now, but with the amount of space you have, should be able to get this double kill going. Track's going to be caught with that early telekinesis too. So everywhere across the board, Aegis Aurora winning the lanes.
Yeah, big win here in the mid lane too. This Holiday, Moe and Krill. I mean, Moe and Krill's just off to the side while Holiday pushes the wave right up to the Guardian, and they just had shots on the Guardian this entire time. 5 minutes into this game, and that one is, I mean, it's not standing very strong. That truck is about to come down here soon, especially when another player makes an exit here in this mid lane. Disaster's just able to bully them away from this and allows Sonya Sniper to just push up. And then, like, if you step up too close now, combo's back online. Oh, okay, all right.
Well, it is, but, you know, combo's only good enough if you're alive to make it work. Sonya's going to finish off that Guardian, open things up for first Guardian of the game, heading the way of Aegis Aurora. And that's going to allow possibly Disaster to start to move this combo from different lanes as we're reaching the 6-minute mark. This is when some of the jungles are going to start popping up for the team. Allows for some of these members on Atlas and Aegis Aurora to rotate lane to lane, start farming up, and get even stronger across everything. You can see this too. Sonya's going to head over towards this right lane. He's got lasso in hands. It could be dangerous.
Could be dangerous, but is behind enemy lines right now, and Drake's wanting to get aggressive. Guns on. That's going to slow things down.
That's a good static charge.
Lasso not quite used, and well, Pocket does Pocket things. Will just sneak away through the cloak.
That was so big. I like the static charge onto Sonya Sniper doesn't allow him to lasso break inside of that veil. So like it gives that chance to get that satchel off, gives the chance to get the flying cloak off, and it ultimately denies that ultimate from Sonya Sniper. Still walks through though that jungle back over towards Blob, takes down the Yamato, and there's been 0 damage onto that middle Guardian for Aegis Aurora.
And this is seeming like a Holiday that is gonna have a little investment in way of goals. Obviously had a really strong lane. And
what is that?
speaking of the strong lane, Disaster unfortunately all on his lonesome. They're saying, where's your boy now? Where's your Holiday now?
Oh man, I mean, like with Disaster, that is like the most bold combo ever. And not only that, OBT pulls the hyper beam like point blank. You're just asking it to get grabbed.
It's a little disrespectful all around.
I like to see that Disaster though is like looking to set up for these combos. If Saint and Neon Primer were there, possibly you would have had a good 3-on-3, but Bandwise getting back into the thick of things. He's pushing all the way past this Guardian. You got a triple stack out of Aegis Aurora to secure another Guardian.
Yeah, they get another Guardian on the right side, get that flex slot nice and open. Pressure on the left side for Atlas. But with that Wraith Ivy coming back to the lane, even though a 3v2 there, of course, kind of give that one up. Drake on the hunt.
Big, but last stand.
Yeah, big last stand in the assassinate. Does heaps of damage to make that possible. And then this is kind of how we've seen 7 ults go. Just always Ranger jumps up into the sky and last stand to make it look easy for Manwise to just shoot him down.
There's the last Guardian dropping for Atlas. Aegis Aurora across the board winning their lanes. Now they can farm jungles and start shoving these waves. into Walkers. Blob's going to get caught moving into the Guardian throughout that middle lane, and you can start to see some leads growing for Wizaster and Sonya Sniper just in general. They're at 9K already at 9 minutes into this game. Closest on Atlas is going to be Blob at 7, and we just saw what happened to Blob in that same sense. So Static Charge should be hooked right back in by OBT. Sonya looking to get overwhelmed by 2. OBT is going to be able to confirm that kill, and you can see that Neon Primer is right there alongside him. So hopefully looking to get away from this whole fight, stay alive for Aegis Aurora. Atlas on the hunt, trying to find some trades.
And as much as I was talking about the Holiday maybe getting some goals in this game, which means that crack shot's going to do heaps of damage. A lot of the times we've seen Holiday be a little less, lower on the scale in terms of priority of who's getting his goals. But Tanya going to have an opportunity to pop off. And with Wizaster doing as well as he is too, he can kind of afford to just get a little goofy, be a bully a little bit, and just be in the face of this Atlas roster because he's got the goals to keep him alive, right? He's got the items to keep him alive. OBT, unfortunately, thought that he was getting out of there, and a late lasso made sure he didn't.
I was going to say, saving the lasso for just the right time. OBT dragged back into it. Vrake's going to fall as well. This should lead to a solid urn pull, but Ranger's going to grab it. If you can get away, that's going to deny this from Aegis Aurora, but instead Neon Primer's there to run the 7 down. Wizaster's got the urn. It is going to be an offensive urn on the side of Atlas. You can see that everybody for Aegis Aurora rotating around. You will have players from Atlas here. Blob's going to back up off the respawn. You can imagine that Captain's going to go there. Ranger should as well. Although it is going to be numbers for a short minute to get this one in. Blob's in trouble.
Got our transformation used for Blob. Break now. Trying to get out of dodge. Has nothing on, or everything on cooldown. And just no escape there. Last stand. Gonna hurt inside this building. Tucked away at the denizens, the players, everything. Bandwise ripping through that urn to be secured. And what was once a very small lead now is continuing to snowball. And the 9-minute mark is when it felt like Aegis Aurora started to pull ahead, and that's the best time to do it because 10 minutes on, that urn, those buffs, and that's exactly what you want to do with that. Right now you have a 20,000 soul lead in a whole lot of maps.
Oh, this stake too. I mean, OBT couldn't catch a break there. Lassoed. As soon as it's done, you're staked. Dead. Bot. Walking. Rangers going down as well. Bandwise starting to get real beefy on this Warden. 14K alongside majority of your team. So everybody farming on Aegis Aurora. This is like a new look at them as well. As we I kind of wrote down on my sheet here, this is a team that, you know, yesterday seriously lacked identity in where they wanted their drafts to go. But this in general seems like they've been putting the work.
I think the paradox of getting through picks and bans without being either of those shows, you know, kind of where Aegis Aurora's head was. Their first couple of picks coming through with the Holiday Mo, being okay to give up the paradox. I think you're absolutely right. They did some research and found, you know, what's going to be fun for them because it looks like they're having a whole lot of fun. Unkillable is Bandwise. He's just hitting the moonwalk, sending Captain back to base.
Last stand back in too.
A little bit, but yeah, as soon as they start chasing, Bandwise says, okay, that's my go button. As Wizaster will help lock down the goo, they will fall. Blob, unfortunately, no longer standing. No shadow transformation. No amount of transformation would keep Yamato alive there. And trying to get answers on the map, it looked like OBT was maybe trying to inch for that Guardian, but ends up dying for it. 4 dead, and all your structures under fire once more. Now nothing stands in the way of Aegis Aurora except for these base Guardians.
This is kind of something I'm worried about this Atlas team, is that they just don't have the catch, really, to stop things like Bandwise, to stop Wizaster as soon as he gets out of position for that combo, or maybe to counter Sonya Sniper. It's so easy for Aegis Aurora to disengage from a fight that they're losing wait for their ultimates to come back up, and then re-engage when they're back and topped off. And for Atlas, you know, without like a pocket of your own or a paradox of your own, or without like anything like the Moen Krill, it's just like OBT isn't enough. The static charge isn't enough. And as good as Break is on this pocket, like it just continues to be a little underwhelming to witness. And I think that when you're going into here and you're hoping that these carry characters can just do the damage to win certain fights or to pick off certain heroes, you just can't get through the amount of sustain that Aegis have brought.
I mean, Atlas are still in it though, right? They've got to respond through this Rejuvenator. If there's response after this from Aegis Aurora, they'll scoop that up and immediately head out towards that left lane. Guardian down, Walker under fire as well. So Atlas are getting something back, but how much do they have to pay for it here, Timur? That's what.
Oh, well, this is the potential answers. You got Affliction here. Last stand on cooldown. Even still, it doesn't matter. Band-wise, finding everything alongside the team. 5 down for the Walker. And the immediate transfer from left to right to stop Captain, who is pushed all the way past this Guardian. I don't know what you were thinking there.
Zaster wasn't even there. Zaster's just been pushing this mid lane, getting things going, kind of.
Yeah, this has gone from what was a Zaster class in day 3 to a master class in day 4.
And this is the Aegis Aurora that we got a glimpse at the start of everything, right? Finding those couple of upsets, we had really high hopes for this team, and now we're seeing that kind of come back to it. Again, day 4, what do you have to lose, right? Go out there, have some fun, give it your all, and that is exactly what they've done inside the base. They'll look to reset this patron, and I would imagine we see them back away, gather themselves, and try once more. Maybe not. OBT just had an awful time.
OBT down, Captain down as well. Patron's going to be destroyed. It's going to cut down some of the respawn timers for Atlas, but you still have 26 seconds on Trax, 22 on Captain. I mean, realistically, Aegis Aurora, they have everything they need to put this one away, and they will. Game 1 in under 17 minutes.
That might be one of the quickest we've seen on the tournament so far. I don't think we've seen a 17-minute game, you and I.
I think we've had like a couple that have been close, but I don't think it's been sub 17 minutes. Is something that we haven't seen in general. But it just kind of boils down to the draft diff that we got from Aegis Aurora. They put together through and through heroes that we've been seeing just win and have that synergy together. The Holiday sneaking through, the Moen Krill sneaking through. You give Bandwise the Warden. You put it all together with this Vindicta pick from Rake that yesterday looked fantastic for Aegis Aurora, and Neon Primer on the Ivy, who's just, again, providing that extra sustain in lane, the CC with the Stone Form, like just things that are able to catch, secure, and disassemble Atlas. Atlas, I could see the vision that they were going for. I mean, Vrake just really wants to play this pocket, and rightfully so. He's a great pocket player. It just, every single time we come through, it just doesn't work. And OBT's Bebop, not enough to really set up these fights to allow for something like the Great Talon or the Yamato to do as much damage as they hope to do.
Yeah, and you know, it's not like they didn't have strong lanes as far as picks, right? Because they had the Yamato Bebop mid lane, but banning away the Mirage, banning away the Lady Geist as well, that just feels a little strange. I get it because the win rate's so high, but take those, right? Find a way to work those in. Lady Geist having a 74% win rate. I mean,
it's a good ban.
Make it work.
It's a great ban. It's honestly, it's a fantastic ban. I don't.
It is a good
I don't
ban,
know,
but like, if you can take it, take it.
Yeah, I see, but like, again, it just comes down to like you as a team. Like, how comfortable are you at playing the Lady Geist? I know usually teams do have Lady Geist players, and a lot of people have been very formidable on this hero. But like, you don't want to force something. It's the thing that a lot of people will say when you're coaching esport teams, or you're kind of looking at like hero shooters in general, is that like, yeah, there's a meta, there's a status quo to play, but if you're going out of your comfort zone to play a hero subpar just to fit the status quo, rather than play what you are used to playing at like a level that is formidable, it is a big difference there. And like, for a lot of teams, they will play those comfort picks just because you can play those comfort picks a lot better than you can play the meta heroes. And it's not going to work essentially, but for your team in general, it's going to be where you guys probably look the best. And in this situation, I think you came into an Aegis Aurora team that is a little peed off after what's gone off the past couple of days. And with that 5th place spot still on the line, they're starting to step up.
All right, so we go back to it. Game 2, Atlas still a chance to play a little bit of upset. I don't remember, you know your notes better than I in terms of what a 2-0 does for Aegis Aurora, right?
So, pretty much a secure at that. It's pretty much a secured 5th place spot. It is, and I wrote down, it is your best case scenario, because if, and I say if, you're going to be tied with 0 points, in that 7-7 map differential, the only other team that can tie you is Sis Rejects. And that comes off the back of Sis Rejects getting undisputed 2-0 wins over 1 win in Thanos today.
Which is a tough ask. A very tough ask, because we go through this one again. Great Talent somehow finds a way back in. Atlas going to be piloting that one. The Yamato and the Kelvin getting scooped up before the ban. So, like I said about the Lady Geist previously, right? I feel like Atlas banning it away just made them weaker, and Aegis Aurora already had a strong draft, and they just are like, okay, if we can't have a Lady Geist, we'll take Wraith, I guess. And then it worked because Wraith did Wraith things to the objective. So Great Talent, Yamato, Kelvin all picked up. Kelvin obviously been a very contentious pick as a whole. So Atlas getting some extra oomph behind their lockdown here, because it was a little, it went a little astray. OBT and Ranger didn't work together as much as I thought.
No, I mean, I think the 7 pick was, we've seen it work for sure, but just when you are looking at different power carries on the team, there's just not a lot of souls to go around. So we go into the second ban phase. I was thinking that Aegis Aurora may have looked to get that 3rd pick Warden in. They're going to opt in for giving Rake the Vindicta, and you give Lady Geist that 4th pick spot, considering it didn't get banned in the 2nd phase. Instead, it was Lash being taken out by Aegis Aurora, and of course, ban-wise as Warden was banned by Atlas. I would do the same thing if I see Sinclair banned. Get rid of the Warden.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Lash ban is a target to Rayek, who has been playing Vindicta and then had a Lash game. So Aegis Aurora take away the Vindicta, they ban the Lash, or if that was kind of like a throwaway ban where they're not expecting Atlas to play it. And so they say, we're going to ban Lash. What do you do now? Because you're going to have to, like, if we were to ban the Lady Geist, then you're going to ban the Warden, and then we lose out on something. So they throw away the Lash ban. They're like, ball's in your court. Who are you giving us?
I mean, I guess, like, yeah, you already have that Vindicta pick. I don't think there's a reason to ban Lash at the same time, unless you're targeting somebody on Atlas, and you're kind of thinking to yourself, okay, you guys don't want to play the Paradox. That's fine. But if you guys want any other playmaking capabilities, we're going to take the Lash away right now, where Lash is looking like the next best thing in the same spot. And Aegis Aurora, I mean, this has got to be kind of something silly. You're taking the pocket pick over in the 5th spot. So a chance to maybe say is like, hey, if you can't make the pocket pick work, we could try to make the pocket pick work. And the other side, like, you're seeing that Shiv, Calico, and Kelvin come together, which yesterday Paravision wiped the floor with 1 win with this trio. So not a bad set of heroes to be bringing in. Again, what's missing from this Atlas team is playmaking capabilities. Like, they don't have playmakers on their team. In general, you have the combustion for the Infernus, you have the guided owl, but those are ultimates. Those aren't and those aren't like fast ultimates either necessarily in comparison to like this Moe and Krill, that what it's gonna bring, or the holiday lasso. It's like it's still things that like only secure like people for like 0.5 seconds. Like, not a lot of time to lock that down.
I mean, I think, you know, Mirage going round 1 for Aegis Aurora, and then Lady Guys, like that was like twist, pull pin, release thumb clip, and then the bands just kept going on, and Aegis Aurora just kept getting stronger. And I feel like Atlas kind of just dropped a grenade on it. Not Pocket, Paradox not being grabbed again, I feel like is a huge hiccup, a huge mistake. We don't see the Bebop, but Aegis Aurora put together something fun. And Mirage Lady Geist has been, I guess, Shiv Kelvin's also been pretty oppressive, but that's been one of the most oppressive lanes we've seen all the way throughout the tournament. Wherever, if that Mirage and Lady Geist are together, they're just running you down. There's nothing you can do.
Well, if you don't want to play Paradox, you don't want to play Paradox. If it doesn't fit your team, just like leave it be. And if Aegis Aurora aren't going to play it, so be it. Like at the same time. So you kind of leave that one there. It's just like last game though. Like, if Atlas are going to make this one work, especially when it comes down to as soon as those ultimates get going, you put so much down onto this Grey Talon, onto the Shiv, onto the Yamato to just do boatloads of damage and to secure these kills. Because if not, and if your Shiv starts getting comboed out, or if your Shiv gets like soul exchange, for example, and you don't have really anything to stop that from happening, you can see that like these players just might not get as activated as you would have hoped for to carry this Atlas team. It happened last game, and when you have so many heroes on your team that need to farm, that need to grow, suddenly you're just not able to find that fine point in a player that's like, okay, let's get you strong, let's get you going, and then let's enable you to make this happen. It's just very spread thin in terms of trying to scale these heroes throughout this game. For Aegis Aurora, I mean, hey, take the pick of your litter. You want to throw Lady Geist into a solo lane, you want to throw Mirage into a solo lane. These are heroes that have been able to kind of get going and make that happen. All well, you're going to see the rest just playing together, hitting those afflictions, hitting the stone form into team fights, grabbing people with combos. Aegis Aurora, they got a plan today. I'm liking it. And if I'm going to put my bet on anybody, I think this is their chance to step up and really secure their spot in that 5th place.
And they need to. A win here obviously means a lot just in terms of what the numbers do, but also it lets you breathe for the rest of the day. If you're Aegis Aurora, this is the only game they play today. After this, they just have to watch and wait to see how well One Win, to see how well CIS rejects, to see how well Lodos do on the day. So right now, matters are in your hands. After this game, it's a toss-up. It's close, if not guaranteed to be secured, but it is still a scary prospect that anything could happen. And I think One Win are also going to be watching this, hoping that Aegis Aurora maybe take an L in this game against Atlas, because they're pretty darn close in their strength of schedule for the day. It's a difficult one as well.
Yeah, One Win are looking at this like, okay, we got to play VP later.
Yeah.
It didn't go well for us the last day that we played VP. One Win versus Sis Rejects. I'm sure they're going to be feeling confident in that one. I mean, like, Sis Rejects have all in all struggled. The only games that they won was against Atlas 2-0. Then they tied Lotus 1-1 to kind of put them in this position for a potential chance to take over this Aegis Aurora spot. But at the same time, I think One Win themselves, I mean, you heard it from Xenon when he was in the booth interviewing with us, is that like this is a team that understands their mistakes kind of recognize where their troubles are, and they're trying to find workarounds. They're trying to fix it. And now that you're starting to see teams like Paravision, Virtus Pro, and even this Aegis Aurora team here and now kind of figure out what the meta sort of is looking like for this patch, I'm sure that all of that VOD is going to be available. They're going to be looking through it. They're going to be studying these compositions, and you can imagine that the change is going to be there pretty quickly. It happens a lot for these top teams, whichever region you're going to be looking towards. There's going to be a way, and they should be able to figure out where that is. So heading into this game, Aegis Aurora looking to go 2-0, secure that spot in the top 5 of our one-win Bombshell Volume 5. On the other side, we got Atlas to not only look for a win here, which would essentially be their first map win of the tournament, but they're also looking for a win to knock Aegis Aurora into a spot where maybe we see them fall short.
Yeah, chasing a win, man. Atlas would love to go out with at least one under their belt. We're one of our invited squads coming in. Obviously, making changes in the last day never feels great. Aegis Aurora also kind of feeling the growing pains of, I'm going to make some changes as Remox took their leave. We saw Ray step in after Marion had filled in for a day, so they've gone through the ringer as well, that Aegis Aurora squad.
Some early damage here from this Calico pick, really putting some pressure onto this middle lane. Bombs up top, not really going to hit the mark that you would have hoped for, but Calico alongside Yamato.
Oh wait, Waldo's back.
Waldo's back into this one too, so maybe it was just for the one moment, and immediately you're seeing a change in tempo from Atlas, so hopefully this is the recipe that you're looking for.
Oh my god, it's still a little strange that Waldo's back and we don't get a Paradox, but hey, I'm going to stop talking about it. After this moment right now, it'll never happen again. So welcome back, Waldo. Yeah, that's a much-needed boost to the confidence, finding some early kills in the game, especially in that mid lane. And while on the outskirts, playing the lady guys, ban-wise off the Warden because it was banned away, and on the Mirage, ban-wise showing the prowess. And as somebody who gets so many souls, yeah, you want that from your Mirage player too. You know, that feels pretty darn good when your Mirage is just Jin's marking everybody and poof goes their health.
Don't back down.
Yeah, it looks like we did get a note that Waldo was back earlier in, and this is something that now is going to change a little bit for Atlas, where those changes were only temporary, and now that he is back, he looks better than ever. Again, Sanya now on his pocket. Not as good as the Holiday, I would say. Wizaster's going to get taken down, and it was Wizaster who, in the laning phase, was able to really take over fast, getting that combo early, and then moving lane to lane, just supporting the rest and getting these early Guardians. They had all 3 Guardians down within the first 7 minutes of the game, so looks like Atlas in this game too, looking like they are back to form.
Vraic giving up the pocket to play the Calico, and 2400 souls is in this winning lane. That Kelton Shiv lane out on the right side too for Captain and Track. It's been a lane where they've had control for the majority of it. And that's exactly what you're expecting. So, you know, bringing Waldo back into the mix. They get a couple of winning lanes going their way. Now Blob and Track just need to try and bide their time. The damage on Desanya Sniper already used this satchel as well, so won't have that. Try and remain safe, and even with it, wants to fight forward. Wizaster had an incredible Mo and Krill game in the last one, so he's trying to carry some of that momentum into this and to play that Mo back to back.
Even throughout it, I mean, you're kind of like thinking that, like, elsewhere, it's like fan-wise, you're off of the Warden, you're into the Mirage, essentially, like, similar playstyles is what you're going to kind of look towards. Get tanky, become pretty beefy in terms of damage, and then split push alongside your team, Traveler over when you are needed. And it's
Ooh.
definitely not going to give you the same kind of effects that the Warden has been bringing with that last stand, but you can still see that Bandwise might still have the capabilities to get it done if he's not having troubles right now, we might
Yeah.
say. But 4.5 minutes in, already Shadow transformation for Waldo. Vrake off the return to Shadows is there. Blob coming up on the combustion. Everybody kind of across the board, you would say, coming up on their ultimates, but this mid lane has been a little lopsided in favor of Atlas, and now that they have their ultimates on board, you might be able to see them snowball into an early Guardian.
I've been really impressed by Neon Primer's Ivy. In the last game, it looked really good. We saw it once yesterday, I believe, as well. And between like the Viscous and the Ivy, those seems like those are two not too hotly contested support role picks that Neon Primer really shines on. And so it that has to feel good that there's always going to be some sort of comfort for Neon Primer, no matter how the draft goes. And Bandwise just showing us another look at what the hero pool looks like between Calico, Warden, Shiv. Now we're seeing the Mirage in this one. You mentioned the ultimate online, Assassinate, available now for Rick. Sonya Sniper was after, also going to start to put some stuff together now that that combo is available. The only problem is the combo is in a rough lane, right? You don't necessarily want to step up to a Yamato Calico. Maybe you do, never mind. Okay with Zaster, but a guided owl from downtown. The timing on that was so perfect.
That is some good support coming out from Trax when you need it the most. So Frank barely staying alive in this Calico. Middle still looking to be a little bit of an issue for Aegis Aurora. We look towards the outer lanes and how they're looking. Well, you're going to get this Shiv Kelvin that has been notorious for being just so oppressive in every single game we see it. But I guess pairing it up against this Ivy Lady, guys, there's a lot of sustain between the two. That's not going to be so easy to just land a killing strike on this Ivy for free, but there it is. I spoke too soon. Neon Primer gonna get caught a little bit overextended. Stoneform's not enough to CC both of those members. And Saint was nowhere to assist with an Essence Bomb, so it is free pickings there for OBT.
Yeah, really no way out after using that stone form, and the airdrop just doesn't get you up quick enough. Needs to work on the takeoff time there for Neon Primer. And it's an ultimate used to try to escape, and you died, so now you don't have that ult to maybe supplement one of these side lanes when you need it. Not that Neon Primer is really in a position to leave. That Shiv Kelvin, they've been sitting pretty right at the top of these steps. They're running up the rocky stairs, and they're just doing the montage over and over.
Doesn't have the soul exchange either, so even if you go this low as Lady Guys, you're not able to turn things around so easily. And look at this from Captain 2, just on top of the roof, hunting for this Lady Guys, looking for just an easy snow grenade to pick it off, and OBT is going all the way through to clean up the rest. You don't want to chase this if you're Neon Primer. You want to continue to hold to the safety of this Guardian. See if you can trade wherever you need to. And it looks like he's actually going to have a chance to trade both of these members. Not going to be so easy on the OBT, especially when he parries you. But still with the Stormform. Oh, that was cinema.
Oh, man, Neon Primer. I said, looking good on the Ivy, and then immediately gets 1v2'd for staying a little overextended in the lane, but comes up big, man. OBT hit such a big parry there. I thought that was it, but Stone Form, perfect timing.
I just figured he'd have the killing blow there. He just used the killing blow. Why not? But it must have been just a perfectly framed Stone Form.
That's tough. Trax also going down. Trax has had the GT a couple of times and hasn't really been able to get things going with it. Fortunately, the rest of the team is doing all right as that Guardian goes down. Up by Aegis Aurora, so they are first to strike in both games in terms of objectives. This one, however, took quite a bit longer. Actually, like 4 minutes longer to get that first turret down as
That's a big
Waldo.
affliction.
That's the way affliction on was Aster gone. Sonya Sniper gone, and this mid lane bullying continues for Atlas. Waldo moving forward, incredibly healthy, gonna force Rayek back. And I mean, this is an opening that they need. They just lost a Guardian, and now they have 3 players pressuring one of their own.
Yeah, I don't even want to keep like harping on this pocket. At some point, I'm just gonna sound like a pocket hater. But even the affliction there, just it didn't even do a dent to Waldo. Mid Guardian's gonna go down. So you do get a trade from what was done by Bandwise over into the right side, where Bandwise is now soaking this left lane and just continuing to farm up as much as possible, shoving lane, keeping it controlled, and holding that Guardian nice and safe.
And Wazaster did not have a great time in lane, so this Nolan Crow feeling a little squishier. Waldo does eventually get punished for getting a little overzealous. Freyek also, so that's gotta feel like a pretty good win for Aegis Aurora. That's the mid lane that has been thorn in their side, and now they've knocked down the first line of defense there and opened up a flex flop for the team.
It's a little bit better from Atlas, but you can still see Aegis Aurora holding a steady lead, and the help there from Rayek to assist in taking that middle Guardian is going to steady things out between Sonya Sniper and Wazaster, who have been struggling versus Waldo and Rayek throughout that lane. So back to normal. Drax, you might not have expected this to be here, but you're gonna get away.
And that was a kill in the making, but there was nothing for Sonya Sniper there. Into the Shadow Realm break will go. I mean, the Calico has just been getting punished on respawn here, forced to use the ult to get away, so no harm, no foul. But we're 20 seconds into this turn being fun, and Calico getting crazy again. Was after first come, first serve. We'll scoop that one up, assassinate from Ray. We get a bit of damage. Now Blob under fire. No, it's Bandwise who gets turned on. Good tornado, can't quite get away. And I mean, it's an elongated urn fight. They've got to put that one down to get back in the battle as Blob falls inside the shelter. Things getting chilly. Things still swinging the way of Aegis Aurora.
Yeah, chilly for Atlas. He's, hey, ice cold on Aegis Aurora's side and just putting away these fights. Hey, the laning phase was one thing, but you leave the lanes, you suddenly allow a little bit more freedom for these heroes of Aegis Aurora. And when they get into the team fights, they look so composed. So bring this urn back over. It's going to be a contested urn neutral.
Yeah.
A little bit of a fight here as well between Atlas, but Waldo ends up going down. Urn is here to push in. I don't think there's going to be enough for Captain to actually try this. Not even that is going to be Disaster to grab him with the combo. Well, the Soul is returned. All you can do is sit and watch.
And Ray able to get that urn home. I thought for a second Atlas had found a window back into it, but
so big.
Things fall a little short. And yeah, going deep is Sonya Sniper. Heaps of damage with that back. Will find the kill on the OBP, but he overstays his welcome. Stuck in between this Aegis Aurora squad, this Atlas squad, excuse me, and a Guardian. As we continue moving forward, Waldo trying to stop what's happening here on the front lines, and a huge bag of souls goes over to that Yamato.
Yeah, but Blob finally going to get the better of Neon Primer, and you can see that in the back line, Blob getting chased down by Saint. Power of the Lady Kai still manages to burn down Rayek, and Bandwise is going to drop over towards the left side too. So a couple kills here for Atlas to restabilize in lanes. Push into these Guardians now, see if they can get a flex slot opened up. But the other end is going to be this third Guardian pressured out, cold front underneath. Waldo stuck in the midst of everything. And there's that third Guardian for Aegis Aurora to fully take care of this tier 1 objectives.
And the game was so close. Now we're starting to see Aegis Aurora pull ahead. It's not too far ahead, but that one Guardian lead, that urn, and Atlas are definitely feeling it. It puts so much onus on this next urn in 2 minutes. And Brayek, again, has kind of just been caught in tough spots
every single
since
time
we left laning.
It's just like it was good when you were paired up against Waldo, but now you just find yourself overextended over and over again. So it's like Aegis Aurora are happy to find those kills if you're just going to be handing them over for free. A little bit of split wealth between the Sinner's sacrifice for Trax there. I like that. Inside, and now with that, a buffed up Great Talon. We haven't seen much out of Great Talon in Game 1 or Game 2 so far. I mean, other than Trax getting that massive guided owl back in the laning phase.
Yeah, that was nice.
It hasn't been like what we've seen from like overseas when he plays it, and you get those chunky charge shots onto some of these carries. But here's a troublesome one for Blob. He's gonna have to get out of here. He's gonna be able to dash to safety under the walker, but there's gonna be 4 members on the right side of the map from Aegis Aurora. I'm hoping to see that Atlas can maybe push on the opposite end and see if they can find a trade, but Aegis is actually going to back off the right side, go into the middle. Trax is in trouble, hunted down, has to get away.
Yeah, all the way back to base, and I don't know if there was a ping on mid lane or a ping on mid boss from Aegis Aurora. Maybe just looking to find that kill in the mid lane. Trax just continuing to tip away. He's stuck inside the base still. He can get some of that health back. Meanwhile, they overextend for kill on Trax, and now Aegis Aurora getting caught out as Waldo. No shot at the shadow transformation. And that stings. You just got 2 big kills, and you gave 2 back in a game this close.
Yeah, you're trying to push into that Guardian. You know, you finish off that 3rd Guardian, then, you know, with the soul lead starting to even out, then you'd be completely back into a tie game. But it's a heads-up play from Wisaster to recognize that even with the combustion on Blob being used, you're just able to burn down that Infernus and then use the combo onto Waldo, who is still pretty much topped off in terms of health from this Yamato. A little bit of a fight here for this left lane. Captain's gonna get traded out. You can see now for the 1v1 between OBT and Saint. This Lady Geist is gonna be quite the issue for Shiv even. 2 workarounds, slowing Hex, trying to use this natural cover, punch around, but it's Saint landing the finishing blow onto OBT. Closing off on that left lane, and Wisaster's running the Urn.
Yeah, Urn's scooped up again for Aegis Aurora. That is what you were hoping to get. And for Atlas, right, that Urn to help get you back into this one. They're not too far out of it. This lead is really just hung right around 4K, but underneath the walker, the fight will go. Atlas happy to give up the Urn if it means they can get one of these structures down. It'll open up like a lot of spray. Goes right underneath. No real opportunity to escape there. And Aegis Aurora have formed this right lane. Waldo can only hope to get away, and it's a combo that keeps him in play.
I can only imagine that Break in that moment expects that you're able to make it under the walker, time the return to shadows to miss out on getting stunned by the walker, and you do continue to just burst it down, but not expecting, I don't think, Sonya Sniper to show up as well as Bandwise. It's just caught out there, getting a little too creative in that whole sense. And Aegis Aurora, they put down that Urn. Now back to a 10k soul lead. Finding kills around. Sonya in a 1v1. OBT gonna cut overextended. Fortunately enough, the rest of the team is finding kills across it. And you can see that even though there is a soul lead, take a look at where the souls are kind of spread out for Atlas. They're trying to get OBT and Trax into this power carry sense. OBT, Blob is there as well, 16, 17k, matching the likes of Bandwise and Sonya Sniper. But it seems like every single time you see them, they're in like 1v2 situations.
And that was scary. Waldo hit the flying strike on Sonya, and it's like, listen, man, if you're doing that, you gotta kill the pocket. And he does eventually just give up on it, understanding that it'd be a little too tricky. Now 8,000 souls, little over 9,000, I guess, creeping closer to 10,000, but the lead hasn't gotten out of hand yet.
That's still very doable
in this one, as Rayek might add to the count. Rayek versus Rayek. And they're just delaying the inevitable. Quick call a pause, 145 HP, get into the Shadow Realm.
Yeah. Bandwise is struggling to stay in the server right now, but
oh, disconnected again.
just in general, this is like the moment that we've been seeing from Break over and over again. And this is kind of what I'm talking about, is that, like, yeah, you're able to like consistently keep up in terms of, you know, where your souls are spread on this team, but like the past 3-4 times that we've seen Vrake in a situation, it's been like in enemy lines, overextended, and in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah. Yeah, a little overzealous. A really strong laning phase, but then coming out of that, I think it's kind of like peaking in high school, but you peaked in lane, and now your Mustang late in the game is just not as cool. Unless my Mustang is cool. If you guys think it is.
Crazy cat lady of Calico. Chat, are you guys cat people or dog people?
These people wouldn't last 2 hours in the tunnels.
I know your answer, Thanos. You don't get to tell me that. Your
I'm a
answer's
mole
laying at
person.
your feet.
I'm a mole person.
Yeah, I'm a Crow fan. I prefer Moe's.
Great Talon got afflicted again and is just sitting in base. That's the second time we've seen Crack literally just have to run back to base and not play the game because he needs to heal up. Waldo is not safe underneath the Walker and is actually going deeper. And backup's not here just yet. Finally tracked to get here. Guided Owl is still available, but this is a close game. You have to just stop dying for free.
Well, I wouldn't really say it was like totally for free. You get the Walker, so like at least you take something for it. That's gonna open up the second flex slot too for this Atlas team. So
Headed to green.
in terms of itemization, if you can hold on to these Walkers a little bit longer, technically speaking, considering this is still a pretty even game, you're still in these team fights. However, look at how much objective damage that you do on this Ivy Neon Primer. Just burns through that health, and suddenly that lead that was given to you by OBT, it is gone, and you can see that the rotation from Aegis looking to group up through mid.
Walker here. Airdrop used to get Wazaster.
Oh, we got a Mo and Krill delivery on the way.
And where do they put him? Do they put him down for some damage? No, not quite gonna find that break. Blink away from it, and glass to the disarm will also make the break. Not a fight, and I mean all this healing on the Infernus to go away courtesy of the Afflicted, and Sonya's Sniper is not afraid to just get in and send that ultimate if it means sending somebody back to the base and getting him out of the fight for the next however long, especially because buffs are coming up right now. You'd love to have your Infernus for a fight here.
Oh yeah, this is where you're going to be right into the thick of it if you're both sides, but can I get this one for free for Wazaster turning around Waldo? Wow. I mean, I don't think I've seen a Yamato die faster.
And that was Shadow Transformation on. But what is Waldo doing there? Alone with 3 people in the jungle there.
It really seems like there's a lack of communication and direction on where to be right now for Atlas, and they're really missing out on a lot of these timings that Aegis Aurora are looking at through their jungle. It's something that a lot of teams have struggled with this week, on just trying to recognize what is capable, where people are, and, you know, how to track that throughout this, consistently throughout the game. And I think the fact that you're able to just solo put somebody in a lane this patch and allow them to farm up has created that, like, offset timing on adding another player to the rotations inside jungle. So it's like, it's really weird to try to track now 5 people rather than like 2 or 3.
My God, Disaster had such a slow start. Survived everything thrown at him there. Another Affliction used, Captain, to try and slow things down. Gonna hope to heal up. Healing Nova keeps him alive inside the frozen shelter, and Sonya eventually gets punished for it. So it's 2-for-2 trade. That's a winning trade here for Atlas. They're gonna have Break back on the board before Sonya or Wazaster. We'll see what they can do in the power play. Is this a mid-boss angle? It's the slow one. Just slow burn.
It is going to be a mid-boss angle. But what are you coming into this one with? If your Atlas Frozen Shelter's on cooldown, you have the Guided Owl, Shadow Transformation, and Captain is so low to go down here. I don't know if the Calvin's going to be able to outlive this one, and the chase is out as well from the Ivy.
Shadow Transformation already on. Captain still hovering around 1 HP. Does survive. Waldo does not, however. Aegis Aurora came in, played the poke game, and now they're still dancing around the pit. Was Aster back in the fight? Will find a combo. I believe that's on to Track. It's alone. No, it was... Yes, it was on to Track. Doesn't eventually go down. Draic again in the front lines. Your beefcakes are gone. So now you gotta hope that Blob can maybe hit a stun to sneak away. The ult is on, and he's dead before it goes. Track.
Yeah.
Back to the base with you if you can.
And you reap the pleasures of the Rejuvenators. So every single equalizer that was given to Atlas is slowly just whittled away.
The old man is here.
Aegis Aurora, they've done good to work together to rotate through these jungles. I can see like Pocket, like he is it's just one of those heroes that if you could get ahead, like you see right now, 26k souls, yeah, you're gonna be good. It's just it's so funny to see him just pop up with a satchel and just blow the Grey Talon up out of nowhere in that whole sense. But yeah, I mean, Aegis Aurora, they got all the jungle timings that they can ask for. They have all the farm that they could need. They've been leaving Bandwise to solo farm that left side for so long that he's been able to grind up alongside Sonya, Reg, Saints, and beyond. Like, the whole team is just reaping the pleasures of Atlas continually overextending into fights, giving themselves up and giving up their jungle non-stop.
And what was a game that hovered between a 4 and 10,000 soul separation, most of the time being in favor of Aegis Aurora, quickly turned back into what we saw in game 1. And how slow of a start, right, for Wazaster and Sonya Sniper this time around, but Atlas let them scale back into it, like you mentioned, to where that's the Mo and Krill of game 1, who was unkillable and is locking everybody down.
It was the assistance that comes out from Ray that, like, as soon as that left lane falls between the Vindicta and the Mirage, Ray just moves over into that mid lane, helps Sonya Sniper and Wazaster get back to their form. And since then, it's just, you haven't had an issue with the Mo and Krill in the pocket. Everybody has been working together to enable each other on this Aegis Aurora team. It's night and day from what we saw back in day 2 and day 3. Since Fremont left this roster, we were kind of dissatisfied with the amount of disconnection that you were getting from this team in terms of the draft, in terms of where to go and how to play alongside each other. And it almost looked like it was boomed and your chances were falling away for getting to the top 5 of this tournament. But slowly and surely, it looks like Aegis Aurora have really put their head to the grindstone. And in day 4, they show up better than ever.
Oh, Blob. Blob is just getting eaten alive by a Kudzu. And I mean, you see the idea, right? You can't just keep giving things up for free, but you're also not strong enough to fight for them. So this turn, just another one to add to pad the stats for Aegis Aurora and their total earned carried. The patron's already been sent into the pit, so now the onus is just on Aegis Aurora to figure out when and where they want to push to close this one out. Blob is dead for another 30 seconds. No better time than, you know, when your enemy is a player down, and that is exactly the call. Into the base we go. Aegis Aurora, moments away from doing everything they could to keep matters in their own hand, giving themselves the best chances to get the highest placement and a chance to play tomorrow. They'll do it by taking down the patron. A 2-0 victory over Atlas. And with this victory, Seymour, Aegis Aurora now is and wait to see how the rest of the competition plays out.
And you set yourself up for the best case scenario in the rest of day 4 as you come into today with one thing in mind, and that is to win, to go flawless in this last day, and to really make it difficult for Lotus or Sis Rejects to overtake you for a chance at playoffs. And they get it done, and they didn't just get it done, I would say. I mean, Aegis Aurora showed some real depth in their playstyle. Not only in game 1, where you set things up, you completely outdraft Atlas with that lockdown comp, picking around this Warden, going for that early Sinclair ban, just in case you do get ban-wise on that Warden, but you still have that Sinclair ban, so you don't really have to worry about them copying any of your ultimates either. And then you go into the rest of it, and you show that, like, even if you do lose lane in one area, you win in the next, and then you go, you support, you get everybody back into full form. And it wasn't just like one player really popping off in this game, or even in game 1. It was everybody that was working together to make it happen, and it really reflects in the souls that you see spread across all 6 heroes, the kill participation that we'll probably see in the stats as well, and the damage numbers that are going to show. You had so much potential in lane when it came down to Neon Primer just burning through those walkers, and Guardians eventually as this Ivy, and then you had Bandwise in another lane who just continued to farm up alone and eventually make it to that walker. And as soon as you've made that space, you get the support from everybody else. So like a big showing here from Aegis Aurora that kind of revitalizes the way we look at them, like changes the light that is shined upon this team, because it was looking pretty grim after day 3, and I really thought that this team was in a downward spiral where we were going to see them kind of kick themselves out of that playoff contention. Instead, they've put in the work, they've grinded it out, they've figured it out, and they've really, I think, looked into what is making things work for teams like Paravision and Virtus Pro, and they've taken that identity, they've made it their own, and they look strong, at least in this showing.
Yeah, the draft definitely looks fleshed out as well in terms of I guess they're being less panicked than what I felt when the Paradox doesn't go through, right? The way that they drafted the Moen Holiday the first time around, I thought if anybody deserved some flowers, if not everybody on the side of Aegis Aurora, was Aster had a fantastic day. Was put in Moen Krill jail, but game 1 popped off like crazy. Game 2 took a little longer to get started, but did eventually get ongoing. So Aegis Aurora now sit and wait to see how the rest of the day plays out. And for Atlas, their day continues, Seymour. We're going to hop away for a short break, but Atlas on the other side of this one still chasing their first win. We'll see you guys on the other side. back at it again, and another team on the chopping block. Just in case you maybe forgot during the break, it was a little bit longer. My camera froze. Production was helping me out there. My name is still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Seymour. Seymour, Atlas are chasing their first win still. This is going to be the last series that they get to play here in the group stage, and they do it against a team that maybe, quite possibly, if they go on a hero run today, could be in the conversation still in Lodos.
Well, I think,
maybe not.
I will say, because I was breaking it down earlier. So, like, with that win from Aegis Aurora, it's going to set them to a 7-7 map count, which means that they are even in plus minus. It's not going to be the same for this Lotus team. Unfortunately, even if they do win outright both their match versus Paravision and Atlas, they're still sitting at a -2 plus minus in terms of map counts, and that means that it seems like they're out of the running for this fifth place spot. Unfortunately for Lotus, because I was pretty high on this team after watching them play yesterday versus one win. I thought they really had what it takes to push as far as possible to get into that top 5. But Aegis Aurora, I mean, like I said, you get hot when it really matters. You step up, you get into a situation where you're pretty comfortable in that top 5 spot. The only way that you're really knocked out of it is if Cis Rejects win 2-0 in their matchup versus one win and Thanos. That's going to put them also at a 7-7 map differential. And I'm pretty sure if I kind of like look back at this whole thing, it is Atlas, or no, it is Aegis Aurora played them, and they should have won yesterday, so 2-0 lead, which means that you hold the head-to-head over each other, which, if that is how we're kind of judging tiebreakers in terms of that standing, it would mean that Aegis Aurora have secured that top 5 spot.
So, okay, with that, now, Aegis Aurora may have secured a top 5 spot, which does look daunting for Lodos. Is there a world where if one win has a very bad day today, that they could be bumped out, and if Cis Rejects has a bad day today, Lotus could get in with wins? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
I'm pretty sure it's just out in general for that whole set. So, like, yeah, I see where you're coming from with this one. You win 2. It's gonna put you into a sense of you're sitting 2-3. But I don't even think that is going to be good enough for you, because now with that, Aegis Aurora gets their second win. So it's like they're going to be 2-3-2. So they have an extra tie in that column. So that's where that whole thing, the fact that Aegis Aurora were able to still kind of bring it to Lotus, to go 1-1 in that tie, you have that extra kind of gap over this team. So, like, everything should be A-okay for Aegis Aurora. Should be. We're going to put quotations there because, well, you know what?
What about
I'm a caster doing math on the spot here. So
and that stinks
I could
for
be
everybody.
wrong.
That stinks for everybody. That stinks for the viewers because they're probably getting the wrong answer, and that stinks for us because we're giving them the wrong answer, and then the viewer gets to call us iron, or they.
The only thing that can change right now is one win and Aegis Aurora, and who's going to get that 4th and 5th seed. But everything else should be locked.
Okay. You're saying even if one win, let's not worry about it. Lodo's got to get wins regardless of whether what I'm trying to cook is possible. We'll talk about one win later because they've got a couple of series to play at the end of the day, or towards the end of the day. Vindicta, Sinclair, gone. Holiday makes its way on through. Another Grey Talon. This time, however, Atlas putting a little emphasis on that Mirage, which was a ban and a non-pick for them previously. So I think they saw the strength in that one, and they'll go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, Sinclair going to be taken through, so you get that early holiday for Lotus. You get the Grey Talon Mirage. Grey Talon has been something that they've been really trying to make work here for Trax. This is a team that is chasing a win, a map win. 0-12 right now. You don't want to go 0-14. So you go into this next match, you're trying to put everything together, and what I'd like to see them build into is possibly like a Moe and Krill. If you don't want to play this Paradox, that's okay. There's other options. You get the Moe and Krill, you get the Lash that we've been seeing a lot of teams bring out, but it's things like that that are going to set up your Grey Talon for victory. And you see that right there, the Moe and Krill third pick to go alongside that Grey Talon and that Mirage. Lotus going to go ahead and grab that Paradox that was missing back in both our first two games of the day. Unbanned, unpicked. I guess, Paradox is just one of those heroes that some people don't see as a need in this meta right now.
Which feels very strange. We're also getting a Lotus Pocket. Pocket being locked in. We saw it. Aegis Aurora, Sonya Sniper got to play it. And during the break, you and I were kind of talking about how the Pocket just had free will with no pick potential, with no playmaking potential. Could use the satchel and the cloak kind of however they wanted, a little more freely, a little more maybe willy-nilly, could save it for engages versus, needing to hang on to it to make sure you're not caught out of place. Now that there's a Moe and Krill on the side of Atlas, it does add that level of pressure, not only to everybody, but the Pocket specifically. You got to be a little smarter about when you're using that cloak to get out of dodge.
And we saw the way that the Pocket struggled in lane throughout that middle lane, even for Aegis Aurora, who ended up turning things around with Sonya Sniper on that Pocket. It came in the fact of, enabling this Pocket was a must, making sure that you could get in with your cloak, you hit them with the satchel, and then you get your affliction off. And your team has to be ready to follow up in some capacity, because unless you have the Warp Stone, which brings you, I'd say, halfway out of the fight, like you're a sitting duck after you use all those abilities. And we've seen the cooldowns and how long they are. It comes down to a lot of communication, it seems, to make this Pocket work right now, to make sure that you are in it, you get those cooldowns off, and your team is right there to back you up. So it's tough to make this Pocket work, but we saw it work for Aegis Aurora. I'm not going to say it can't work for Lotus either. We're going into our second pair of bans. It's going to be Lady Geist banned out from Atlas. They struggled with it. They banned it out the first game. They didn't want to have to deal with it. Second game, it was an issue when Saint was playing on this hero. And Lotus are going to get rid of the Shiv, as they saw OBT was also a big carry with that Shiv in hand. Wasn't enough to 1v1 some of the people that was on Aegis Aurora, but Lotus can see that that would be an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. It does allow for Yamato to come on through. Yamato been a big point of contention. Some of our games even going first in draft, from our games even being banned away. So that in the hands of Atlas just adds some extra fighting power, some extra staying power as well. The ability to not only shadow transform and stay in the fight, but be able to successfully chase somebody down. It does open things up for the Warden on the opposite end. We'll see what Lotus choose to put next to that one. Still some options in terms of, or I guess maybe some desire in terms of maybe what you're going to pair this Warden with, right? We'd normally see Warden Vindicta. When we haven't seen the Vindicta, some teams have been picking up the 7. So we'll see if there's any emphasis on sustained carry. I still don't really know.
This is funny too, because this is again, a really good scenario for Lotus, because yesterday when Lotus was playing Aegis Aurora, Pyro played the Warden both games, and one of the big reasons why Pyro wasn't really able to fully activate on this Warden pick was because the Sinclair was there on Neon Primer in that first game, and it was an issue. You had to deal with it. It actually, forced into the second side for Lotus to steal the Sinclair away to not have to worry about it. And they still ended up, losing, but Pyro looked a lot better in that whole sense. Aegis Aurora just, again, seem like they're in strides, improving as a team. Now you don't have to deal with this Sinclair. It was banned out by Atlas. Whether or not they were looking to eye up this Warden for one of their later picks in Prio, it's to be determined for later. I mean, we'd have to ask Atlas themselves, but for Lotus, they get this Warden pick. They don't have to worry about the Sinclair. And you see Atlas going in for the late game, Calico and Bebop. So we saw the Calico on Vrake. It was, or sorry, yeah, we saw the Calico and Vrake, which was, it was good in lane. It wasn't until like you got out of lane that you were really struggling there. But hopefully you've kind of learned your lesson. Working around this Moen Krill could be better, and Calico is still a great pick.
Yeah, I think they had the building blocks to kind of take a mid lane lead between Vrake and Waldo. Waldo is playing the Yamato. They had the building blocks. They won the mid lane, and then it kind of just felt like it fell apart from there. So Atlas is now getting another opportunity to not only do that same thing, but this time they bring more of that catching power to the comp, right? The Bebop being in there and the Moen Krill means not necessarily that Vrake continued to go deep into the back lines. Is McGinnis is allowed? I thought we, like, gentleman agreement, we're not gonna play McGinnis.
I thought we learned our lesson. I really thought we learned our lesson. Hey, you know what, Lotus? Have fun with this one. Have fun with this McGinnis pick. McGinnis is a treat, I will say. And, even versus one win yesterday, when they brought this McGinnis out, it was like, okay, let's see, maybe the turret buffs or something to kind of deal with. You could get into a little bit of a spirit build, a little bit of healing. You get that late rescue beam. Maybe you put Sinclair or McGinnis into more of a support role for your team. And you're sitting in the back line, you're poking, you're healing your team, you're doing whatever you really need to. One win didn't let that happen. They really isolated and punished this McGinnis every single time. And in fact, they put Empty Dreams on the 7 to battle against it. This time, Atlas don't get that chance to kind of pick into something to directly counter the McGinnis, but you have the Grey Talon and you have the Yamato. You have things that can still move in, take out those turrets, and create an issue for this McGinnis pick. I won't sit here and doubt that we have McGinnis, because I am a McGinnis enjoyer. I want to see McGinnis work. It just seems so silly.
They went with the McGinnis when Lash was still available, which kind of shows that there's a little more priority there. And again, the few times that we saw the McGinnis really hasn't changed in what she brings to the table, right? The turrets do the turrets thing, the healing does the healing thing, and the wall is a lot of disruption just as a whole. And I guess it maybe looks a little bit better. It gives you a little more agency on who you can pick with your Holiday or with your Paradox, right? Because a lot of the times you don't want to grab Mirage because he's going to tornado away. Well, your wall definitely helps with that. Same thing with interrupting that Moen Krill ult. If somebody's getting hooked, right, you can look to try and split the uprights. You do also have to be very careful with how you use the wall, right? Because inefficient walls hurt way more sometimes than an efficient wall helps.
And even like yesterday when we were seeing it, they did the whole McGinnis Paradox lane through mid, which was something interesting in the fact that it was like you saw as soon as they got the Spectral wall and the Time wall, they were using it to section off people from one win, and they were really trying to use that to isolate players in lane, take them away from the Guardians and push wave into those Guardians, and essentially just using it as some makeshift cover to block off your opponents. And so it's really weird what we're cooking up with these McGinnis picks. And like even One Win themselves said, when they were playing the McGinnis versus Aegis Aurora a couple days ago, back in day one, and it turned out to be a lost game, and everybody's like, whoa, well, they lost because they played McGinnis. Xenon yesterday, he said no. He said when we played McGinnis, we were serious in the McGinnis pick. We saw potential in this pick. It's just like, then he went on to say that they're a little bit lost in what they want to play for these drafts, which makes me think that you're just kind of throwing things at a wall and hoping it sticks. But Weap is certain that McGinnis is something that they can play here on Lotus. What's there to lose at this point for either team? For Lotus, it seems like your options to get into top 5 are gone. Atlas are playing for their first map win. Play what you want to play, have fun, and let's see some McGinnis. Let's see McGinnis come back. Why not? Why? While we're here, let's see McGinnis.
I mean, you go out with a little respect. You know what I'm saying? If McGunnis doesn't take off, then actually, this is what you have. This is the reason you have to not play McGunnis. You need to play so real if you're Lodos to stop Atlas from getting their first win. You can't be the team that loses to the team who has no wins. That is what the stakes are right now for Lodos. And for Atlas, I mean, you've been chasing this win. You were headed the right direction in game 2 in that last series against Aegis Aurora, and then it just fell short. So you piece together a similar-ish comp. You add a little bit more of this gotcha energy to it with the Bebop and the Mo and Krill. And we'll see if, I don't know, giving up the Paradox was the wrong move, not playing the Paradox was the wrong move, or if adding that little extra sugar, spice, and everything nice in the Mo and Krill and the Bebop for Atlas, that's going to be enough to get them across the finish line.
And I will say, you know, in defense for like the whole Paradox thing, you know, as we were kind of like really harping on the Paradox last series, I think it would have helped Atlas 100% in those compositions. They definitely were getting a little bit outdrafted, but like seeing the way that like Lash has risen in this meta, the way that Holiday looks so strong still, Warden is coming back. You see that Mo and Krill is still at the forefront for these teams, and we're getting even Bebop plays. There are options other than the Paradox right now, where it's like when Paradox was like inside of like the meta, she was so strong that it was like, this is just such a versatile character in terms of you have your range, you're able to swap somebody, and you even have that time wall that's going to be like sanctioning off abilities and blocking things out. It's like, it is a very strong pick for sure, but it seems like right now at this time, what we're seeing in this litmus test of the new patch is options other than the Paradox now, which is okay.
Well, here we go, Atlas, to close out their day. They take on Lodos. Lodos, your Amber Hand. Atlas, your Sapphire Flame. It's Blob rocking the Yamato. Zobi T will find a kill onto Norbert, who is filling in for Lotus. I didn't have that one on my bingo card.
I guess so. I guess so. Well, you know what I want? If Yoshi's listening somewhere, lurking, I want a Dynamo buff.
My feet are gonna smell like
Yeah.
asphalt for weeks, aren't they?
Hitting big singularities is like dopamine beyond dopamine. Seeing people hit big singularities is dopamine beyond dopamine. I would love to see that again.
It was just, you know, singularity into refresher was a little...
Yeah, that is true.
It's a little crazy. But it's not like that. It's just like the playmaking of Dynamo when you get that quantum entanglement at just the right time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where the dope comes from in playing Dynamo. But hey, one can dream for now. Let's take a look at the lanes that we got here. Yamato mixed in with the Calico. This is something where Atlas overburdened Aegis Aurora back in game 2 for our first series of the day. This time they're going to be paired up against the Holiday Pocket. So a little bit of pressure here from the crack shot, and you're hoping you can get in with the satchel, get out with the cloak, just blow someone up when they least expect it. On the other side, McGinnis and Infernus. This one's a weird pairing when I'm looking at it, but I guess the extra support for the Infernus to just be able to sustain while he's getting that Spirit Lifesteal up, and it's going to be paired up against a Grey Talon and a Mo and Krill, which is actually going to be a very difficult lane.
Yeah, that's a very sustainable lane as well. Great Talon's range, just allowing him to reach out and touch somebody without having to take too much Infernus burn damage. Mo and Krill, obviously, can be a pretty healthy boy. And it's tracked playing the Mo and Krill this time around. So Waldo off of the Yamato onto the Great Talon to try and find... And that's the third Great Talon that's been given over to Atlas, and they're still searching for the true success in that tower pick. And so Waldo going to be going to try to be the player to do it. And the Mo and Krill Great Talon lane becomes extra scary once Ultra online, because not that they're going to be used in tandem, but you combo somebody, charge shot is that much easier to land. That Great Talon burst, it's a little easier in the next 1,000 souls.
Trax is barely holding on to life here against this McGinnis, so maybe we are getting Weap cooking a little bit on this hero. Trax struggling to stay in it. And you can see the re-engage now. Walls off this Guardian, and that's just going to be free shots for the Infernus. So here's what I was saying is that, like, you get the McGinnis wall to block off, like, the opponents, and you just have free shots on that turret. And Weap, alongside this Infernus, are just able to tank it, like, just burn it immediately.
And how quickly now Weap can get out of that lane and go somewhere else. It does look like they're fighting for it. So Waldo does eventually die. Not a fight that Atlas are seemingly going to win. Nayron also falls on the map. Yeah, both of those kills picked up. But now Weap can just leave the lane. And your 7 can just solo farm that lane. You know, 4 minutes in, and you're starting to get, not your 7, your Infernus, excuse me. 4 minutes in, you're starting to get your Infernus taken off. That's a great start for Lodo.
Yeah, well, Norbert finding Captain there. Playing the Mirage, too. So we've been seeing Captain play a lot of supporting roles for this Atlas team. Again, maybe just trying something different here inside of that hero pool. So Break is a nice set of sticky bombs there onto Weap, but even still Nayron here with the parry. Try to re-parry, but the Affliction's going to be brought in. Break down. Namakin's going to confirm that skill. Forces the Shadow Form outside of Blob. The Lasso's just going to catch, secure, no release.
Yeah, nice lasso there. Wait for that Shadow Transformation to start ticking away. Use it last second. Blob goes down. Blob was doing a lot of damage, but unfortunately could not keep it up. Now Weap, who's had a strong laning phase, can punish elsewhere on the map. Right on the right side. First kill onto OBT, and that's unfortunately going to force Captain away. So no more pressure on the right side of the map for Atlas. However, Lodos have Weap out that direction, and we know what McGinnis does to turrets if you give a little breathing room, because she's already collected one this game.
Yeah, she's a Guardian's worst enemy.
Yeah.
Her and Wraith at the moment, I'd say. Maybe even Ivy. But here we see another Spectral Wall. That's going to block them inbound with this Guardian. OPT's trying to just get around it with some movements, but Guardian's just going to get tanked through. Spectral Wall down. Captain overwhelms. And OBT is long gone from that battle. You can see a trade looking to be found here from Atlas through the middle of the map, but it is Trax who is forced away by Nayron on the pocket. And not successfully going to be able to take that Guardian, but they get super close. It's a good amount of damage.
And just no information, I think, on the left side of the map with everybody being gone. Nayron just had to allow Trax to run away. Had backup coming, but 3 players were missing on the map from Atlas. So just didn't want to overextend too much. As I say that, we're watching Nayron overextend a little bit.
I like this form.
Transformation used early here to try and make sure they score this one. Malcolm gonna be back away. Lasso didn't find a whole lot for the squad. How about the heavy barrage?
What the?
Those see more the damage.
I want to see what Weap's got on that, because that barrage was chunking.
All right, buddy, give him hell.
We got a little reach, extra spirit. That was going to be a beefy Weap if this McGinnis just continues to farm. But even still, McGinnis doesn't really have to farm. Like I said, like, if you really want to, you can go into like a rescue beam, eventually like build into spirit, but also have some extra like vitality just to support with your heal with that rescue beam on top of it. Just considering that the McGinnis isn't normally going to be like in that front line.
Get a front line combo used by Trax, and they back away for a second. I thought, okay, they're gonna, you know, kind of walk away with this one up, but they want to find some more. This mid Guardian still standing. It's the only one that Atlas have up at the moment, and they're trying to just keep the pressure pushing the other way. Trax a tough spot, though, swapped on through. Finally, they get what they came for, but look at the health bar, Timo.
Yeah,
it's low. You gotta get out of dodge so you don't give up too much. You die here, you're giving up your Guardian right back in response.
Well, it looks like you're doing enough damage, and you still have Drake alongside Trax, so you can play a little bit of defense for this last remaining Guardian for sure. You don't necessarily have to be too far pushed in these outer lanes. You just have to be securing this middle wave control. But a walk-on from Trax here. He's going to try to get that scoring off. Good satchel from Neyron's going to avoid it. Gets out with the cloak, staying alive in the jungle.
I can't believe Trax got out of there. He jumped into a 1v2. Okay, Trax does eventually go down. And for Lotus, this is not how you were hoping things would go. Caught inside the jungle. Friendly bomb gonna help out. We have just ripped into shots from the teleporter. OBT will make sure that Guinness does not sneak away. 30 seconds on the urn here. And Atlas is going to bolster up whatever they can. They're still chasing 5,000 souls. And Waldo's been kind of out of the mix. We finally get to see a skirmish and a 5,000 soul difference. Look at Ipovic at this point in the game, right? You got that left lane all alone, and he's at 12,000 souls.
Exactly. 12,000
on an
on the
island.
first too. Hey, this is like what we saw out of like Zergy back in Fight Night on Wednesday. Is like even like an Infernus, you feed him up, like he is so hard to deal with sometimes, especially with the dot damage that you get on top of the lifesteal. Like eventually Infernus, if he stays ahead, he's going to be in a situation where he can 1v1 most of the team.
Another shadow transformation. Not quite to stay alive. Blob, however, is going to take that option to just survive. They force away the Yamato. A lot of pressure in this mid lane, and this is where the urn is. They're going to actually put it down and look to fight for it. Maybe pass it over to get that AP onto somebody a bit more priority. Is the heavy barrage. Yeah, you know what? We have that. I had the urn, but let me go and plop this bad boy down so I can start sending bombs. And it forces everybody from Atlas out of that lane. It makes it to where this goofy run through mid with the urn is just A-okay, and Lotus going to be able to pick up the first urn of the game.
It's a sad day when, you know, the only two really weird picks that we've seen this weekend are Hayes and McGinnis. And Hayes is going to have the 100% win rate, but McGinnis isn't.
Hey, there's still a chance.
I think it's criminal.
There's still a chance that, you know, somebody grabs a Hayes and they lose. Anything is possible. I think the only Hayes games are from Obikim, though, so we'll see. That's if, like, Virtus Pro are feeling froggy.
A little saucy, maybe today. Imagine if they bring out the Obi Hayes versus Paravision today.
Oh, man. But that would be, like, the most ego move, I feel, especially if they still got to win.
I hope they treat Jason and ZP to a game. To a solid series in that one, because that's what people are waiting for. But for this one in general, I mean, we get Lotus. This is why I was really hot on this team after watching them yesterday, because not only have they like put together like a composition that they are enjoying, that they are just having fun with in a sense, that they feel like they can play and force, they also make it look so dangerous at the same time. So it's like, I know like McGinnis isn't going to be the strongest, but Riap makes it look good when he's staying ahead of these fights.
Yeah, dude, especially early, like that McGinnis, that heavy barrage in the early stages of the game when stamina's a little bit lower, right? The health is a little bit lower. That damage just initially is pretty strong. It might fall off depending on itemization as the game goes on, but you know, now we're at the 13-minute mark, but even in lane and just coming out of lane, we saw Weap just making great use of that.
Look up top. Neyron using that affliction to force away some of these Atlas members. Disarm onto Skifovic, but as soon as he's able to get this gun back, look at him shred the health of Trax, burning through both Brick and Trax like it wasn't anything to worry about. He still has all his health.
He's just minding his own business, in the left lane, and these young whippersnappers pull up.
He's at 20k souls in 13 minutes.
That's the lead. That's literally the lead. Skipovic has 20,000 souls. That's how much their team is winning by.
He solos the walker. He solos the lane. He solos your team.
So this is that, I don't want to say rare, maybe uncommon, winning McGinnis, where you just hard shove
rare.
that lane. You hard shove that lane, you get out of it, and then you just allow the carry. It was Xenon talking about that yesterday too, right? The landscape of what you're doing with your carry is changed
Swapping.
because of the souls. And yeah, swap underneath the walker, damage in response.
Ready to jump
Coffee gonna need to back away from it, but looking for something, unfortunately, just not able to convert.
Headed to park.
Yeah, it was a good swap. As soon as you see OBT, though, you're like, okay, we don't want to get hooked under Walker. So, show some respect. Even though you're ahead, you don't need to feed into some free kills. So we get some bridge buffs in. No way! Yo, did he just block the punch and steal it?
Then gets lassoed, but finds a lot of damage. Captain trying to punish Knockman for this one. Nayron also falls, so skirmish for the bridge buffs, and Atlas are looking to come out on top. Finally, Obi goes down. Of course, Skipovic in the fight means you have problems. And we'll see if Captain can deal with it, because that Infernus full HP. We have on the run. We're all going to separate things. Knockman still alive. Captain's still hunting.
Oh my goodness. Weap has so much bullet lifesteal. He was just about to die. And now the McGinnis is back to full HP, just farming up those tier 3 denizens. What a silly character. This is why I like McGinnis.
That is, well, Captain tried to do something, and oh, Captain, my Captain, it did not pay off, unfortunately. So mid-boss
Shredded.
here next up, absolutely shredded. The urn is also here as well. It looks like Captain might try to get something done with Drake in tow here.
They're going to go down, but it's not going to get there in time. The time wall is actually going to interrupt Captain from being able to tornado. So a well-placed wall from Kofane, and that's where the paradox really comes in handy. It's just making sure you can disrupt any of the CC that Atlas is looking to bring to these big team fights. You got the urn as well, just freely walking into Atlas's half of the map. And as soon as it gets secured, you're walking into the base guardians now. You haven't even gotten the other 2 walkers.
We saw this the other day. 2 walkers still standing, but grabbing base guardians in a shrine will also help you get a flex slot. So it looks like that's what Lodos are looking to do. A lot of pressure on the left side of the map. Meanwhile, mid, the 2v2 kicking off underneath the
They're
walker.
going to be rotating.
Yeah, they're all coming over. Atlas need to be careful here. Blob and Frank do not want to die because it's another walker on the menu, and your far right walker is just being eaten alive by Skipovic.
Yeah, and as soon as Weap gets into the fight, I mean, you pop that heroic aura, you're just able to farm this Mo and Krill back into a safety measure to keep some health for yourself. You also have your E, just in case you want to throw that second ability down to heal up the team. Back in go Lotus. They get all 3 walkers in an instant. Now for the bridge, or for the base guardians. You take down 6. Blob's going to be spawning up in 5 seconds, but it's a 1v6 for your spawn. And your shrines are toast. Swiss cheese is what we're looking at. Atlas might be a little intolerant to it.
And there's a handful of camps up, so plop down that patron down into
Are they going to stick around for this?
It looks like they might. They end up getting a big lasso onto Blob, who was just around the corner from all of his teammates being back. Didn't even have an opportunity.
The wall. It just blocks any chances for you to get this one done. It's 2025 and we're still seeing McGinnis played. We're still seeing McGinnis win.
Yeah, played successfully. Absolutely. That looked really good from Weap. That lane was insane. And as much farming as Skipovic was doing, wasn't really even necessary. Again, 5 players of Lotus had as many souls as all 6 of Atlas at one point. Skifovic was just extra. So every player down team fight that they took, they were still in it in way of firepower, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just we got a McGinnis win before GTA 6.
Yeah, we did.
That's man, I didn't think I'd see the day, but here we are, and Weap just loves his McGinnis. So big win there for Lotus. Atlas, oh, man, I mean, you're still winless in the column for map count, 0-13. So a tough showcase here in the 1-win Bombshell, and they just haven't been able to get anything going whatsoever. I'm looking back at what we saw for the one play at the Walkers. As soon as that urn gets placed and you get the spread from Lotus to push into those base guardians, Atlas has to respond in kind and like, we don't want you to take these shrines, so we're gonna pressure you out. And they're like, okay, we'll just go get the Walkers like we're supposed to do. And they go step by step, they get it done. Lotus make Weap on this McGinnis look doable. Even at times where Weap was like at 0 HP. Bullet lifesteal. It's all you need.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can see it in this replay right now. It was down to 5% HP, and at the end of this highlight, things are still creeping up towards full. Yeah, that doesn't feel right. But that you do also need to have some sort of allocation to your McGinnis, right? If we were looking at, you know, a 15K McGinnis or maybe a 12K McGinnis who went a little less heavy on collecting some of these souls, then maybe we see a little less success on that one. Is of course McGinnis gonna top the charts in way of healing. Look at that objective damage. Skifovic may not have been in every single fight, but he was getting something somewhere on the map.
Yeah, not the stats that I would have expected from McGinnis, to be honest, and seeing it only under 10k player damage, under 20k objective damage. Still 16k is very good. Very, very good. That's mostly from the Guardians. So Skifovic comes out just farming lanes, farming those walkers. You see, as soon as that Infernus activates, it's very hard to deal with. Even at times, 1v2ing between Break and Trax in the team fight, or in the fight that we saw towards that left lane that ended up in the Walker take. Skifovic was dangerous. Pyro, I was expecting like us to really be focused in on the Warden, but I kind of forgot the Warden was there.
Yeah, did a surprising amount of damage. We definitely didn't catch a whole lot of that POV. That last Walker fight, we did see a last stand, and obviously the damage speaks for itself. And this is a quiet pick this game. I'm trying to find a way to compare it to, or to get rid of the illusion that 19,000 damage on the Warden is just like, you know, whatever, he gets his damage here and there. Like sometimes you'll have a pocket drop 40,000 damage and it's like, well, sure, if you afflicted every single fight but you didn't kill anybody,
Hey,
then it feels a little like
I mean, like,
padding the stats.
I'm just trolling and saying that I don't think, like, I forgot that the Warden was there. Those last stands are pretty big, especially for those team
100%.
fights, especially we've been seeing it. It just leads to so much unbearing damage that you can't really deal with if you're Atlas, especially when, you know, you don't really have the support of like an Ivy or a Calvin to kind of block this one off, or really anything to kind of weather that. You don't have the Sinclair because you banned the Sinclair.
Yeah.
So Pyro was just free to do whatever he wanted on this Warden pick. Skifovic as well. It just felt like all around Lotus in this whole sense of like what they put together. I think very comfort picks for sure, but they make them work. And they looked good doing it. Even with this like McGinnis, who just wasn't getting pressured as much in that backline. And after going so low, you just saw the disengage from we have to stay alive, use the barrage, use your healing, just burn through whatever player is in front of you and heal back up to safety. And it looks like Lotus through and through are a strong team. It's unfortunate the outcome that we're seeing from them, because like I said yesterday, after seeing them versus 1-win, is like, this is totally a team who could play in towards the top three teams or the top 5 teams here in the 1-win bombshell and hold their own, like actually contest against them. Like maybe Paravision and Virtus Pro might be a little bit out of the realm of possibility, like showing how strong they looked yesterday against Thanos and 1-win. But you know, for Thanos, 1-win, Aegis Aurora, this Lotus team really pushes them to the max.
I think what's more interesting too about the Lotus team is they are a close qualifier team. So not a squad that was directly invited as, you know, a piece to this.
They also weren't even the first qualified team.
That is true.
They lost to Cis Rejects in the qualifiers, and then they had to re-qualify as that second team. So it's like, this is a team that, like, I was looking at, like, okay, like, you lose to Cis Rejects, you qualify second. Like, this is the team that we're going to be looking at to kind of like scrape through whatever they can get. But no, it's the complete opposite. It's like, it took them a little bit to figure it out, but like once they did, like, this Lotus team is the real deal.
Yeah, they also got their redemption shot in playing CIS Rejects, and they went 1-1 with them. So, you know, that's got to feel pretty good for Lotus that they get
how close it is.
Yeah, they get their licks back, although they might not get another chance in playoffs. But yeah, the close qualifier teams really making a name for themselves. That's this Reject squad has some names that have just been around. I mean, the Rejects just as a whole have played in a handful of tournaments kind of across the board, but like Fargareco, players like Iplifin, you know, players that have been head down, moving forward in a very feast or famine deadlocked scene. But of course, you know, it's all feast here at the 1-win bombshell. 1-win putting on a big tournament for us as Atlas will finally do the unthinkable. We can all go to bed happy today because Paradox was available and they took it. 4 games later, we've got an Atlas Paradox.
Will it make a difference? Who knows at this point? But it's like I was saying, it's like, it's better to have it than to give it away in that same sense. Is that like, so you go for the holiday ban right away, Lotus bans out Vindicta, and you steal the Paradox. Lotus is going to get the Grey Talon. This is something that you've been very prominent on making work if you're Atlas. Waldo played it, Trax played it, and now Lotus are going to be the ones to try to make it work. Not only that, you get the pocket again for Nayron. This is like, I've been very hot on saying that this pocket pick is a little lackluster at times, but the way that you're able to enable it is like the difference maker. And you can start to see players understand that. It's like, you don't just get that get out of jail free card anymore. As a team in full, if this pocket has support, it's going to work. The follow-up is everything.
Yeah, and making sure that your pocket isn't the only one who has to get it done, right? You're not expecting your pocket to be your super carry, because then that's public enemy number 1 and maybe dies before an affliction even goes off. That Paradox is going to help with that. Calico going pretty early here. Makes sense because the Calico Yamato has been very strong, but I mean, Atlas put in a little extra into that mid lane, that matchup that they think they've been, you know, doing so well in.
That like Lotus hasn't really been picking the Yamato, and like neither the Calico either. It's been going very late into these drafts. I don't know if that's necessarily priority that you need to bring right now if you're Atlas. Like, you secure it, but like, I could have looked into maybe seeing Lady Geist or a Moan Krill get picked up there, rather than giving Lotus right now the chance to grab one of those 2 heroes. The Mirage 2 is still up. So again, for Atlas, it's like, I'm not going to knock these picks because they've been working. Like, they've been working very well. It's just, they also have been going very late in the draft. I don't know if they were necessarily needed to be your 2s and 3s. But yeah, Sinclair's going to be up for Lotus. They're going to grab that right away. You've been playing the Warden on Pyro, so why not take this one away? The direct counter to that hero. And then later into this draft, when we get to see the bans, maybe Atlas go in for a Warden ban. I could see them going in for that 100%. Warden, Mirage, Lady Guys, you'd name it. 3 big bans right there that Lotus don't want to, or that Atlas don't want Lotus to have on their team. But for Lotus, you could ban the Mo and Krill right now. You could ban the Bebop. You have options in things that Atlas have been trying to play. And you just take that one away right here now.
Yeah, I think Lotus maybe want the Mo and Krill, if not the Bebop. I don't see that anybody on Lotus has played the Bebop. Maybe you've got something different in your notes, but Atlas, however, going to pick up a beefy front line. Bebop banned away, leaves Mo and Krill up. Lady Geist banned away, which means for some reason, Lady Geist and Mirage just feel like a duo, like a combo package to me. So I'm going to say that Atlas take away one half of that combo package, but still give up, I mean, 4 pretty strong picks. I think that pocket is still kind of in the middle, but between Mirage, Sinclair, and Grey Talon, I mean, Lotus have damage, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, like, Lady Geist is the full package. It's just consistent damage and sustain to, you know, outlast the team fights. That is a big thing for Lady Geist and why she's been probably the highest pick band throughout this entire tournament so far. But Abrams Lash, I mean, hey, I don't hate it whatsoever. We've been seeing a lot of the two of them pop up throughout this tournament, especially considering Lash is looking a lot more free to do as he pleases so far. Lotus still opting in for the Weap McGinnis.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, it worked once. Why not try it again at this point? Weap is just, he's in his bag right now playing this hero. So it's going to go into that second to last pick for Lotus as we look into what happens next for each team. Because Lotus, I mean, the only thing you're generally missing right now is some type of like lockdown, and that Mo and Krill is still here. So you round things out with the Mo and Krill pick, and you are a-okay with this composition. Atlas at the same time, like, you have your damage in terms of the Yamato and the Calico. You have your lockdown between the Lash and the Paradox. Even for the Abrams, that shoulder charge is going to be big. You could layer that down with an Infernus pick of your own if you'd like to towards the end, or maybe even a 7 is what you grab to try to use those the electricity to take away the turrets from Weap, kind of knock them down a peg. But it's going to be the Ivy. The extra support there is something that Atlas surely were missing back in game number 1. We saw it a lot in terms of how long the fights were lasting as a team, is that they were missing that extra little bit of sustain there. So the Stoneform's going to be good. Having that Covenant's going to be good. Katsu Bombs just for a little AoE damage within it too. You can never go wrong with that. And a little CC off the airdrops. Lotus going to go for the Mo and Krill as expected. And both these teams have put together a pretty dang good team comp here in game 2.
Yeah, I'm surprised Mo and Krill went all the way to the end. It also makes me wonder where things are going. We've seen Caffeine play Paradox and Viscous, kind of. I'm wondering if now, as the playmaker in those roles, is this a Caffeine Sinclair? Because we've seen a little bit of that, a little bit more of like the supporty players going that way, which would mean that Nakaman would be on the Mo and Krill and Weap on the McGinnis, but Nakaman's also played the Sinclair. And so maybe Mo and Krill is a little more fitting for Caffeine to play here because there is no Viscous and there is no Paradox for this Lotus
because
squad.
like, you've given the Sinclair a field of things to grab. Shadow Transformation, Death Slam, Paradoxical Swap. 3 great abilities for the Sinclair to use in these team fights. And that is going to be scary for Atlas. They didn't even need to worry about this Warden because the Sinclair pick alone is scary enough. And not even that, it's like, now I'm kind of thinking a little bit deeper into this McGinnis, and like you look at the pocket, and the big issue that I've been kind of looking at pocket is that, like, once you go in, the only thing that gets you out is your cloak, and if you don't have your cloak, you're a sitting duck. Now with the McGinnis, you throw the wall in there as well, and suddenly you're just a little bit extra safe in these fights.
Yeah, will take a little extra coordination. Speaking of walls, Drake already caught on the wrong side of one, and that McGinnis just getting to work right away. I also like the idea that Sinclair can maybe grab the airdrop and then give you another way to get Nayron on this pocket involved in the fight without having to Majestic Leap in, right? Save that for later without having to Satchel in or even Warp Stone in. There's worlds where Sinclair can kind of be that delivery tool. Speaking of, Sinclair going to be laning against that Ivy. It's a Sinclair Mirage lane here in the far right against an Ivy Lash, which Stone Form Ground Strike, a good bit of burst damage. Sinclair and Mirage are, you know, top 4 picks of the tournament so far. As mid lane continues, Waldo, good damage. Additional Spectre, no way! Keeping Weap alive. The McGinnis survived.
Wait. Oh, yeah, you're gone. You're out of there. So yeah, that is a successful life there from Weap, who was in some serious danger. Yeah, I mean, one thing that I will say is for this lane over towards the right between the Lash and the Ivy is that, like, Ivy earlier on, and I regard the Ivy to have some pretty solid base gun stats right off the bat in comparison. Just like when you look at the fire rate and you look at the amount of damage that he could do or that she could do to the Guardians. So in the old sense that Ivy can be scary in terms of that base gun stats. It's just like you said, it's unfortunate that you're going up against 2 heroes that have been at the top of the list all week long.
Yeah, the Ivy, I think it was 30 plus bullets kind of off the rip. And so you can't really just pepper shots down range. Yamato snuck out into the left lane now for Blob. Going to be working with OBT, who's
There's the old man.
get under pressure. It's been a minute since we've seen the OBT Abrams, but we've seen some glimpses of brilliance when we do get it. Another pressure wall here. Time wall going to help facilitate some of the space. Unfortunately, Nayron just can slide right past us to Waldo. Not as safe as they thought. In this mid lane, not quite as strong as they thought, with Waldo backing it with Break on a different pick.
Four minutes in, and it's a 3K gap between these two teams. Look at this Guardian damage. Already, we have to bring that down to half, it looks like. Yeah, it seems like that too. Break's going to be stunned up, and I'm also going to be thrown down for a little bit of an escape between the two of them. Over into the left side, it's an early disarm going to be used from Kofi, and so back up off that. Well, that 40-second cooldown is going to have to charge on up again. Charge shot going to do a lot there. Shoulder charge, though, as Kofi's going to be caught out of position. Scorn for a little bit extra help, but the seismic slam from OBT finishes the job alongside Blob. So Kofi a little bit over egregious in that sense. Trax goes down as well.
Yeah, Nayron cut down in the mid lane. Something to note for the McGinnis, it's a mid lane McGinnis now, which looks going to be a little different. You'll be able to keep Nayron in the mid lane alone if you guys actually win the mid lane and take the Guardian, but it's not like a side lane where you are probably feel a little safer being solo, being able to push up and solo farming. So we'll have to keep an eye on, you know, what Nayron and Weap look to do, or what Lotus look to do once they do have this mid lane opened up. That Guardian is down to 20% health, maybe right there. One good push away from
one good spectral
really
wall
away.
Really.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not even like a fight. You just have to block them off.
Yeah, the wave going. And the Calico Paradox, not that they don't have bad clear, but once you toss out the grenade,
here
the
it
bloom
is.
bomb, like, yeah, there's just no way to stop the creep from pushing up. The walls go out. Time wall doesn't even slow things down. The head was speaking over, but they want the kill in response. They'll give up the OBJ if it means they can find something on the back end. Nayron forced back. That Spirit still on top, but the health was
But like,
a little
it's
too low.
hardly even a trade at that point. Like, a Guardian for an early lane death is something that Weap is going to be happy with 10 days of the week. There's not even 10 days in the week.
All 10 days of the week, he's happy with that. I agree.
Yeah, so finally coming up on that Death Slam too. It was a little late to get it going, but potential to see something work out of Captain over towards his right lane alongside Drax's Ivy, but neither one of them have been able to get things going between Nakaman and Skipovich laying down the law over there. Good grab from Kofi, and as you have to help here for the guy that Owl not needed. Blob's already dead. You walk in there. OBT gets parried late and scorned. And here's another Guardian for Lotus too. Second parry comes through, and second Guardian goes down.
Now, still close game. 4,000 souls the lead for Lotus, but they've got themselves a flex slot, so that's going to open things up in way of itemization. We've seen the McGinnis now twice, and it might be a little too early to have this conversation, but do you think that this is something Paravision are looking at and maybe giving some respect to after seeing what we have to do on it?
I think that he's doing exactly what he needs to do on this.
Minus that. Minus what we just saw. Same with Skipovich.
Yeah, but like,
Skipovich has been pretty
like,
good.
how can you even like think that like that is a good trade if you're like Atlas at that point? Is that you are working with scraps in kills. So you're down 1k souls, but you got nowhere to spend them. Where like Lotus are like farming up, they're getting these Guardians, and like you look at the damage to Guardians across for this Atlas team, they hardly touch the outer lanes.
I got us covered.
Yeah, basically everything. I mean, even the mid lane is still over 50% health, and we've seen Guardians go down as early as 3-4 minutes. Like that 3-4 minute mark is one of the earliest we've seen. So for it to be the 8-minute mark, and these Guardians still be a little out of reach for Atlas, I think they're going to be putting a lot of onus on trying to find an appropriate team fight. And Blob needs to be alive for that. Shadow Transformation also, you want to have that up for that, but he'll use it here to try and survive. Feeling Nova used, and we have is now gone. So Lotus on the receiving end of the first kill here. They're going to slow Blob down for just a second, and they won't follow up, right? Take your wins, cut your losses, don't give up too much in response, because again, you can't afford to invest too much. OBT used the seismic impact, and the urn is about to spawn, right? The buffs are about to spawn. That's a big ultimate to have out of the fight.
Well, here you can see a little bit of a jungle route going through Atlas's side. OBT is going to recognize this, and he should be able to communicate this to the rest of the team that there are some players overextended, but Skipovich and Break just melts in that HP column. Drax is going to have to get away. Doesn't even grab his teammates, so just leaves Rex to try. Paradox will swap, and back we go. Ring around the rosy for Waldo. And it doesn't help that Kofi was there to grab him too.
Yeah, gets krilled right out of the swap to safety. Back through the wall twice too for knock him in there, but no harm, no foul again. Ultimate's down for this next urn fight for Atlas. We'll see how much they invest into it. Knockman already posted up and has that participation back available for what should be the skirmishes for these buffs. Blob first to act. Out comes the Rabbit though. Big death slam onto 3. What more can they get?
Oh, it's so big.
Strike on the back end. Captain getting heaps of damage off the top of that buff bridge.
Oh, Neyron's going to try still for this play. Goes in with the Affliction. It's going to bring Blob extremely low, but off that Shadow Transformation was just able to stay up. Healing right. Actually not going to be there. Neyron still makes it through, so goes back in for the Flying Cloak. Into Captain as well. Satchel's going to blow up the Lash. 10 minutes and 30 seconds into this game. We got an urn run getting ready to go. OBT is going to scoop it up and head back to their side, but the Guided Owl is going to drop it on the ground, not allowing OBT to actually run this urn fully. So you're still fighting for it. You're still getting this one going, and now the combo coming through from Kofi and looking to turn the rest of this fight in favor of Atlas.
And break low. dashing around on the Calico, does make it out alive, and Neyron falls.
Urn's
but
grabbed.
The
They're
Urn,
going.
yeah, is in the wrong hands if you're Atlas. Hoping just picking that one up and running with it. And nobody's really looking to chase, right? The Paradox is kind of sneaking away. Waldo doesn't want to invest too much. They're getting pushed in. Skipovich is pressuring Ivy. And Trax underneath the Walker there. The Urn does finally get put down. Kofi not feeling too safe. He pushed in here with this one. OBT's also in the fight. Won't have the ultimate available, but that's still a big blue wrecking ball with that shoulder charge.
That Carbine up top, 34 seconds off the paradoxical swap, so it's not available for Waldo to go scoop anybody up. Pyro in the midst of things, chipping away with this great talent pick, knock him in alongside them, just dealing the utmost damage to Atlas in general. 3 kills down. As the last 3 remaining, good to see if they can salvage anything on this escape. Make sure these walkers aren't getting damaged up in the midst of this loss. And 3 players of Lotus actually going to be grouping up on the right side of the map. It's a 3v2 over there.
Darling, you don't.
It isn't. Lotus not only ahead in souls, but ability point as well, having not only that Urn, but 2 more Guardians down. Skipovich.
Death Slam.
Sneaks away.
Doesn't
Good tornado.
hit.
Yeah, Death Slam used. And Skipovich, just where do you go from here, though? He's going to try to take to the rooftop, but could eventually go down. Atlas,
one.
yeah, and they're investing a lot into this. Meanwhile, their mid lane is just being attacked. Weap is there. Kofi falls. They don't even get the kill they were looking for anymore.
I guarantee you he was hiding in the closet right there, just behind the veil. That's where I would go. In that sense, Skipovich going to be able to get back to spawn using just some solid movement there. Captain going to be shot down. Trades now for Atlas, and in terms of souls, yeah, they are neck and neck against Atlas. And now that that second Guardian has gone down on Lotus's side, like they've opened up the flex slot. Suddenly things are looking a lot better for this team.
Trax is also keeping up on this Ivy in terms of the soul allocation. It's only Captain who's really falling behind, which lets us know that we're eventually just going to see kind of this alt bot out of the Lash. But, you know, having 12,000 souls, being up there with the squad, like you start to lean a little heavier towards Gun Ivy as Trax gets kill onto Weap. Nakamanya needed sneaks away thanks to the assistance that's possible.
Just in general, this is a lot better from Atlas in terms of composition and the way that they're playing it. And yeah, their lanes weren't that good, but this game isn't about laning, really. I mean, it is, but it isn't. Like, you can come ahead in the lanes and still struggle when it comes down to what happens next in the macro. And Atlas doing a lot better than they were before in the sense of just trying to maintain wave control and find their timings through the jungles, not really allowing Lotus to walk through jungles unchecked. Waldo's gonna go down, but you got a walker for that. So like that is a huge push coming through from Atlas to now actually flip this around to get 2 flex slots open.
Blob keeping the rest of Lotus busy. Yeah, there was just no response to that top left walker for way too long from Lotus. I think, you know, Weap being dead would be the one to hang on to that lane, but had to respawn and come out. The Traveler was also used to try and hang on to that one, and they end up losing it. So Atlas, for the first time this game, have got a very slight full lead, and I would imagine the AP is looking just about the same because they're up a walker, but only down an Urn. Now they have another Urn to pay attention to as Weap starts to run this one across the map. Teleport being used tells me OBT with an ultimate on the Abrams wants to make sure that they can take a stand against this turn in here.
Man, I mean, they've been taking a stand in general. This is the best we've seen it for Atlas, attempting to put a 1 in that map win column and get rid of that donut that's just been looming over you for days now. As Weap's going to pull the urn all the way back to spawn. This is a team fight through mid, and Chase is coming through from Blob, but he's not going to get there in time. He has to turn around and see if he can help things out. Cold Front going to be dropped down into the combo as he's scooped up and taken away. Still, eventually, Kofi's going to go down. Death Slam is going to set things up for a little bit extra as well. Knock him in, caught in the midst of things. Seismic Slam now, hunting for that cloak. As he's going to skate back over towards the Walker, you can see that Atlas putting something of a win together in a team fight, and this looks good.
Yeah, Pyro putting big damage onto OBT means he's got to leave the fight. Can't be that front line any longer. And although Lotus lose in terms of the skirmish, they're still winning in terms of the urn, right? They hang on to this urn. They haven't given that one up, which after you win a fight, you want to get something if you're Atlas. So now they need to try and, change their direction. But if they leave this left side of the map, they're going to give up that urn secure, and we have going for it right now. Up 9. We have almost died. He had to leave. Drake and Blob, the dynamic duo that were playing in the mid lane once before, get erased. And Atlas tried to enter the turn-in. And there was no leg to stand on. Their front line immediately gets taken down.
Atlas, man, you were doing so good for so long, and it's just a lapse of judgment there.
Pulse grenade out.
Lotus disassemble you. And this is where we can see things start to snowball for sure. Suddenly, those lanes are a little bit open to push in. Fortunately enough, I will say Waldo has been doing a fantastic job at wave control towards the outside. Lotus are going to take this opportunity to go for the Temple Guardian, but they haven't made any moves over towards these walkers. You're going to get eyes on here from Vraic. Surely you're walking into a Spectre Wall and a Rabbit Hex, so you don't want to drop down. Lotus are going to get the Rejuvenator, and immediately it looks like they're going for any sort of wave denial they can. But fortunately enough for Atlas, I will say, you lose the Rejuve, you lose the Temple Guardian, you're down 9k souls in general, Tanner. But you haven't lost a Walker, so those souls are going nowhere at the moment.
Yeah, the Rejuvenator feels good, just like finding a free kill onto OBT does. Drake also maybe pick this neck out too far. Opin doesn't have the combo, but might continue to chase this one just to get another player off the board. Like
you don't need to fight this. You don't need to fight this at all. It's wave clear. Continuous wave clear over and over again. Burn this Rejuvenator as long as you possibly can until you desperately need to contest a team fight.
That is a little unfortunate. The Yamato not going to get great clear. So 3 players posted up, banging down the Walker, and
they're going to TP over towards the right side. Okay, they could have TP'd over towards the left side, but instead, they're just going to back off to mid.
Nice little around the world run. And Blob also went to go drop that far right lane, so they know that Yamato is not going to be in this fight immediately. Death Slam, Seismic Impact, both available. Hey, Atlas looks to pull the trigger, looking to get into it. Here comes the Death Slam. It catches Momo and Krill, taking to the skies, though, is Pyro, and he's looking to get all the damage out. Blob wants to rip him out of it. Shadow Transformation on, and the Yamato damage is just too much, and if you blink, you missed it. Lotus fall on their butt as 3 players go down. Blob wants to try and fight more. Nayron down in the tunnels, and they're just about healthy both ways, but Blob gonna eat the affliction and want to walk away from it. A team fight without an affliction feels awful there for Lotos.
Trax goes down, trade onto Nair, and everything here is just kind of Atlas peeling away the mask that is this early rejuve that they're able to find. Knockman's going to be able to pick up the rest of them, and while this is happening, Skipovich is chipping away at that left lane. Walker should just finish it off. Yeah, he will. Weap's going to take up the middle one. And in that moment, in that brief moment, we were looking at this Atlas team not only keeping up, but staying ahead in terms of the objective. that lone urn contest that they were going for has shaken things. It sent a ripple effect across this whole game where Lotus are deeply en route to potentially look for a win.
You know, the Souls not as even, right? Slowly growing more in favor of Lotus as they just continue to kind of pick up these kills on the side. Airdrop stolen, OBT, not long for this world. Look at the soul allocation for Atlas. It feels just a little too spread out. You mentioned it earlier, Waldo in the side lane on the Paradox was holding onto the side lane, but wouldn't you rather have 5 less 1,000 souls on your Paradox and onto your Yamato or onto your Calico? Like, it just feels like the wrong people are getting the souls. They're just sharing too much.
Yeah, with these issues, it has just continued to snowball out of proportion. Another 4 go down for Atlas simultaneously leading into... Weap can march in here for a little bit of shrine damage. Not going to be able to get it done. Frank actually does a good job together to take down Weap. It's going to force away these remaining members of Lotus. Urn's going to be picked up by Nakamin, and you could rotate it, or you could just, you know, hold on to it for a little bit.
It is a deeper Urn. It is still a relatively close goal lead. It looks like Lotus not trying to do too much with the lead that they have. And I mean, a win for them is denying this Urn to make sure that Atlas don't get it to get back in the game.
And like, where do you come back now? I mean, actually take a look at where these souls are kind of spread out, and the fact that everybody on Atlas are in and around the same realm of souls means that like these team fights are doable if you just allocate abilities where you need to and use them properly with these cooldowns. But getting caught out like this is going to help whatsoever for Waldo. He's going to be paradoxical swapped. Well, he does the swapping, but instead it's just going to put him in a compromised position. A little Hail Mary there, but numbers down now. Atlas need to start thinking about these team fights a little bit better in ways that they're going to contest it. So here it is. One good chance here for the Death Slam. He's going to pick up 2. And down we go. Nakamin's going to Death Slam on his own side. And it looks like the Urn hasn't get pushed in, but this is going to be a massive team fight for Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, Captain forced back to the base. The Urn's been reset. They're looking to go pick that up. Greg wants to try and deny that. While he does that, however, and he does get the Urn, what do you do with it? Oh, through the wall, Trax goes down. Like, Greg went and grabbed the Urn, sure. He's running it the wrong way, and his team died, and his base is getting knocked down right behind it. Waldo has 24,000 souls. This Paradox is hard to kill, but again, you would just love to have those souls on somebody else that can get the damage out in a flash. And being tanky has not been enough. Swap after swap, Waldo hasn't quite found an angle. And as that patron now takes some fire, Atlas seemingly can't quite find a win. This one getting further and further away from them, and this is their last shot at it.
The Slam. Not sure what it catches, but instead you can see that a couple of these members from Atlas leaving their own spawn to chase. OBT trying to catch a few of these members, see if you can eliminate any on the exit. You do find Nakamin. Here's the Temple Guardian. You find these kills. Urn is up as well. It's a 46-second cooldown on Nakamin coming back, and if you got Pyro there, that could have surely been a confident Urn run, but without any wave control, you don't have any easy access to this Urn in comparison to Kofi, who could just go pick this one up and return back to base.
And this is where can be delicate.
This is
Atlas actually
bold.
going for the mid
This is
spot.
so bold.
Is very bold. Weap's not close though. Oh, and they don't finish it. Oh, yes, they do finish it. They know that players are in the vicinity.
Yep,
and they
slam.
call it down. They force the fight, and you don't have Death Slam any longer. Captain's gone. Seismic Impact maybe
They
going
get
to do
it.
something. Atlas secure the rejuve. The OBT's Death Timer will only be half, but what more can you get?
Do you stay
We
alive? You have to get out.
Aldo falls. Yeah, you have to try and survive. It doesn't look like.
Oh, they're doing something,
Maybe?
though. They're doing
Break
something here.
low. He's on his last legs and he's still making it work. Blob is so healthy. Blob can keep chasing.
Rob's trying to carry his team to the next level right now. As you see, Kofi is outliving any of the damage thrown at him. Big Scorn to just sustain some more damage. See if you can finesse a little bit longer. Nakaman's going to pick up this urn, but with some players respawning, and look at the cooldowns for Lotus. 4 players off the respawn. All you can do with this urn is realistically pull it back to your base. And Atlas, this is your chance to climb back into this game. An 8k soul difference. You get these walkers. You get the flex slots open. This isn't done just yet.
What? Blob, how is that even possible? Tries to follow Nayron. They get another late kill onto Kofi, which just splits these death timers a little longer. Now you have, you know, less worry about what the small and
Get the walker, get out. This is what you do.
Pushes. And yeah, OBT's got to get going after this one inside the teleporter. Pyro tries to cut down some of the health bars, gets ripped out of the sky though, and trades just about the same amount of damage onto Captain, who's really
perfect.
starting to come online
This
with
is
26k.
so perfect. You all can just return. All 6 players live from that one, and you still have the rejuve. So this is like buffed up minions, super minions that are going to be pushing into your base guardians, forcing the attention of some members of Lotus to stick around and deal with them. And Urn is going to be neutral. You don't have to walk into their side. They don't have to walk into your side. You can still maintain jungle control and fight this one as a full 6. You thought for a second Lotus like just had this one in the bag with the way that they were pushing into base for these shrines, but think again. Atlas just make the heroic play, the Hail Mary Temple Guardian. And then Blob is the one to really stake it home.
What a different look at the Hail Mary, too, right? The Hail Marys we've seen is the winning team going for what they think is a secure rejuvenator, and the losing team going for the steal. No, Atlas took matters into their own hands to make sure that they could get that rejuve, and we're in it to secure it. Now, the urn is still just floundering around the map, and Lotus want to keep it that way because this is an incredibly close game. It does mean that Nakaman is out of whatever fight that may come to fruition. And Atlas now have to push the base, right? What do we do? If they're going to stall this out, where can we make the play? And it gets hard because base guardians are really your next objective, if not just back away and farm the alley.
Like this is like we were asking, like, where does the comeback start? And it's just like low main versus one win. It starts with the rejuve. Now for the urn fight, this is step 2 in this climb back up.
No. No. Disconnect.
At the worst time. At the literal worst time. This is like, it couldn't have been more of a tease here.
And it was Pyro that called the timeout and then disconnected. So there must have been a frames issue, a volume issue, whatever it is. We're right back into the action. Out from the bunny swarm comes OBT, ult already used, and Drake's taken so incredibly low. Will survive from now in the shadows. This Blob pops the shadow transformation himself to try and stay alive here in this fight. Look at the health bar, Timor. They're damaged, but they're not out just yet. Kofi goes down. Lodos on the losing end of this fight as Blob will set his eyes on the urn.
This is
A
the
risky
TSM turning
one,
point. I
but
mean,
they
like,
got it.
Urn goes in, finishing things up. Blob with the team on his back right now.
Wow.
And Lash is back, baby. Lash is so back.
Don't like being exposed.
I don't want to hear anything else other than that is a fact. What we saw yesterday, what we see today, And Lotus, you got away with it in game number 1 using this McGinnis, but I'm not sure about that Tanner. This time it's seeming like a little bit of a hindrance.
It definitely doesn't have the same You've also got a Neyron pocket with 41,000 souls.
It's happening.
That is just so far from being safe in any of these team fights because of what's available to Atlas. Neyron cannot just go in freely. He has to be so smart. He has to be perfect to get all of the value that the pocket can bring. So the base is opened up, the patron has been reset, and Atlas is on the precipice of finding their first win, but they still have road ahead of them. It's not over yet.
4 days, 14 maps, 13 losses. A whole lot of negatives here pointing towards Atlas, but when they wanted a little bit of something to take home, when they really needed the team, Blob said, hold my adult beverage. Let's get it going.
They do need to be careful. 35 seconds. Lotus on a power play here. Blob, shadow transformation and needs to get going. He's so low. Big death slam. They'll throw him right where they want to be. The alchemical fire is down and the damage is coming through, but Captain will be traded. OBT is still looking at a gray screen for the next 20 seconds. So this is not even. Lotus a player ahead as the guided owl looks to back the players off of these base guardians. Opened up now.
Temple Guardian.
The front doors of this Atlas base, and yeah, mid boss is up. They go for it.
Oh no, they're backing up. They're pushing. They're pushing as long as they can. Right here, they're gonna get the last patron. It's gonna give a chance actually with OBT back up now. So you back up. It's a 5-on-6. It's actually a 5-on-5 that Kofi is down, and you don't have the combo. You don't have the death slam, but you have the seismic slam into this one. You have the paradoxical swap, and they're gonna fight for this.
Yeah, they're bringing the fight right through them. On the way out, they get caught by the airdrop and by the seismic impact by OBT. So the chase is good out of the base, and this could be it. That's 60 seconds.
Don't make the same mistake.
And the patron is reset. They need to just go and end.
Don't make the same mistake here. Just go for the cleanup on the kills. Get that Temple Guardian, secure it, because if you do go for the base finish and you don't get it, you're looking at the same thing the other way, but they're going to go for the end. They see it here. 60 seconds on a few of these players. Now, they could go in. There's no chance to backdoor even. Kofi's going to leave the base, leave it open for Atlas to get it done. 4 days in. It took them 14 maps. But Atlas, they don't go quietly into the night. They're going to take a map win. And they put a 1 in that column. They take away from Lotus what they needed so desperately today.
Wow, Atlas gets the dub, man. And in a game where it was looking pretty doom and gloom for a little bit, it seemed like, again, I kept talking about the allocation of souls. Eventually, it all came together. Eventually, Blob got to where Blob needed to be, but I was so worried that your Ivy was so farmed, that your Paradox was so farmed, and Blob really wasn't giving us all that Blob could give us. But eventually, as the game goes on, man, and
I'm watching
in
this
such
back.
a close same, I've got it pulled up too. I'm watching it as well just to see the end here. But as the game played out and as the game grew longer, Atlas were chasing 10,000 souls roughly this whole game, but they got to a point where they were ahead in flex slots, and Lotus eventually turned that around pretty quickly.
There was this moment when Lotus backed up in that last team fight, go for it, and then they're like, no, let's push for patron, and then get the tier 1 done. They had a little bit of a timing where, you didn't have that tier 1 gone, but you had a big kill onto a Lash, and you still had, I think it was OBT still respawning. It would have been a good moment to just go for the Temple Guardian instead of overreaching back into the base. And, after all your abilities are on cooldown again, and giving that chance for Atlas to really fight back out of that base. You find a couple of kills on the exit, and like that was it. That was that moment when you had that like that second hesitation to be like, no, we have to get this tier 1 patron. We need this one to finish right now. It's that little lapse of judgment there for Lotus that I think really costed it, instead of just respecting the fact that like the base is done. That moment was over. Like, we have to get out, make sure we play our lives.
Yeah, it does sting, and I see the idea behind the importance of the tier 1 patron, just because if you get that and then win the next fight, the game is over for sure. If you don't get that and you win the next fight, then you down the patron, respawns are cut in half, and the game might not be over. And this was a very close game. So yeah, Lotus just trying to take something, but as you mentioned, it was really only Trax at the end who was shooting at the tier 1 patron from downtown, and his team just got caught as they were trying to leave. So Lotus kind of letting that one slip away. They had themselves, the last urn fight, this urn fight here, where Blob eventually secures the urn, and OBT is in there almost immediately with the airdrop right behind it. A huge turning point when this team that is 30,000 souls apiece could actually be together in this huge 6 versus 6 team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it all started, I'd say, for like the whole downward trend of Atlas, and like you saw that Lotus wins that second urn fight. You started to see Weap was getting a little fed in terms of getting some objective damage, getting those walkers pushing into it, and then all of a sudden, in the flip of a switch, just out of nowhere, Atlas is like, if we are going to come back from this game, let's do something obscure. Let's be the ones to force a Guardian, or force a Temple Guardian fight. And down in the pits of the mid-boss, somehow you don't even get it with the Death Slam, because Captain goes down early. Vrick secures the Rejuvenator. Blob goes absolutely nuclear down low and secures everything that you need to start the campaign back into this game. Just look at the stats. Look at the stats alone. Say that this should not have been an Atlas victory. Lotus had it from the get-go. 67.9 thousand damage on players from Neyron on this pocket. 13 kills, 11 assists. You had Weap, who was just farming objective, getting the healing done. 21 assists alongside Kofi in that at the same stance. I think if this alone doesn't show you that kills don't mean wins, kills don't equal wins.
Yeah, skins equal wins.
Well, skins don't equal wins as all. They don't have that anymore. Christmas is over. We're past that here for Deadlock. But it just shows that when you're in that moment, Tanner, and you are finding the kills where it matters, you win the fights that matters, you play the OBJ, you win and get those crucial things that can bring you back into this game or just put you over that hurdle without souls. It makes so much of a difference there. That Rejuvenator was everything to bring Atlas back into this game. So congratulations, Atlas. 1 in 13. I mean, it's not the best. It's not the sexiest scoreline that you could get, but like, at least it's not 0 in 14.
Very true. Hey, a win for the good guys. Atlas get one on their way out. We will be saying bidding farewell to them, as that was their last game of the day. The last game of the stages here. Lotos still have to keep going. They've got Paravision just around the corner. We're going to hop away for a short break. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Breakdown.
Don't stop.
Seymour, we have come to the end of the road for you and I. We've got one more series ahead of us. Lodos licking their wounds after giving up that game to Atlas, and now they stare up. It's that meme of like the Dark Souls boss, Paravision, the undefeated Paravision stands in Lodos's way of finding another win before their exit here in the tournament.
It's like you and I right now. He's like, you gotta look up to me, and I stare down at you in the
It's
box.
because I'm 6'11 and you're 6'2, and so you're still a respectable height, but
I'm the tall one right now. Look at the way that we are on this caster booth. I'm
Right.
the one that sits here. Let me sit up. I'm the one that sits
Yeah,
above you right now.
your camera is the Apple box of remote broadcast right now.
And I don't
what's
even
happening.
understand that saying. I really don't.
The Apple box, the short person stands on the Apple box and like a LAN broadcast to beat.
Oh, I was thinking like the brand. I was like, what does that even mean? I've never even heard of that in the whole sense.
What is an
No.
Apple box?
Oh,
No.
I am not your Mr. X right now. You are mine. You are mine. So we get to ourselves a little chance here to go into this game, and I will say that we've had our fun for Lotus. But
Yeah.
I think it's time to retire the McGinnis from these games, from these matches.
Yeah, or maybe pair it with something like we saw previously, right? McGinnis in the mid lane with the pocket. Sure, the pocket got a lot of souls, but it wasn't the same value that Skipovic found in the side lane, right? They pushed that side lane. They left the Infernus all alone. The Infernus ended up not necessarily running away with the game and all of the team fights, but in way of objectives, yes. So now we'll see if anything changes on the side of Lodos. And a Mo and Krill ban from Paravision off the rip, maybe. I mean, that's either forcing a Weap Lash or a Weap McGinnis, because outside of Lash and McGinnis and Mo, I mean, those are the three things that we've seen Weap play. So they might be forcing the McGinnis with that ban.
Yeah, they might be trying to take away here if you're Paravision, which is not surprising because even yesterday when we were watching them play Thanos, like Paravision are very capable at targeting you, at what is going to topple your composition, what is going to make you stress. I mean, you saw that instantly with the Yamato bans against Xeno, like just forcing Thanos into an uncomfortable composition. And now you get to see where Lotus are going to kind of work around this one. They go for the Paradox right away, which is good because all things considered, I don't know why they weren't doing it before. Waldo looks great with the Paradox.
Sorry, I just saw the Grey Talon for together and
Dude.
all right, didn't mean to derail you there, but that's pretty scary to give that up.
Yeah, it is going to be a scary one for sure. There's options, though, for together even beside this one. I mean, we've seen him pop off with the Shiv. We've seen him pop off with the Grey Talon. Yeah, that is scary to see. It hasn't been like the make or break for teams today, but for this Paravision team, who is the complete opposite of Atlas, instead of being winless, they're lossless. So like they haven't found a team that has actually beaten them. And Lotus is going to have to really kind of break through their ceiling of skill if they want to be that team.
And as we progress, Sinclair pickup from Lodos, possibly see that in the hands of Nakaman. Yamato also picked up. I mean, we saw just how strong the Yamato can be. That was on the opposite side. So maybe Lodo's saying, all right, let's see what this is all about. In doing so, they do give up the Lady Geist and the Mirage, that first pick Mirage next to the Great Town. That is 3 really strong damage picks. And now Paravision, as much as they've taken away some of the beef before, they're doing it again. Mark away that Warden. Lodos looking to ban here. Maybe the Lash. I can see a Kelvin ban quite possibly, right? What are the picks that Paravision are looking to do here where they need some sort of playmaking between Lash and Bebop?
You still
That's
have like
kind of where you
Vindicta
stand.
available for Paravision if you want to
True.
put Prestus over towards that Vindicta where we see him play it again and again. But they have the Lady Geist, which makes me think that it's going to be Prestus going for the Lady Geist. Together, going to be playing this Grey Talon. Then maybe you look towards Wolfie in picking up some sort of carry like a Calico, which Wolfie has been playing.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. But then it kind of makes me think, is like, then where is the Mirage gonna go right now? I'm not really worried for seeing like no lockdown or no real serious lockdown for Paravision at this moment, because like you're looking for the playmaker of, you could even give Lash over towards Saf if you really need to, the way that he was playing it yesterday. So still opportunity for Paravision now that we're getting into the second phases of bans. It's going to be Lotus eliminating the Shiv. So they get that Yamato for the last pick in their trio. Paravision going into this one. I wouldn't mind seeing them just go for the Lash right away. Saf yesterday on that Lash was disgusting, but they're going to give Litz the Kelvin. And then probably Lotus is going to go into something of, okay, the Infernus right away. And maybe the Abrams here. I wouldn't hate to see that either.
Yeah, I think could also look to take the Lash for themselves. McGinnis is looking a little more digestible again with that Infernus. That was a strong lane. We could possibly see that in the side lanes again to just try and allow Skifovic to have as much impact as he did in game 1. And your McGinnis probably doesn't need to be picked right now, right? You can save that to the last pick and try and take away something.
I want to put like an
little
asterisk on that too, because it's like Skifovic was able to go ahead because nobody was contesting him. The level that Paravision is going to bring to this one is that if Skifovic is going to just go try to farm lane, that's where Prestus is just going to step up and say, I'm here. I'm the one that's going to do that. And that's where a lot of teams have been struggling against this Paravision team, is the amount of potential solo carries that Paravision do bring into the lobby with this Lady Geist and with this Mirage. Lotus going to steal away the Vindicta. So something to now think on Paravision's side is the Bebop is open, the Lash is open. 2 great picks that would be able to counter out this Vindicta pick immediately.
And we'll see if it comes that way. I'm looking at it now and I'm thinking, Prestus Mirage, maybe Wolfie Lady Geist. Wolfie has played the Lady Geist, so has Saf. Saf has also played the Lady Geist, and both of those players have flexed the Lash. So there is still a great possibility that that Lash comes on through, blitz on the Kelvin, and okay, not needing a Lash, they're going to go for the Abrams shoulder charge, have somebody a little bit beefy in lane, nice and early, and then that Bebop comes on through, and that really puts the onus on the Vindicta to be smart as she flies around the skies.
So here we can get like a Bebop, Grey Talon. We could get the Abrams in with maybe the Mirage, and then Lady Geist with the Kelvin for some lanes on Paravision. Lotus waiting to see what their last pick is going to be, but and again, you now have to keep this Lady Vindicta a little bit safer. Warden's not going to be available. You don't really have many options to gonna go for. I feel like there's something that
Lash only?
I think like that is the one thing that we've been seeing consistently through these games that would be the only answer to really any of the pressure that you're getting. Maybe a Viscous, but it's going to be the Calico that's going to be picked up, which I don't hate the Calico, but again, it feels like you're missing anything to really counter out the pressure that Paravision is going to bring to you with this Bebop, Abrams, Ladygeist, and Mirage. Like, it's just, they're freeing up so much space for Grey Talon to have free reign in those skies.
I'm confused. Is this a Weap Vindicta? Maybe Pyro getting off the Warden and the Shiv here in this one because they're both banned away, playing the Calico. Skifovic, I'm assuming, is going to be playing the Infernus. Neyron on the Yamato. Sinclair going over to Nakamin. Kofin on the Paradox. And that would leave Weap to Vindicta?
Is where my brain would go for it, which kind of leads me to believe that even they didn't really know where they were going with this one, because we have been playing the Lash. So I'm surprised they didn't end up going for it. Like, outside of playing that McGinnis, the Lash is kind of what we saw from Weap yesterday. So going in for this Vindicta Calico towards the end kind of leaves a lot open for Paravision to just walk them down in certain lanes. And I think adding into the mix that you have this Kelvin as well to contest that height that Vindicta is going to be looking to control. Lotus are putting a lot of pressure here on this Infernus and this Yamato to really do enough to keep Paravision back in terms of damage. And then Calico is going to have to clean up whatever is left. Paradox will swap onto this Grey Talon just to put them out of position. And Sinclair is going to be looking to what ultimate does the Sinclair grab? Because, like, yeah, you get the Frozen Shelter, you can get the Slam. Sometimes I see the Soul Exchange happen, but I'm not really a big fan of seeing the Soul Exchange from Sinclair, because oftentimes when you get Soul Exchange as Sinclair, you're just Soul Exchanged back. You're the one who does it first, and it just cancels out in that same side. So you just go for the Guided Owl as well from the Grey Talon. There's not many options. Paravision have done a pretty good job at limiting what the Sinclair can grab. That's going to have some true impact to these fights.
And when I look at the lanes, I'm wondering, because obviously Mirage, Ladygeist, very strong. But then that maybe, if this is what I'm thinking, Mirage, Ladygeist, Grey Talon, Kelvin, Abrams, Bebop. The Abrams, Bebop lane just can be bully after bully, especially if we're hitting the hooks, right? And we're assuming Taz Bebop, I think, here, and Taz hits the hooks. That's what Taz does. When Taz plays the Holidays, he hits the lassos. When he plays the Bebop, he hits the hooks. So that playmaking is going to be available. And then a shoulder charge right behind that and a couple of heavy melees. You know, the first 8 minutes of the game, you're not really having a fun time. And then you can pair that Mirage and Ladygeist together. And then your Grey Talon Kelvin, I don't want to call it weak side, but you can let that be weak side-ish if, you know, you've got 2 of the 3 winning lanes. That's still going to feel good for Paravision.
I still think you'd put the Bebop with the Grey Talon here. I mean, just the hook into the charge shot is really good for the laning phase. And then you don't really want to pair the Abrams and the Kelvin together, so you'd separate those two and probably the Mirage and the Ladygeist for those outer lanes. I just think that the combo with the Bebop into the Grey Talon is really what you're looking at here. It's the same thing that we see with, like, the charge shot into the combo once you get that with the Mo and Krill. Or even, you know, with Vindicta paired with Abrams, it's just kind of like complementing each other in the abilities that you do have, in like the shoulder charge for the stake, and then you get the assassinate after all the punches that the Abrams throw are through. It's something that we've been seeing, like these lanes kind of evolving to really tee things up for these big hitting heroes in the laning phase to have that impact. And I think that Paravision, they have that synergy. It's Lotus that I'm kind of worried about here, because no matter where you turn to with this laning phases, especially in the early laning phase, it doesn't look like you're going to be at an advantage. I mean, maybe if you put Calico and Yamato together through mid, you might be able to continuously keep Grey Talon and Bebop under Guardian, keep them under farmed. But for somebody like Paravision, that's just not something that anybody's been able to do. So, like, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah. Kofi's got his work cut out for him, as the Paradox here in this one needs to be pretty perfect, because after a swap, there's nothing that keeps really anybody in place. and I don't even know what it is even looking like a desirable target, right? The Lady Geist wants to be in your face. The Mirage is not incredibly swappable either. Abrams, you're doing his job for him if you bring him into the squad like that. And then I guess Bebop, but there's no way Bebop's ever going to be close enough to get swapped and be put in a bad spot. You mentioned the Sinclair and the ultimates that are available. We've seen a lot of Sinclairs also steal that hyper beam. It's obviously huge in team fights, but it does a lot in just way of being able to maybe put Sinclair in a lane to try and match the Bebop and friends. And then you take the hyper beam and you just wave clear with it, and you just try and survive while your team is doing things elsewhere.
So they actually put the Bebop with the Lady Guys here. That's going to be really interesting in how the rest of these lanes really do match up for Paravision, but at the same time, it allows for you to have a little bit of a split attention in terms of where you're putting your power down, rather than just putting everything in the middle, spearheading through that objective and then separating. You have a whole lot of reach right now for Paravision. They put the Mirage and the Grey Talon together, and the Abrams, the Kelvin. I wasn't expecting Abrams and Kelvin to be paired together.
Me
That is
neither.
the utmost bunker composition.
And I'm wondering, where this synergy is. That's a nice start for Taz. I would imagine already landing hooks on the Bebop to secure first blood here in this one. But if you're tornadoing to allow for a charge shot, that means you're tornadoing aggressively. So where's the synergy in the Mirage Grey Talon outside of just damage, which is what Mirage is receiving on the opposite end? A healthy Calico, but Prestis is staying right in the face of the crazy cat lady.
Prestis is going to be an issue on this Mirage. Has been in the past, will be now. So the fact that you're putting it in towards this Calico Vindicta, it actually gives Lotus a chance to maybe put a leash on it for a little bit. As you can see, that Vindicta being a little bit of an issue, at least for Wolfie and Prestis in the meantime. You see here, a hook from Taz is actually going to pull you out from inside this small denizen camp. Lotus just looking to safely farm these waves, keep them away from their Guardian. And Taz is just happy to, hey, let me drop this bomb. Kobe.
Enjoy.
Mid lane still being pressured out. Nayron from the front foot alongside Weap. So it is that Weap Vindicta. I just gotta be a little careful. He's been able to survive so far, but low in HP. Meanwhile, on the outside, Sophine looking to get aggressive here. Still far away from the ult, so needs to be careful. Not really looking to put anybody out of position for Pyro. Try and punish and get some extra damage on. The Bebop Lady Geist lane far left is also finding some pressure for Paravision. It's actually the only lane finding pressure right now. Paravision, both mid and right lane being pushed under.
Yeah, Lotus doing actually a pretty decent job in terms of wave control for this laning phase. And it's something that we saw versus Atlas, in the last game, especially when you had Weap on this McGinnis and you were able to just section off the opponents from those Guardians. But you're even going to get killed there onto Prestis too, so that's going to further your attempts here through mid to get some Guardian damage down and see if you can get out to a quick lead here for Lotus. That's the important part, keeping ahead of this Paravision team to give you those chances in this matchup. And hopefully spread some love to the rest of the lanes when you are done that. So to see that's happening for both Nayron and Weap is something to actually look forward to between them.
Man, and just no opportunity for help there. Sophie just had to watch Pyro get absolutely deleted. There are answers though. So one lane going fully for Lotus. Slack being picked back up for Paravision, and Aaron able to sneak away into the shadows after finding that kill. So a good use of the ultimate to avoid taking any more damage. Just allows you to stay in the lane, right? Keep that pressure on, force Prestis underneath the Guardian, and maybe even find another kill. It's going deep now. Wolfie trying to find a kill on the skip of it. Ultimate now available, moving forward. The gun is on. Where's the
big.
swap?
Oh!
There. No, not needed. No swap needed.
Just a little love tap with the melee. It's a late one, but it's enough to show some serious affection. Big kill there from Wolfie. Stays alive, holds on to that soul exchange too, and you know, this gives you a second chance to use it another time. Paradox go swap onto Sap. Holds the Abrams under Guardian.
One
grenade,
frost
though.
grenade top and back.
I was gonna say that frost grenade is enough to bring him back into full form.
Gotta get him primed before I set the spot.
I mean, just look at like the small lead the Paravision has in terms of souls, but like in the game itself, I'm impressed by Lotus actually holding their own for these lanes.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that Pyro's taking a little longer to get started.
Fly true.
Struggling in the early game. That Yamato won't come online until a little bit later in the game, but they are finding these early solo kills, which, I mean, you would expect the undefeated Paravision to come into this series, and I think expectations would be win every lane, win every earn, right? Win every objective, and I mean, first game of the day, they're just getting into it. They definitely got to put up numbers against this Lotus squad because their challenge gets a little bit harder.
That's good transformation.
Oh yeah, great transformation from Pyro. Get that ult just in time. Swap underneath the Guardian. Kofi, though, taking a big left hook, a book to the face. That'll hurt. And, well, a very healthy Abrams means he can keep on chasing forward. Frost Grenade comes down 120 HP. Some way, somehow, Litz and Snap will walk out of that one A-OK.
And they just don't die. You look at Kofi, he was shoulder charged into the wall and immediately just lost all health. So you have to show respect to these two big, chunky men. Lotus, though, have a lot of pressure down this middle lane. You're going to lose that initial tower over towards the right side. Can they find this quick trade before these players from Paravision start to leave lane and reinforce where they're losing?
Not the life drain. Holy, almost completely turns that around on Nachman, who goes down either way. That guided out to second late. They did find a small weakness, right? Taz and Wolfie push this lane, and they want to leave Wolfie there to just because Lady Kaiser alone are able to send numbers, find the kill. So a good read from Lotus after losing their Guardian to get something back. Now, they lose it again on the opposite side, and here's a frozen shelter. Arctic Beam going to slow Pyro down, who once more struggling to get going. But the response, Nachman going to keep his team topped off on the inside.
Yeah, frozen shelter through. Pyro looking for a target. Take to the skies between the Abrams and the Calvin. They are long gone. It's just rushing through the fans. And back over towards this mid lane. This is where I was a little bit worried. You lose that Guardian, and now you can just rotate freely. So full stack in mid from Paravision, looking to check this list of Guardian number 3. But they don't get it just yet. I think that so far, Nayron and Weap have provided enough pushback to deter.
And Nayron just saw his life flash before his eyes as he stepped up to melee a trooper, and a hook just narrowly missed. That is something that we haven't seen a whole lot of. And Taz opening things up, finding that Bebop hook. He has remained proactive, however, putting bombs on minions, setting uppercuts, right, trying to find different angles. Hoping to get something there, trying to push or force the envelope. Or Lotus, they're looking to take this right through this Paravision squad. All not quite available into the shadows. We go Hyper Beam stolen, and that's going to force Taz away from the fight. Nachman goes down either way, just way too vulnerable up in the sky with that ultimate.
That thing's kicking off for Paravision. 7K soul lead. And those flex slots opened up. over towards mid, continuing to bear down some pressure. Now with the Kelvin alongside this great talent. You can see here comes Sap to assist in the take for Guardian number 3. Combustion in from Skipovich for the corner. Both members actually dodge it from Paravision. Now the soul exchange onto Taz, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough to fully fledge this fight in. And Skipovich is in trouble without that ultimate. Nothing's going to ward away Taz and Wolfie. Weap is going to manage into a trade, but even still, Wolfie very confident on this Lady Geist.
Yeah, Wolfie was supposed to die there, and then the Lady Geist just did Lady Geist thing. And this is the same thing, right? Lotus are familiar with what Paravision are trying to do because they just did it with Skipovich. So they're trying to punish this Lady Geist for being all alone, but it just doesn't work like that, right? Way easier said than done. Pyro maybe a little too deep here. They want this Guardian to be the first for this Lotus squad. They're still without a flex pot now.
Hyper beam from Taz. And I just love seeing that. It is an immediate get off me for all of Lotus, who are still struggling in terms of souls. Down by 11k and an urns being run, so you almost want to contest this, but you can't. So an anime battle going on between both Weap and together it's Weap getting some assistance from Kofi, but inside the air, that was an all-time. Weap's gonna get traded out. And Kofi is surrounded right now. I mean, there is no way to go.
Yeah, locked down by the frozen shelter. Lit's just chucking that ultimate out whenever they can secure a kill, and it does put numbers in favor of Paravision for now. Not a whole lot to fight for, right? Paravision, even in winning a couple of fights, they still have to stick their necks out a bit to reach those walkers. They don't feel like a 4,000 full lead is all that much to be able to be so disrespectful to start taking walkers. So they're fishing in the alleyways, going to grab some camps away from this Lotus squad to make sure that they can't find a way back in. This is not your way back in. Mayron, unfortunately, getting caught out there. Preston, like a couple of souls. Wolfie, nice exchange there. 14k on the Lady Geist. Didn't have this goal exchange, so I think you'd happily trade that kill onto Wolfie for Mayron.
Yeah, you and I both. And suddenly you look across the board for each lane, and you can see that the control is looking very good for Paravision. Slowly pushing this line of scrimmage into these walkers, gaining ground, walking into the jungle safely as well, knowing that these players on Lotus just can't really contest them. And stealing away the Sinner Sacrifice would be something that I'm sure they don't want to let happen. And you can hear this too if you're Taz coping it behind. Kinetic Carbine misses, and the stake isn't going to hold him there for too long. So yeah, Lotus realize that they don't want to give up this jungle, so they're fighting for it. They're trying to keep themselves in contention of these objectives.
I mean, that's really, outside of the Hail Mary plays, it's the only way back into it is trying to keep control of your side of the alleyways. Grab all the denizens you can as you work your way back out towards the map. 3 Guardians still stand for Paravision. They're sitting nice and pretty. Another frozen shelter used. This one didn't find a kill, but Litz is just showing that he's not afraid to just throw that ult on cooldown.
I feel like this is the first time we've actually gotten a little bit of laps in this game. I mean, you can see a little bit going over towards the left side, but Hot Elf is we have for free. This combo between Kelvin and Abrams is a lot more impressive than I would have expected. Between the two of them, just soaring from lane to lane. You hit that shoulder charge, and the Abrams just can keep punching as long as he's got the Kelvin alongside him, and they just rip through the health bars of these members.
What was Weap even doing that far mid? The troopers were underneath the Guardian. The seismic impact was not on cooldown. It was available. I thought maybe, you know, ult onto the Vindicta, then charge her out of position, but it just seemed like Weap really overstepping bounds there, going past the troopers and getting caught. And now it feels like we're at a point where you have to be pretty perfect on grabbing the right target. Maybe you can kill the Bebop, maybe you can kill the Great Talent. Outside of that, picks are hard to come by. Skipovic trying to make this one hurt. He's so low, but he's healing up so much with Flame Dash, just lighting the ground on fire. And
Raj continues to vex me.
Skipovic was the guiding light a few games ago for Lodos. Unfortunately, just not quite the same as we saw from Mr. Furnace 2 games ago.
Well, pushing in for this, pulled back his teammates. He says, together, come to me. And the urn was secured as well on the other side. So big plays coming out from Paravision in terms of full team coordination all across the map. And yeah, you're losing some wave control through mid, but you still shouldn't be too worried about it considering the fact that you still have both outside Guardians active.
Just a Hail Mary Essence Bomb trying to stick the Vindicta. We have proved to be slippery there, unfortunately. Not quite slippery enough. He still has the exchange, just trying to get in range of a target, but can't. So they get something back. They trade 1 for 3. Obviously, this goal's still not great, and they have to try and answer to that Walker on the far right side. But this could be a moment where Lodos finally open up the map a little bit, find another Guardian.
Taz.
Mid
The blocker. Is it a mid-boss run from Lotus? This is something that Atlas literally just did to them. They said, why not? Why not go for the Hail Mary? See if it lands. They got time. They got options.
And these are just blind ults. The Guided Owl a little early. The Hyper Beam just through the veil. And the mid-boss is still up. They're going to go back to it. Lodos want to try and finish this one, and they know
Frozen
they can do it
Shelter.
without too huge ultimate. Prestige just came alive. Frozen Shelter used on the outside. Mid-boss not even dead.
Kofi is caught.
Kofi gets nothing with that ultimate. Frozen Shelter cut everything off, and this team that was trying to take the mid-boss will die inside the pit.
There's the issue. I mean, if you got nothing to really win inside it, you can't leave after you start just like that. 2 of your playmakers, 2 of your most important heroes locked into a Frozen Shelter with a Bebop that just continues to stack bombs, and Wolfie, whose Essence Bomb is highest in the lobby right now, or one of the highest in the lobbies. Like, that is a bold play from Lotus. I didn't hate the try. We've seen teams fall behind in terms of walkers, in terms of lanes, and just continue to try to come back in way of farming. That hasn't worked out for the past 4 days. It hasn't worked out at all. But they see that Atlas went for the Hail Mary play. It worked against them. They said, this is our way back. It fails, sucks, but you're still in the same place you were before.
No Walker, as well as the team under fire. Lodos trying to take really what seems like a last stand. This full lead nearing 40K for Paravision. It took a little longer than I had expected with Paravision to eventually open things up here in the cursed apple. Shrines now under fire. Both of these should go. The patron surely to be reset here. There's responses, right? Lodos were trying to get something back. They're pushing walkers on the opposite side, and this mid lane is pushed all the way out, so that allows for Skipovic to get one and maybe help Kofi. Saf is currently dueling Kofi, so a reset in the patron for what could be 2 walkers.
I see Abrams.
Well, Patron Tier 1 knocked down. Paravision backing up to deal with these waves. Lots of Denizen camps as well. case you want to get even stronger at this point. But 133 to 99. Not very often do we look at this and see a comeback. So everything is pointing towards Paravision staying undefeated in that win column for another map.
All three lanes slowly starting to push towards that Lodo space. Aaron caught out again, forced to use the ult defensively. Goes down. And you're at a point in the game where your patrons reset. So these death timers are as they are. You give up too much right here, and Paravision will just continue to walk away. Pyro, sorry, buddy. A little too much going on there. The rest of the team comes back to defend, but I don't know if defend is even the right word. It seems like they're just coming back to die, unfortunately.
Here they go. Back in for number 2. More base guardians to fall. More players to fall. And with 5 down, Neyron respawning. Paravision keep their streak going.
One step closer from walking out of this series undefeated against this Lotus squad, who, like I mentioned before that game ended, looked good in the early, getting pretty close, and then eventually Paravision were able to just start to pull away. I feel like a big turning point was when Lotus could no longer punish Wolfie for being alone. It happened once or twice early. That far left lane, Wolfie was just farming up, and they were like, let's take advantage of this. We know what they're doing. They want to stay far away from this lady guy, so that way she's getting the solo souls. They punished it twice, and then after that, Wolfie was just too strong. And that win condition, I put it in air quotes because you're just getting a pick once every couple of minutes, just went out the window.
Yeah, I mean, it was good from Paravision. I think every single time I've just been so impressed with the way that this team is playing. Like, even yesterday when we got them in versus Thanos, like, and one win, they didn't leave anything up to question on whether or not they were the better team here in Europe. And Paravision seriously looked like they are indisputably one, if not the best team, depending on what we get later. We'll have that answer later, next match, literally, for Paravision when they face up against VP. But the way that they're playing right now is so coordinated, so simplistic in the way that they're understanding that they don't need to overextend to take these fights. They don't need to take, chance and risky plays. All they need to do is play for the objective, make sure that they're not getting traded out in any way of the map, and eventually your opponent will break. And at that moment that Paravision recognizes that they have the breaking point right in front of them, they continue to bear down that pressure from Guardian, Temple Guardian, into the Urns, into the Walkers, and there's nothing really you can do against it in those situations if you start falling behind. It is an orchestra of success in this team that is impressive, to say the least, on the understanding of the meta that we're sitting in at this moment, where it's not down to the picks. It's just sustaining these fights, staying alive, not giving up trades, and waiting to the moment that your opponents do end up making those mistakes. And Paravision are just doing it flawlessly.
This is also a little less firepower from Skifovic, right? Obviously, in a losing game, when we look to the Infernus, probably not going to have the best game because it's a losing game. But in Skifovic having much more hero damage in this one, but never really being able to get that ball rolling, when the Infernus really took off, it was the team was doing well, and Infernus was just allowed to be a thorn in the side, push a side lane, get farmed up. Had the most objective damage in that game the last time Skifovic played it earlier in the day. And then this time, it was a little more team fight centric, right? He does the most damage on the team right next to Weap on the Vindicta, which is a completely different role than what we're familiar with, Weap playing. So shout out to Weap for being able to put up numbers like that, even in defeat. But
shout out Litz too for putting up 10 kills on the Kelvin.
Those cross grenades were a problem.
Yeah, I was wondering, the whole Kelvin, Abrams composition, like put it into a lane together, but you just don't die between the two of them. You even said it too in the draft phase when we were kind of looking at it. As soon as this Gray Talon goes over towards Paravision, it's like, how do you beat that? Like, Together is just so consistent at putting damage down for players like Wolfie, like Prestis to finish those kills, even Taz to get involved with it. And albeit you don't see like Together getting many kills, but like at the same time, like he was just across the board even with the rest of your team. 6 kills in, 15 assists, like that was the norm right now for Paravision in that game. I want to look over towards this Lotus team because that lane phase for them was actually pretty solid, especially Weap and Nayron through mid, creating some pressure into those Guardians, into the Guardian throughout that. They don't get it right away, and in fact, I don't think they really ever got through on that sense, but you saw that for a second. Like, this Lotus team had the mechanics in the laning phase to stay alive, stay in it, and actually battle against some of these Paravision members. It just didn't last. And I think eventually you just see that Paravision's understanding of the way to play this is a little bit ahead of the game.
Yeah, it also doesn't help. Pyro was relatively starved in lane of souls, and so just a Yamato that eventually can become this unkillable beast king just falls a little flat. And then when you're up against a team like Paravision, who, much like we saw yesterday, once they get a lead, they don't give it up. And so when your Yamato's already behind, how does Pyro get back into the game? That one, obviously, we didn't get to that 35-minute mark where maybe Pyro could have gotten himself a leg to stand on that Yamato pick. So we'll see what changes. We're about to jump into the draft.
I like the Hail Mary Temple Guardian try there.
I like it too, but it felt half-hearted.
It's just you kind of recognize that, like, as soon as you leave the mid-boss pits and you go up the staircase where there's a Beat Bop, there's a Kelvin, there's a Lady Geist, like, what did you expect going up that staircase? That was not, well, in fact, that was the staircase to heaven, because that's exactly where it brought you. It was a good try, a solid attempt at doing something to bring you back into that game, but it seems like you just lost the plot in the middle of it and then got caught up in everything that was going on. But for the second draft, we're looking here. Paravision bans out the Moan Krill. Lotus gonna take care of Together's Gray Talon. That leaves open some really good picks here for Paravision. Immediately, Lady Geist, Holiday, Mirage.
Yeah.
Taz is going to get that Holiday, and you're going to be happy that Taz gets that Holiday. You and I casted for Taz on day one with this Holiday pick, and he went, what, like 26-0 across 2 games?
I think 16, 0, and 28 across 2 games. Something like that. It was...
Yeah, I might be embellishing a little bit, but...
I mean, it was deathless, and it was great. It was very scary. Now, not to say that it's only the Holiday. Taz, playing everything, has looked proficient, which is wild because the hero pool for Taz extends outside of just these hook playmakers, not just the Bebop, not just the Holiday, but plays the damage dealers, plays the plays the viscous, right? And I even saw Goober in the chat yesterday. Goober was like, oh, so even he knows about the tech about just being able to stun walkers with the goo ball. Like, to be proficient in all of the heroes that you play is so incredibly important. And Paravision actually giving respect to Skifovic on the 7. So if this was the game where Weap was like, guys, let's just go with the 7, or Infernus. I don't know why I keep doing that. The Infernus, McGinnis, Paravision don't even allow them to have fun at all. They take away, I think, the better half of that duo.
Yeah, I think that, Skifovic hasn't, like, been able to topple some of these top teams with this Infernus, but he has been very consistent with it. So it's one thing that Paravision have been very targeting is, like, certain bans to take away from their opponents.
I said it earlier on. It's like the same thing with like banning Yamato versus Thanos. It's like you leave Xeno to be like, all right, I guess you're gonna be playing the Kelvin if you really want to play the Kelvin right here, buddy. But it didn't work out, and Paravision just take what you're best at and say, all right, you gotta play the next thing. In that same sense. But they don't get the Kelvin and the Shiv going into the back half of this. Lotus going to go for this Sinclair Warden combo that we've been seeing, not allowing that Sinclair to copy that last stand, instead getting it for yourself. So hopefully that's enough to get through what has been one of the strongest duo lanes that we've had all week.
And now we could look to see for Paravision something that pairs well with the Holiday, and then have two incredibly strong lanes, right? Paravision already setting themselves up for success with the Shiv Kelvin, and then either Mirage Lady Geist or split those two up like we saw them do in the game previous. The next two picks do go the way of Lotus, however. And okay, we're quick right through it. Pocket Wraith gonna be locked in. It's not the first Wraith we've seen.
I wonder if this is gonna be the Wolfie Lash though, that we've been anticipating highly for Paravision in general. Lotus picks up the Pocket Wraith at the end there. I don't know what's going on here with this picks from Lotus. I think that, like, generally speaking, like, we've been looking at Wraith in a sort of light that, like, she's slowly exiting European deadlock, like, in terms of comps that we've been seeing consistently. Sometimes she'll pop up and then you're like, okay, the telekinesis is good. It does end up having that like stun too, as well as the disarm. And when she does reach those walkers with the fire rate that Wraith has, like, it's able to delete them pretty quickly. But pairing it up against, like, with the Yamato, with the pocket, and then you have like Warden there too, it's like, who is going to be the one that's truly going to be solo farming those lanes? If it's not the Warden, then it's gonna have to be the Wraith. And Paravision at the same time, you got really good counters to this Warden in terms of a Kelvin. You put that Frozen Shelter up to outlast the last stands. You even get the Death Slam in case you need to or move them away, displace them from those fights. Soul Exchange on the Lady Geist. You have the Lasso from Taz and the Tornado. Just a whole lot that can get away from these picks of Lotus and not allow them to fully engage on you without burning all of their abilities onto cooldown. So I don't necessarily hate the draft that Lotus is putting it together, but I do think that Paravision are coming at this again with the better composition.
And let's gonna have opportunities to kind of be the alley-oop guy with that Frozen Shelter. Lash a bunch of people on top of your Kelvin. Lasso a bunch of people, well, one person on top of your Kelvin. Then they will be headed to a very, very cold death. Lotus on the opposite side, I think we're getting the Neyron Pocket, which in the loss against Atlas, I believe it was the Neyron Pocket that did 69,000 damage. So
67.9k. Like,
there it was. Yeah.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
And it gets Neyron off of the Calico pick, which Neyron was just getting caught out. Was almost anytime leaving the base, forced to just pop the ultimate to try and survive, and then end up dying. So Neyron, assumingly back on the Pocket. Gonna be a Pocket Paradox lane here down Broadway as we jump back into things. Paravision, your Amber Hand Lotus, your Sapphire Flame, and we are underway, Seymour. Our last game of the day, and Paravision last gimme chance to remain undefeated. They got to get through Lotus and Virtus Pro net.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Paravision look like they could be that #1 team in Europe with this new patch.
God, I wish we were casting next game. I'm so jealous of CP Kaplan. We're getting that next one, man. Paravision's got their work cut out for them, just as Neyron does. We talked about the Pocket being good, life drain to break LOS, nowhere to go, and First Blood the way of this Lady Geist Holiday lane. They back away. They got some souls to spend.
Yes, we do. Yeah. So Lotus gonna have to figure out what ways they can break this composition this time around. Not a whole lot of sustain for these fights, in considering that, like, Wraith's bullet lifesteal isn't going to be enough to keep you away in competition to Litz's Kelvin. And if you get lassoed, you are a dead man. But look at this here from the Yamato and Pyro. He's going deep to see if he can secure this kill onto Litz. Having to battle back. Frost Grenade, though, heals them up. And Pyro gets caught. Little too aggro, little too eager to get that kill.
And you could feel, like, you could see that Pyro's kind of feeling lasting effects from the first game, right? Cannot get behind. Need to get advantages where I can and get a little overzealous in trying to do so. And then will now find himself in that same spot where he was anywhere between, well, he was the last person to get his ultimate online in the entire game. So a glimpse of history repeating itself. We'll see if they can pick up the pieces as Weep and Pyro are back into that left lane. Meanwhile, out on the right side, Tornado used out to safety. Skipovic on another Mouse 1 heavy hero, but the Project Mind, the fire rate boost, right? All of that, if you can give Skipovic some space in one of these side lanes, this Wraith is going to be just as effective as that Infernus in taking the objective.
The foolish will die.
Pyro ends up falling in that sense, and you can still see that Shiv, Calvin, reigning supreme. And even into the same sense of this one, they're just going to punch him down, and you can see that together is going to be pretty close to this killing blow. Saf, about 5k or 500 away from getting to the soul exchange. Litz is going to have that frozen shelter online pretty quickly, as well as Taz getting to the lasso alongside Wolfie. Skipovic is going to have the telekinesis pretty soon, but that's the only ultimate that Lotus is coming up to in the near future.
Dice and Oathkeeper fight as one.
And we have just in the corner from, well, a death, but also the ultimate, but that's on the wrong side of the map. And at 2,900 goal, Skipovic's been left on his lonesome as Knockman, his counterpart. He's down all three lanes right now, being pressured by Paravision. Some being pressured further back than the Guardians, and maybe together we'll get punished for this one. That bloodletting allowing the Shiv to stay and poke a little longer, but that shotgun from long range just doesn't feel great.
Presta is slow. Knock him in. Sinclair's got to be one of those heroes in this matchup. Can turn that tide, especially if you get this lasso picked up. Short block it from Kofi. It's not going to be able to keep him away from the damage between Zap and Taz. So collection on the pocket means even more Guardian damage in both left and mid lanes. The only thing where Lotus is actually providing some serious pushback is over and towards the right side against this Mirage Lash.
The last stand used here from Weap too, to just try and stand and duke it out. Couldn't get anything, which brings Pyro back to lane ultless, and this Kelvin Shiv pushing forward. I would imagine the dive happens underneath the Guardian. As Wolfie gonna dive a little bit deeper, telekinesis defensively to get that slam damage. It doesn't matter, man. Paravision in this early game, not even going to allow an opportunity for Lotus to upset.
Quickly, Paravision, even in the laning phase, are starting to walk away with the souls. 6k up. And even the fights they're taking are super confident. In for the Essence Bomb is going to land with the Flying Cloak, getting the pocket away from damage before it explodes. Lotus have to be very careful on their next movements, because if you go down now with the damage done to these Guardians, you risk losing these Guardians and allowing for Paravision to start rotating through these jungle timings.
Man, Knockman, you gotta go. Death Slam available, and Wolfie's looking for that high ground. Comes down with ground strike instead. Assistant out to safety, which also can leave. And I mean, from left to right again, the beating just continues on. And you mentioned any death, any slip up from Lodo's team. Structures going down. That mid guardian gone. The Walker being pressured together. Gives a little bit back there, but 10,000 soul lead. One is okay. I would hate to see Paravision continue to give up kills like that and allow Lotus back in.
Well, TPL from Skipovich looking to play his life, hunted down 30 health. Yeah, even the healing Nova won't be able to keep you away from this one. Sinclair behind the truck. Here comes the Warden. Has the last stand, and it is going to be burned in this fight, trying to chase down a couple of more of these kills. So yeah, we have going to take the better of Taz. Press is going to be forced away. Death Slam now in, and Weap's overextended. So another one.
That's my favorite kind of bar fight, when one guy is jumping off the walls and trying to parry over and over again. Hope that he doesn't get hit.
What kind of bar fights happen over in the States?
Yeah, you get wild out here. It's wild out here. Unfortunately, all this Paravision pressure for Lotus means they no longer have a Guardian standing. But this was that same situation early in the game last time, where Paravision get out to an early and quick lead. They pick up these Guardians, and now it gets a little bit harder, right? 2 minutes until that urn spawns. Skipovich gets pistol whipped to the top of the head and goes down. And I say it gets harder because Paravision have to overextend to get to these walkers. But if you just keep dying in your onesies and twosies, then Paravision are going to be knocking on the walker doors too.
It's a good time here for Paravision to start farming in. Taz going to be caught in the binding word. Divine Barrier going to be burned into it. And you can see that you're looking to fight this one. So now it's Weap on the escape. Back up into the rooftop. You can see the chase now involves Saf and Together. Or Saf and... I think that's going to be Prestis close by. Yeah, Wolfie here as well. So yeah, we up just trying to stay alive with the life drain in. Parry doesn't matter. Affliction coming through, and Neyron's just gonna leave, but it's another affliction that doesn't really come to any value whatsoever. So when do you really look at this pocket pick and decide, yeah, I have to get into this with the affliction first and not affliction after the fight is done?
Yeah, that was a tough place to go. Even when the affliction was on, Saf's health on the Lady Geist was going up. The affliction was not stopping any of the healing that was coming from Litz or any of the healing that was coming from the Lady Geist in that life drain. And so Neyron suffering from a low dose of souls, unfortunately. And a low dose of souls is not something that you can easily cure when...
It's hard to say, too, because Neyron is like the most souls on the team alongside Pyro.
This doesn't help either. We have been caught out a couple of times. This time he does it without the last stand to try and keep him up. Wolfie dance to dance in front of 3. So 1-for-1 trade in a soul deficit. You're happy to take that if you're Lodos. Unfortunately, traded on the right side of the map, kills, and you might possibly lose here on the left. No, they want to take the fight here. Litz gonna lock everybody on the inside. The first execute of many starts to come the way of Together. And he is out to get her. The Yamato low HP underneath the walker. Doesn't matter. The response from the Lotos was muted by Paravision.
Yeah, silence completely. Look at that. I mean, we're using the wall to take less walker damage, to allow for yourself to just keep poking at that health bar. Walker in the left lane, gone. All 3 Guardians still intact. And the middle soon to fall. Urns being run, and you're walking into this one with only the Traveler, really. Still should be feeling good to win this fight as a team, and that is going to buff things out even more that Kofi's dead.
They're not quite home. Lotos set up a line of defense for this one. Okay, stolen frozen shelter from Nakaman. Frozen shelter is not available here for Lift just yet. 10 seconds on that one, ticking down, and it's just not needed. Never mind. I thought that Lotos had it in them the way that they were running at Paravision, but they were just running to their doom.
Yeah, not a chance. Good grab there. Onto Litz is going to force the frozen shelter, but he's behind the Walker. He is way behind the Walker, so this should be Walkers in the mid and right lane gone. Another set of kills could easily be a Shrine, if not that, the Temple Guardian. So Lotus are really testing themselves here on if they can battle through this one. Pyro's going to burn this Shadow Transformation. You see a kill on the other side onto Together, so trade coming through from Lotus. But they need more than that.
They're trying to get dumped in here. Prestis alive for so long. Denmark finally going to pop and grab the kill onto. We have Tipperman managed to sneak away 1 HP and did survive. So Pyro coming back into the mix. They can still fight here on the left side of the map, but like you mentioned, this is seeming like a final stand. If we can't piece something together here, the base is going to be opened wide up, if not a rejuvenator on the docket. We'll see who makes the call. Sap seems to be headed out towards mid. 30,000 souls the lead for Paravision. So really whatever they want, they can have at this point.
Oh, Paravision looks so good. So good. Mid boss is going to be proc now. No chance for Lotus to try to steal this one out from under them. Because Lotus, you walk in this room, you have Swap coming up on the transformation, Affliction too, but none of those have been good enough to turn a fight. So instead, they're going to look towards these Guardians, see if you can open up a flex slot for yourself, anything really. That is better than dying. Telekinesis down. It's not going to stop you from walking forward. Press this in. See the TP. And you got some help here. Arctic Beam from above. It's Litz here to close the kill. 2 Guardians down, but with the Rejuvenator and all 6 members still healthy. This is your chance, Lotus. Or this is your chance, Paravision, to get it done.
Together's going to follow here. They want to chase down these kills. Nakaman was found. Pyro's on the wrong side of the map, but is very slippery. Let's see if Prestis is the one that finds him here. Kayron getting aggressive, but Lift is just there with the frozen shelter, man. That all really stopped everybody in their tracks. And I'm not saying that it would have been needed, but that doesn't have the soul exchange. So I don't think a 12,000 soul pocket kills the lady guys. But it just shows you like how much Paravision aren't willing to even flirt with the idea of giving anything up, right? Ensure the kills, keep our team alive. And now let's go ahead and take the base. Are they strong enough, Timor? Just stick around. We've only seen it a couple of times this week.
Well, Lotus, they'll be the ones to judge that. Pyro's going to walk out to his death. Another base guardian down. They're going to hang out with this Rejuvenator. Paravision, they came, they saw, they conquered. The group stages look so welcoming to this team, rising the ranks of the European deadlock scene. And with another win under their belt, they remain flawless heading into their last match versus Virtus Pro to see who is going to top that #1 seed going to the playoffs.
Who is going to top the #1 seed? Paravision live up to it. They get a lead. They keep a lead. And this game felt like there was a little more urgency to just start to press the lead as soon as they can. We saw a lot less earns in this one, a lot less flirting around what we're going to do on the map. It really was just go, go, go. Temple Guardian early in this game as well. And there was just nothing that Lotus can do at the end of the day as we take one last look at how this one closed out. This was an all-around effort. Really, everyone had their moments from Paravision. I would give MVP to Litz, if anything, because he was so on point with the frozen shelters, but they all played so darn well.
Yeah, it was a full team effort on their side. Lots of big moments coming through. Lots of times when, players were getting away and it had us questioning, how are you living through this moment? And not to say that Lotus haven't been impressive throughout this tournament either. I mean, for a team that comes in through the close qualifiers, and they're the second team that qualifies too, I mean, they put some teams to the test. Paravision here, just another beast. And that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes with games like Deadlock. And it is so telling when there is a gap between the skill of teams. Paravision put it on display, just how deep their knowledge is when it comes down to their hero pools, when it comes down to the understanding of the meta, and how they're able to adapt to teams around them in terms of targeting them during the ban phase. So this is just something where you walk into a brick wall that is Paravision. There's no way around it. There's no way over it. You try to break through, but it doesn't happen.
Now, unfortunately for Lotos, that does it for them today. So they get to rest and refit. Unfortunately, they'll be refitting from the viewers' side of things. I do think that means that we say farewell to Lotos. And I guess unless OneWin does something insane, we're kind of looking at where our top 5 lie. I think most importantly, outside of our top 5, our next matchup, Seymour, is going to be a banger. This is a battle of the Titans.
Yeah.
You know how it is when somebody's defeated. Somebody has to say somebody's O has got to go, and I'm going to be the one to say it. Somebody's O has got to go in this next one.
Well, we won't be able to say it. ZP and Jason will have that chance to say it. And if we get a chance to maybe pull up the standings real quick going into this, it looks like the way that everything's breaking down, everything is determined in who the top 5 teams going into the playoffs will be. Virtus Pro, Paravision, Thanos, OneWin, Aegis, Aurora. Not in that order just yet. There is still chances for some to overtake others. Obviously, the match versus Paravision and Virtus Pro, but OneWin still has a little bit of a determining factor whether or not they're going to be above or below this Aegis Aurora team. If OneWin comes out and they lose their matches, they still will be in that playoff format. I don't think Sis Rejects can overtake them in terms of the head-to-head that they do have. However, dropping anywhere lower would be that 5th place spot for OneWin, which is so crazy to say about a team that literally just weeks ago, we're at the top of Europe. We're winning this thing. And coming into this tournament, everybody had OneWin as that team. It's like, surely this is still the number 1 seed. Virtus Pro and Paravision, they had other things in store.
Yep, that they did. I feel like somewhere in there is a world where can CIS Rejects do it? If they win out and OneWin lose out, that would include a CIS Rejects win over OneWin. I don't know if you've done the math on that one, but it seems like OneWin still needs to be okay.
I'm pretty sure it's still locked in place. If it does come down to the minus there and what happens, because if Sis Rejects come out, they lose both of their games, then it's because OneWin still has to play Sis Rejects. And that's the thing that's going to change that whole demeanor between the two. If somehow Sis Rejects win that matchup, I don't know what to tell you in that whole sense. I think OneWin should have that in the bag for themselves, considering how they were able to deal with Lotus yesterday and that whole matchup between Sis Rejects and Lotus the day prior to that. So everything's pointing towards top 5 being this. It's looking like even on the Liquipedia, everything's locked in for that top 5. Determining the seeding and who's going to be where is what we're playing with for these next couple of games.
Yeah, and while we have a moment here before we do our inevitable shift change and we pass things over to Jason Kaplan and ZP, maybe thoughts and predictions on what's coming up here next, right? It's a pretty tough schedule. Let's just talk about directly this next match ahead of us. What do you think? Both of these teams this is another immovable object, unstoppable force where when one of these teams gets a lead, they don't give it up. That being both Virtus Pro and Paravision.
It's going to come really down to the fine print on preparation going into this match. You see on one side, Paravision have a deep understanding of how to play the game right now. In the patience, the discipline that they're showing, not making mistakes in those really chaotic, hectic moments, and taking their time on when they want to approach fights and how they want to approach fights. And then you have Virtus Pro, who just has a ceiling in terms of mechanical skill that is able to elevate them into a form that is really hard to take down. And then a really structured trust in their composition that you're able to look at what goes wrong and what goes right and play off of the meta and adapt to it very quickly. And I think Virtus Pro still have that same gauge on the meta that Paravision do. It's just right now between the two of them, it's that fine print of skill that Virtus Pro seems to have that might separate the two of them down to the mechanics of these team fights. It's going to be a close one no matter which way you look at it. It's a shame it's not a best of 3, but that's just because we're still in the group stages. It's a best of 2. We get into the playoffs later on, and that's when we're going to be seeing some of these big matches really take off.
Yeah, it really is a shame that it is just going to be a best of 2 for this one. But like you mentioned, right, playoffs, this right here is a grand final calibers matchup in the group stages. And not that it's just a formality, but whoever wins this one doesn't win the whole tournament, right? It would be nice to have first place locked in, be a little further along in things. But I think more than anything, this is Paravision's series to win. Like Virtus Pro, they're proving kind of around the board, having, you know, recently won Fight Night, having been the crowned kings of Volume 4. They're proving that when the going gets tough, they are able to get it done. So I think Paravision should come into this one really hoping to take Virtus Pro down a notch, right? A big win here could mean pretty big things for you. There's also so much overlap in the hero pools between these two teams. I think it's going to be insane to see who gets Lady Geist, right? 74% win rate. I'm not too sure where we stand now that we've seen a few more Lady Geist. That was at the start of the day, but I feel like between the overlap and between the flexibility, Lady Geist, super important. And I'm wondering if we saw Virtus Pro start to pay attention to certain bans and certain picks and kind of change the draft up in bans specifically. I wonder if they target the Lash in terms of not giving that over to Paravision because it's so flexible. Saf can play it, Wolfie can play it. It's yeah, it's nice. Either way, unfortunately, Seymour, that does it for us. That is our time, but please do not go anywhere. ZP, Jason Kaplan are going to be bringing you guys the action up next. A must-see matchup between Paravision and Virtus Pro. Volume 5 with one win Bombshell continues just after this.
It is the final day of group stage play here at One Win Bombshell Volume number 5, and that's why I am taller than Jason Kaplan. As we kick it on in, we save the best for last here, Jason, as we hop on in, and also we reveal the reality of the situation. Clearly, I'm just way taller.
I don't like this. I'm not a fan. Production, can we switch me and ZP so I can be the taller one? It's very weird to look up at you from down here, but yeah, we have probably 2 out of the 3 best matches. Oh, in the One Win Bombshell Volume 5. Paravision taking on VP, which has been an endless battle that honestly has gone the way of VP for weeks and months. And then we also have VP taking on One Win, which is like the creme de la creme of Deadlock when it comes to EU. And I'm really hyped to see what's going to happen in these games.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to know if you're just tuning in, settle in. It's going to be a good time because we got 4 straight maps of the top 3 teams in Europe duking it out. Of course, kicking off here with Paravision versus VP. And of course, you know, we've seen these teams play even earlier in the week. VP right now, if you were to compare all 3 teams, may be the team that is on top the most after, you know, a few weeks, Jason, where, you know, they're kind of getting handed to them by One Win team.
Handed is an understatement, I would say. VP, they were getting pretty damn destroyed by One Win quite consistently over in DFN, but now it's a chance for redemption. The finals of One Win Bombshell Volume 4 was VP, and it was One Win, and it went the full 5, where VP eventually won 3-2. But Paravision, I think for me, it's a battle of like, who's the number 2 team right now? One Win have looked much weaker than in the past, obviously with the latest patch. And I think if Paravision can somehow beat VP 2-0 here, we might be looking at maybe that new number 2 team.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to happen when Paravision opens their draft and gives up both Holiday and Paradox from the beginning. We've seen a lot of games on this patch so far, and while there have been some cases where a team has been able to win giving up both of those heroes, or at least not having one of those heroes, I don't think it's the smart play. I think while Geist is incredibly good, and I do think you should highly value Geist, I don't think you high value Geist to the point that you give away Holiday Paradox and then have neither available for yourself. This is to me, Jason, it's a questionable start here for Paravision, even though I do think smart. Geist is good, and I kind of agree with Geist being picked recently.
Yeah, but so smart. Paravision knew Bebop was probably going to get banned in the second round of bans. Yep. So overseas, I would say the most dominating Bebop player in EU, 100%. And we're most likely going to see him over in that middle lane, just really punishing whatever Virtus Pro put there. But securing Yamato and Bebop together, I mean, at first it wasn't like I wasn't a big fan of how the pick started out, but I'm pretty happy to see the Yamato Bebop picked up right after.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is probably going to be like TAS that goes on the Bebop and, you know, kind of sets a tone for Paravision.
Sorry,
and look,
my bad.
I'm not...
We've had a lot of games, it's been a lot of days. I still haven't caught up on sleep yet, but you're very right.
No, you're going to see overseas, you know, the next match in all likelihood on the Bebop, but even still, I don't love the idea of pinning most of your initiation on just the Bebop. I think there's something that, to me, Jason, I feel like there's a multiplier effect when you have more ways of initiation, in the sense that if you have a Bebop and you have a Holiday, or you have a Bebop and you have a Paradox, because you have multiple threats while you're, say, looking at the Paradox or looking at the Holiday, you may not be looking at the Bebop. When you only have to worry about hooks, the actual hit rate of the Bebop is going to be way less. VP, though, on the other side, going to pick up the Mirage. Pretty standard here so far, especially with like both Geist and Yamato off. The weak part here for VP is that what are they going to compensate for on frontline? And Paravision, Jason, they take away the Abrams. So you'd have to think VP needs to pick up Mo here.
Yeah, I'm looking towards Mo, obviously with Abrams being banned out. But just to kind of give some more context to this match, CP, this is probably the most important match for both these two teams, because right now, both are tied at 10-0. You want to be that number 1 seed. You get directly into the semifinals. You get directly into some like guaranteed money. Virtus Pro obviously still need to play against One Win next, but there is a world where like Virtus Pro beats Paravision 2-0. Virtus Pro loses to One Win 2-0. And then I don't know how the tiebreakers are going to work out from that, because then Paravision and Virtus Pro would both be at like 12-2 or 10-2. I don't know. I kind of actually, yeah, I want to see how this kind of works out. But as we do see our next round of picks, it seems like Virtus Pro didn't want to go for the Mo right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, instead they go Calico, and now, I mean, the problem that you have right now for VP is that their front line is exceptionally weak. And what the options they have left are going to be significantly weaker than what Paravision prioritized early in the draft. So you have a team with very, you know, sketchy initiation minus Bebop hook against a team with really great initiation but terrible front line. I do think so long as VP is able to get ahead early to mid, the VP approach here, if you like had me pick between one of the two teams, I'd go with the VP side. But it does put like significant pressure on them to turn this draft into a earlier lead, or it will go against them pretty readily if it's even.
I was gonna say, I'm actually even with how the band started out, the pick started out, I'm kind of favoring Paravision, to be honest, in their comp. They kind of feel like more well-rounded overall. I mean, Virtus Pro, yeah, you might have to like initiate. The fact is, like Paravision, they're going to have a very, very beefy front line against you. I'm kind of curious to see what Paravision wants to go support-wise, though, as Virtus Pro locking the Ivy and the Kelvin was taken away on top of that.
I mean, I think it's gonna be one of those games where your support player is gonna be on Mo. Like I fully expect Litz to be on Mo, and that's where it's gonna be for Paravision. And the final pick for Paravision will probably be like an Infernus or a 7. Is what I would expect here.
That's fair. I was thinking maybe it could be Viscous, but
yeah, I mean,
a good save hero to throw in against the double swaps out of Virtus Pro.
I mean, the upside for Paravision here, I don't know if it's VP picking back-to-back or Paravision gets one more pick. If Paravision was able to pick before VP, you can make an argument for the Viscous just on the off chance you think VP would take it. But VP, they're not going to take it in this instance. They're going to go with Infernus for Zergy. So there's no point in like grabbing the Mo to be a deny pick at this point in the draft for Paravision, because obviously it's not going to get picked a turn. You don't have to worry about Cube ruining the day for your Mo. I
don't know if like 7 would be worth it in this comp when you have a lasso and a swap to worry about. I feel like you can't really get a clean Stormcloud off. Obviously, like 7 does a lot more beyond that, but we do focus very heavily on the fact that Stormcloud applying a lot of damage, a lot of zone control. But I feel like he's really easily dealt with against this composition. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like maybe a Warden, have another person that you can use to just kind of just deathball into him with the Geist, the Mo, the Yamato. I think at the end of the day, like for Paravision, and I was talking to you about this before we actually came onto the cast, I want to see them allowed together to be in a position to pop off. And he used to be that. He used to be like one of the best, if not the best Yamato players in EU. What, Pocket? Okay. Back, like in the earlier days. But I don't know. I'm assuming it'll be on Yamato this time, but a Pocket as the last pick ZP against this. We've seen a lot more Pocket come out of teams these last like 1 or 2 days compared to day 1 or 2. We've had it hardly ever used.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I'm at Pocket. I'm still like not in love with Pocket. I think Pocket probably isn't as bad as people thought post E-Shift change, but I still think it went from you want to pick Pocket all the time to okay, you're going to throw it in a little bit later in the draft and see what happens. I do think for Paravision, there are like some extra weaknesses here where if Vindicta, for whatever reason, has a bad early game, their ability to actually get any sort of good neutral damage is actually going to be pretty rough as far as range damage goes. So that's another problem with the Paravision comp.
I understand what you mean. I'm going to go a different route that the Vindicta doesn't necessarily need to have a good game, because I feel like the Vindicta is all about that tether to lock down people so the death ball could finally grab onto people. I see what you mean as well, though, because like obviously gun damage is be very lacking on Paravision's side with the comp they have. But I think Vindicta is mostly just for the tether to help like lock someone down so your death ball can actually connect onto someone.
Yeah, I mean, tether is obviously a key part of Vindicta's kit that can enable key pickoffs and go from there. But I don't know. Between the comps, I even though VP's comp is lacking in frontline, maybe this is where we disagree, Jason. I think between the two drafts, based on what we've seen win and what has been effective, I think VP has more options to turn this game than Paravision does. I think Paravision's comp, even with the Bebop, unless Task just goes absolutely wild, it feels like one of those comps is going to get behind and then struggle to ever actually be tanky. Like, to me, I'll call it right now, this feels like a game where Litz is going to be like 6k behind the sole average of the game and is going to be a Mo that dies midway through combo by like minute 15. That's the vibe of this draft for me.
Sorry, I had another spike yet again because Italian internet is rough. I mean, I see what you mean. I'm also like kind of thinking about like lane matchups and how they're going to work out, because I'm thinking of like the Bebop Vindicta is kind of disgusting. If you can hit a tether, that's almost like a guaranteed hook coming through. I think, but obviously a lot of it depends on the early game, right? Of how it actually plays out. If like Paravision, if TAS is hitting these hooks, they have a strong start. In my eyes, Paravision is going to win the game. If Virtus Pro have a strong start and they can keep like multiple key players down, mostly the Yamato, in my eyes, maybe Geist, and like Virtus Pro are going to get these like really hard initiates and are be able to take down that front line so cleanly. I think, and feel free that we can discuss this all day long, it comes down to who has a stronger early game, in my eyes.
Yeah, and on paper, I think it's VP. It's just I think Bebop probably has the most variable results as a
fair.
hero early on, where like Bebop's ceiling is unbelievably, ridiculously game-changing. But we've also seen so many games of Bebop's across all teams where it just doesn't happen. Whereas I feel like it's pretty rare to see a Holiday not have pretty significant value, even if you end up losing the game. Like the Holiday still has this window of being terrifying, which is why Holiday is like always first pick versus ban.
I mean,
And similar to a Paradox, where Paradox is a continual threat all throughout the game and still like pretty threatening early on in lane. Bebop is all over the place. So this feels like the weight of the world is on Taz's shoulders for Paravision in the first 15 minutes of the game.
I mean, if you're gonna mention a Holiday, I love how I hit my mic and my whole camera shakes. If you're gonna tell me like who's one of the most prolific Paradox players and Holiday players in EU, right off the bat, my head's gonna go Michaelis and Dimov.
Yeah.
If you were to say the same thing about Bebop, I would go overseas. Cass would make my list, but also put maybe Hoot in there. But like to have two of the most prolific players on two of the most impactful playmaking heroes for VP is something that it doesn't matter what the rest of their comp was past those two heroes. I would be like, okay, VP's still looking good because they're that damn good on those heroes.
Trying to think, in terms of Bebop targets. So some of the characters for VP are not necessarily going to be the absolute best hook targets. Half the time, Infernus is going to be able to get away. Most of the time, Calico will be able to get away once you get into the ult phase of the game. Ivy also not great. So realistically for Bebop, you're hoping, and even, Mirage is like 50-50. It kind of depends on the state of the game. But some of the hook targets here for Taz aren't necessarily guaranteed kills, is the one upside for VP's comp here. If you're like specifically just talking about, okay, what's going to happen with Taz on the Bebop? How is it going to pan out?
I think it maybe depends on builds. Like, what if he goes silence? Hook silence? Like, we've seen that be a massive problem for Virtus Pro to deal with, like Michaelis in particular in the past when he was playing Pocket. That could be like something that we could see TAS invest into to guarantee a kill over on like Infernus or to a Calico or even a Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, it is true, although it is going to be a little bit later into the game. But now,
Yeah.
taking a look at the lane phase here. Left lane, we've got Mo Vindicta up against Paradox Holiday. So in that lane, absolutely deadly. Meanwhile, Bebop a little bit pressured here. 100 HP and already a little bit dangerous off to the right.
If he got hit by like one more bullet there, I think the afterburn would have actually killed him, funny enough. But he's, yeah, very low in health. You can already see Virtus Pro off to that strong start on that right-hand side to really prevent TAS from doing too much when it comes to the Bebop. I mean, Wolfie, oh, okay, a great hook comes in, carry as well, and they actually don't get the bait. Wolfie gets the kill on the list and gets caught out. And just we were talking about a good start for VP against Bebop. TAS proves us wrong.
One interesting thing to me, by the way, is the fact that you have the Holiday and Paradox in left. I would have expected Holiday, Paradox in middle. That is almost always where it goes, and I just wonder if this was kind of a matchup swap where they figured that could be stacked against them if they went mid. But in any case, Dimov then picked off, and the early lane phase right now, light edge Paravision, Jason.
And I'd say, to be fair, I mean, I think people out there might be like, "Oh my God, it's gonna be Paravision to take the first map," but we've seen so many matches, VP, over the course of us casting Deadlock, that VP can be weak in the early game, but their mid game and late game and their macro overall is so damn good that even with them losing a couple players here or there, I'm still not worried whatsoever.
I will say though, a lot of that history came from the VP era, going back to Buff Enjoyers, where they always ran like deep frontline compositions that generally were, reasonably powerful, even if a little bit far behind. The comp they're running here actually doesn't have a ton of flex if they're not able to right the ship when ults come on board, which, by the way, their main power spike for the comp they're running is when you start getting Lasso and Swap ready to go. So, reserve judgment until ults come online, but if we get to like 10 minutes and they're actually down, it might already be over, so far as I'm concerned.
Okay, well, we can already see VP. They're starting to make some ground here on the right-hand side, looking for some damage onto the starting. Task's hook is down, so they don't have to really worry too much about that. And I mean, Task has had, some okay hooks so far. And I think we're kind of jaded when it comes to bebop plays in EU. We're so used to seeing like overseas Demob like hit these ridiculous pokes that just snowballs into an early lane win. Hasn't had a horrible impact so far in the lane, at least. Zergy, he's almost at the 3K mark at 2.7 this early on. Kind of crazy. To be fair, lifting off like 2.8.
Also together, getting caught over in middle, Shriek and Listic. Different parts of the map, same team getting a hit there. Well, Zergy a little bit deep now, under assault here by the pocket. 50 HP should go down. It does. Wolfie chasing it down. Back and forth on both sides. And this is where it really does heat up. Ultimates starting to come out online. Although, interestingly enough, Demon's had a pretty rough landing phase thus far.
Yeah, 2.3. We saw him die earlier on. Also, he's impressed is able to get that 3K mark plus the assassinate. They're up to 3.7 now. All right, I won't keep updating you guys the entire time about everyone's full allocations. Something to take note of, especially what kind of route Prestis goes with his build. If he's going to go Crow build after it's been nerfed for a little bit, or if he actually will go Assassinate build.
This is really problematic for VP. The fact that your Holiday Paradox lane has just been significantly far behind already. This is about the point in the game where you would either take over the lane and already push Guardian, or potentially, you know, if you were to do any early roaming, you know, this would be about the time where, you know, if you do what you do with Paradox or Holiday. But they're pretty significantly far behind, which a lot of their comp is around. But say that, Ivy making a quick little drive-by in middle here, Jason.
Yeah, Dom's on top of the Garden, ends up backing away. At least be able to keep things equal here. Again, let's went back in. I mean, on Calico, I would say definitely one of the first players to make Calico look kind of insane in the pro scene from just that performance. I mean, we think back to that 4-lane performance with the constant bounce between lane 2 and lane 1. Obviously, with the nerf coming through, we'll see his impact. This is Yamato has looked pretty good so far in the 1-win Bombshell Volume 5. My eyes are still gonna be towards together, man. Like I know we were talking before. I want to see together kind of hit that vintage level of play that we've seen of him in the past, and I want to see if Heritage can play around that.
Ooh, a lot of damage going in here on the Zergy, but the life leech all the same as Task. It's hit from Listic from the side, and Zergy just barely able to stay alive in that exchange. So, interesting enough, the Bebop lane and the Holiday and Paradox lanes, the lanes you expected to be good for both teams respectively, both a little bit of a struggle, Jason.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Kind of weird to see. Again, I mean, we are in, it is the best of 2, which is definitely a different format than these two teams are used to meeting up against each other. Hook gonna catch on to Zergy. Barrage connect, that's 3 hits, 3 connect. That's gonna be some insane burst coming through as you see Zergy already off. Listic able to at least return it back on the task, and I don't think Wolfie can go for the chase here on towards them. He might look for it.
Aka could be in danger here. Listic decides, nope, not gonna go for the full dive. Meanwhile, the left lane, whew, dear lord, this is a travesty that is going on right now. It is incredibly good play, of course, coming in from Prestis and Litz, but if we just go back 15 minutes, I tell you, yeah, by the way, Michaelis and Debop are going to get crushed in lane by Vindicta Mo. I don't think you would have believed me.
I would have said, what are you smoking, honestly?
So, Yamato, off shadow transformation, but needs to immediately back out mid-wise. And, I mean, even almost 8 minutes into the game, the other lanes are actually going okay for VP, but I do wonder when you start making lane swap-ups here. You know, starting to get to the point where, like, your lane rotations can be a little bit more fluid. And, you know, when do you throw the towel and say, okay, we need a little bit of help? And in this case, might be now, as we start seeing Demov rotate over into mid. It's going to be Ivy taking up the slack in left. This was necessary, Jason.
I mean, the funny thing is, though, even though it's felt very one-sided for Paravision, it's not like it's been reflected in the smoke count. With that Guardian going down, finally Paravision do get about a 2K lead. It's been relatively equal the entire time, with the Guardian also disappearing and being killed off. That does free up potential roam out of Litz to look for combos in these other lanes to continue to grow that lead even further. Zergy's going to be returning back to this right-hand lane to point and look once again. So it's going to be coming through, and that's going to be Snap getting caught out here, and a good little turnaround out of 3.
They're feeding the Ivy, by the way. Well, you take a look at how VP is allocating their souls, and remember, VP, even if it's not Zergy on it, they said they do like the idea of gun Ivy. They're saying, Ivy, take all the farm left. Now we're going to let the Paradox and the Holiday go over and go more mid and to the right. And so far, I mean, VP was able to get several kills off this change-up rotation.
I mean, so I'm kind of curious. Is it Ivy or Obikim go take left farm because you can airdrop in and join fights, and that VP feel like they need to start winning skirmishes right now because of how things are starting to end up in this game? Or is it intentional to be like, okay, Obikim wants to go a little bit gun heavy for some extra damage? I'm actually really curious like what the breakdown is on the decision making there at VP.
I think to an extent, it's definitely trying to feed Obikim a little bit more. They really do enjoy Ivy scaling, and this is just talking to Lightbringer off the record, but in there, Taz drops Hyper Beam and just surrounded on all sides. It is not a outlook, not so good in that situation.
No. It's like fuck with Lightbringer off the record and publicly saying what was said.
It went on the record. It wasn't actually like confidential info. It's just yeah, this is why we think Ivy is good.
Well, Michaela's going to be going down another time. You know, you're talking about Lit. There's a world where you see him, 8,000 souls behind at some point, or, really far behind the rest of his team at some point. He's actually leading the charge here at 9K, tied up with Prestis. Some really insane play, and the efficiency out of him has been pretty damn spot on here. It feels like every combo has connected. And I don't know what he's currently at in terms of plus health on his combo. But I can tell you, Prestis did max his crows first. He did not go for assassinate here.
Burn is up, and Demov may be in a bit of trouble. You take a look here. Significant rotation for Paravision over into left lane. Demov will stick to the rooftop for now. Missy Lit picking up the urn, moving rotation, but while you got Paravision rotating with the urn, take a look. Preston is very much under pressure right now. Name deal of Taz. That's the low HP Bebop and a real high Galgo, but the save coming on in. Geist over, and not going to be enough to fully deter VP that was just rotate over in full. Also, there's still no swap on Taz.
Hit together, will knock out of the barrel. So they could be in a 1v2 here. Cannot really afford it that way. At least pull the multiple members of VP towards his left hand side, which could allow the coordinate to happen towards right, but they might lose the guard off of this. So a pretty, I'd say, favorable trade for VP, to be perfectly honest with you. Especially because there's really no way Cass can defend against this. So they let the Urn go in, they get themselves the Guardian, and more importantly, they get themselves the flex spot here. I think VP honestly win out on this trade.
I think they're more than willing to give up Urn to start getting key Guardians down in this instance. Paravision down 2, VP down 2, both in the flex slot. But interestingly enough, Jason, to take a look at how this has gone on, it's actually been a pretty tough game for TAS already, and it's been the rest of Paravision that's been compensating. It's not really how we expected this game to go if it was going to be even by about 12 minutes.
This game hasn't gone the way we thought it would, period. We were talking about like Demov and Michaelis having some insane swaps. We talked about Cass having some really good hooks. None of that can happen. It's all about like Lit, Prestis, and Wolfie right now for Paravision. On this first throw, I mean, Star is able to do some beast work as well as Briggs. There's another Guardian here on the right-hand side. Hook comes through, might catch out Briggs. I think he should be on this. There's no flame dash. Oh, and heck, has been picked up here out of fast. More importantly, to prevent Briggs from really escaping. That lead is really keeping him alive quite a long time.
I mean, it's why you pick Infernus. Even in a situation where you go down like that, the fact is that Infernus just, you get more survivability in fights than you would if you had picked a 7 in the same spot. And if you're alive to do lane control, and it's kind of where the game has been going. But in that instance, a little bit too overwhelming pressure-wise.
At least though, Demov able to catch up. Okay, both of them had a really rough phase in the start of the game. Little swap coming through with the help of the combo, but either way, they still get the kill on Ballistic. And honestly, Listic is doing some insane work right now. He was putting on a clinic. They're able to push back into this middle lane, get themselves another Guardian down, the final one of the game here for Paravision. There's a bit of combustion coming through, and Lit will eventually be picked off with the help of Sergey here. And now Preston's getting locked down by the Lasso, and VP have been able to turn this one around and actually come out ahead here in total.
VP still needs more. I think the thing that is creeping in the background to this entire game so far is the fact that the scaling is pretty problematic for VP. If they're not able to convert, essentially in the next 10 minutes, what they have now into something greater. And I mean, between Holiday and Paradox, you have the tools to do so, even though, you know, again, but the KLS, so Demov had a period where Demov was able to break off and take solo farm for a while. The KLS, meanwhile, has been stuck in the constant fight grind. So you're almost like full utility Paradox at this point. You're not going to be doing a ton of damage on your own, but you are going to be able to at least still set up swaps. And I think if any character on all VP had to be broke, you know, not that you want anyone to be really, but you can still make do on the Paradox. But you got the warp in here, low, on the combo, but it's on Listic here. Usually you have outs here on the Calico. Listic still very low, one assassinate attempt, doesn't quite hit. Still Listic under the gun, being chased here in the moment. However, VP now rotating over the help, and Listic is going to get away here, Jason.
Right, you cannot be missing.
On the rooftops.
You cannot be missing those assassinates on a target that you know when they're going to come out of Into the Shadows. VP just completely wiped the floor somehow with Listic surviving, and they're need to turn their attention over to mid boss. And honestly, I don't really think there's a chance that they're not going to take this. Like Paravision, I mean, I guess it's technically not taking that much damage yet. They need some reinforcements here, but Paravision are going to have to let this one go. If anything, you need to push some of these walkers now, which we're seeing Wolfie maybe do on the right-hand side of the lane. But a massive misplay out of Paravision. That should have been a guaranteed kill. You cannot miss shots like that. Either way, they're gonna have to deal with how the cards have been dealt for them now. Maybe we're gonna see Staff go in for a potential steal. Just trying to do some early harass here, but honestly, there's just too many members of VP. There's not enough reinforcements in time, and that will be the Rejuvenator being taken for VP.
All right, so VP starting to get the early momentum they're looking for, and also the other thing, Jason, within this too, the catch here. Guys gonna have real problems getting away. She does have swap though, so there's a little more respect you have to go in terms of going in. Okay, still gonna land the swap on to D-Mob, and D-Mob getting hit with the Mo from the back. Swap into the unexpected Mo, into both D-Mob and Listic falling, so the clapback, pretty profound here by Paravision.
No, still the Rejuve has been obviously secured for VP, so they're gonna respawn in here momentarily, and they do have control of the urn, so it's not like they're going to lose on the chance to turn it in. Michaelis might lose out on his life swap. He's going to buy him some time. And together, actually has taken a lot of damage here towards the backhand side, but eventually Michaelis will be overrun. Pressus is able to lock that one down. But together, he needs to go heal up ASAP here if they want to have a chance to contest.
Okay, so here we stand, 86K to 87K. The trade-outs, I still think, are pretty reasonably in Paravision's favor at the moment, because effectively, Jason, they're playing a longer game of rope to open. Okay, speaking of ropes, how about you just rope in the guys too? By the way, does not have swap backup, so one of the easier targets to go for, life drain or not. However, uses movement tech to her advantage, moving over, still not able to get away. But you know, if you're looking for tips for your rank games, you know, clip that one down. It'll get you away more often than not.
We're going to be turned in. Not too big of a lead, to be honest, for VP. Rejuvenator more of an opportunistic take. Not getting any objectives off it except the urn turn in. And I mean, the thing is, for VP, I feel like with the lead they now have, it's actually approached almost 10K now. And maybe can start to look for some of these walkers. But honestly, like Litz has been doing a fantastic job of opening things up for them to go for these like instant kills. I wonder if there's ever a word we're going to see a magic carpet Mo in this game.
Magic carpet Mo. You know, you might have to ask Vegas about that. Vegas who, you know, went magic carpet goo ball in a match a while back. But magic carpet, not something we see as often nowadays. But right now, kind of a lull in the action here, Jason, where both teams right now just focus on their jungle, and you know, VP able to grab a little bit of Paravision's jungle in turn. A little bit under a 10K lead at the moment, but something where, you know, VP want this to go well. They need a little bit more. Look at this. Set up for the Mo, just hoping some unsuspecting person goes through, and it might be D-Mob that gets the Mo. Gang on hit here. However, cancels it, leaves when you see the Paradox come on in.
Yeah, well, that hook's not going to land. Trying to steal away some jungle here, and we know VP talking about being so damn good when it comes to macro. Try to take every single amount of souls they possibly can get away from their opponents. And we're 2 minutes out until we do have stuff. Okay. About 2 minutes out for the next urn, for the next buff spawning through. You'd have to imagine that's the next point of contention here out of both teams. Then again, I think Paravision are looking for some sort of opportunity off the back of Litz to try to get one of those combos off.
Also, one thing that's a little bit problematic for Paravision is that in terms of the economy allocation, oh, well, the thought, Blitz out of nowhere just comes in from the side, combos Obakid with Prestus on the follow through. Great telegraph gank coming on into Paravision, but the fact that Wolfie is your most farmed player and together is a little bit behind by comparison, same with Saf, not necessarily ideal for how you want to be positioned into the late game.
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, I think together hasn't had the level of impact yet on the Amato that we were maybe looking for. I think Wolfie, again, with the nerfs to pocket, is actually having a pretty damn good performance. But I think obviously a lot of that's been facilitated off the back of Lit with these combos. He's really opened up. I'm really curious how many assists he has, because it's got to be ridiculous. His impact so far in this game for Paravision has just far outweighed Task. But then again, you know, just a few weeks ago, we did see a hook out of Task to really allow Paravision to get back in a match versus Virtus Pro. The Veil Walker and the lasso.
Yeah, okay, Swap comes in. This is where burn everything, kill the Amato, and actually not the worst idea so long as they're able to get out cleanly, because even if you don't get anything else off the pick beyond the souls, you're keeping the Amato threat at bay. I mean, I think we don't talk about it too much, but there is inherent value to, if you isolate one person a lot, it just ruins their impact of becoming a threat. And Together, probably the biggest threat on the board, if Together was able to get ahead in souls relative to VP.
Get some of these items coming through too. A lot of debuff removers right off the bat to deal with Wolfie. Debuff reducers are going to be picked up. The knockdown being committed onto Listic, and he's going to escape it in the Ava form and quickly run it on over. And you can see already both teams heading in this direction as well. I'm more curious about if they're going to send Wolfie over there and they're going to allow him to just continue to farm away. I would almost like to see actually ZP on the note of what we're seeing with Together is maybe just swap them, let Together continue to farm, and then allow Wolfie to kind of team fight. But then again, is there a world where Wolfie can get far enough ahead to carry? And I'm not sure that we're living in that multiverse.
Okay, well, Wolfie is going to be teleporting over, so this is full... well, not really. Okay, what they're doing here, they're going to delay. What you're going to see from VP here, they're not actually interested in turning in the urn right now. They want Left Walker, but if Paravision goes for an aggressive hit here, or they're able to land a hook, you'll see the teleport in from Mirage. But this is the real macro power of Mirage you're seeing right now. Like, look closely at your minimap. This is the story that's happening.
Yep. This is why we talk about Mirage being so damn strong. You're going to have to deal with this split push. The second you go deal with it, he's able to teleport on over. Honestly, if you're Paravision, you're not going to defend this Walker. You have to hard commit onto VP, which looks like they're trying to go for here. I can see Litz on the minimap trying to get a very aggressive combo. Had gone off. You still see Mirage trying to take down this Walker, and you know what? I think he's going to be able to get it here.
Yep, they end up teleporting in, or rather going into the fight. Meanwhile, Mirage is taking the fight versus the pocket. VP, kind of like this fight as is. Galco looking nice and healthy right now versus the Amato. Dancing to and fro, but guess what? That's Mo joining the fray. Meanwhile, Listic going to go down. Burn still being held by VP. But you take a look at what's been going on with Walker. You got Ivy coming in for the assist on the left-hand side. Now Pocket getting 2v1. And overall, VP just making macro-oriented decisions here, Jason.
And they win it.
Even down 3.
And I think they win the trade again because, oh, okay, whoa, this actually might turn it around. It could be a very interesting take here. They're trying to go for mid-boss. We can see D-Mob with the urn. He technically could run it in right now. Obakim's still going to be in the vicinity. Paravision actually backed away from the commit, at least slightly. VP's going to be charging straight through here, comboing out up. Cast respawning through, he's not going to be here in time. And VP, it looks like they do want to go for the contest. See Shark leading the charge here. Obakim's going to be going for the slam. Is anyone there to stop it in time? And Saf will secure it. We'll get through on this one. Obakim will fall. And Paravision, when they lose out on the macro, at least they start playing here by going for the mid-ball.
You know, okay, this is actually kind of rough for VP. Zergy, why have you come in? Well, okay, you're actually able to kill Together. What do I know in this case? If Zergy actually gets away, that is the most ridiculous hit and run I've ever seen in my life. But no, not quite going to happen. Okay, a little bit more abduction. The fact that VP is still contesting here is very scrappy. And okay, they get on the ledge, but the hook through the side, bring Holiday right into the fray. and able to still get sapped. That is actually a ridiculous sequence of events. Normally you'd see a team, Jason, just back on out, prepare for defense, but in this case, VP decides, no, we think we can drain some of these rejuvenators, and they do. After you kill like 2 or 3 rejuvenators, you really hurt the ability to use them all collectively for one major push.
Such a weird amount of plays happening one after another. I mean, I still say like VP getting the Walker, getting a flex thought. Paravision, they're gonna have to go for a response, and it looks like it's gonna be on the right-hand side where only Michaelis is there, with pretty much everyone all grouped up for Paravision's position. You can see Litz again. He's gonna be looking for the opportunity. Warpstone ready in hand. Combo plus 350, and they're gonna go for their attack. They're gonna go for their catch, and they're trying to get charged. But the tornado comes through and he creates the distance he needs to get away from this.
Meanwhile, Shriek no longer under the gun, looking for the Mo. Takes him on out with the aid of D-Mob. Now, going off over here to the left. VP looking to chase us down if they can. Difficultly bear position here so far relative to the Paravision. And again, just using the side here to poke and prod across the way. The Mirage damage has actually been ridiculous. And now the cleanup coming on in. Listic moving over, able to get Precipice 3-1. Now 4-1 in favor of VP.
22k lead as well. They're going to clean up stock here, most likely. Zergy on the hunt, on the chase with that track all ready to go. It's going to be a slow change up in just a few seconds, but he gets killed off before he has a chance. VP gets 5 out of the 6 kills, and you know they're going to be looking for some more walkers here. Only one left to take from this right-hand lane.
Also, in some of these extended fights from multiple angles, I really do feel like you're seeing a big difference between the teams, just the amount of ranged poke you have. VP can take these fights, Jason, at longer angles from, different positioning, make use of verticality even more so than what Paravision can do. Paravision is basically all in on, we jump on you and you die. And a lot of that is dependent on landing hooks, which really haven't come in a ton this game. And while Litz has set up some pretty good Mo ganks, as you start getting into deeper team fights, VP is positioning vastly better in these team versus team scenarios, especially at times like in the side lanes where you have more options to play a little bit more ratty.
I think even credit to like Virtus Pro, as you mentioned, like positioning, they've been doing such a great job of really not allowing Lit to be an annoying threat for them. Like almost haven't been too successful lately as the hook comes in, catching out, passing up, and it goes for the chase onto this, but the rest of this team is going to be getting to a fight on the rest of Paravision. They're going to be picked back up. There should be deposited here in a second for VP, continuing to grow this lead, and that lead is up to almost 40,000 of ZP in the last 3-4 minutes of play. VP have really run away with this game.
And we've probably just passed the point that of any point of Paravision being able to keep this remotely close at this point, because they don't have the comeback options with the comp they have. They're deep in the frontliners that no longer feel like frontliners against the overall level of power that VP has with a nearly 40k lead.
And VP are just playing like they're on a completely different level than Paravision, and to be fair, history has proven to be that. There's 2 players left, Staff and Wolfie, and honestly, I don't think they're going to really escape here, and VP are going to continue to push down the right-hand lane to get the Walker. They're going to take Shrines on top of this, and I think VP, I don't think you can disagree with me on this one, ZP. I think they're going to take the first map as best of 2.
No, there's not whatever would require the alter my judgment that much to disagree with you would likely kill me long before I hit the point of being able to disagree. I mean, this one is fully over. The idea of a comeback here, even if Taz lands the greatest hooks in the world, you still have 5 other members that can finish the fight. So, does land a hook. They get a pick off here even on Michaelis, but does it do anything tangible for Paravision? The answer is no.
No, getting 2 flex cuts off of this, crowding a 50,000 soul lead 27 minutes in. It's kind of crazy to me, though, to think ZP. We've had a lot of one-sided games so far here in the 1-win Bombshell in the group stage, which is inevitable. It will happen. But you're also thinking about like VP versus like Lodos, or VP versus CS Rejects, and they're getting like 40, 50k lead. This is the #1 team up against the #3 team. Currently the #2 seeded team at the moment, as they both are at 10-0 so far in the group stage, and they're making it look like child's play. It's insane to see and think about how far VP is ahead of a lot of these teams in EU.
Well, I also think in terms of lane play and mechanics, I think it was actually pretty close. I think where it got away here was that Paravision's comp was very, very reliant on landing big hooks, even in the mid to late game. And some of the fights they took fights that had a big tilt towards Mirage, where Mirage could force really unfavorable macro decisions for Paravision. And Paravision just didn't get the quick pickoffs that they needed with the debuff to sort of compensate. And like, the longer these fights go on, Jason, the better VP is at range. So if there's no decisive, we jump on you and you die, VP just puts out vastly more damage with heroes like Mirage and even the Ivy at this point, and of course the Infernus. So, you know, the win condition for Paravision is a quick fight where they dive in and win, and they haven't been able to set that up at all.
If you can kill a Shadow transform your model that quickly, you can see the kind of state that we're in. VP gonna continue to go on the chase. They honestly don't need mid boss anymore. They just need these 4 last kills, and he's gonna fall to Zergy. The combo's gonna come through, but it's just a matter of time before Litz is gonna fall. And this is gonna be VP taking the first map 100% and looking like a completely dominating performance, halfway disconnecting. And I think Paravision, you need to turn your attention towards the next map here, because the draft, I don't think the draft is horrible. I think the draft looked pretty decent, even though they did lose out on Holiday and Paradox at the beginning, because their early game worked out so well for them. The only time those swaps really mattered was past the point of them being able to kill someone within the combo out of Litz.
Look, I'll actually disagree, and I think that was a bit of an aberration. I think the fact that you run this 10 times, this was maybe the 1 out of 10 times that you would actually see a Paradox Holiday lane get wrecked versus something like Vindictimo. I don't think that is the likely scenario in most situations. So I actually think in this case, Paravision did the unlikely thing in the early game and was able to beat that in the first 8 minutes of laning. But would they be able to do it consistently? I don't think so. I still don't think draft-wise you can give up both Holiday and Paradox. I just really dislike it, at least when you're dealing with the very top teams.
I mean, so the reason I say what it is just based off the fact that, like, VP, they kind of got wrecked pretty hard at the beginning, but where they really came back was that urn that Demoth held onto on the right-hand side, and they allowed Shark to push that left lane Walker, which you're seeing here. When they got that left lane Walker, you saw Paravision go in for a rejuve. But the thing is, we saw a 16k lead for Virtus Pro here. They got the urn turn in. They got quite a few kills off the back of this as well to punish. I think the macro out of Virtus Pro is kind of what really carried them. Not to say that the lassos, the swaps didn't do their own part, but the macro is what gave them like such a lead to survive the combos out of Litz and to be able to position themselves in a good way to not allow that to be as effective as it was in the early game.
Well, they definitely got prime value out of Mirage, that much is for sure. I can also say it's that mid fight. In theory, getting the Rejuvenator trade should have been at least okay-ish for Paravision, but also, the recontest and trying to go in and get pickoffs there is a little bit, you don't see it very often. And the fact that we don't see it very often from a commentary point of view still rings true from a player point of view. I don't think Paravision was really expecting VP to go in and try, go for lasso picks and have Zergy just run through the team out of nowhere, because they already knew that members of VP were down. You don't expect a team that's down members to still go in and try and go for scrappy pickoff kills, let alone succeed in it. So I think the fact that VP went for that at all post the mid boss that Paravision got was a very gutsy play that by no means Paravision saw coming.
And then if you think about the fight happened after that, right? Paravision grouped up in the right lane to go for a push. Litz goes in, Warpstone's trying to catch out Shark, who tornadoes away and creates the distance. Litz then, because he's out of position, didn't hit the combo, and he continues to chase. Michaelis gets a swap, puts Litz under the Guardian, or under the Walker, I should say, and then VP were able to push there off the back of that and completely steamroll Paravision, making that whole rejuve take absolutely worthless. Obviously, as you did point out as well, the positions they're able to play from the high ground, having range damage with Zergy and Shark and Obi-Kim definitely helped facilitate that as well. But that it was just kind of like a chain of bad events that happened for Paravision that VP were able to take advantage of to really create a 20, 30, ultimately a 50k lead.
Also, while it's still on screen, you really have to give Prestis his flowers here, where I think the fact that Holiday and Paradox were kept in check, the fact that Paravision was able to keep things even up until that urn in the mid-boss combo. I mean, Prestis was the one doing the heavy lifting. That was a phenomenal Vindicta game, both in lane, into the mid game, and beyond. I mean, Prestis punched way, way above the usual pay grade. But now, Jason, as we head into our second draft, we got changes coming in for Paravision. They've decided, no, we will not be giving up both the Paradox and the Holiday again. First pick, VP. gets the Holiday and Paravision. Still very highly valuing the Geist, by the way, but this time they're going to pair it with the Paradox and the 2 picks you get with second pick.
I'm kind of happy to see Task going to be back on Paradox too. I would say I haven't looked like statistically at it, but Task I feel like is the best Paradox in EU. I think there's some room for argument, but I think Task is one of the best, if not the best.
Supporting evidence for that is one of the higher elements of like really expressing skill with like really good timing was back in the double soak meta, where you'd see Taz probably perform better than anyone else on being able to just properly time going from lane to lane and getting really, really far ahead on heroes like Paradox. I think the only other player that gave Taz a run for their money in efficiency in EU was probably Play With Me.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that, because if you didn't say Play With Me, I was gonna be like, I'm gonna fight you on this. He definitely did that a lot on
Play
Haze.
With Me may have been the best at it. His Haze in that era was unmatched.
I think he was one of the first too, from that I remember seeing it actually happen like in professional matches, not necessarily scrims. But ZP, we do have some of the picks coming through. Virtus Pro, they're locking in Mirage again for Shark, most likely. We see Yamato again, most likely going over to Mystic. Really digging the first 3 pickups. And I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of happy with both teams' initial 3 picks. And it feels like if we never see these 6 heroes being picked right off the bat, something's a little bit weird when it comes to the draft.
You know what I think is a valuable ban here? Mo. Whichever team isn't getting first pick out of the ban phase here, I think you ban Mo. To me, I don't think you want to deal with it on the other end. You don't want to be the team that's like arguably at the disadvantage in the quick 3K plus phase where one team would have Lasso and Mo or the other team would have Swap and Mo. Just take the Mo off the board if you can. Instead, Paravision can be taking down Calico. I don't know which of the 2 teams like has first pick after the stage here. So
yeah,
if VP bans Mo, I think you may have your answer.
I think it's interesting to note though, because if you take away Calico and you ban Mo, I almost think if Paravision get the pick after the next ban, they get Abrams. And then you kind of have a front line built for your team where the other side won't really have that big beefy front line. You won't have Calico to help soak a lot of damage. You only have to rely on the Yamato. You don't have Geist either. Yeah, I kind of wish we knew how it actually worked out, because since our picks and bans come through in like blocks of like 1 or 3 or whatever, it's hard to know, but we're gonna find out very shortly.
One thing I'll say, maybe there's an argument for VP to ban Abrams if they don't take it themselves, because you stop and think about it. Vindicta Mo is, I think, on paper a weaker lane than a Vindicta Abrams lane. And if you got like crunched horrifically by a Vindicta Mo lane, do you really want to live in the reality that you go against Vindicta Abrams? I mean, look, every lane is unique, and there's probably an era or a part there where VP probably played a little bit under their norm, but even still, with how on Prestus seems to be today, I would not want to give Prestus anything that makes his job easier on Vindicta, and in fact, do quite the opposite, Jason.
Well, now if Paravision go Mo, I mean, Virtus Pro could probably pick Abrams, or if Paravision go Abrams, you can pick Mo for VP side. There's still a lot of the adaptation. I'd almost like expecting those 2 heroes to be picked at some point in this draft right now to have a little bit of a front line for both teams. And then eventually, I'm assuming we're going to have, the Infernus or 7, whatever you want to call it, picked still in the 6th slot for both teams, which is so weird to me, because it feels like 7 used to be one of the most high priority picks just like a month or 2 back.
I think it really is just about survivability, and 7 is way more vulnerable in a post E-Shift world than, Infernus. Well, Infernus did build E-Shift previously. Infernus is not as reliant on the items, so if your main value is you need to survive and have lane presence, it makes sense that the Infernus is getting the nod quite a bit here, especially with Wraith still having bugs and Wraith losing out on potential damage that she otherwise should have. But
we do have our answer.
Shiv getting prioritized by Paravision over a Mo or an Abrams is interesting to me. I wonder if this is because they actually just want to make VP pick Kelvin here. I think VP probably wasn't going to pick Kelvin, but if you pick Shiv and you have 2 picks back to back, I feel like Jason VP is like under immense pressure to pick Kelvin just to deny the Kelvin Shiv lane.
Well, at least we do have our answer really quickly, since VP banned Lash last and Paravision got the pick. We do know how it works now of who comes out after the bans. I don't know. I think, to be honest, I think we almost put too much emphasis on this Kelvin Shiv lane, because we've seen so many Shivs being picked in the last few days without a Kelvin. Not saying it's not a strong combo, like it 100% is. But we've seen a lot of teams be confident without playing with the Kelvin. So maybe there's a world VP's like, you know what, go ahead, take the Kelvin. We're not really too worried about that. Because the Kelvin does kind of limit the way you can play.
Well, to be fair though, the times we've seen like the Shiv no Kelvin lanes is because like teams have gone out of their way to deny the Shiv Kelvin lane. Like it has come through a few times, but teams have been very hesitant to give it up without getting something like really high value in return.
It was, so I'm thinking of a lot of the games where we've had Kelvin banned and they still pick Shiv.
Yeah.
That's the ones I'm focused on. I know what you mean about like, oh, we pick Shiv, so you have to take away Kelvin. But I mean, I think that's a really interesting topic, and I would actually love to maybe talk to Lightbringer or any of the players at some point to get an idea of like where do they gauge the Kelvin and the Shiv, and how much emphasis do they actually put on getting that or securing that combo for a team. As we see for Virtus Pro, they do take the Mo and Krill instead. Paravision do end up getting the Kelvin and an Abrams. The Virtus Pro, we've got a Bebop.
Oh, good lord. Jason, the Paravision lanes are deadly. We got Kelvin Shiv in one lane, Abram Vindicta in the other lane, and probably gonna be like Geist Paradox in middle. And your Geist Paradox is the weakest lane that's still overall very strong. I mean, that is wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a really nice draft from Paravision. I don't think there's any other way of putting it, because they've gotten like 2 S-tier premium lane duo combos, and the third lane combo still involves like a Paradox, a Paradox Geist, which is still inherently going to be pretty good. And yeah, I mean, there's still Bebop on the other side. You still have like Mo, Barrage. It's not like it's an auto win, but when you think about what people value in lane power right now, I mean, Paravision, it's hard to find fault.
So are we gonna? This is really interesting. Demov can play the Bebop or the Holiday. Obikim can play the Holiday or the Ivy. Shari can play the Mirage or the Mo. Demov, sorry, can also play the Yamato. I'm assuming Listic's gonna be Yamato 100%. I think Demov's gonna be over on the Bebop. Obikim, I want to say the Ivy, or sorry, no, Zergy on the Ivy. And then Michaelis goes Holiday?
Yeah, I mean, I think based on the heroes here, well, it's either one or two things. Either it's going to be Michaelis on the Holiday, or this is going to be one of those weird things where it's like, oh, well, Obikim, you've played Holiday for us more, and, you know, Michaelis just takes one for the team and goes Ivy. But I think in terms of overall historical skills, even if Michaelis hasn't done as much Ivy in his as much Holiday in his personal time, a lot of the skills you have for being a very top tier Paradox player do carry over if you are playing Holidays.
Well, so maybe it actually could be Michaelis on Mirage.
Yeah.
And they put Zergy on Ivy, Demov on Bebop, Sharik on Mo and Krill, Michaelis on Holiday, and then Listic on Yamato. I mean, the thing is, this is what I say every time. Like, what I love about VP is that they do have this depth in hero pool across so many different players on their roster that you can't necessarily 100% of the time tell anyone what everyone is playing going into the match. But I think one of the important parts here is for VP getting their lane matchups right. I think that's going to be kind of important going into this and how they deal with these S-tier side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about lane matchups you would have here. I mean, look, none of it is really like a slouch per se. And by far the most competitive lane you're going to have is going to be against the Paradox Geist lane, where I think you would like to put in probably Bebop. I would say either Bebop Holiday or like Bebop Yamato. If you can match that up against Paradox Geist, I think you have a decent chance of taking the lane. And then the other lanes are going to be more of a survival element because you are going to get pressured, you're going to get pushed up to Guardian, and you're going to have to give a lot of respect to the fact that Paravision have 2 like remarkably dominant side lanes. And truthfully, as much as lauded about like Shiv Kelvin lane, with how good Prestus played in the last map, I would be horrified to go up against Prestus now being backed up by an Abrams. I think that lane may just be the blunder lane for VP. We'll see, though. I mean, again, Jason, the goal here, not necessarily in the first 8 minutes for VP, is to outright win. Just don't horribly lose against these power lanes.
Man, I just want to see who's playing what now. Get me into the game here. I love seeing the chat as well. They were like thinking, oh, they're gonna pick Infernus or 7 for Zergy, and then boom, they drop it in Ivy on us, and they're all confused as hell, and they're all surprised and expecting to see the gun Ivy out of Zergy. But currently VP 11-0 so far here in the 1-win Bombshell Volume 5 group stage. Paravision, they are 10-1. if somehow Paravision can trade equally here, it's going to be really interesting to see how it's going to work out when it comes to tiebreakers.
I think I did call. I did say Bebop Yamato Mill, right? And that is what we were seeing. So they've come in with a pretty powerful lane. I do wonder if it's going to be Paradox Geist on the other side. I didn't quite tell because right now, free cam, we have no UI. But that does look... Okay, that's Geist on the left. And
Paradox.
It's Paradox Geist.
Yep.
Okay. Mid lane is actually pretty doable here for VP.
I mean, it kind of needs to be doable for VP, right? Considering the S tier side lanes that they're up against. Come on, observers, fly on over to some of these side lanes here. Show us the rest of these matchups. That looks like a Kelvin Shiv for Paravision on the right-hand side. Or on this side.
Just, I just feel like you have like the side mission pop up on your screen for the VP side lane here along the lines of objective survive.
So we have Ivy. I'm trying to think what model is that from range. No, turn to the right. Turn. Ivy Mirage.
We're slowly getting there.
Okay, Ivy Mirage on this lane. And is that Obi Kim? Was that Obi Kim on Ivy? So that's going to be Zergi on Mirage most likely. Yeah. Okay. So that's going to be Michaelis over on Holiday. And Sharik on Mo.
That makes the most sense to me because I think even though Obi Kim has played a lot of Holiday for VP, I think in this instance, putting Michaelis on Ivy would probably be less familiar than that. Oh dear God, it's already beginning. The Ivy just getting completely pummeled. 50 seconds. Okay, I do wonder how much the pause had an impact on that because that was calculated, Jason.
I mean, he was kind of like, oh, okay. And then let's just take on Wolfie though. So it looks like maybe a hook did land. Able to confirm kills. At least one forward trade. Another hook going to come through into a bomb. A great parry come through. And they might actually kill off Demoff here as this comes in, slides in with the parry to try to help out his teammate.
Oh, he got the trooper heal as he was backing, the only thing that saved his life. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I think back to like the old like Apex the tournament, not Apex the game days, and think back to the tactical pause music because I don't know, man. Like you look at how that happened out of the pause. I do think pauses that early in the game when people see each other and have everything up do get played a little bit differently on the unpause than it would have if it was just like fully unpaused gameplay.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see how like pauses adapt in like rule sets at some point going forward in Deadlock and like the future of esports. Like especially like pause in the middle of a big team fight, that's a little bit rough. It gives you time to discuss and talk things over. And well, right now it's even time for Paravision to take yet again another kill in this right-hand side lane, and even a kill in the mid lane. Tassi will take down Demon Listic, trying to run away for his life now up against Wolfie, who's trying to get in his face. And so far, Paravision also a strong start. 2K in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. Like, we focus on early the mid-game power and ways to facilitate it. And lane power is usually, like, kind of evened out. But this game may be a rare case of just giving out absurd amounts of lane power, even though Wolfie just somehow, you know, lives with the smallest margin of HP there from the Yamato harass. Meanwhile, okay, Demov, a little bit of deep diving, wants to get a kill, but I think it is gone away. As Geist is going to be able to safely head back to base, or at least stay in lane and wait for healing, right?
Yeah, so it has 900 souls. The extra regen going to help heal up. Headshot booster coming in more Safir on the Abrams and their restorative shot. Again, you can see exactly who they want to focus in on. It's going to be Obi from time and time again. Listic, I think he wasn't able to catch out on Wolfie. I think maybe a hook did land too. You can see it's on cooldown for Demov. Maybe Wolfie should have went back to base for ZP.
No, exactly what I was going to say, Jason, is that, look, I get, you know, it's kind of like general MOBA 101 that you really want to avoid going back to base, but sometimes it is the lesser of the two evils, and at that level of HP, probably should have happened, but Abrams, charge coming in still. Kind of a tanky Molson in there, Holiday looking for the opportunity over in Abrams, just needs one more shot, down he goes. And okay, Mo Holiday making it a little bit competitive here on the left.
I think even sometimes there might be an advantage to going back to base. Assuming I understand the economy changes 100% correctly, a player you leave in the lane is going to be getting effectively double sold.
Abrams coming back into Vengeance, by the way. This is where Abrams like comes in off the top and goes for an immediate charge. I don't know if we got view on the left, but we got view on the right, and Obakim has been more popsicle than stone form this game, Jason.
A frozen popsicle Ivy. That's my favorite flavor of popsicle. I don't know about you.
I mean, yeah, that's Summer Skin 2025. Did you know?
I was gonna say like Diet Coke popsicle for you.
No. We're getting Beach Ivy. You best believe the fandom out there. Beach Pod Ivy.
I just want
Ivy.
I want my Christmas skins back, man. I worked hard to grind every single one of those out. At least I got the achievement, I guess.
They told you they were going away, you know?
They told me after I got the ball, though. I tanked my rank specifically for that, and it's never recovered since. Well, let's see if Virtus Pro can...
Guys, my rank only tanked because of the skins. Like, damn, the skins.
I swear, I'm being honest. No, I'm also pretty crap. We do have the 3K marks being hit. We could see the focus structures be coming through out of lit, and definitely possible here is to get back away. The hyper beam going to be swapped under the Guardian. Simov's got to back away from this one, and Listing's going to be going on the chase, looking for out on task, all by himself. Still on full HP, so he's not too worried. He has his transformation available. Wolf is on the chase yet again. We're trying to focus on task. He wants this kill. Listing is just trying to commit to this fight, but he's got to be respectful of the man behind him.
Oh, tries to bait out with the parry, doesn't quite land it. Still, a shout transformation on deck. Bomb to be dropped on it for Demov. Demov real low. Guys, sensing blood in the water right now. Moving on over. Oh, okay, you're chasing Bebop. Cash is fired by Listic on the other side. And even if Demov goes down, Listic might end up killing both of them here and now. Goes for the swap, but there wasn't much HP to steal in the back end. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was hilarious to see the ragdoll physics of the punch. Eventually, Paravision do win out on the trade in a 2-for-1 manner. It's extremely close out of both teams. You can see the blood wanted by Virtus Pro there. But the composure held by Paravision nets them the lead. Now up 27,000 souls to 22 as they have taken the right-hand side tower already in this game, 6 minutes in.
Yeah, Jason, not very controversial thought. Strong lanes, really important. And, you know, we don't talk about that much. In this case, too much lane power was given up by VP in this draft. And I feel like, you know, we remember back in the draft, it's like, okay, maybe you grab the shit or the Kelvin here to just deny that combo. Because I agree, Shiv is good without the Kelvin, but giving up the Shiv Kelvin lane seems to be a poor idea, especially if you're giving up the Abrams Vindicta lane at the same time.
Yeah, actually, let me quickly take a look because it takes a little bit of time to like take stock. 4.3 and 4.7 of the Careless and Shark up against 4.4, 4.9. They're not, to be fair, too far behind on the left lane, but obviously the right lane is really what the focus was. Probably to come through. Lost are going to connect the flow on the stop. They've been locked down by the tether. And Stop is like, thank you. You've helped me stay in range of you. The press is going to take that quick shot. The assassinate onto the KLS. Paravision. And they want blood here. Look at this lead that they have, 5K. And now they have the freedom to rotate players around. They're even leaving together by himself in that right-hand lane to farm up jungle to become a big news.
Look at this, Listic dancing around here, getting a little bit of hyper beam assist, but not healthy enough really to go back in. Oh, they interrupted the healing, right, Jason? Just his foot a little bit out of line, gets hit with that little bit of poke damage, and for Listic, that might be a, well, it's not a trip back to base, but it could be a trip back to spawn, depending on how the rest of this goes. Tries to go through the parry, through the wall. Not gonna connect though.
I mean, they're 3-on-3 in the mid lane, really putting emphasis on not losing this Guardian. Where this isn't ARAM, this isn't TDM. It's be forced out the Shroud Transformation, trying to go for the chase on the Wolf, who does not have gold chain up just yet. The parry going to come through. It's not going to stop anything. They're still trying to focus him down, and somehow he escapes around the corner, but Obi can sweeps on in, and the hook to land on the task. This should be a double kill, but a double parry comes in on a task. The swap is want to buy him some time. Eventually, he'll be finished off here, and Virtus Pro will take the 2 kills and back away.
Rotation for VP are actually very, very good. I mean, there's a few ways that could have been played against them where, you know, Listic may have just died if the focus fire was a little bit more on point from Paravision at the beginning, but VP able to find a way to turn that fight in. That's actually really important, Jason, because if they had lost that fight, it actually may have put the game out of reach. That is how dire the lead situation was for Paravision. And, you know, the upside here for VP is that if they can have one more fight like that, the impact of the laning phase is starting to go into the rearview mirror. Like, you know, this is where Hurricane, the eye of the storm has passed. Now you're just dealing with the outer band.
Well, the one thing is that he has the 9,000 souls. He is so far ahead of everyone. And when he gets into these fights, he's going to be a pain. Staff low on health. I think the last one did not connect. Got his 200 HP. Health level comes through and looks like he'll be able to back off. But just to quickly head back together, man. 9,000 souls. He's farming up jungle. I don't think anyone can 1v1 him right now. They're gonna have to send 2 players to deal with him, and that Guardian in the right lane is just not gonna be toppled.
No, you're absolutely right. Is that, if you're Paravision, you try and extend the lead too for Together. If you can keep Together getting even more farms and being this 1v2 threat, it's huge. And no, the fadeaway. KLS just getting sniped out of the air. I do think the bigger issue for Paravision, though, is that there's also, it's not reflected in the economy, but it's now getting reflected in building destructions. That they not only got ahead on souls, but they also got ahead in the tug of war for early Guardians. It's very likely that we're going to end up in a spot where it's 3 Guardians to 0.
Together already took down Zergy. He's now fighting up against Ballistic in the 1v1. Shot transmission was used. He does have his ultimate for the finish. And Together now is going to start to snowball out of this. Zergy even teleporting through to help out. You're not telling me Together wins out in a 1v3. He does. He takes down Zergy as well. Holy crap. Together is on a whole nother level right now.
Yo, tip your Kelvin for the big support there.
30% tip.
Meanwhile, Mo gets slammed to the wall. There's no combo. You're getting fisticuffs in turn. Tap, gonna finish it off. And oh boy, just when you think VP might have found a way to, at least survive in the game with a good rotation in the middle, everything exploding around them, and Shiv needs to be paid protection money.
Bro, you need to give him a bigger chunk of the prize pool right now. With how Paravision is playing with him. 13,000, 2 players weren't enough to deal with them. Even the respawn out of Zergy wasn't enough. And he's continuing to farm away at 13k. He is 5k ahead. More than that of most players of VPZP.
Hey Jason, didn't you say you wanted to see Together become more of a monster carry?
Yes.
Well,
he's an insane player, and yet for some reason, Paravision stopped or forgot about it. They focused on Play With Me. They focused on now Wolfie coming in. My man, you got to give him the credit where it's deserved. And VP at least able to get a kill onto Shark. Together, they still have no response for him, and he's still farming away. VP.
I really, really like this. When the rest of your game is still competitive, they're actually going with the philosophy of get the Shiv even more ahead. You don't need him in a lot of these fights to still, push what you want to push. You're up 3 Guardians, and you just go Shiv, continue the feed. He's just sitting here at the buffet, and he's on his 7th serving right now, Jason.
Bro, you're making me hungry talking about food again. You're very right. 7th serving, looking for an 8. Join the fight once again here. He's gonna take down D-Mob. I sure saw Hope he maxed his ultimate, and yes, he did. This is going to be so damn hard to deal with. Even, just his presence alone has forced VP back away from this turn, and that leads to continue to grow to over 10k. Obi can be better be careful. The Stormform going to come through. And you know what? You're dead, son. That's another kill coming in Together. The first kill just to buy some time and help heal the teammates so they can secure the earn turn in. But Together just doesn't care. 16,000 souls. Another kill out into the tally. Someone stop this man.
Together it's Halloween, and they said I could be anything, so I became a snowball, and he is just rolling out of control.
Bro, he's at 17,000. Look at the rest of his team, man. He's got over 7k more than Tass and Wolfie. He's almost 10k more than Staff. What is happening?
So, if we were to put this on some sort of deadlock, lessons to learn in deadlock, this game would probably be under importance of the lane.
Chapter
phase
2.
And good. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I'm
saying the chapter number for you.
That's pretty much it. You just all you've learned here is you need good lanes, because it really did compound the fact that there was no deeply winning lane for VP that could have worked as a counterbalance to the Shiv. So not only does Shiv have a great lane himself, but who is going to be fed to contest him? With the lane setup here, Jason,
no
the
one.
best chance they had was middle, but that didn't pan out.
You need to throw 4 people at him to stop him. And I think this goes back to what we talk about time and time again about taking early Guardians. When you take a Guardian pre-8 minutes, you're then leaving your carry in that lane to soak up double the souls, because you're not splitting with anyone, and there's no more change at the 8-minute mark. You're giving them so much of an extra edge early into the game that they can do things like this, pull off 1v3s, kill off Zergy another time. And this is why it's so important, as you're saying, to have these strong lane combos you can do something like that with.
Also, Together just walks away from a situation you absolutely should not walk away from. But when you have 20k souls and the highest member of the other team has 11k, you don't play by the rules anymore, Jason. You are the law.
Man, okay, so I will say this though. We're obviously building Paravision up quite a bit, and for good reason. Almost 20k in the lead. But what I need to see out of them is a lot more efficiency in their macro play, because that's where VP can still shine. Unless together can 1v6. We need to see them like start taking jungle and like taking objectives and using this Shiv who's so fed to their advantage. Don't just let them farm forever, because VP will eventually start to, I think, whittle down against you with like some other objectives.
I really want to agree with you, Jason, but the problem is I hear Sung Jin Woo's like theme music every time it shifts to Together's point of view right now. Like I don't know. This is ridiculous. Like the aura farm is off the charts, where it's like, oh, we have a Shiv in lane. Well, I'm gonna use 2 skills, and I guess now I'm gonna killing blow everyone on your team. I don't know. It's like you're talking about all this strategy here, and it's like a 5-year-old trying to out-strategize how you're going to take down, the world's biggest bodybuilder at 700 pounds. You could download all the greatest martial artists in the world into your mind, and you're just gonna lose.
There's only one person that could beat that. Chuck Norris.
Who's that? Oh yeah, of course.
I don't think most people in chat will even understand who Chuck Norris is, to be honest, these days.
I mean, you literally just made like a 2005, 2006 reference. So yeah, if you got that, congratulations. We declare you as old. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm showing my age there with that one. As we get back to the game, though, Lit's able to pick up the urn and run it over towards the turn-in. Dartho's going to get a Guardian on the right lane, just kind of backdooring it away from himself. But you know this urn with Together leading the charge. I mean, anyone he spots, he's basically killing. With Slowing Hex on top of this too, he's not going to let you get away. He's at 3,000 HP. He's already secured the room by himself. VP, like, you can't contest this. You just can't do anything to Together. You have to do something else. It's on a macro level, which is what they're doing on this right lane walker.
No, I mean, effectively, if you're VP, you just wondered how your Deadlock game turned into a different game starting with Dead by Daylight. Like, you're trying to loop Together and pray you can get away, is where you're actually at the moment.
So, Together's the killer, and VP are trying to survive.
Yeah, like, I think I just saw VP doing some gens a moment ago. I don't know. But, okay, got a Lasso coming on in here, and Abrams is nearly tickled as Together comes in and also puts him up on the hook.
Obviously, we're having a lot of fun with this game so far because of Together and the slaughter he's pulling off, but it's still a very important match for Paravision to keep this series tied at 1 apiece. It still is possible, I believe, because I haven't heard word from the admins, that it could take first seed out of this group. And for them to take first seed would mean they get straight to the semifinals, which would be huge. And obviously, we kind of expect Paravision to get there either way. It does alleviate some pressure for them, gives them a little bit of a break before they have to start playing again on, I believe it is Sunday. I believe.
Yeah, I mean, you get the day off, and you get the assurance of being in the money. So definitely a lot at stake if you're able to secure that. I don't quite know, where the tiebreakers would be in all this if VP and Paravision both won out. But either way, the point is they're in the conversation. And part of it, it's because of Raid Boss Together. But again, this was really made possible by, okay, let's see, can they do it? Team effort, everyone. Try pull over the walker. Coming on in, and Frozen Shelter. And just when you think, I might have slain him, he's still staying alive here, Jason. Can they do it? Can they take down Together? You had all of VP essentially trying there, Jason. You look at the minimap, 6 people together, still getting on hit, still alive. And the Kelvin, the key reason why he's alive, but Together's just gonna walk away, and he's not dead, Jason.
They committed everything to kill him. To be fair, Paravision committed everything to keep him alive too. But Strike eventually gets the kill onto him. Together will go down enough. VP, this might be your time to strike here, because those 25,000 souls, the lead that Paravision currently has at 114k, it doesn't really mean as much anymore. But what can VP get off of this kill with a respawn in 6 seconds?
I think this game has also been another really good example of, it's not economy in the aggregate that is your #1 indicator, but the economy allocation, because 91k to 115k, while not great, would not feel anywhere near as hopeless if you didn't have so much of the souls just piled onto the Shiv.
I think we're back to the calm before the storm here. as that Storm respawn back in towards middle lane and is looking for more kills. Now Michaela is going to be served up on a platter for Together. I'm actually kind of surprised to see Paravision, like, I mean, they got mid boss now, but again, I want to see like how are they going to transition this mid game. You could take a lot of jungle away. You should have a lot of farm on your own side, but you definitely want to focus in on these objectives. But you have to be careful about how you approach these. They made mistakes in the past. That's gonna be a combo under the walker, so after taking a lot of damage, or maybe no damage at all, like you see here on the UI.
All right, more pressure coming on this Together. I mean, they figured we killed him once before. Can we do it again? Meanwhile, charging up here in the back is Prestus. Where you talk about a space made for your Vindicta. When you have Raid Boss Shiv, Prestus has never had so much room to just do whatever he wants, Jason.
Exactly. He doesn't have to worry about anyone coming his direction because all eyes are on Together as he gets another double kill coming through as he continues to push on to take down the final walker of the game, and only Obi-Kin left, and all he can sit there and do is just watch as his base is going to be trampled on.
Also, you know the way this game has gone down in terms of economy? You know, we're talking about Together right now, who's just been, you know, eating at the finest restaurants, you know, caviar, foie gras, you know, dry-aged Wagyu. Meanwhile, take a look at Michaela S. I think I spotted him buying a Tesco meal deal. Like, 12,000.
Hey, don't hate on those.
Dear God.
Don't hate on those meal deals. Help a lot of people survive. Well, they still have 2 players left up. They're actually not going to take the phase 1 patron. They're going to leave it up for now, back away to make sure they don't throw anything from this, because honestly, their raid boss is low on HP. Even though we've got 30,000 souls. Now, first past the rail, people going for him, and he's going to fall. He'll be able to get 1 kill, but again, I think they're respecting their win condition here, Paravision. And his name is Together.
Well, look out. Here come the boys. 5-on-1. Look at the mini-map right now, Jason. Oh, they know he's there. Is the hook going to come in? They're looking for him. They want a little bit of revenge. We've assembled the group. 5 people. Boss. Countdown. Go on in. All right. They pulled, Jason. They pulled.
I don't know what's going to happen here. I mean, Together is basically on full HP. Okay, let's give me the first all rescue beam to be pulling Abrams onto the high ground. I really like that play out of Litz, actually. That was stupendous. And it looks like Together, he's found out what 8th course he wants, and it's called Mole.
Yeah, also, he just summoned some ads in that fight, as it turns out. But, okay. Yeah, guess what? Still a little bit hungry. Looking over here. Like to get the Ivy. And Obi-Kin just... You know, Obi-Kin's like that scene in Jurassic Park, where you're just sitting there, like, trying to hide from the raptors. You just see the door handle starting to move. Not great.
I thought you were going to say, it's like, he's faced with a T-Rex, and he's trying to not move a muscle.
No. I mean, he wasn't the lawyer, you know, taking a dump in that case.
Oh, come on. Well, that's your turn to...
Iconic scene. Yeah, like Shiv needed the soul bonus on that. You know, 25% of the earn.
He's a team player.
Why not?
He's helping give souls to his team. That goes in. The thing is, you don't have your raid boss here. You don't have Together here. You have to kind of respect this still. That's going to crash back on into the frozen shelter. And Listic, he's like, no, I didn't want to find strike into this. Let me out, please. I want to get away.
Please, if anything, just let me die Together. Well, patron, first stage patron about to go down.
And the patron's shaking his head like, no.
It's got wildly out of hand. I mean, we've basically been making jokes like the last 10 minutes because what else can you do? This game was essentially non-competitive from the lane phase. VP made enormous blunders in the draft, and Paravision not only drafted in a just fantastic way, they executed well, and they made Together look absolutely unstoppable. So, VP, in the future, don't give up 2 S-tier lane combos. You're not that guy. I don't think anyone is that guy. Like, you gotta respect the power, Jason.
Please tell me you saw the patron there when it was still in phase 1. It was like,
yeah,
as Together like walked in, and then eventually it exploded. I mean, a great comeback, and honestly, again, to go back to the serious part of the show, a very needed win, putting both these 2 teams now at 11-1 in fighting for that first seed. And for Paravision, I don't actually know off the top of my head. Let me see. Actually, so this should put them at 13-1 overall, I believe, right? Yeah, 13-1. VP are at 11-1. So VP, if they want to come out in first seed, they have to beat 1 win team, 2-0, and then we have a tiebreaker happening between those two teams. If they drop one map to one win, Paravision are coming out as first in the group. That is kind of insane.
Yeah, and look, you gotta give credit to Paravision. Where, by the way, Paravision, this is a team that has been grinding for a while, Jason, where, you know, there has been a period of time in recent memory where they've kind of been the undisputed number 3 in EU. And with all the trappings that means, where they were been behind VP and they've been behind one win team. But they have some of the best players in the game, and they have experience being on top, especially back in their, you know, respective DMS and Pajalias Cambria days. And, you know, I think this patch and, you know, the way they played here, they've had some of their best understanding of the meta we've seen in a long time. And, you know, they've been hungry to get back to the top, and maybe here in One Win Bombshell Volume 5, this is where, you know, they hit their stride and they legitimately compete and get back into the top 2, or, you know, be the best team in Europe once more.
I mean, we have to go back even further than that, CP, about, you know, the consistently being the number 3 team. They were the number 1 team for a period of time in EU, and they went from 1st to 3rd because of VP rising up and then one win surpassing a VP. They have gone from the top, not to the bottom, but it's not fun for them to not be included as one of the top 2 teams in EU. So for them to have this great performance, hopefully for them, with some recent roster changes, bringing Play With Me out and bringing Wolfie in, that they can finally put a combo together and have the experience they need as a team to challenge the likes of the number 1 teams and potentially go into the mix of like who, or into the conversation, I should say, of who the number 1 team in EU is right now.
Well, interesting game all in all. You know, I think for VP, not their best look. And, you know, one thing that's also probably worth mentioning too is that comfort on heroes is important, and I don't think Michaelis is necessarily the absolute most comfortable on the holiday. On top of it, I don't think Michaelis was the reason why this went badly for VP. I think realistically, they just, it was about an 80% draft. But even putting the draft aside, I think if you end up picking all the heroes that Michaelis is usually on, it's not great. And that goes for any player. If the player, you know, the meta is such that you can just take away everything they like to play, it is a valid draft strategy. I don't necessarily think Paravision actually came into this trying to take all Michaelis' heroes, though. I think it just kind of worked out that way for the overall strategy that they were going for here, Jason.
Yeah, insane game. I mean, that's definitely like one of those games you're gonna remember for a very long time, and hopefully it means to Paravision of like, oh yeah, we forgot Together was pretty good. Maybe we should put them on some more of these carry heroes going forward, because that can lead to such great success. But ZP, as we do put a bow on this series, it does mean we have to look forward to what we have coming up later on today. VP 1 win. If this series was already good, you sure as hell know that VP, after taking a title over in DFN over 1 win, finally, after what, 5 weeks, are looking to beat them yet again. And hopefully for their sake, look for that 2-0, because if they drop that map, no first seed coming out of groups for them whatsoever.
And yet, on the same note, for One Win team, they may have gotten their wake-up call, and now they know what VP may be packing. 2 maps coming up next. VP versus One Win. Do you enjoy good deadlock? Well, I gotta tell you, you're gonna be eating well today. But now, here at One Win Bombshell Volume 5, we gotta go to a quick break. When we come back, the match of the day. We are back here at One Win Bombshell Volume 5, heading into what may be the most anticipated match in the entire group stage. That's right. Sit down and get ready for the top in deadlock action. That's going to be One Win Team taking on Virtus Pro and Jason. These two teams have been the top of the top in EU all year long, and it's always a treat to watch these two play.
This could be a little, to keep it on the train of food, a little appetizer of what's to come our way. It's the potential grand final matchup here but in best of 2 format. We had it last time here at 1 Win Bombshell Volume 4 with 1 Win going up against VP, going the full 5 maps. VP won 3-2. Though last week over in DFN, we did have VP finally, after, was it 4 or 5 weeks of play, take down 1 Win. It was a 2-1 in favor of VP. It was definitely a struggle to get there. But I don't know how it's going to work out today. Obviously, one thing we have to discuss for people who haven't been paying attention to the scene or paying attention to any of the prior days, this last patch, ZP has really negatively affected 1 Win quite heavily in the heroes that they play and how effective they are.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that has particularly hit them the hardest is the fact that Pocket is just not as impactful as it used to be. And when you look at all the big matches that 1 Win team have won across the Deadlock community in the last month or so, it effectively, a lot of it came down to utilizing Pocket. I mean, there were, I think, 2 weeks in a row where the only thing that they, or rather, they had Pocket in every single comp that they're running with. And I think it's a bigger thing too in terms of overall playstyle, is that the removal of E-Shift, just the style that the 1 Win players like playing in terms of taking risks on characters that are otherwise like a little bit squishier, it all got impacted pretty heavily. Meanwhile, teams like VP have been able to go a little bit more back to their roots in a lot of these games, run more frontliners, and make things work pretty well. But to me, I think 1 Win team is a team that is pretty adaptable. I mean, as is, they had to like grind up to take the #1 away from VP to begin with. So, you know, if any team could figure it out with some tough love that they've received in the last week, it would be 1 Win team.
Well, they've had definitely a struggle over the course of this event so far, where they did lose out to Thanos, the NA mixed team that came into this one. VP slaughtered them yesterday instead. So 1 Win have shown that there's definitely some holes within their team at the moment. But I want to have, I want to be excited. I want to have hope for them to see them bounce back here. But a very important match, I'd say more so for VP than 1 Win here. Obviously, winning this game would be huge. But considering VP right now need to win both these maps to tie Paravision for the #1 seed to get directly into the semifinals, it's going to be hard. But VP have proven that they can beat them. Can they beat them yet again today will be the question.
Well, opening bans here about as standard gets for this patch, which opens up with great GT ban, Holiday ban, VP grabbing Paradox in turn. But when you first pick Paradox, you are giving up value in the front line. The idea that 1 Win team could come back here and open with, well, it's either going to be frontline or Mirage. It'll be some combination of Mirage Mo or Mo Geist or Geist Mirage. I think those are actually all the combinations you are likely to see for 1 Win team on the clapback here for their pick. And I mean, it's about as strong as responses you're going to get when you give up Paradox and you're not able to get something like a Holiday in turn.
I do. So I'm thinking past these initial picks just momentarily. If Holiday's banned, oh wow, a Kelvin early. I don't think we expected that. If Holiday's banned and Paradox is picked, is 1 Win going to commit to picking a Bebop in their top 3? Like we saw Paravision do?
Potentially. I do think here, this is a little bit interesting, is that if you're VP, you just got completely rocked by the Shiv Kelvin lane. Do you alter your draft strategy and pick Shiv in the top 3? You almost never see it, and you have really valuable picks. Like, you could clap back here with all the things I was saying, is that you could go with Geist Mo. You could go with Geist Mirage. I think no matter what, VP will take Mirage. They value Mirage incredibly highly.
Yeah,
so Mirage will be one of the two no matter what. But to me, the question is, do you forego your Geist priority, which I think they would usually have here, and instead grab the Shiv, knowing that 1 Win can grab the Shiv before the mid-stage bans?
Yeah, they're basically 1 Win team saying to Virtus Pro, call our bluff. Pick up the Shiv if you want it. In Virtus Pro, they don't go for the Shiv, and 1 Win secure it. In ABL, you talk about as being such a strong player for the team, he plays Shiv. And if he can play anything like Together did, if 1 Win can execute the Shiv like anything we just saw, ABL we know for sure has that potential to carry. But as we start to talk about these picks here, let's look at the side of VP ZP. I love saying VP ZP. It's so fun. Sinclair and Geist. And finally, Virtus Pro are able to get Geist, because it seems like every time it gets taken away from them as an initial pick.
Also, VP decided they don't want to deal with overseas on Bebop, which I think is a wise choice. But it's 1 Win. banning Vindicta in turn, so you don't have the threat of the Vindicta Abrams lane. I think the lane phase in general here is going to be a little bit more balanced. And I mean, look, we didn't touch on it, but Sinclair is still a really good pick in the early stage. But also, Mirage is going to fall to pick 4. It will not fall any lower, or I don't know, I'm just going to jump out a window or something, because I would just be defying reality. I would just start questioning if I was even awake. But okay, Mirage is going to be picked by one win team here.
What you're not telling us though, ZP? What you're not telling us though is that you're on like the ground floor. So right, hopefully.
Yeah, well, it's second story. I mean, there's a decent chance I'd live.
I don't want to know you're like on the 10th floor of some apartment complex or some building, and you're gonna jump out the window. If at least first or ground floor, okay, that's could be acceptable. But the Mirage had gotten locked in, like you said, and then the response with the Moe, which honestly isn't really a bad response, because you have 2 high priority heroes to be able to lock down, right? You have the Yamato and the Shiv that you could lock down, and hopefully for the sake of VP be able to kill off quick enough when we get to these fights.
Yeah, and other picks still available. Now you kind of wonder how you're going to fill out the back end here for VP. The VP generally in the spot, Jason, you would expect Infernus to be coming on in soon, and they might even pick it as early as 5th here. Usually they reserve it for last, but they have their front line relatively set up. They have the Paradox, and okay, it's Ivy, which has kind of been the, VP has been valuing Ivy a little bit more. There is a world where, actually, I don't know. I actually don't think one win team was going to take Ivy. They already had the Kelvin. I could count on one hand the amount of times I've seen Kelvin Ivy in recent memory. I think that's actually a little bit of an overdraft for Ivy. Like, they could have grabbed whatever they were getting last earlier, because now if one win team actually does come in and would like to take something like the Infernus, it's going to pivot VP to a lesser choice from what they usually run.
That's a good point. I actually do wonder, like, you already see Kelvin, why go for the Ivy if you want to lock in something comfortable for Zergy? Because we're probably safe to assume most likely will be an Infernus last pick for Virtus Pro if it gets through to that point. But then again, we have seen, Zergy, he's been able to play Geist before. But I don't know. I'm actually really interested to know why. I know Lightbringer was in chat before. Maybe he can, DM us, slide into our DMs and let us know what the mindset was behind that. But for one win, okay, I didn't think Lash was on my bingo card today for this matchup, but they go Lash Abrams.
I'm still, one win team has showed it before, and I'm still not in love with it. I mean, clearly they think it's good, even though, talking to other people, the Springboks haven't even really been supporting it. And this is the same one win team that, in terms of like weird takes post-patch, lost a map, Jason, because they went with a Lash McGinnis draft. It's, it is what it is for that, I suppose, but I'm not in love with it. The Abrams is fine if you're flushing out the front line, but I do think when I look at one win team, I really worry about their ability to initiate fights here, Jason. I mean, they're effectively, you're hoping it's a good Lash game. But Lash, in terms of reliable initiation, just by the eye test and objectively what we have seen, is going to be way less reliable at getting you into fights than something like a Paradox or Holiday or even the raw Mo. So, like, the power of VP to set terms of engagement is going to be vastly higher than one win team. And what are they getting in response here, Jason? They're getting, like, I would say better scaling, and also the one-way potential of something like a Shiv or Yamato, and Mirage in general being good. Like, the scaling is a little bit better, I think, for one win team. But they have to navigate an absolute minefield of an early game to unlock that benefit.
Hey, Alexa, add question for Lightbringer. Why are we seeing Lash more often? Just want to kind of remind myself to a list of questions, because just to quickly hop back to the Lash CP, the win record of Lash in one win Bombshell has been atrocious. Atrocious.
Yes.
Wow. I swear English is my first language. So I mean, I can kind of get it as an initiation factor for them, because they don't have the Bebops because it's banned away. They don't have the Holiday because they banned it. They don't have the Paradox because VP secured it. They need some sort of initiation, but at the same time, I would have almost, you're gonna hate me with this, but I almost wouldn't have hated McGinnis necessarily. But if we're talking about win rates, McGinnis is definitely in the pooper on that one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore that you made that comment and carry on is what I'm gonna do here. And I think really the problem for the one win team draft for me, where they could have picked up initiation, it goes back to the picks 2 and 3 for them. they super highly prioritize the Shiv Kelvin lane, which is good, as we saw in the last game. But in the last game, it was also good because you had other factors going for it across the game lane-wise. In this instance, I don't agree with grabbing that early, especially when you could have grabbed something like a Mo that had, like, you know, a different form of initiation on deck. I don't know. I think for me, if this doesn't work out for one team and it's just an early to mid-game domination coming in from VP, you really just have to question the 2 and 3 picks for the one-win team draft, because I think that was the experiment and sort of a more off-the-wall portion of this draft phase for them.
Let me theorize for a second here, ZP. So the Sinclair as a second pick for VP, because we talked about like the Mirage being left open, right? I actually, if I'm gonna just completely theorize and, like, you know, think about it, I don't hate it in the sense that it gives you a great counter ultimate from Kelvin. It gives you a great initiate ult if you ever need to add a lash. But also the big factor about Mirage we talk about is this macro play and split push potential. We kind of talked about this on one of the other days, the one with Bombshell. If Listic or whoever's going to be on Sinclair, if you match Mirage in lane when they're trying to go for split push using the urn to bait people away, you can copy his ultimate and Traveler over. So you're still going to have that 6v6 fight, and you completely eliminate somewhat the split push potential out of Mirage. What do you think?
I think that's very true, and I think there's also another benefit to getting Sinclair earlier in the draft. And to me, I think the benefit is that it bases Sinclair more than any other hero in the game. I think acts as a backdoor ban. It's like pick Sinclair, get 2 bans free. And the 2 bans you get on it, in the sense that if they pick it, the heroes are objectively just weaker than they would be without a Sinclair being around, is Warden and Seven. I don't think picking Warden or Seven into Sinclair is really great, because some of the biggest audience participation plays we've seen, some of the biggest playmaking moments we have seen off of Sinclair in general, come when the other team picks Warden or picks Seven. So by VP picking the Sinclair this early in the draft, for one-win team, maybe they would have grabbed a Warden on the back end or a Seven, rather than picking an Abrams or even a Lash. But you don't really love doing that when you know you're going against a Sinclair at the same time. So, you know, Sinclair has these hidden benefits to team composition that aren't immediately apparent if you're not thinking a little bit deeply into what the matchup could be.
Well, you know what? I mean, the stage is set here. To remind you guys, once again, if you are just joining us, VP need to win 2-0 to have a chance to potentially take first seed, because Paravision are sitting at 13-1. VP are sitting at 11-1. Now, I know ZP and I are not 100% sure on how the tiebreakers are going to work out when it comes to a potential 13-1 out of both those two teams. But if VP lose a map, there's no chance. If they at least win both, there is a chance if we get into the tiebreakers there in this one. But also, I'm curious, who's going to be on the Lash for 1 minute? And I think it's going to be Wolfie, if I'm not mistaken.
Could be Wolfie. I think there was a world where like Seth played in the past, but given the fact that they played Abrams, it's almost certainly going to be. Wait, no, I'm mixing up my teams right now. I was thinking Paravision. Okay, for 1 win, who would play it? I'm trying to think.
Let me open up my database. Give me a second.
May it be who's overseas going to play here? I think it may be overseas on the Lash, perhaps. Which.
Well, you know what? I don't need to open my database because we're going into the game here. Finally, ZP, the creme de la creme matchup here of our group stage. VP up against
ABL.
1 win. ABL.
Okay.
He's not on Shiv, really?
Yeah. No, I think ABL may have been on the last time we saw.
Wow.
1 win play it. Yeah.
Overseas is going to be on Abrams.
Overseas on the Abrams. Yeah, the split here is interesting in the who's playing what. Meanwhile, on the VP side, things are pretty straightforward as what you would expect.
Okay. So, I mean, we talk about empty dreams, especially when it came to Pocket. He definitely has massive carry potential as a player. ABL seemed to be more flexing lately, as we've seen him like on player in the past. I've seen him on last year. But obviously, our eyes are going to be focused on the lane you're seeing on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the Shiv. Oh, it was Shiv and the Kelvin, and how they're going to deal up against the Mikhail S. Obi Kim combo. I mean, VP just played against this combo. Hopefully, for their sake, they're not going to let it slip away as harshly as they did against Paravision.
I mean, Paradox Ivy in theory can play pretty defensively in that lane, which is absolutely what they should do. You should not be looking for kills, barring the just most gross overextension ever, or, you know, telegraphed heavy melee that you parry. But even still, the poke damage coming on out here, pretty disgusting from Empty Dreams.
Yeah. And Sonya, oh my god, Listic almost gets blown up here in the mid lane. Just the power slash coming on through. I mean, also looking at, you know, the left lane for one win, I don't really hate the Abrams Mirage combo either. Thinking about, you know, if you can hit a nice shoulder charge into a tornado, you're looking at pretty much almost a guaranteed kill.
Yeah. The early lane phase here, a little bit scary for VP, but once ultimates come online, I think things really turn the other way. So if VP can just keep things even till 3K, and you leave room for MKLS and Sharik to start roaming around the map, getting kills, will be a good spot. Listic down. I was gonna say, surely there's no way Listic lives there. Poke damage, just a little bit too much in the moment. You know, backing on out.
You will suffer.
Not a good start here for Virtus Pro, losing out on that in mid. But again, like when one player dies or disappears from the lane, like you still get a lot of farm on the person left. You can see Demob at 1.7 now. I'll back the attention of the right-hand side. We're going to start to approach that 3K mark momentarily here. This Empty Dreams at 2.2 and Flammable at 2.1. And I think once you hit the 3K mark, obviously in mid lane with the Lash, in the right lane with the Kelvin Shiv, I think that's where we're going to start to see if one win do have that potential to take off. And if Virtus Pro have the answer, not really feed over too many kills early on.
I do wonder if one win, or rather if VP change up their strategy a little bit and go for earlier rotations into the right lane, just to make things a little bit more troublesome for the Shiv Kelvin lane and shore things up. It's either they do that, Jason, or they overload into middle and left lane and just try and match, you know, two good lanes versus the one good lane of the Shiv Kelvin. But Zergy, point of view right now, caught in the tornado for a split second, and you know the left lane pretty stable so far for VP.
Yeah. You know, again, for that lane, I wouldn't expect any kills, at least for VP side, until we have combo up. Back onto the right. Good chip damage being done to Empty Dreams. Nobody can this time not being pressured so heavily like he was against Paravision against this combo. And I mean, I really wish CP we had like in-game a way to determine like the amount of denies and such, because it's also so hard to keep track of these goals in the lane. The list is going to fall once you get in towards mid. At least Demob will respond with the one kill on Lasagna. Yeah, I would love to be able to see like these denies, because I feel like that's probably one of the most underrated stats in the laning phase that we still can't see in the game yet.
Also, ABL was able to finish off Demob there. ABL also used Death Slam into that engage. I'm pretty sure that's what ended up killing Listic, where Listic probably would have countered with the Slam of Zone, but Listic still doesn't have ult online. The middle pressure a little bit more in favor of one win team, and you know, you just get those windows, Jason, where you got ults and the other side does not.
Yeah. 4.2 for ABL, like he's insanely far ahead. That's gonna be the combo head coming on the left-hand side. Shard, the low in HP, is trying to escape. Overseas low as well, and Zergy is just trying to get and confirm any of these kills. He gets charged into the wall. Overseas is able to survive and one win out on that fight on the left. Wow.
Yeah, the lane phase pretty good out of one win team here so far, but now Ultra coming online, we're gonna see really how it develops. And now Sanya coming on in. Shadow transformation diving over in the Demob. Demob has no swaps, so Demob very, very vulnerable here. Likely to just fall. Maybe fishing for a parry, but instead it's Listic and Demob both down again. ABL making this middle lane lash work out pretty effectively so far here, Jason.
Also, credit to Xenon. He's rotated between like left and mid lane a couple of times now to help at least provide some sort of support for these kills. One when they're only ahead by 3K, but 3K against VP this early on is not easy to do. A double shoulder charge connected. I don't know why I got so hyped. I thought there's gonna be more back off of that. My bad.
Yeah, the double shoulder. They're just backing off. Okay.
I thought he was gonna like. I thought there was gonna be something else there, but no.
I'm curious on here too is, you know, if it wasn't covered by the mini map all the time, just seeing active Guardian HP, like easier way on the UI. Because I think that's the part where one win has really actually taken a pretty substantial lead here so far, Jason, is that they're way closer to getting these early Guardians down from the lane phase. We haven't quite hit the point where VP can get a lot of value out of swap, out of combo. So we'll see where it goes. But middle lane has been a real big pain point so far for VP, just in what ABL and Zenya have been able to do to keep up the pressure. And again, ABL moving on in, and when it lashes this far ahead, Ground Strike, a big threat. Zenya getting poked down and turned Ground. A slam going to be used, and D-Mob is the target. ABL looking to finish off the Geist, and D-Mob's going to fall. Death Slam doing its job, and ABL, low HP, still taking a little bit of the poke battle versus Listic.
Right lane, though, it looks like we've seen VP able to fight out. Oh, wait, what? What a parry. What a parry. Oh, my God. The Hex came through, and ABL right into it perfectly.
Well played.
Oh, they did it. We might have not seen the chat, Jason, but we hear it. ABL gets a kill in middle and drops the well played. One team likes anything, Jason. They love themselves a little bit of mental warfare.
Who doesn't love a little bit of BM in there? Have to be careful, though. Actually, you know, ABL's going to be coming over to the left lane. He's looking for Zerg. He's on 7,000 souls. He's going to do a truckload of damage here. Zerg going to get knocked up by the Ground Strike. The re-engagement comes in out of Xenon. The double punch comes in through out of ABL to get another kill. Only a 2,000 soul lead, though, at the moment.
Yo, Flash kind of looking kind of swole this game.
Calm down. You can't reverse your thoughts on Lash so quickly, but you're not wrong.
Who's reversing thoughts? I thought it was a terrible pick for the most part, but this is the best and most legitimate we've seen Lash look basically all tournament long. At least, you know, relative to even team versus even team.
Oh, this Guardian is about to go down here. We see the commitment, and this will free up Empty Dreams to continue to farm up on this right-hand side. And it should be falling here momentarily. It's just one more shot pretty much until it's gone. The airdrop going to come through. Kind of catching. Oh, man. All right, so at least there's a response here out of VP in the mid lane. But this Guardian, it will be going down. Hello, the spot comes through, and Empty Dreams is able to secure it before he will fall.
So, first Guardian fall is a Shiv Kelvin lane. No surprise there, but it comes at a bit of a cost. Kelvin, unlikely out here. I love how the standard in Deadlock, Jason, by the way, has become is like, you're going to die no matter what. Throw out a parry and hope that people muscle memory themselves to giving up a kill that they're 100% guaranteed to get if they just don't throw hands.
No, honestly, I completely agree with it. It makes perfect sense. Ooh, good use out of Spectral Assistant to pull Zanya a little bit further ahead than he expected to. And there's a Shadow Transformation out of Listic. Maybe his ultimate is about to run out on the steal, so he decided to commit to it anyways.
Meanwhile, back here on the left-hand side, Flammable going to drop a shelter. Meanwhile, Death Slam, ABL is just waiting, grabs it, over and in. That's going to be a dead Sharik.
Look at the Guardian now before he falls. His commits for that one. They do have 4 players in this left-hand lane. They're going to try to overwhelm this Guardian, which honestly Zergy won't be able to defend. In the meantime, one win will lose out their mid lane Guardian, push out of Listic and D-Mob.
Kind of interesting, actually, how middle lane, despite it being very rough for Listic and D-Mob, it's actually VP getting the middle Guardian down first.
I mean, to be fair, right, ABL's been interacting with a lot of these other lanes more so, leaving it all on Zanya to defend, and that's so difficult to do no matter what hero you're on 1v2. But I know what you mean, and you would imagine they would take the middle tower and then start to roam, but either way, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and Obikim goes for the stone form.
That's copy shelter, by the way. Coming up from Listic, they're trying to set the tone of the fight, and it's enough to take down Flammable, so we see the power of Sinclair putting Kelvin in his own freezer. Off to the middle. You know, now to pick up the urn here for one win. Let's look at this, at the tone, and they're not quite able to get away. The poke damage was too strong here from VP. Overseas, super low at the same time as the rotations from VP here over to the urn, really paying dividends, and they've completely compensated for what was a pretty tough laning phase.
Great Kutsu bomb too coming through out of Obikim there to just do some great area denial. Looks like Shark will pick up the urn and look to the right-hand side. He's gotta be careful, and I think he's gonna take down some of these minions in the mid lane since the Guardian is taking some damage. I mean, we're pretty much hitting the point of the game as well where ABL should have like most effectiveness. I look towards Empty Dreams, 10k souls. Decent lead over most of his teammates. He's not been left to his own, I would say, for the most part.
Urn right now gonna be held back by VP. And, you know, the interesting thing is that for VP, I don't know if you want to go for the open air earn fight right now, unless you have a bigger advantage, just because this is, as you say, a window for Lash where, you know, Death Slam is probably more effective now than it'll be later in the game when people have more movement tools, more ability to break line of sight. I think you're okay just kind of keeping the earn neutral and farming up as is, and looking for a different opportunity rather than just going directly into earn. But we'll see how they play it.
Well, yeah, I can agree. And as we can see in the minimap, it looks like there is a convergence out of VP on this mid lane. Looking for ABL. The swap's gonna hit. He's low in HP, and he will be promoted on. This might be the time now to say, hey, we can turn in this earn. We don't have to worry anymore.
Yes. Look, we go to the Mo camp. Just immediately starts right. It's like, yo, Mo, it's time. Lash is dead. Let's do it. And this makes all the sense in the world. They set up the pick on the Lash. Now they can just turn an earn, and they don't have to worry about giving up like a 3 or 4 man death slam. It went in the open air where it's most likely to happen. So Mo comes on in. They used the copied frozen shelter here, I think, to set it up.
Yeah.
And that's an easy earn turn in.
That's the little Venn diagram of frozen shelters you saw there, because we did have the counter frozen shelter, kind of flammable. And off the back of the earn turn in VP, they're going for the right lane Guardian. And there's realistically no chance they're going to be able to defend this for one win.
Now, VP.
Oh, no.
Okay. Oh, life swap. We'll see how long he was able to live here. Still kind of a tough spot to be in, and yeah, Xenon's gonna finish it off. But by the way, speaking of behind enemy lines, take a look at where Xenon is right now. Okay, VP, I think they know. You think they know? Zergy looks to be the one leading the way. Zergy and Mo heading on over. Is Braz gonna be able to get out of the hot zone right now? Just have to see the pressure coming on in, and no, Xenon not able to survive the foray deep into VP territory.
Listic, copy throws the shelter yet again just to keep himself alive. Dreams there waiting on the side to try to collapse on top of that kill, and even Zanya here just getting extremely low to McKayla, but ABL's there, join back in. McKayla's still on the chase. He wants this. Wow, he is so committed. He gets the healing right off.
Ooh. You know, this feels like a rage game from McKayla after that. He got stuck on the holiday in a game with bad lanes, and you know, McKayla had just no souls to his name, Jason. And now versus one win team, McKayla is pretty farmed by Paradox standards in this game, and unreal how things just shifted after the laning phase. Really good decisions by VP in terms of how to approach the fights, and to me, I think the real winning decision was the fact that they got earn and they just held it back, Jason, and waited for a pick on ABL before even attempting it.
You were talking about behind enemy lines. Listic was basically in the base of what went there, and then used a spectral system to get away. Also, why can't I ever take down a Yamato like that as a Paradox? Maybe because I'm not as good as McKayla.
First, you must hit your carbine, and then you have to hit your swap. Like, hitting the first has been questionable, and hitting the second, while it should be automatic, you know, this is more than you may think.
And also, you know, we talked about my rank decrease because I blamed it on the Christmas skins, but also partially was on me. Yeah, another catch from the Zanya. Came off going for the chase. Backup isn't there, so he's going to be very careful of this one. Over just to quickly rotate, and ABL's going to rotate over, and Zanya, he's on like pretty much 1 HP here. Crimson Splash is maybe to come through to buy him enough time to get the health. Overseas, the rotation going to be good. So we had an 11k lead for Virtus Pro, and it's now up to 13k. And we're getting into the next earn, and I think this is where it's extremely tricky. That earn turn in CP is in an open area, and I don't see how Virtus Pro can turn this completely.
I don't think VP needs to. I think right now that they have more an advantage in the open air, even as Zergy gets run over on the right-hand side. I think if you're VP, you kind of nurse your lead a little bit and take advantage of the fact that a decent power 1-1 cannot fight you in the smaller scale skirmishes. The worst thing that could happen would be you go for the full team fight over into a very Lash-friendly area and give him immense value, when everything else in the game right now is, frankly, going in your way.
You still see Woman. They have to commit players towards the direction of the earn turning, since you cannot let this go for free. Looking towards Xenon and any split push potential out of him. Listic is semi on the chase. He's able to spot him out. So I guess the play for here for 1-1 is keep enough players there to reinforce the earn turn in. Allows Xenon to split push on the right hand side. This goes back to what I was saying before with Listic. You could match those two up against each other, and Listy can rejoin the fight if he needs to by hopping over to on that Traveler. ABL here, Death Slam available. Maybe look for the opportunity to go for it.
Rabiel, if you go for it, you need to make sure it results in a kill. Goes for the Death Slam. Grabs one. Michaela's going for a ride. Here comes big slam down. Frozen Shelter comes on out too, just to be sure. Man, oh man, one win team wanted that kill. But yeah, the RC thing, if you're VP, you might go for Urn Turn-In now once Michaelis is up and just thread that window with the Death Slam being down. I don't think you're afraid of going for the Urn fight now, Jason.
Oh my god. It's a very scary thing to see that big blue man charging straight in your direction. They're coming the two players, the Walker. Wait, no, he just wants to finish the Walker, which you know what? Well, I was gonna say he might be able to, but the stun for the Cookie Bomb's gonna be enough. No! The Walker survives.
So close, Jason, yet so far. However, Zanya dropping a big old bag to Dimov. That was about 800 souls. And now, okay, they are going to try and hit the window here, Jason, because you look at ABL. Death Slam is still about halfway on the recharge. The Urn now coming up and over. See how this one goes, but there's a look in the middle, actually. It looked like they were a little bit keen to go over, but now the window of coming in with Death Slam being down, slowly closing, Jason.
Yeah. That was dirty, by the way, out of Listic. Puts the Spectral Assistant down, runs completely over to the Walker, just gets a hit on it to finish it off, and uses his assistant to get away. We are at a bit of a standstill, even though, you know, we're at a 15k lead for Virtus Pro, and obviously trying to nurse this lead. But the position Sharks in, there's realistically no real reason Virtus Pro to go for the turn-in there. It looks like they want to go for a kill onto Xenon on the right-hand lane. Listic's position, just watching on the minimap, is kind of, it's so interesting to me to see like where he's constantly going and constantly trying to gather information on, not to mention steal away juggle camps as many as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the big upsides of Sinclair is just Spectral Assistant is one of the very best tools in the game to get out of bad situations relatively for free. Also, we're nearly hitting the point of a fresh Urn spawning. That is how long that Sharik has just had to carry this Urn back and forth. You know, even for Mo, you feel like your back's getting a little bit tired at this point, Jason.
Yeah. Oh, swap. Not used just yet out of Michaelis, but it gets initial catch. I mean, we're talking about, you know, the economy out of both teams and like where we've seen the resources spread to. We haven't even mentioned okay, this Tomato really isn't going to be that much of a threat in these fights. And what a top three decides to slam, gets Michaelis to the high ground, and not to mention the Death Slam on top of this to connect onto one. Actually, I'll connect onto two.
Yeah, Death Slam comes on in. Sharik down. However, VP still fighting the fight. Zanya goes down super early. Concussive combustion from Zergy over to the side. In hot pursuit on the left, avoiding the main team fight. It just isolates Empty Dreams out. So Zergy just says, hey, I can take Shiv out over here. You guys got the rest of the main fight. And the decision pans out.
The Urn was dropped
in favor of VP.
The Urn was dropped. It's going back towards the spawning location. So they can't even get the turn-in off the back. But they still get the kills either way. And I think, honestly, ZP, they're going to be happy with this because mid-boss is a very high possibility, especially get the final kill.
Oh, that is hilarious. T-Bob went to pick up the Urn, and it literally just warped in front of him back to the other way because it just hit the 20-minute mark. That's funny.
I was expecting a mid-boss. I think they actually, yeah, they're still going to quit forward here.
Yeah.
One win. And then you have ABL dead. He doesn't have Death Slam up. I mean, Zanya, I think you almost go for this DP. You've got Shout Transformation. You potentially could steal it. He can't be hacked. He can't be stunned up. It doesn't look like he's in position to go for the contest just yet. Might be coming in last second.
He's not doing it.
Yeah.
If anything, it looked like there was a brief moment where Zanya might have tried to just intercept Mo, but that may have been a bad idea also as far as the Urn, where, you know, I gotta say, being the carrier of the Urn this entire time has not been good for Sharik's bank account. Overall, like, income allocation has been quite good for VP, but I just feel like you look at the minimap, it's just been Sharik, like, dancing back and forth in the VP jungle, just, you know, his entire role here. He's effectively the butter robot of Deadlock right now.
What is my role? You carry the Urn. I mean, let's be fair though, ZP. He's at 18,000 souls. He has more than Flammable. He has more than Zanya.
Yeah.
He's even with Overseas. He's not poor. But I get what you mean 100%. It is very frustrating for him to kind of be that dedicated role. But I think if you're winning matches, you're not going to care. The full train's going to come through. That was on to Xenon, who's actually very low in HP. And even ABL being getting caught out here by O became a great knock out of the airdrop. He's going to hide in the closet. Eventually finished off here. This could be the turn in. This actually is going to be a massive lead now built up for Virtus Pro. And honestly, they're still going to get some more walkers off the axis as well.
First shelter gonna be dropped here. Flammable though, still in deep trouble. As you see VP just swarming inside the shelter. Should be an turn in here for VP, and as you say, Jason, the lead may be insurmountable at this point. Where, okay, Empty Dreams, only get at least one, but now I think at this point, if you're Listic, you pick up the urn and you just bring it on in. You don't get intimidated by the Shiv, and he does just that. And in fact, Empty Dreams might not be able to get out here. You see the poke damage coming in from afar, 300 HP. You gotta take cover behind the truck, but surely this is the end. Empty Dreams, unable to escape, and you know, I gotta call into question the idea of the gank that one win set up there, because of all people to go in on, is it really Geist with Swap that's really farmed? That's your target in the left-hand side? I don't know, I just feel like there's other plays you could have waited for there.
Oh, another Death Slam? Is that a refresh Death Slam, actually? I don't know if we had it up in the last fight. I didn't catch on if he used it in the last fight. And it's not really going to net much. I mean, a 6-for-1 for Virtus Pro. And they get the urn turn in. And they're going to get Shrine. They're sitting at...
And they shelter clone. just to make it even more secure. Just, Listic says, we're going to chill out. We're going to hit the Shrine. That one win, trying to go for a little bit pokes after, but you know, Overseas, I don't think you have the juice for that. No, like Overseas jumps on out, but you have half of one win still dead, and you know, 19k Abrams isn't that intimidating. Not going to do much for defending the first stage patron, and VP here, Jason, they could just stay.
We've got a 50k lead. Why wouldn't you stay? Why wouldn't you commit for this? This should be Virtus Pro taking the win with relative ease, showing that that last match against Paravision with the Kelvin Shiv combo was just a fluke. There we go. The patron's going to fall here in CP. Virtus Pro are now one map away from tying up Paravision at the top of the table in groups to potentially take that first seed for themselves. But the one caveat to this is I can't truly measure one win's true strength right now when I see Lash being played. I know it's a little bit BM, but I feel like you kind of agree with me on this one, that we're still kind of really on, we're not even on the fence with Lash. We're very far away from that fence, saying we're not a big fan of the way it's being played at the moment. Not to criticize ABL, but the hero in general just doesn't get the effectiveness he used to.
No, I thought ABL, as far as like by Lash standards, looked great, especially in the early mid game, got way more value than we've seen from the average Lash. The problem is that one thing we saw here, you know, we kind of go on the individual mechanical plays where we see people just get out of death slams, and you know, we see Lash struggle to get initiations where a Paradox or Holiday would, you know, be on easy street. But look at how VP played around ABL, where you invest into the Lash because you go, okay, the team fight potential for early earn is insane. Not a single time did VP give one win the opportunity to have a full team fight on Urn where Death Slam was available. They made Sharik just sit by himself in the jungle in timeout until they went have their way to hunt down ABL or otherwise get Death Slam on cooldown, and then they would go for Urn. So the macro overall play to play around the team fight that one win was trying to set up, you know, with the Lash and Kelvin together was actually very, very smart.
Yeah, and I mean, come on. If we're going to talk about VP, we always talk about their macro play. We always talk about how smart their play is. And I mean, obviously, you don't see Lash too often anymore when it comes to playing in these, you know, these tournaments. But for them to, you know, understand where we're going to be successful and then execute that, especially with how the early game went, I think it's not too crazy to say. I think one win definitely won the early game here, but Virtus Pro had a massive glow up in the mid game.
They really did, and I mean, the laning phase, I think, went way better from one win than expected, but you know, as we said at the start of the draft, a lot of the power from the VP setup when you're running Paradox Mo is getting good setups from it. And it wasn't even so much the Mo part of it, because again, Sharik was in timeout for half the game, just having to be the urn carrier. But the person that had a monster game that, you know, we could have brought up even more was Mikhail S, where particularly in dealing with the Lash, so many times we would see ABL be the first one to get swapped, and off the swap would simply just die. Mikhail S was right place,
Oh my
right
God.
time, and also, based on the scoreline here, also was just pumping damage the entire way through. What a difference one game makes if you were to go back and compare it to Mikhail S in the Holiday just a game ago.
I mean, that was Mikkel L when they were playing up against Paravision. 35,000 damage. You know, I look at his numbers. I look at the quad 7 as well out of Michaelis, Listic, Dimov, and Obikim. Then I look at Shark and I feel kind of bad because you see 12,000 damage, but we know exactly why that ended up playing out that way. I think maybe looking at one win, thinking back to how the game kind of played out, we saw ABL leave mid lane, start ganking some of these other lanes, and that left Zanya to his own in a 1v2. Ended up losing his Guardian, and I feel like he never really recovered. I mean, he's pretty much on the exact same souls as Flammable on the Kelvin. And if you have a Yamato who you need to be that kind of threat to join the likes of Empty Dream to help assist with these death slams, you got to have a fed Yamato, and they just weren't able to accomplish that. I do wonder if ABL stayed in lane, or if they're able to rotate someone into the lane with Zanya to take a Guardian, maybe that could have changed the fate for him, and he would have been more powerful in this match.
It would have helped. I also think all the posturing for Urn hurt the ability of Zanya to actually just find free time to farm. But you know, also speaking of the Urn, you know, it just kind of occurred to me for Sharik. Sharik was basically, you know, Tom Hanks in Castaway. Just, you know, his only friend in the world for half the game was the Urn. Just not getting to play in a lot of the fights. Just, you know, grab whatever farm he could. You know, maybe painting a little face on the Urn, and you know, the rest of VP got to play the game.
I wonder if there actually is a name in the lore for the Urn. If there isn't, maybe we should just change it to Wilson.
I'm down for it. If there's told otherwise, the Urn is now Wilson. At least after the bonding experience we saw between Sharik and you know, the team objective.
I could see it now. Next patch, Yoshi. Urn's official name now is, and they changed it to something completely different from Wilson. Come on. So obviously with the victory here for Virtus Pro, that means they do have the 1-0 so far in the best of 2. And I know I keep saying this, but that's pretty much what it comes down to, is Virtus Pro need one more win. Not only for tying things up in the groups with our #1 team at the moment with Paravision, but also for the sake, I think, of Virtus Pro. Only recently beating one win just this last Wednesday, and that was a 2-1 affair. Taking them 4 or 5 weeks to do so. I think winning 2-0 here would be a massive boon to the morale of the team, and obviously a big bounce back after losing that match versus Paravision.
And again, Jason, I think a lot is going to come down to the draft, where the interesting thing about the group stage days here is that I feel like there's a pretty, you know, solid template for how to build, whether you are first pick or second pick. But we definitely see teams trying to throw in curveballs, you know, getting ideas of ways to evolve the draft. And a lot of the evolutions that we've seen people come up with, I don't think have been super effective later into the tournament. I think things that have been effective and verifiable is that the Geistflation. Lady Geist getting picked way earlier in the draft, I really support. I think Geist is that good. And you think back to that gank we saw, or gank attempt rather, late into the lane where you had Lash try and go in on the Geist. The Geist just didn't care, was able to basically survive 1v2 with a swap into health drain right after. You get that all throughout the game, regardless of what farm threats you have. So, well, Geist rising in priority makes sense. Some of the off-the-wall things, like trying to, you know, force Lash, not so much.
I mean, to go back to the Geist thing really quick, as you mentioned, when it came to that final Urn turn-in, they did collapse on Dimov, trying to kill him on the Geist, and he just swaps, and he's like, okay, I'm pretty much back to full HP. What are you going to do about this now? You wasted a lot of abilities to take me down. But going back to, you know, seeing some new things with the draft, it didn't work out for him, but I really did like securing Kelvin and Shiv in pick 2 and 3. I thought that was so cool to see, such a cool adaptation to our drafting phase here for one win. There's so many times we've seen that teams can't really pull the trigger on that until they have 2 picks back to back. And because you obviously have it at the start of the drafting phase, the very smart time to do so. But it did mean they obviously had to lock in the Shiv ASAP after the pick of Kelvin. As you said this so many times, ZP, picking Kelvin on its own, not that bad. It fits generally really well into most composition, gives you some stable heal in these fights, has a really great ultimate. But picking Shiv and losing out on the Kelvin can sometimes backfire against you.
Well, you know what won't backfire against you if you're viewing here at One Win Bombshell Volume 5. That's right, scan the QR code on your screen, get in, following all the One Win socials for updates not only on One Win Bombshell Volume 5, but any of the new content that comes out One Win has been doing a great job supporting Deadlock Esports here from its inception. This is the 5th tournament that One Win has held here in the scene, and likely more to come. But if you want even more to be held, even more to be supported, all it takes is a simple like, follow, subscribe. You know, putting on good shows here, Jason.
Yeah, honestly, I love these because when you have DFN, you have like 3 teams from each region. This gives you a really good like indicator and diving into like what other teams in the region have to show. We haven't seen Aegis Aurora in forever. You see some good things out of like CIS Rejects and Lodos. We obviously got to have the NA mixed team come into this where they had some really interesting results. It's a great thing, and I hope to keep seeing these tournaments continuing in the future. Let's speak of the future. It's not too far off. The draft coming in now, ZP, for our final match between One Win and Virtus Pro. And wow, first ban Yamato. So that leaves open like potentially Holiday, potentially Grey Talon, potentially Sinclair, depending on how Virtus Pro responds.
I don't know if I love the first ban Yamato from the first pick position, because yes, you will get your pick of the litter. But now if you're, for VP, I don't know if I would have. Okay. I guess you still ban GT because you don't want to give it on up. But now you're able to respond with something like Paradox Mirage, or I think more likely with Geistflation, Paradox Geist would feel like the go-to pick here for VP if you're trying to really set up your early game or early draft advantage. But
Hydro
we'll see
Flare
what
in
it comes
chat.
out to, Jason.
Hydro Flare in chat. Like, ZP, don't put Geist and Inflation in the same sentence. I don't know why. I like it. That's obviously like some sarcasm about it, but I'm curious. You know what? Hydro Flare, let us know why. Let us know why.
Jason, the problem is I'm not enough of a degenerate. I'm just thinking about like the absolute just, all I'm thinking here is like the value is going up, and that's the baseline definition of inflation. But okay, you know what? Fine, chat, you win. You win.
No, forget that. Forget that. I like it. I like it very much indeed, because we have seen so much more focus onto Geist in recent weeks here. Virtus Pro expected to see the Paradox pick up here. Obviously, getting that one over to Michaelis, who had a very big pop-off game. But the next pick coming through, I mean, you have Mirage available, which could be a very high priority pick between these two teams. Obviously, seeing Xenon use it in the last game.
I don't think you go, even though VP really values Mirage. I don't know. I guess you can make the case for them going Mirage here over Geist.
I mean, no, yeah, I think it's going to be Geist.
The Geist has been too good.
Yeah.
The Geist has been too good. I think as good as VP is with the macro on the Mirage, you have the opportunity to go Paradox, Geist. I think you go for that here. And then for One Win, I think on the flip side, you probably have to go Mo. Like, Mo Holiday has been really effective, battle tested. And if for One Win, if you go Holiday, Mo, Mirage, I think that's an excellent response to VP picking up the Geist here.
I think until we start seeing more like silences picked up, Geist is just going to have a field day continually. I mean, obviously combo is a good response to it. You lock her down if you can burst her in time, but I'm wondering, like, at what point do we start seeing silence picked up if you do want to full commit onto a Geist? Because most Geist these days, they're playing so far forward ahead of their team because they know generally you're going to survive, especially when you feed farm over to it.
Okay, VP goes Sinclair again. They did this last time too, so we probably should have expected it, but I don't love it given the different nature of this draft and what was picked early on, because I think if you're One Win here, so you would give up the Mo, but you could respond and go with Mirage Geist. And I think you're taking away one of the favorite heroes of VP, well, 2 of the favorite heroes of VP, and you're stacking the deck with very powerful meta picks here. And I think that's still okay. And then VP, maybe they pick Mo as their third. If they don't pick Mo as your third, maybe you can ban it off the turn. We'll see.
So I didn't necessarily expect Kelvin to be picked unless it was a Kelvin Shiv. But Kelvin Geist. As I said before, Kelvin, you can slot him into pretty much any composition. He's generally going to be a pretty solid pick. And then taking away the Geist from Virtus Pro.
The problem with this is that I don't know if VP was going to touch Kelvin or the Shiv right away, but now for sure they will almost certainly ban the Shiv in the mid-round bans, and they'll probably pick the Mirage at this point. They could go Mo too, and Mo would still be good if you're worried about the front line, because there's a world where if you go Mirage, then your front line is really lacking if One Win bans the Mo or takes the Mo heading into the next phase. So that one I think is a really tough decision for VP. But what's not tough is banning the Shiv going on in here and not having to deal with a lane that did burn VP pretty badly. Not in the last game, but the game before, and taking away that. Also, you have to wonder at which point Vindicta starts being a threat here. Okay, VP, they decide to value the macro, they go Mirage. I do like that, Jason.
And then they also banned Shiv away since they see the Kelvin. So smart pick by VP. I wonder if OneWin's actually going to ban out the Vindicta, because VP should be getting the first pick off the back of the second ban. And I would almost guarantee VP would be looking to lock that in over for Obikim, since Michaelis has Paradox to play. Actually, I don't know. To be fair, Obikim has played Paradox before, and Michaelis has played over on the Vindicta instead.
You know, thinking about the hero pool stuff here, well, okay, you've had Listic on the Sinclair. They do have other options to play it. I think if you have the double pick here from VP, if the Vindicta isn't accounted for, you can just Abrams Vindicta. Like, that is a very strong option on the back end that would completely fit with what VP has picked here thus far, especially if they don't get the Mo. Like, if OneWin comes out here and they pick the Mo, although I think, okay, I'm pretty sure it's going to be VP with first pick coming out of this, and then OneWin with the double pick.
Yep, should be.
So, okay, you go with the Mo. I think the Mo is safer here because, and you could still go Vindicta Abrams at the end if they give it up, but surely I think OneWin will grab one of the two in their double.
And crucial times here for Virtus Pro. They need to have another win here to have a chance for that first seed. I mean, to be fair, at the end of the day, ZP, I think we kind of expect Virtus Pro, OneWin, and Paravision to all make it pretty deep in the event. And we're most likely expecting Virtus Pro to make it to the finals anyways. But I do wonder with Thanos, could they potentially throw a spanner in the works here and take down one of these teams yet again? They already did 2-0 OneWin team just yesterday, I believe it was. I think it was it. No, day before yesterday. It was day 2. Sorry, all these days are blending together when we're passing so much lately.
So the funny part is with Thanos is that I do wonder how much of it is just like the style catching EU off guard, because you had mentioned it on broadcast, but I could also mention it too, like doing my own digging. The general sentiment from the EU players is that NA was doing well because NA are idiots not playing the game properly. I swear to God,
the Waldo interview, yeah.
Yeah, like, they're just like, well, you know, you predict the game to go a certain way, but they just don't play properly. However, you know, whether that the properly being a good term for that or not, I would say the more neutral term is that they're just playing in a style that EU is unaccustomed to. But Thanos has been giving off game tape, pretty reliable game tape the last few days. So I think if they have been getting an advantage from that, it will be faded by the time we get in the playoffs. But also, as expected here, Jason, OneWin picking up the Abrams, and, you know, kind of expected.
The Ivy is a little bit unexpected, though, considering they already have Keldon. So I am wondering, is it going to be a gun Ivy? And then I'm imagining, like, you need to look toward... Actually, I don't know. I was going to say, like, maybe towards an Infernus is the last pick for them. But Infernus has been taken away. I don't know. I don't know how you feel about Woman. I think they're lacking so much damage right now that they really need, I would think, a 7 to come through at a OneWin to round up the comp.
What will they go the round? I mean, also, you know what they could go if they wanted a little bit more frontline. Although it wouldn't really solve the issue of where they're at. They could be doing Gun Ivy, and then you get something like a Calico as the very final pick. I mean, you think about Heroes that ABL has had really big games on previously. Calico is near top of the list.
Yeah, but I'm still, I think, okay, let me get your opinion first. Do you think Calico's been hit hard enough by the nerf bat now that she isn't that really high priority anymore? I mean, obviously, the
Yes.
results we've seen in picks, we haven't seen her that much anymore. Do you think let me ask it further. Do you think she's at a place now where she should be, or do you think she should be buffed a little bit?
I mean, it's hard to say how much of it is just players getting used to it, because she was really big on evasiveness. Okay, Bebop coming in. I like this from VP. I mean, it's giving them multiple pick options and then some. It's probably going to be Demov on the Bebop. The overall carry end of it for VP is a little bit questionable. Like, the scaling is actually not great and like hyper reliant on Mirage getting big. So they actually are like entirely early game focused. But yeah, overall for OneWin, I actually do think it's just probably going to be Calico coming in. I mean, maybe they just blow our minds. They're like, ABL, you lash again. But
Please no.
Maybe they go a little bit more traditional.
Yeah, I'd say not against a Bebop. No, it's just too easy to interrupt those death slams. You have to play too careful to allow that to be successful. I mean, I still think I think both teams are kind of lacking damage. and they're also lacking some like late game power spikes. I think 7 like would kind of make the most sense to me, but as you said, if they go gun Ivy, then maybe they don't play that route. Okay.
We found ABL 0. It's not Calico. It's Lash. They don't care about the Bebop, Jason.
Okay, so let's be fair. As you did say, ABL, out of all the Lashes we've seen these last few days, ABL has probably played the best on the Lash. Has had the most impact for sure. A death slam into a frozen shelter like that has the potential to look good. The stone form on top of that, like stuns, looks good. If D-Mob just positions well, which we've seen so many people do very easily against Lash these days, a hook is going to interrupt that death slam. You have a swap to interrupt the death slam. You have a stolen death slam to potentially happen. Not to mention, you could just steal the frozen shelter and then save your team. I'm funny enough, I'm not in love with either of these comps right now.
No, I mean, the VP comp has its own issues in the fact that the scaling is really, really bad on the VP comp. I mean, when your best scaling hero is Mirage, who, I mean, isn't bad, I feel like you're in a bit of danger. Like, you are so over invested into the early game. For one man, meanwhile, I mean, you have pretty reasonable scaling, with the Geist, potentially with the Abrams. You're still going to get reasonable value from the Holiday all game long. Gun Ivy is a thing if it goes super late. But you've now backed up at the Lash, where Lash was straight up Mikhail S food for the other half of the game, and that was not having to worry about D-Mob with hooks. And that was even with a really good early lane phase for ABL. There's no guarantee you're going to get that again. But either way, Jason, this is the bed that one win has made, and now they need to sleep in it. We'll see if it's a comfy night's sleep or, the neighbors just jumping on the ceiling.
Not again. Pause at the start. At least this time, you can't really tell fully who's in what lane for either of these teams. Yeah, we had that happen before, and then there was so many deaths right in the beginning. And I think the general consensus when playing against one win is that Zanya does have some very unstable internet. I think maybe he lives in Italy with me. Obviously kidding.
Hey, I mean, you never know, but that seems unlikely given what we know about the players' backgrounds. But yeah, Zanya's internet is quite bad. I think in deadlock competition, Zanya would be by far the leader on most pauses in games. Like, it's not even close. So internet stability, not necessarily good. Maybe some people in his neighborhood just need to, get knocked off the torrents or whatever it may be that's just throttling his internet that badly. Jason, we are good to go once more. And interestingly enough, we do have a shift in where the lanes are going to be this time around. Because, last time we saw Lash in the middle. This time, Lash going off to the right. It's going to be a Lash Holiday lane. And, I mean, that is kind of a scary lane in the right if they're able to just be consistent with the poke, which ABL was in the last game on Lash.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think it does have some decent kill potential, obviously at that 3K mark. But if we see, if ABL, if we see Lash fall behind, I'm not really going to have high hope for one win in this game. I mean, even when he was ahead and performing pretty well, they still struggled in that last match against VP.
Well, for now, I do think the upside for one win is that if they're able to just trade, they don't even have to win, Jason. They just need to trade. And the game looks better and better for them the later it goes. So long as you don't end up, unless you end up with, Raid Boss Bebop, which D-Mob did pull off in one game. Like, we have seen D-Mob in recent memories just become the ultimate Bebop, running around just one-shotting people like the worst of any viewer's pub games, where you're like, why is the Bebop doing this? Like, why has he killed my laner, 8 times already? So D-Mob can play that good, but the idea of it happening it's still pretty low odds.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, you see it like once in a blue moon, just like you used to see Lash once in a blue moon. Blue moon's happening quite a bit more often now. Heavy Dream's going to be on the Geist here. Zanya going to be over onto the Abrams, which obviously was on it previously. Shark already getting caught out here right off the bat on this left-hand lane with the Abrams and the Kelvin. And to be fair, we talk about Kelvin Shiv being such a strong lane combo. But I've always talked about the Bash brothers of Kelvin Abrams, of just being so hard to deal with. And they have so much sustain based off of like Abrams 3 in the passive, stealing out of Kelvin. And you get that frozen shelter, it's almost a guarantee to hit a charge.
It's also getting even worse, where Okay, maybe they get the trade on the Zanya here. Zanya pretty low. It might have been traded out to get MKLS, and it is. So Listic is able to equalize. But before that, it was a clean kill, Jason, where Zanya was still at full HP, and same for Flammable, which is like the ultimate win in lane, where you not only get an early kill, but then you do it without sacrificing HP. But the follow-through was more of a trade.
And taking a look at where the lanes are currently positioned as well across the map. In the left lane, very shoved up against this Guardian, as we already saw an initial kill happen in that lane. Pretty similar over on the side of the right lane in general when it comes to one win. If we're talking about lanes winning, I think my attention would definitely be focused in towards the middle lane for VP to get things going. So I don't know if you kind of leave to their own to farm up. I guess Shark is the one that we really depend on to get a lot of this power. Potentially Spurgy, who just takes a hell of a lot of damage to ABL, might be burned away. He falls into the air, but the overseas snipe with the barrel going full Donkey Kong. Oh my god! Stop jumping up! He's just gonna keep stopping you down, Obi Kim. What is going on here?
You get punched while, yeah, I mean, you know, not a factor in those. You get punched while trying the mantle. You do get stunned right on death. It's like, get away, ball, get away. Like swatting away a cat or something. But either way, shifting back over here into the left-hand side, a lane that's been a little bit tough so far here for VP. KLS holding it back here so far. By the way, speaking of like lanes to explode, mid lane is where you'd be looking for VP, just because you have DMOV in there, and any Bebop lane always has potential of getting out of hand with just landing a few very key hooks.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, sometimes it can be extremely flashy, like we talked about before with DMOV, or overseas, or TAS, or whoever it might be, Hoot as well. You have to obviously put into the mix there. But really, it only comes down to that one hook you need, and that's going to be a great last hook coming through. Going to be able to pull in Kim once again. Lurky getting aggressive here.
Okay.
Okay, I was like, he's getting too aggressive, but Healing Right's going to come out. He'll be able to stay alive here, but he really wanted that kill on ABL. He's actually in hot pursuit.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the chase, but I think Zergi's made enough separation, has had enough time with the healing. It's like, surprise, I heal. This is gonna be enough though. Ground strike, great movement for ABL. Also, just good presence of mind. ABL was going in expecting to just be, well, he's low HP. Zergi had healed up a ton, but you just see ABL just casually, you know, landing the flog and then just doing a little up the terrain, right back down for the ground strike. Really smooth movement.
Yeah, I thought that was just so ballsy out of Zergi just to dive past the guard. I mean, he was down to like 60 HP rounding that corner. And the hook comes in. It's coming to Empty Dreams. And he's going to have full exchange. Going to be very careful. So you have Zergi rejoin the fight in towards mid with the combustion. He's going to get swapped on. So about half HP as the Hyper Beam trying to come in through. Kind of assist here out of DMOV, but he's not in a position to really help out anymore. And Listic goes right back in with special assistance to get back out.
Ooh, downtown, Empty Dreams, finding Listic, denying the escape. Spectral Assistant not going to save you that time. And even though, to an extent, Jason, it's felt kind of one-win favored in the lane phase so far, the actual economy report leaves it pretty even. In terms of Guardians, though, I do think, take a look at it. Even Guardians, actually, maybe on the even side, but Swap coming on in, Frozen Shelter, used here early. Flammable, trying to protect everyone over in this left-hand side, and not going to protect himself, nor ABL, who also falls.
Kind of mistaken.
Maybe I'll actually fall in the
that was a copy Frozen Shelter too, coming out of List to keep his team alive, and they're going to look to take this Guardian with the commitment of 3 players in this lane. At the same time, when we're doing the same over on the right-hand side, it's just Obi-Kim to defend against 2, which is going to be extremely difficult. And we're again looking for these very early Guardians to free up from these carries to continue to get that full-on farm.
Switching gears here, back to the left-hand side, which has been very, very intense here. KLS under pressure here from the Kelvin. Gonna get the Frost Grenade right in his face. Going right though, good to go. Just gonna pop it. Things calming down a little bit. And now, speaking of rotations, Listic gonna be doing the slow run back over the middle. And by the way, while Listic has been roaming, it has been giving a little bit more farm over the DMOV. They're letting Bebop be more of a mid-game threat in terms of full allocation.
Honestly, I feel like we haven't seen teams fully utilize that change in the economy yet.
Here we go. ABL coming on in. Rotation this time from one win. but ground strike comes in, ends up getting really low in turn. ABL riding the line between life and death right now, and Flammable's too low to go in and dive and support, so it's not quite enough damage, Jason, to be a definitive gank.
Yeah, it's... Well, speaking of, ganks, looking towards mid, we have Zanya going to be going in deep here. D-Mob able to finish it off with the help of the combo. Became once again being locked under the tower. Crack shot still has to be used, has to be proc, but he can't do that when he's burrowed under the ground. And Obikim's able to escape. In the meantime, Holistic did fall from this. And at the end of all of this, though, ZP, we still have a 1K lead for VP, but I would agree initially it felt like for sure a 1-win game already off the bat. Definitely winning the early laning phase, but VP seemed to always bounce back.
The interesting thing, though, is that I think you really like this so far if you're 1-win. 1-win, I still think, is going to scale better into the late game than VP with the comps they have. Even with the Lash arguably falling off as you head into the late game, I like 1-win more if they can keep it even. So I still think there's a little bit of pressure here on VP. Meanwhile, middle. Hyper Beam just got popped by D-Mob. This is more of a, gonna be more of a lane clearing Hyper Beam because no one's really around him. Jason.
Listic's coming from behind. No ult up though for him. He's trying to reinforce us, expecting him to maybe look for a play. Look for some of these kills. And speaking of kills, D-Mob gets hooked under the tower. Decent damage being over to Overseas, who will fall with the help of Obikim. Maybe also be coming in, but before he has a chance to do anything, he gets comboed immediately and straight into the Hex. ABL not going to have a chance to use the best. I'm completely locking him down, CC'ing him for days. Virtus Pro now up to a 2K lead here with a great counter gank.
Also, I think in terms of economy allocation, we've talked a little bit about this, but the one thing that made ABL kind of work pretty well early in the last game is that he got ahead on the Lash. And Lash, unlike a Paradox or Holiday, I think really does need to be ahead of the game because you need your ground strike to be threatening. So Lash right now being more just another guy to actually behind is rough, and also Lash re-engaging here. Death Slam. What do you go for? Don't have eyes on it at the moment. And ABL in danger. As we look at here, getting super low HP. ABL about to fall. Is ABL going to get away here? Really low. Meanwhile, take a look at what's going on with Kelvin here, locking down Sharik. ABL did die, though. Also, Jason.
Empty Dreams trying to go for the chase on the Listic. It's just being so slippery. He's able to confirm the kill, as you were pointed out. We do have one Guardian being traded, though, a piece. One taken down in mid by Virtus Pro, as VP did lose out on the right lane Guardian. But with the first urn being picked up now to Flammable, rotated over to the right-hand side of the map. And this is where things, and this is technically where VP can use this Mirage completely to the advantage, especially looking to take that first Guardian. But as VP grouped up with 3 on the left lane, I think they're like, we're gonna let the urn go. We want to go for a push on this Guardian. We want to get our flex slot unlocked.
Yeah, that's exactly the calculus they're making right now. But they are leaving a handful of people on the right, so it's not a super free urn turn. But yes, overall, they prefer to get Guardians. They don't want to give ABL the potential for big plays in Lash, even though Death Slam is down right now. So they're contesting with 3 on the right-hand side. Urn is dropped. We'll see how this one turns out. Listic, though, gonna go down for the contest. Turning to a bigger fight. McKLS dropping the squawk. ABL, though, over and in. Doesn't let Zergy flame dash away. Good trades here by the urn for 1-win team. And you take a look, Mirage, Shriek just getting gunned down. So, you know, Jason, I feel like they have the right idea of just going for the trade and maybe getting a little bit greedy, thinking they could defend the urn too.
And I think there's maybe a little bit of mistiming because, like, Sharik, he traveled over after Listic pretty much had already died. So there's no chance for him to help assist and turn that fight around. But still, 1-win, 5K in the lead. Obikim got his combo up, but he doesn't have Zanya low enough in HP to actually commit to that fight. You can see 1-win on the right-hand side of the jungle. They've gotten very aggressive here. They're trying to take away a lot of the souls that VP could be picking up here. Not to mention those sinner sacrifices. It's just a Spartan day by
double
1-win.
ball. The double gambit, but okay, Frozen Shelter to be used here. Listic. Which shelter was it? Listic Cloning Shelter. Yeah, it was. Listic just using it against Calvin. Zanya, though, meanwhile, able to find down on the Zergy. Parry. Putting Overseas in a rough spot. Getting a little bit of clearance here from McKellis. McKellis, 1 shot away! Is he going to be able to turn the corner? He does. Overseas just barely finishing it off.
Now, Obikim, he's going to get caught out here. Gets knocked initially. Wow. The movement out of Obikim is ridiculous. He dodges away from the lasso. I believe he did get shoulder charged into a wall. This one will have 4 players on this right-hand lane. 5 now with Fireball rejoining the fray, but he's got to push the lane back out, and one would have to run away. As VP, they're on the hunt. They want to kill. And yet somehow Overseas is still behind him in the enemy line.
This is dangerous here for Opekim. Opekim gets slowed down by the ice beam, and the fall through is going to be here in a moment. I don't think this mobile's getting away here. Here comes Abrams, charging in like a freight train. And Opekim, down he goes.
Walker is under attack.
Very cutthroat match here so far, ZP. Feels like macro play has kind of gone out the window a bit. This Listed getting very aggressive. Wait, finally to get here and take down that backdoor protection. They want to take this down, but a great throw for blocks in, so they can't do any damage. But Listed just barely gets away with the spectral system. Demo after these so lucky. Neither will ABL here as LS close coming down. Yes, this is the bloodbath.
I gotta say, even though OneWin has like, I think some great outs to win here just because of how they're scaling and how scrappy they're playing. You know, not to beat a dead horse, but man, it's been a tough game for ABL. And given how good ABL is at the game, I feel like it's not ABL's fault. I feel like choice of hero. But Obakim get charged by Abrams in the big melee after, and there's not gonna be a chase down, Jason, because why chase? Take objective.
Yeah, objectives are gonna be king.
Now 3 for 3 Guardian wise.
Now one, we're gonna retreat back to their own base. I did get confirmation, by the way, because we were curious about how these tiebreakers are gonna work out if VP do win this match. If they don't win, none of this matters. But if they win, we have a tie between them and Paravision at 13-1 in maps in the group stage. And it comes down to who won their matches the quickest to determine who ends up being the #1 seed to get straight through into the semifinals.
All right, so match speed. There's an advantage to wrap it up early, is what we're hearing here. You know, just how bad do you dominate your opponents overall? You know, I don't hate it as a first-order tiebreaker. I think because that is one of the biggest indicators, Jason, of like strength between teams is, you know, how much a good team will crush a lesser team and the speed of which they do it.
Yeah, you know, I really like this tiebreaker actually. Now that I think about it, because I feel like teams they should be forced to want to win quickly, or forced to, not forced. What's the word I'm looking for?
Like compelled.
Yeah, compelled. Yeah. Like win quickly, like to really push the limits of what they can do against some of these teams. And well, Dimov, you talked about his hooks earlier on, able to connect a hook onto Xenon, and they're gonna push this Walker. I don't know if MT Dreams can defend this 1v3. And you can see the response to OneWin. They're trying to push on this right-hand side, but VP already have enough players to defend that.
Gillis is not going away from that one. And yeah, I mean, OneWin's been getting pretty nice trades here, Jason. And you're starting to see the power of their comp in multiple ways. Okay, Traveler, are you going to travel away in time? You are, just barely. Earn, though. In firm control here from OneWin. Death Slam attempt coming out from ABL. You get. Not sure he got anyone. Just, it went on cooldown nonetheless, though.
Oh my god, Listed again in mid, man. He's being such a nuisance. We talk about Mirage and the macro play of being able to push these walkers, but time and time again, he is shoving these walkers down, whether it's in the left lane or mid lane here, able to get a lot of damage into it, taken down to about half HP. And by doing that, you force the response out of OneWin.
I think they messed up. OneWin just messed up pretty badly. I'm not sure what forced out the Death Slam for ABL, if it was just to try and zone people out, or he saw an opportunity. But the fact that ABL just used it in the right lane means that contesting this earn feels way, way better. However, they're able to take down Listic, who's right there, and they just turned it in, secure with the shelter. So the VP response was actually not ready at all, and it doesn't end up mattering in the end.
I would have been okay with that more if VP were able to get a Walker or another Walker. Oh my god, he catches out of the sky Xenon into a hook. You know he's gonna be mad about that.
Xenon just had a good like 4 seconds of not being in control of his own destiny. It's like, I'm going to get swapped. Okay, I just got swapped. Oh, I've just gotten hooked and I've gotten uppercutted. Oh, I can control my character, but a bomb is about to kill me.
Guess I'm dead now.
Yeah, just I guess I'll die.
VP.
Oh man,
Looking for a catch. I mean, it's not going to be a swap up just yet. It's still going to be on cooldown. The Kinetic Carbine going to be used to go for a catch. And it's just empty dreams left in that vicinity. I mean, Virtus Pro, the thing is, Virtus Pro have adapted their style, I think, to the way OneWin used to play, of getting very aggressive in the jungle and looking for these catches. Like, OneWin was one of the first teams to do that in my memory of using that to get a catch, to get to a man advantage, to then snowball some of these objectives. And I think Virtus.pro has kind of added that to their playbook.
That's a Shadow Weave bebop, by the way. You're seeing over there, or is that Del Walker? That's Del Walker. Never mind. Del Walker. Pretty darn solid for setting up hooks though from Dimov. Zergy, meanwhile, getting caught out. And I gotta tell you, I don't like the trend of this for VP. I think one win, they have kept themselves in this game masterfully. Yeah, you can point to a few flaws in the overall strategy, but end game, Jason, I don't know who carries this over the top for VP right now. Their late game power is lacking relative to things like Geist, where Empty Dreams is. We've seen the Geist alone in some of these later fights just be very difficult to deal with. And okay, one win. Very aggressive mid boss with many still up. This is high risk, high reward.
I mean, it's all about this S climb out of ABL. Big down strike back into this one. I think VP are letting this one go, actually. You can see them off sitting very far away. And will indeed be secured by one win, but what can they accomplish off this Rejuvenator? Because they're going to lose their middle walker with the response out of Virtus.pro. It's about them escaping, and you can already see Obicam should be able to do so for the most part. Listic could be rejoining in. One win actually close in on this position. And Zanya is not able to quite get the catch, but Dimov is very far out of position.
VP has to be very, very careful about how they play this from this point forward. One win, that kind of hit the point here, Jason, where if they simply engage as a team, VP probably loses the fight. Like VP, essentially, they have to hope that between Dimov and Obikim, they get some form of pick, or you get a mass play by Listic on the audience participation, with some form of lockdown by stealing the frozen shelter, or even a stolen death slam. There are ways to set it up on Sinclair, but overall, in terms of being able to set the terms of fights and having the advantage on paper, comes on in. Those sort of blink into combo. Instead, you're gonna get the frozen shelter down here, out pretty early. Both teams fighting out here up close and personal, but this favors one win. As I was just saying, Jason, they have the advantage in close-up fights at the moment without a clear pick.
Not to mention they have the man advantage. On top of that, Michaela's already going down. They have Dimov wasn't even there to help out. That's gonna be the stolen death time coming through, trying to pull them in towards the walker, but it's not gonna connect in the way that they wanted. And that's gonna be another kill coming in from one win, looking for more. Obicam able to back away, but immediately gonna be sniped out by Overseas. And the chases continue to force Virtus.pro back to their base. It's only Sharik left outside, with him going off towards the right-hand side of the map. I think he will back away here, but that right-hand walker, and if one win did transition over there, that would have been a relatively easy take. But the urn being available, I think, will be the focus now. Except Dimov, I think he's gonna steal it away.
Yeah, Dimov's going to hold on to the urn for a while, and it's going to prevent one win from getting it on their terms, but we've seen such a shift in the energy of the game here. Okay, take a look here on the right-hand side. A little bit of pressure from Zergy, but it's kind of dangerous go here. One win could just turn on it, which they do right now. Geist still has a swap up and ready to go. Life drain in. ABL able to take down the KLS. And that entire sequence feeling a little bit ill-advised for VP.
VP are still really testing the waters, but they're committing players to defend this Listic. This special system does get back towards the walker to stay alive here. Obicam has to be careful. It's the hook. Oh my god, even I moved to get away from that hook. It almost completely catches out Empty Dreams. I mean, they're still committing for this push. The Rejuvenator is still going to be up for a little bit more of time. But I think there's not really much more to grab from this until ABL gets Death Slam, which is coming up right now.
My lovely assistant.
Yeah, you're really feeling the impact of VP not having much of a front line right now, Jason, and not having many traditional scaling threats. And the entire vibe of the match has just shifted in the last 10 minutes as we hit those crucial breakpoints for the heroes on one win side. Realistically speaking, for VP, they need massive heroics out of Dimov or Obikim, whether it be a crazy ambush, a ridiculous hook. They need something, Jason, and it has to come in soon, because this 4K lead is going to just balloon to a 20K lead as they lose control of their jungle.
Well, what I'm kind of looking for is like that one. Oh no, I heard a hook come out too. Like all it takes, as you're saying, for Dimov or whoever it might be, like that one hook will like separate or will start a big snowball. I feel like it could be a lasso to start a snowball into this right lane walker to take. It could be Dmov hitting a hook onto someone to allow Virtus.pro to push off into this to repel this attack. It's just kind of teetered on a nice edge right now, and it feels like it's insanely close, even though we do have one win on the attack.
It's so interesting to see the draft just play out the various power spikes and advantages within the game. And to me right now, it just seems to me that VP needed to win a lot harder with what they had. And also the entire idea of the continually increasing Geist value. We've seen Geist be and have just a ridiculous impact on this game. Empty Dreams not only got ahead of the game in Souls, but a lot of the time, VP cannot really take a straight up fight if Empty Dreams is leading the way. Otherwise, we just see Empty Dreams just do tons of damage, not die, get a swap off, and that's it. And also, I mean, we didn't really hit this as much, but economy allocation-wise, 27k Geist only being matched by Sharik at 26k, but between the two heroes, you'd much rather have the farm Geist.
I think VP are being very smart about this, though, protecting that urn, making sure that Woman can't use this to gain some ground and create some distance between them and Virtus.pro and the soul count. Still only 4k, as you mentioned before. And also a key note, that's going to be very important that you also mention is obviously a lot of this jungle. I mean, VP, they've been able to flex out finally into their own jungle to find that there's nothing left there. And the lanes, Governor Rejuvenate are going to be spawning in momentarily here for another potential take. And the way OneWin did it last time, I wouldn't be too surprised if they could show the lanes out one more time to look for another quick take on it before there's a chance for VP to respond.
Oh, have we seen Dmov take the teleporter here? But at some point, VP needs to be aggressive and try and make a play because they've been losing out on overall jungle priority here. The situation gets more grim for them the later we go. Ideally, I mean, they're controlling the urn right now, but it's kind of, they're stuck in a spot where they're waiting for something to happen to give them urn advantage. But it's probably not going to happen unless they have all 6 available. Here we go, Blasco on the McALS, nowhere to go. It's the early pick going for one win rather than against. That urn's going to actually reset back to neutral here in about a minute as one win. Goes on in. Looks for a little bit more to take advantage of the early pick. Listic in real danger off the ground strike. Down he goes. And VP's just getting picked off rather than the ones being able to set up a pick, as OneWin is just playing this really masterfully.
Really smart there. That's gonna be the real best time coming through. Don't know if it's caught on anyone. That Walker will be finished off. Chase to continue to come through. A great barrel out of Overseas to catch out 2 players from Virtus.pro. The runaway still trying to happen. The debuff remover, I used his Zergy to create some distance, but he's going to be finished off either way. And finally, the defense has been cracked. One win. With only 2 players left to fight against. Should be able to open up his space. Obi can at least turn it around onto one. His lead on falling. And actually, one winner backing off. I think Big Boss is about to spawn back in.
Well, they're also setting up for Urn. You see where Kelvin is right now? You know the Urn reset is coming on in. He's just going to be able to grab that because it swaps sides. Do they go mid-boss in a moment here? We'll see. I think if you're one win, you're very happy to just start with
Hey, Bill, chill, man.
He's getting there.
Take a breather. You got this. There you go.
VP's trying to contest, but okay, they're trying to contest. Yes, Mirage could Traveler in. Okay, they think better of it. I think if they somehow got like the 4-on-1, you take it, but realistically, they do need to wait for others to come back up. But now with the 16k lead and with the team that's not scaling as well, the time is running out for Dmov to get the hook. But okay, not getting hit here by the swap. Good stuff here from Empty Dreams.
$19k lead now for one win. Reju just waiting to be taken. You see one win head down in that direction. Virtus.pro getting aggressive here, looking for the early. You can see in mid lane, they're trying to dive in and look for something. They might be able to catch out Attention on Empty Dreams. The toxic bullets picked up now for D-Mob, and the last one has connected into a death slam here of ABL, able to catch out onto 2. Able to look to confirm this into some kills, but Peeper still looking extremely healthy. It's only Listic getting low, who's going to be finished off.
Yeah, Listic couldn't get out there, and the death slam creating enough chaos. ABL high into the sky, drops on down, ground strike, looking for a little bit more. Michaela's gonna just die to the autos, and that's 2 easy picks here for 1-win team, winning what could have been the last opportunity for VP to make anything happen here in this game. They're gonna get Zergy down at the end, and yeah, even with Zanya's down. Yeah, D-Mob's gonna grab Earn. I don't think they care. I think they go mid-boss, or they just chase on down here in the
yeah,
moment.
they're chasing. They want that. They're like, that's our Earn. We've been holding that, bro. D-Mob does escape, though. And yeah, mid-boss. I completely agree. Head back for it. Regroup. You have an easy take. There's realistically no world where you're going to lose out on it. And I think you can afford to let this Earn go. Or maybe just say ABL there.
I think they're gonna get greedy with it, Jason. They want both. They're gonna start on mid-boss, and they're gonna contest Earn. So I mean, D-Mob having the game sense to grab Earn does make the mid-boss less automatic here and theoretically more of a risk, but I think 1-win is ahead enough now that they can do this, and they're going to try and multitask here, get some walker damage in while protecting the Earn turn-in at the same time.
It's so hard to catch ABL. His movement is flawed. And VP, they want to go for a hard engage here, and the mid-boss has been finished off. The Rejuvenator going to be dropping down to the floor and will be guaranteed picked up by 1-win, maybe even delayed picked up out of Empty Dreams. You're gonna hear the combo come in, warp from Death Slam in on 3, and a huge ground strike comes in there after. Virtus Pro, we're gonna lose multiple players here.
A really, really well-timed Death Slam coming on in from ABL. Timed it perfectly, sets up 1-win here as they get the Rejuvenator. They do lose Xenon in the melee, but now coming on over, there's more potentially exposed. Are they going to be able to get onto the Mo and the Sinclair? Let's see.
You know, CP, we are seeing the effectiveness of Lash when the fight is constantly moving. I feel like it's very hard. Like you can take a look at one location and be like, okay, we have to avoid fighting here. But if the fight's constantly moving around because of all the blocks, all the hooks, and everything, Lash becomes quite effective. And we're gonna see the frozen shelter being used. This is the stolen, I believe. Flammable. No, it was flammable. Sorry, I have to interrupt myself there.
Flammables, yeah. Listic still has his audience participation, but the problem is here for VP. If you just walk at 1-win, 1-win probably wins the fight outright. 1-win is way stronger than an outright brawl at the moment, even with no death slam. Ivy, maybe take this guy's Xenon. They're mid-air drop. Take a look at that on the overseas. So back up 19 seconds. Walker, the main goal right now for 1-win. ABL though, death slam almost good to go. VP, gotta be careful here. The chase down still happening. Michaelis gets caught. And death slam coming on in. He went fishing. He grabbed one here, Jason, and Listic is down.
I mean, the hook came through to D-Mob, though, at least turn it around onto ABL. But it's still going to be a man advantage for 1-win. Another hook came in and acted on the overseas, and maybe this road where Virtus Pro can turn this around. Combustion going through Zergy, looking for the face onto someone. It's a rescue being used on Azania for him to escape and potentially retreat here out of 1-win. Shark comes in, taking on Xenon now finally. It feels like forever. VP had that man advantage. D-Mob is just dancing around inside the closet and out, able to stay alive with the help of his team. And Virtus Pro have successfully defended, keeping their shrines alive. Only Zanya left. But I do have to at least point out, there is the rejuve up. That is, it's still going to be 1-win, respawning in quickly. And realistically, Virtus Pro, I don't know what they can accomplish off this because it's going to be a neutral earn turn-in if they pick it up, and ABL's already here.
I mean, look, that was entirely off the back of D-Mob, just utilizing the extreme power of the Fountain to hook people on in. One of the threats of going up against a team that has D-Mob ready to go, but also the snatch here on the Mirage and the counter snatch with the rescue beam on the Motel. Mirage is not in control of his life anymore, Jason.
Hey, if I had Obi Kim pulling me back into the rescue beam, I'd be more than happy. I would trust in that man. But what I don't trust in is how this next earn is going to play out. I mean, ABL, he has Death Slam up. They're already poised and positioned to go for it. As we can see on the minimap, though, D-Mob and maybe Obi Kim are back towards the base. And Shark, he's going to be heading that direction too, realizing they have to keep this left lane pushed out. You can see the collapse and onto the earn turn-in. VP poising for control. I mean, they're pretty much walking into almost a trap.
If they don't get the swap, it's going to be tough. Mirage right now, trying to get a little bit of split push value, but ABL opening up here with the death slam. Or no, that was
Interrupted. Oh,
yeah.
participation
ABL
potentially.
still actually able to get away while all this is going on. Meanwhile, though, for one, when they were able to get the Urn turn in while this took place here, Jason. So Urn is there's Dimov, though. The hooks brings him on in, the flammable, and real danger here. Still, though, somehow alive. Real vertical is flammable. ABL on the outside. Zerg and Shriek able to get the damage in that they need, and still, this is real back and forth, Jason. But Virtus Pro at least getting their pound of flesh, even if they didn't get the Urn.
The world they can win this fight, so Dimov might have got too aggressive. You still see the disarm coming through, prevent him from doing much damage. Gets disarm and hex up as well. They could potentially finish off the Dreams. Doesn't have soul change anymore, but running him through as much damage as possible. Mary comes in and Virtus Pro have managed to fight this one back. It's only overseas is
what a ridiculous brawl. It's still going on here, Jason. It's not even out yet. Michaelis, though, in hot pursuit, looking for Sagan. Now, when the last one's still up in here, it's going to be Abrams taking to the rooftops. A mole right on him. Not the normal mole territory. He goes to the sky, not the ground. Goes for the combo, takes him on down. And that was best described, Jason, as a bloodbath, but one that still leaves us in an even game state simply because OneWin was able to get the Urn turn in, regardless of the aftermath.
They still have 2 players down, 30 plus seconds on this. Virtus Pro, the downside for them is there's no objectives to take outside of the base. But jungle is looking mighty fine for them to secure. Able to close the soul differential down to below 1K, and most likely going to be able to surpass it here in a few seconds, but they have to be careful of the refight off of this if they get caught out. BP are still managing to keep themselves alive through all of this. Kind of ridiculous and a testament to how good they are as a team.
I mean, a lot you got to be talking about Dimov. Just the heroics that Dimov did back when OneWin was in the base helped make this possible. The scaling advantage is still very much in OneWin's favor, but BP is playing the corners, playing what advantages they have well enough. But okay, the abduction. Obikim brought on back. Do they have the damage to finish off? They're going to use the frozen shelter. They really want Obikim dead, and they're going to get their wish. So the pick there set up by Overseas gives them the 6v5 advantage. And now if you go mid, boss, Jason, you just go mid.
Your VP, I don't know. I feel like this is almost you have to contest, like almost a guaranteed play you have to make. Oh, you can see Shark who's pushing out the left lane once again. Mid-boss is going to fall extremely quick. The hook going to connect, going to yank out one player, but that's not the player you necessarily want. It's going to be empty. That's, oh my lord, it connects on to 4.
Not the worst here, and now Mid-boss is still not dead, Jason. Mid-boss is still not dead. You don't have a scenario where you could have the flash death slam right away. Instead, it's getting picked apart here by VP. Off the hook from Dimov. Sets the stage. Now, Zergy may be down, but if you're VP, both teams down 2. Do you go in and try and finish off the mid-boss? Where are you at? The death slam no longer a threat. ABL used it on the outskirts. It's a very roundabout fight. Overseas, though, able to take down Shriek on the outside. Now Dimov run back in the mid-boss pit. We are fighting all around. It is about spread out as it gets. Lasso, though, be back up here for Overseas. Looking now for McKLS. Holiday V Paradox gets hit by Listic's Hex, but the fight taking place close court. McKLS way lower by comparison. Trying to go round and round, getting away. Still HP. Lasso comes back up, and surely McKLS is still up. McKLS is still up even after Lasso, but finally ABL chases him on down. The fight that does not end right now. You got the frozen shelter coming on in from Flammable. Well, this locked down up, and oh man, poor Obikin. He just lit this movie here, Jason.
Northstone coming through, trying to escape. This time his team around him, but ABL is able to pursue this one as fast as he possibly can. Listic gonna go down. This could be the final nail in the coffin. Oh, trying to escape. There's no way. There's no way he's gonna escape from this. And D-Mob is left to his own. To hold on 1v6. This should just be the push to the finish.
I feel like you push in this situation, at least get first stage patron, but you know, it's funny, the one person that is still up in base, Dimov, the push destroyer the last time around. Maybe going mid-boss is the play, Jason.
Dimov, the enforcer, I want to call him, man. He's also has Curse pushed up too, as you saw in that last fight with the initial catch, trying to save McKellis, cursing out Overseas. But here we go, mid-boss being started up once again. And there's no way VP can contest this. There's no way they can stop this turn in either. OneWin have everything going their way to tie up the series at 1 apiece. All they have to do is deal with this metal robot who's constantly putting a spanner in their plan.
I mean, the pressure that we've been getting in from Demov is completely unreal. I mean, Demov's also the reason why that mid-boss fight wasn't just automatic with the Death Slam defend. He was able to get a hook to really one win from the get-go. But Overkim come back in the fray here soon. Bigger lead opening up now for one win. They have the Rejuvenator. They have the general stat advantage. But can they push without getting absolutely punished by Demov or Mikhail S on the initiation? That is the problem for one win here, Jason, because they're better in a straight-up fight, but they're not necessarily better if someone gets ripped away at the beginning of it.
But the worst part for VP is that even if they win a fight right now, the waves are so far pushed against them, there's no counter push. For VP, you have to pretty much win 2 fights in a row up against a rejuved up one win if you realistically want to do any damage. And even the jungle being picked apart, one win going back to basics here, not feeling like they are guaranteed to take this map. Try to take every pound of flesh they possibly can here away from Virtus Pro to give them every avenue to finish this game finally. I mean, what items really realistically is there left to buy when you're at 245,000 souls?
Oh man, you know, the cons for one is that, the hook comes on in as Demov done it again. And the swap coming right after, and the stolen lasso, but he's yet to convert into a single pick here so far. Xenon still alive because of Russian in from Zergy. VP emptying the bank, and yet no one from one win yet to fall somehow. Some way, Xenon got away, and Shriek ends up punished. Zergy finally chases down the old stone rat, but one win coming back on over. They withstand, they deal with the pick attempts, and Jason, this may be the beginning of the end, and they're getting frisky there in the fountain.
Yeah, even getting hooked back into the fountain, but the damage the fountain does isn't enough to deal with one win. The counter engage coming back through. You can see Zergy on the high ground. Overkim there as well as the last pro had come through another time with the Death Slam. The audience participation coming and throwing him into the pit, but can Virtus Pro convert this into kills?
Well, it doesn't hit the fountain, so the answer may be no. VP down to one win at full strength. First stage patron still up, but surely not for long. Well, the ice beam to the patron. Demov nearly connects with another hook. Kelvin just seeing life flash before his eyes, but you know what? They get first stage patron, Jason, and they're out. They don't want to sit here and give Demov more opportunities. They're going to play it as safe as possible.
That curse, like Demov is not the MVP of this map, 100%. Because we saw the last one come through on his initial hook on the ground on that left lane. Or right lane, I guess, left from his point of view, right lane. And it stopped Overseas from really accomplishing much with the counter lasso. And yet they didn't have the burst they needed in time. And maybe that goes into like the late game carry potential that Virtus Pro is kind of lacking within their roster. And Empty Dreams is at 49,000 souls. And only, as you've previously pointed out, Sharik is even close to that at 47. And Zergy at 41,000, but he's not really able to do as much damage as I think they hope. The counter push out of VP into mid lane, looking to catch out the fact that Xenon is over in the left.
Yeah, I mean, it's just straight up fishing time for Demov and Mikhail S. Anything you can find. That's why they're out here as a group.
Jeez.
Are they going to be able to get it though? Rabbit Heck's going to come on in. And Abrams will be a tough time. However, the counter engage in here from one win. One win, if they win this fight, they win the game here and now. Frozen Shelter being dropped here by Flammable. 2 VP members stuck in the Frozen Shelter, but here comes Zergy. Concussive Combustion, trying to make a little bit more room. Mikhail is down, but so is Empty Dreams. Empty Dreams actually the most important pick you can get for VP. I like this trade here so far. You'll take that any day of the week. The problem is, can you disengage? You've lost Obakim. It's still one win. Licking at your heels right now, and they're able to get back to the fountain, but not before Shriek goes down. A 1 for 3 in favor of one win. For one win. Do you stay in here? Demov ends up with a hook. That might be Xenon going down. Can Xenon get away? Low HP, no. Burned down by Demov, who evens things up just a little bit more.
And here Lasso connects. One win, still not confident enough to go for the Patriot. We can see 2 players going to be sitting inside the pit here looking for the finish. ABL going into the back lines, into the fountain just to delay any sort of reprieve here onto this. The charge going to come through and connect. That's on Zergy, who's just trying to do anything it possibly can. The audience participation is stealing away the Frozen Shelter, trying to buy time here for Virtus Pro to stabilize.
It does buy them some really valuable time. This is going to be enough for Demov to land another hook here into the fountain. Drops on down, the patron down the half. One win. Trying to commit to end this now. They don't want to give VP any more room to work with. 10 seconds till Michaelis is back in the fray. Time running out to finish off the paint for ABL, though, on the Zergy. They just need a little bit more, and it's going to be one. Finish it off in the end, Jason. And what was a slog, but one where the late game scaling ends up taking it for one win, despite some of the most fierce opposition you could ever see coming in from D-Mob. What a masterclass on Bebop. But you know, Jason, when you're lacking in frontline, eventually you hit a point where good playmaking is not enough.
Well, the important part about that match is not only do one win take a 1-1 split up against Virtus Pro, they deny the chance of Virtus Pro coming out as the #1 seed in this group, meaning Paravision goes straight through to the semifinals, finishing off at 13-1. Virtus Pro finishing off at 12-2. A phenomenal match. Honestly, I would say, ZP, probably one of the best matches that you and I have had the pleasure to cast in all of Deadlock since, what was that, October of last year. Ridiculous stuff between these two, and you really have to give credit to, honestly, both teams. VP playing around D-Mob the best they possibly could. The curses, the hooks, everything he was hitting was phenomenal. But his counterpart in overseas on one win, the amount of lassos and like fight deciding lassos or initiations he pulled off is definitely what helped carry one win through.
I mean, the initiation game for both teams was off the charts, and it was one of the rare matches where the final base push was not automatic. The fact that D-Mob made pushing in such a pain, on top with Michaelis, and also really nice audience participation plays from listening.
Yeah, very.
It was a rare case where the team that was down and out still had defense options that were viable, that had to be respected, that could really put one win in a bad position if they misplayed even a little bit. And I gotta tell you, it made for a very entertaining finish where rarely, Jason, are we remotely super excited at the end. It's like, oh yeah, of course they're gonna end the game. Even the final patron push was a little bit dramatic.
I want to hop back to your listing comment because I really can't overstate how difficult it is to play Sinclair in that situation, because not only is he having to pay attention to his positioning, to what abilities have been used, to what he's going to be doing in these fights, he has to also pay attention to how has this fight played out so far, what ultimates have been used, and what is the best ultimate that I can provide for my team in that given situation. We saw Death Slams out of him, we saw Frozen Shelters out of him, we saw Lassos out of him. So insanely hard to pull off and to be able to, you know, play every situation perfectly, but I think he deserves mad respect for that.
Man, oh man, some of the plays here that we saw. I mean, again, I think if I look at the Lash setup here for ABL, I think ABL played Lash about as well as you can expect. I still think one win kind of won in spite of the Lash, not so much because of it with where they're at here. But to me, a lot of this came down to the fact that, you know, VP ran a comp that just needed the win earlier, and one win was able to play well enough to prevent VP from hitting critical mass, and eventually just got some key fights that put over the top, despite the ridiculous pressure that D-Mob was playing in later, where, you know, I'll say this about D-Mob actually, Jason, here's the observation I have. A lot of good Bebops are great in the early and mid game, and then they fall off. D-Mob is one of the few players on Bebop that is a all game threat, and not many Bebops can say that.
Yeah, I think without him hitting the hooks he did, without him getting Curse out as well, there's no way VP hold on as long as they did in that match. There's just no way about it.
Also, kind of telling here, normally the highlight reel isn't this long.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, this highlight reel's lasting pretty long.
Highlights in this game.
Well, we are hearing that we will have an interview, ZP, with, if I'm not mistaken, Zergy going to be coming in to chat with us about the series and about the event as a whole.
Yeah, and you know, for Zergy, we'll be able to ask quite a bit, both about some of the compositions we've seen from VP here today, and also, you know, why Infernus? Why always Infernus? But I think we've kind of figured out that answer on ourselves. But man, oh man, big stat page at the end, and you know, for all the dog on Lash we did at times, towards the end, was definitely still able to get enough ground strike value to pad the damage meters a bit here, Jason.
55,000. I mean, to be fair, right? If we're going to talk about like D-Mob and, you know, how most Bebops we see towards the end game don't really have the same level of effectiveness, I feel like ABL just got stronger and stronger. Like in the mid game, he had so many of these plays where he was bouncing around walls, creating a high ground position for him to play from, that these ground strikes would do ridiculous damage. And he was able to like single out an individual player and finish them off when they were trying to escape. For instance, like Zergy trying to run away was able to catch, but he maintained like his effectiveness, I'd say, throughout the entire game. Now, for me, it's still not convincing me to be like, okay, Lash, he should definitely be meta, but he definitely did put on a very good performance.
All right, so we've got confirmation. We're going to be welcoming in Zergy here from VP. Talk about the games here today. VP, of course, still in a very good position overall in the group stages. Zergy, it's been up and down for VP here today. And, first and foremost, I guess I'll just keep it general here in that we just had a major patch of deadlock. And, the Bombshell tournament has been going on, kind of untested ground here this week. What are the lessons that VP has kind of taken into the tournament here so far about how deadlock has changed just from this last major patch?
Deadlock has changed. There's no more soul duplication anymore, so if your other laner dies when you're in a duo, you get more money when they die, so you don't lose out as much if you lose out in lane. And it also makes people stronger individually as well in duo lanes. If they just take the tower and split push forever, they get more souls.
Yeah, you guys found that out, I think, in your match versus Paravision, when Together just got insanely fed on the Shiv. But talk to us about this last match in particular, because this was, as I say to ZP, probably one of the greatest matches we've actually seen in Deadlock so far. What was kind of the strategy when you guys were being forced to play defensively time and time again towards the end there? Like, what was the strategy of like how you're going to play out the fights, but more importantly, what was the strategy of how are we going to then go on the attack? Like, how are we going to switch this around to potentially go into a victory for us?
Late game, we couldn't really do that much because they were just unkillable, but we were just looking out for mistakes, and if they were using their cooldowns incorrectly or something, we were just waiting for them to do something else to make a mistake.
So is it safe to say then that the general idea with the draft is that, because normally VP, you guys do draft more, heroes that have better scaling, particularly in the front line. This was a draft where it kind of worked out that your front line was pretty limited for what you had. It felt like the game plan was get a winning advantage in the first 15 to 20 minutes, and it just didn't quite pan out that way. You guys ended up trading out a little bit more, and you weren't able to get essentially the win condition that the draft dictated.
Yeah, we were meant to win our early game, but it stalled out. So yeah, we just got scaled.
Okay, you know what, ZP? I don't have any more questions to ask, so I'll let you ask another one if you have it. Otherwise, I do have one more thing to say.
I got no more questions here. Obviously it's a bit of back and forth, but Jason, you can end it on a light note. What do you got?
So, I mean, obviously it's not easy to be interviewed, after a loss, but at the end of that last match, it does mean you guys cannot come out as #1 seed in the group. But I don't think we're going to be too surprised to see you guys make it to the finals anyways. But I want to give you a chance to give like a shout out. It's not often we get to chat with you on air. It's not often we get to see your luscious, pretty face.
Thank you.
The floor is yours, man.
Well, a shout out to anyone? What?
Yeah, anyone.
To give a shout out? Anyone? Yeah. Shout out to my coach, I guess. Shout out to my Lightbringer coach.
Okay. One more thing. Can you hold up your mouse thumb to the camera? Because I want to see how jacked. You have like a 6-pack on your thumb, don't you? You have to. A little bit higher for us. And like palm side.
Can I? Palm side? Like this?
Yeah. So like open your hand up to the camera more.
Hang on.
Like turn your hand. There we go. Oh my God. That thing's got like a 6-pack. It's got like veins popping out like crazy. Okay. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for taking the time though.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for interviewing me.
All
I
right.
appreciate it.
All right, so that was Zergy for VP. Tough game for VP there, Jason, but if any team will bounce back, it will be VP, and still in a very good spot overall standings-wise here in One Win Bombshell Volume 5. So nothing too much to worry about here for VP, but also a great showing for One Win, where One Win was looking a little bit rough heading into the day, Jason, and that is a big confidence booster to take down VP.
Yeah, and obviously with that win, that does mean they split things at 1 apiece, but their day isn't done just yet, ZP. They are up against CIS Rejects in the second to last match in our group stage, with Thanos up against CIS Rejects to finish things off with. We're gonna get the end of our group stage with a little bit of a cherry on top with seeing some North American deadlock.
All right, well, that match is coming at you right after this break. It's gonna be 7 minutes, but come on back. More deadlock action here at One Win Bombshell Volume 5. Heading to the end of the day here for our last day of group stage play here at One Win Bombshell Volume number 5. I'm ZP here with Jason, and Jason coming on in here. It could be a harsh end of stage play here for CIS Rejects because they have to go against a team that just looked renewed and rejuvenated against VP. That's right, the one and only one-win team. And on paper, Jason, this one could be fast.
Well, not only do they have to go up against them, they have to end their entire group stage run against Thanos, the North American mix as well. So it's going to be a tough two back-to-back series for them. But yeah, one win have looked rejuvenized, revitalized. They looked hungry and ready to pretty much lay down anyone in front of them as fast as they possibly can. It's definitely going to be a tough one for them. And if I'm not mistaken, well, I'm a bit confused because I'm seeing that apparently Force will be playing instead of Fluoride. But from what I understand, Force was already playing with them before. So maybe they made the...
No. Force was playing with them before and not Fluoride. So if that was, or unless it's the reverse where it's Fluoride playing now instead of Force, which may make more sense. But who knows, Jason? We'll see when we get in the game. But we were seeing a lot of Force for CS Rejects previously, and Force most notably was on 7. It was probably the most we've seen 7 get played all tournament long. A hero that has been getting favored quite a bit by CS Rejects, even when other teams have been going more to heroes like the Infernus. But I believe we're just getting directly in the draft here, Jason. I don't think there's going to be too much of a wait, and I am curious to see if One Win has a different draft style than they did against VP. Like, what is One Win's neutral draft here? And for now, pretty basic. They open up with the ban on the GT.
Well, if you can hear, I'm just giving you a head. I am out pretty bad because Italy loves to have bad data apparently. So I don't know if you just want to take this away for a little bit while I go restart it, or hopefully it fixes itself. But we are seeing a holiday ban and a Great Town ban, pretty standard from what we see in almost match.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what you expect here at the beginning. Although I think banning the holidays, it's interesting because you kind of hurt yourself in that you give up the paradox normally, and you give up the ability to have a big playmaker. And I would say in general, based on player preferences and what we've seen, Holiday is rated higher than Paradox. But I do wonder about the ideas that which is worse, being Paradox versus Holiday, or being versus a Paradox without a Holiday whatsoever. And, for my money, as I've been looking at here, I think you'd rather at least have the Paradox rather than just go completely without a playmaker in a game. To me, that feels like the more successful strategy.
Well, CS Rejects went for Mirage instead of going for Paradox right off the bat, so they're giving up that playmaker, but maybe they'll be picking up a Bebop later on, because I don't see a world where One Win doesn't take Paradox off the bat.
I think if you're One Win, you immediately snap Paradox Geist. Geist was so incredibly impactful for One Win in the last map and has been honestly the #1 rising pick of the entire tournament in terms of how much Geist has controlled the game, especially if Geist gets ahead. You open Paradox Geist here, there's no way you're unhappy about the situation, or because we've missed it in the past and it is like still highly valued and one can play well, you could also go with Paradox Sinclair or Geist Sinclair. I would actually, we'll see what it is. And
wait, whoa,
this is the 1-win special. Okay, we kind of like rapidly went through that. So they went Geist Kelvin, and CS Rejects leave the Shiv on the board and instead go Paradox Abrams and leave 1-win to get the Shiv prior to the mid-round bans, where, by the way, you think about ways of going after this. If you're CS Rejects, you gotta, rather, if you're 1-win, you probably want to ban the Vindicta to get rid of the Vindicta Abrams lane into bans.
Okay, I don't know. I'm at so many different minds here, ZP, because I'm thinking to myself, how the hell did you let Shiv get through when we just saw like what Kelvin Shiv lanes can do? Why do you pick an Abrams over picking like a Shiv or picking like a Mo? And I think obviously with CS Rejects, Surgery, we talked about him, that kind of makes sense since he's just ridiculous when it comes to Abrams. But I don't think Abrams has that potential, no matter how good you are at him necessarily, to single-handedly win you games. And that's the part where I'm kind of like really uneasy about.
I'm also a little bit uneasy about, because it backfired for 1-win in the first game against VP. Shiv Kelvin is a great lane. I don't love valuing its power so high that you give up things like a Paradox as an option here, because now if you're 1-win, I think you have to like hyper prioritize getting the Mo after the bans. But also for 1-win, they don't ban Vindicta either. Banning Ivy, even if CS Rejects have liked playing the Ivy, I don't love the choices here for 1-win, because if you're CS Rejects, you angle towards Vindicta if possible. And if you're 1-win, you're really dependent on getting the Mo. So if you're CS Rejects, I would even like ban the Mo.
Where's Sinclair at yet? Maybe ban Sinclair? I mean, so CS Rejects are going to ban next. 1-win get a first pick off the back of that. They already have Kelvin though, so I don't know if realistically, because from what I understand, Flammable is Risk the only one who plays Sinclair from them. I'd have to like go really like in depth to go check my database on that one, but from now it doesn't really matter because Bebop is going to be the return ban, which I respect. I think that's smart of CS Rejects. You eliminate the play make potential out of that, and they don't have a Paradox, they don't have a Holiday, they don't have Bebop now, but obviously you do give them over Vindicta. I think this is a pretty smart adaptation for CIS.
Yeah, and I also think the same for 1-win of not wanting to give up the Abrams Vindicta lane, where I guess the method and the madness for 1-win right here might be less the early mid power spike when you get ultimates online, which is where your Paradox and Holiday is really impactful, and more so they are really focused on laning, because of course Shiv Kelvin is a very powerful lane in and of itself. Vindicta is a part of a bunch of like pretty good lane combos, though, with Abrams and Mo. Well, actually they could still with Abrams being unavailable, it's not as much, but you could still run something like a Mo and still have be okay, or just anything with any form of lockdown on top of it. But Sinclair Pocket coming in for CS Rejects. I mean, the Sinclair is good. The Pocket, as we've discussed, Jason, even 1-win who used to swear by Pocket rarely goes for it now.
I still find it a little bit odd to see. I mean, I with Lash, I think we're still really unconvinced about Pocket. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's because we haven't. The thing is, we have seen good Pocket players, right? But we just haven't seen Pocket. I mean, maybe because we're a little bit skewed and thinking about how much effectiveness Pocket had in the past before this latest patch happened, which is why we're maybe saying like, oh, Pocket sucks now. Maybe this is where Pocket was intended to be in the end of this. But also, as a quick note, I think CS Rejects probably gonna lock in 7. I would imagine last for Forced. But also to see Yamato make it this deep into the draft is kind of crazy to me. That says CS Rejects aren't confident about playing Yamato whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, it's also kind of a testament to 1-win not drafting for full power, but oh lord, they get the Mo at the very end of it.
How do we get Mo 6th pick and Yamato 5th pick?
Yeah, it's a little bit unconventional from both sides, but I feel like 1-win was not particularly punished for the overvaluing of the Shiv and Kelvin here because of CS Rejects valuing in particular the Pocket at the end and the Abrams perhaps a little bit more highly than they should have. Like, there's a world where CS Rejects could have responded here and gotten the Vindicta after the Paradox and then had that set up for their Abrams, or they could have gotten the Mo. earlier, and the pick order was, I think, a little bit off kilter, and it kind of saved what could have been a rougher 1-win draft.
I mean, what I'm really still confused on is like the Abrams pick as a third pick. It's like such a high priority pick. There's just, he's not at the same level as like our standard 6 of like our Mirage, our Paradox, our Holiday, our Geist now, I would say, Vindicta, Mo, Yamato. Like there's so many other heroes that are such higher priority. And I think overall when it comes to CS Rejects, maybe it's just hero pool is the major limiting factor for them. Because like still Pocket, we're not convinced on. To see Paradox, I mean, I guess get through to a second pick for CS Rejects, which means 1-win didn't even take it because they're that confident to go up against it. It's interesting to me to see it, and I think as we kind of hinted at and alluded to before, I wouldn't be surprised to see 1-win run away with this game in 20 minutes or less.
I think the key part here is the laning phase. 1-win,
Yeah.
They're less powerful after you hit 3K and you start getting into like, you know, the latter end of the laning phase, which is more ult heavy. But the very beginning of the laning phase is actually pretty terrifying from 1-win. And it could be just be one of those games where 1-win, we see them go up like 3 or 4K before the 10-minute mark, which is actually very, very considerable.
At least only 3.
Well, by 10 minutes, it's still like often like over like 10%, and it gets close to the point that you actually have earned an enemy territory. Well, it's like 4 to 6, but you know, it's a lot in the early game.
Yeah, I think it's a lot, and I think it actually has potential to go higher just because of the caliber of 1-win. Like even though 1-win did trade 1-1 with the VP, and they did lose to VP and DFN. 1-win, I think it's not settled yet necessarily who is the #1 team in EU. I think it's still a toss-up at the moment between VP and 1-win, and maybe even Paravision has some say in it. I think this is going to be probably the toughest challenge out of CS Rejects when we do get into this one. But I mean, when it comes to Sinclair, you don't really have that great ultimates to steal except the combo and the Frozen Shelter, I would say. And if you're going to be, I mean, technically, if you steal the combo, you swap someone in, you can, you know, pretty much burst that player down, or you can use Frozen Shelter. But like getting into position to use that through the early game to kind of stay relatively even a 1-win is going to be, as you said, like the real question for them.
I'm a little bit more bullish on that. I think stealing the combo is like deceptively powerful at times, and how it works out where it just, oh, you have a Mo out position. Mo at times is pretty hard to lock down. However, what better way to lock down a Mo than, again, I just see it as bringing out Mo's inner demons, as Mo wonders, like, what am I doing with my life? Why am I just digging tunnels for other people to reap the proceeds? And, you know, Mo just gets down on himself, and, you know, Spirit Mo just gets on in there, Jason.
Spirit Mo. I haven't seen that in a very long time. Like Torment Pulse, let me just sit there burrowed running at you. Similar to the Ava build, right? We just build Torment Pulse and just run at people, and they wonder, like, what's happening. But I mean, realistically, from what I understand, when it comes to like our overall group stage, CS Rejects, they are currently sitting on 3-7 because they have their final 2 matches to come up shortly. They could get a little bit higher than Lotos, but I don't think there's any world where they pass. Yeah, there's no world where they really pass Thanos. They'd have to win 4. They'd put them at 7-7. Actually, there technically is a chance. If they win all 4 of their games, they could tie Thanos for that 5th spot into playoff. But beating 1-win 2-0, beating Thanos 2-0, that's a tough challenge.
Alrighty, we are getting on into it. The time for pre-draft yapping is over, but lane yapping, still lots of time to go here, Jason, as we get a look at how the lanes have shook out here. And just based on the draft, I mean, this feels like one of those games where kind of expect to see a lot of 1-win in the kill feed in a positive way to kick things off here. It's going to be threading the needle for CIS Rejects.
I like how you pointed that out in a positive way. I'm sorry. Okay, so what I was misunderstood. So it's going to be fluoride instead of force. I guess I read it kind of backwards. We see him over on the Vistas. We've seen fluoride a couple of times. I cannot remember the team off the top of my head that we've seen him on in prior like DFNs. But either way, he's going to be on the Viscous. Go ahead.
I feel like fluoride at one point, it was either Aegis Aurora or even like an earlier version of 1-1. One of the two. But also Xenon immediately killing Eplifine. And the interesting thing, that's like the least threatening of the lanes that they have. I mean, the middle lane's still a little bit threatening, but the left and right lanes are even scarier as the Shiv Kelvin lane hits Pater and Apple cycle down. And I don't know what to say here, Jason. This is kind of what we expected from the draft. We knew that this first 4 to 5 minutes was, you know, buckle your seatbelt time for CS Rejects.
Can't confirm, by the way, you're right. It was an early iteration of One Win, but also Gamma before that back in like DFN 9. So he's been around for a long time. I'm not sure. I mean, he's been listed as a sub initially, so playing in for Force. So I think Force is actually pretty good. I mean, when we saw him on 7, had some fairly good games, some fairly good results. Obviously not winning out on most of their matches. But with the early start out of One Win, they do have that 2K lead 2 minutes in. Obviously, it depends on how the waves are playing out from these lanes to really determine what the lead is at the moment. But the Kelvin Shiv, man, I'm curious. I want to see Empty Dreams have a pop-off game like together earlier on.
Here's the really scary thing about this here, Jason, too. Look at the minimap. Every blue lane from One Win is pushed up. This is going to convert heavily and quickly into Guardian damage. So it's not even just about the economy here. It's about what happens to CS Rejects when they're down 3 Guardians to 0, which right now the game appears to be on pace to, just because of One Win doing this draft that was just very highly prioritizing early lane synergy and power.
Oh, nice little use of the burrow to get a catch on a Surgery, who's going to charge him back in towards the Guardian to take a bit of damage. Zanya's going to fall actually from this. The Surgery works out for him. He gets a nice catch on a Zanya who gets aggressive and turns it into a kill himself. So at least for CS Rejects, able to fight this one back. Go down a little bit when it comes to souls. And I want to say when it came to mid lane, ABL just got a little bit too cocky, going for that dive and then eventually being cleaned up on.
So 12K to 12K. On an economy standpoint, for now, CS Rejects is surviving. But this Kelvin Shiv lane oftentimes is usually the first one to get Guardian down. To me, it's the first story to look at, even though middle has been a little bit more explosive than expected. Take a look at Geist. Geist just so, I think, of all heroes in the game, might have the cleanest overall curve, where Jason, Geist is incredible in the early game, then also right now one of the biggest late game threats. But there's no real weak point in the game for Geist.
I wonder if we're gonna have to actually nerf her a bit and change her around a little bit, because we definitely see her as like one of the most played heroes in proper pro play. I'm not sure when it comes to like, you know, playing pubs in game or anything like that, or just, you know, randomly queuing up. But we're getting close to that 3K mark. Empty Dreams, he already has it flammable as well. I wouldn't be surprised to get a dive on this right hand side. I think they're waiting for that Q to be baited out before they go in for it. And ×9 already going to be low as well here in this middle lane.
They're getting real aggressive on the left-hand side. I don't know if you can get that aggressive versus Mo Vindicta. See if it pans out. Time wall down. Paradox. Bargareco trying to get away. The Crow not going to land, but just the autos doing quite a bit. Meanwhile, Abrams. Surgery into the air. Seismic Slam. Is it going to be enough to catch Vindicta? The answer is no. And also Empty Dreams. Shiv Kelvin lane leading a little bit on the right.
And as with ultimates committed too, like Flammable used Frozen Shelter, they weren't able to turn that and convert it into a kill. So a great job by Fluoride and Apocycle on that one. Surgery a little bit deep here at the moment, as he's gonna, I guess, back away in towards lane. Tyler up to 5 seconds. There is potential for the kill. It's not so easy as we expected for One Win, but to be honest, without trying to sound, you know, BM, I'm curious how hard One Win are trying right now.
Well, low combo. Come on in, Surgery in a world of pain right now. However, Gang Support Wall gets the health regen over and in. Now, let's see here. Not sure if that was a locket or something healed him up on top of the resilience there. It wasn't just that, because he was nearly dead to the combo.
Right swap coming out of Fargareco actually, because it prevents that shot out of overseas from connecting. ABL though able to take down Fargareco, speaking of him, going for a gank on this left hand side. Surgery to be returning towards the lane, but the 1-on-3, I wouldn't really favor him.
Geist right now. And I'm back. And I think you gotta give a lot of credit to CS Rejects right now for hanging on. Like, the first 2 minutes of the game looked like we were heading the 20-minute territory because nothing was going their way, but they've held on versus some very difficult lanes. They haven't given up a ton of Guardian HP yet. And honestly, given that they're in the lead, I mean, this actually has potential now to go out against them, because CS Rejects, I think, have a slightly better mid-game spike than One Win does.
They also have a lead too at this point. They've been able to push those lanes back, as we mentioned before. Every lane shoved up against them. Harry comes in out of overseas, but he's going to fall either way. Zanya, the combo in under the Guardian, but I think that's actually I thought that was going to be used to escape. Instead, Zanya's going to be punished and slammed on down, trying to stay alive here. Margareco and Surgery has another charge, going to connect, and I think they're going to confirm this into a kill. 18 HP. And CS Rejects, they have been able to extend this lead even further, picking up multiple kills now in different lanes.
You know, I'm thinking on it, Jason, thinking back to data within the teams. OneWin actually did commit a really big draft error. And I think CS Rejects is one of the few teams where, regardless of your team power, you ban based on the player. Because Surgery's level of play on non-Abrams heroes is not what Surgery does on Abrams. And we saw other teams prio ban Abrams against CS Rejects to really good effect. And you think back to the draft where like the Abrams got picked early, it makes sense. You don't want the mid-ban to go and hit Surgery.
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, we're still going to play out for them, I think, because I still feel like there's like a limitation to how strong an Abrams can carry a game, though he is obviously doing a fantastic job so far, really punishing Zanya quite a few times now. Hitting quite a few of these charges. We can see the Guardian still going to be low on HP either way. ABL going to be rotating towards the right-hand side, looking for a gank. The further shelter used and the cube committed. Now Fluoride going to be very susceptible to being finished off.
Kelvin though in danger. Shiv coming in for backup. The rotation in here from OneWin good enough. Not enough to save Kelvin, so maybe enough to make it a favorable trade. We'll see. Mirage now under pressure, getting chased on down here by Empty Dreams. Killing Blow is available. Just needs it a little bit lower. Needs the line of sight. Looking and chops him on up, but it's not leveled up. Killing Blow, so gonna be on cooldown for a little bit, please.
Still successful rotation of ABL. Also allows them to, I would say, most likely get the Guardian on the right-hand side and the left-hand side. To turn that into a quick flex spot, but at least for CS Rejects, they're able to take the middle Guardian. So they freed up their own Sinclair to start rotating around the map timeline on that right-hand side. Mirage, Apple Circle returning. They might be able to turn this fight around.
Now transformation in from ABL under pressure. Gooball in his face, just gonna take the quick mantle up and away. Now transformation faded. Not able to get too much in terms of lifesteal. Shiv trying to provide a little bit of backup, but no killing blow up. The threat of the Shiv, not really what it otherwise would be here. As both Shiv and Yamato arguably getting a little bit bullied. Times9 just walking on up, saying, hey, you want to see a magic trick? And right now, Jason, they're not really interested.
It ain't no birthday party right now. The push, I cannot believe it's still happening on the right side. OneWin are not responding to help deal with this. I mean, I guess it's when it's ABL and it's Empty Dreams to defend against it. It's still tough to take them down as the response had come in. That correct onto that middle Guardian. And that is now the touchdown unlocked for OneWin. Dive coming in out of ABL and Dreams there to help. And not to mention the two other players with Xenon and Fireball rotating in. This is going to look like us already low on HP. The dive going to be coming through momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, this is, well, the Geist is going on. It's just a 3-on-2, but it's about to be a 3-on-3 because guess what? You got Amplify coming on in here on the pocket. Apocycle is down. Can Amplify make anything happen here? Is he going to decide to dive on in? Cloned Shelter is gone. And it looks like OneWin should be able to just back away. Not quite the pocket resurgence where you always look at the zip line, Jason, and you go, okay, you know, who's going to be coming on in to save this? And in this case, not so much Amplify.
Well, the Urn's now picked up for OneWin. Starting to rotate players on this right-hand side as you see Overseas take the teleporter. Also, CS Rejects looking to reinforce too, but I do like this kind of split, leaving Xenon in middle, even sending ABL towards the left lane. They're going to look for some walker damage and look for this 1v1. Maybe the Urn's just going to get completely walked in for free. Battle Punch comes through again. One of the greatest abilities to deny the turn in, but with help the Frozen Shelter, it should be confirmed. Will the fight break out after this, is my question.
Well, help will find. Gonna drop the affliction, but doesn't really seem to do too much. It's sort of a, oh, you use the shelter, the turn in. All right. Have some frogs covered in weird, mysterious green pocket goo. That doesn't actually do much.
Mysterious green pocket goo.
I mean, what else would you call it?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm not complaining. I'm just thinking to myself, like, that's can make you think of like different things of what it might be. It's like a toxin, right? Or like a poison.
Yeah, it's clearly a poison. I mean, it is like ticking damage after, but yeah, he opens his briefcase and a bunch of green stuff and a few frogs come out, and you know, usually not great for your health. But Regardless, take a look at the left. Paradox actually keen to go in onto Yamato. Meanwhile, backdoor in the middle, Mo connecting on Eplifine once more. So the mid game here actually kind of decisively going over towards 1 win. And a lot of that, Jason, has just had a lot to do from Zanya. You know, getting combo on cooldown every single time in overseas, pretty decent map mobility, and finishes on the Vindicta.
You can see ABL at 11k, Xenon at 12. And Zanya, as we're talking about, he's only at 10 out of 10,000 souls, kind of the one being left in the poverty slot for 1 win. And you can kind of see the way Women are pulling apart CS Rejects when it comes to like the macro level. The great charge yet again on Empty Dreams. They're going to confirm that kill and maybe look for the Guardian. But of course, he's again respawns, this time on a ×9. He should be able to defend this with the help of Flammable off to his side. But they're splitting. Like, One Winner splitting CS Rejects extremely well here. Like, every time they pull them with like 3 players towards one of the lanes, they immediately make a push towards another. With Zanya, like in the jungle, he was looking to assist ABL to see if there's any counter gate coming through, trying to get some damage onto these walkers. But all the time that they're doing, forcing these rotations to happen, they're just getting further and further ahead.
The pocket coming in from above, gonna make that 1v1 a 1v2. And you know, truthfully, if you were overseas, you probably should have suspected something, but all of a sudden Paradox just starts running at you. It's like, okay, someone may be coming down the zip line. In that case, was the pocket. So overseas perhaps overstaying their welcome there. And it wasn't even like there was a huge gap between overseas and Fargareco there either. Just overseas liked the action, Jason.
I just want to fight. You want to continue off how crazy the last match was versus Virtus Pro, the second map of that series. We are hitting a little bit of a lull, but we're about a minute and a half out, ZP, from the next urn spawning in, and I would imagine that's definitely going to be where the action pops off once again. We did see One get the clean turn in with the frozen shelter and the affliction, the pocket goo. Actually, do you think Viscous is made out of the same stuff that Pocket uses as an affliction?
No, he's just more solid. More soupy for Pocket, but
soupy. That's a good answer.
Comes on in and massive value off the burrow. More disruption surgery. Not going to be a hero this time around. Overseas though, and stalked on down by Fargareco is the target of the swap, but ABL again clean up there towards the end. Still a decent HP. Shadow transformation. Besides, magic is on the menu, and got Shadow transformation off in turn. Frozen shelter meanwhile gonna be dropped here by Flammable. Not gonna be a clone shelter because I was used on the Yamato. Epicycle can't get away. Trapped on in by Flammable. Pretty nice shelter here, and I don't think there. Oh, the mind games. He dropped the assistant. Back up, wait, what? Or don't. All right, well, he was trying to make it work, and in that case, not quite able to swap out in time.
The fight heavily going in the way of One Win, sporting a 15,000 soul lead. And the Urn's going to be spawning in momentarily on the right-hand side. You can still see that, you know, CS Rejects, they don't have their foot cut on lock. They're still looking for a Guardian. It might come in toward the right-hand side with Empty Dreams just left to defend. And even Pocket. Fine, trying to get aggressive here against 2. I'm not quite sure exactly why. You can see ABL able to survive with the help of the healing of his teammate. And they catch him too aggressively.
Meanwhile, Surgery getting hit with the combo. Surgery, who's had a great early game so far, now just starting to pick up more than can chew. 2 fights in a row. The focus, fire, and rotation. Pretty strong here from One Win. And, you know, it's interesting how quickly this got out of hand for CS Rejects, where they legitimately had a good laning phase despite it being stacked against them with what they had hero-wise. But the rotations from One Win, Jason, have just been far superior, just creating way more mismatches as they roam about the map.
While that chase happened over on the Surgery, Florida was able to pick up the urn and run it to the left-hand side, and they do have a very clean, easy turn-in to close down on the soul lead, well, soul deficit that they're on. But what the weird part is that the soul difference doesn't really reflect how this game actually has been playing out. I feel like it's still been a lot closer than the soul difference was telling us before this turn-in.
Yeah, I mean, I generally agree, although there are some problematic aspects right now for CS Rejects, like ABL is starting to hit the rocket boost into the sky, same as Xenon. Like, anytime you're looking at the enemy team and you have Geist, Yamato, who are ahead of the game, ahead of the overall average in farm, it's not looking good for your ability to team fight on an even level. Like, not one bit, Jason. And I mean, hell, the Shiv also at 17k. just to add it on out. One win has gotten the farm onto everyone on their team that really needs the farm.
Ooh, nice kill with the swap before Xenon has the chance to actually get the soul exchange. The fight's going to continue. Fargareco might have actually bitten off more than he could chew, being locked down by the combo, the Arctic beam, everything thrown at him, even the kitchen sink, and he will fall, able to keep it to a 1-for-1 trade. But I know what you mean. I mean, MC Dreams, he's kind of keeping hand in hand with him, ABL, and Xenon, and that's not the 3 players you want to have to deal with, especially on these heroes when you get to these big team fights. But the response on a 1 win after trading 1-for-1 is to go for mid boss.
I like it. I mean, remember, they're playing Hamato too, so even if a contest comes in, you just shadow transformation. However, the contest comes in so early that now you might have to use it a little bit earlier. Flammable. Going to drop the Frozen Shelter, ABL, isolating out Surgery. Ball going to be used here by Fluoride. It's kind of a chaotic contest for CS Rejects. It's not ultra well planned. I think they were trying to time it for their Rejuvenator coming down, and instead, One Win just able to back out front hard. She's gets caught, but here's the front line, Jason. The front line is generally really healthy. Shiv's the most damage, but that's almost misleading.
The fight looked good until it didn't. Is what I'm going to say. Fluoride trying to survive. Fireball on the chase, but combo comes through and he's going to fall. They get, in the end, a 5-for-1 trade, which I think they're going to be more than happy with, and they're Rejuvenator off the back of it. Fargareco, I mean, you're still in the vicinity. You still hyper swap. You still shadow transformation. ABL held on to it the entire fight.
Come on, man. Like, Paradox in that situation, okay, you get a Miracle Steal there. It probably doesn't save you the game. It helps a little bit, but the odds are so low that there's no way that's not a net minus EV play. Like, if you were somehow to convert that into blackjack terminology and you made that play regularly, you would go bankrupt at the casino trying to steal that situation, Jason. That's all I know.
Getting tough times for CS Rejects here, ZP. I mean, it's still only a 16k difference, but I think as you talked about ABL hitting the rockets, hitting the boosters, I think One would have just been able to pull it off as a team. Since these walkers are not long for this world, it has to be the focus coming up here momentarily. Get those extra flex slots rolling in. Fargareco on the left-hand side, he's gonna get caught out here. Combos available, and that's the dead Paradox.
Paradox that he's not gonna be living. Is where we're at. You can drop the time wall, but yeah, you get away from the Mo. Well, did you know the sniper was up there in the book repository, and you weren't about to leave.
Oh man, the tide coming through the approach. Actually, the approach is going to be dodged out with the shadow transformation. Again, the spine strike comes back through and able to catch it up with spine eventually, just dancing with them. I think that was audience participation shadow transformation. Out of time side, that's not easy to say. Wow. Audience participation, shadow transformation. Try saying that 3 times fast.
I decline, actually. the Frozen Shelter comes on in Surgery, just gets melted on down, and look, the interesting thing to me about this game is that the failure point was not where we initially thought it would be. It was not in the laning phase where One actually played a little bit sloppy, but they made it up in spades with just crisper team fighting here, Jason, and better rotations. We didn't even get to a point in the game where there was like noticeable differences as far as the overall draft. Like, I think both teams could evenly fight realistically, but One just made vastly better decisions, and now they put themselves in a spot where, I mean, the win conditions for CS Rejects to get back in, it's very, very narrow.
I mean, one Paradox. Oh, okay, decent spot coming through. Gonna lock down Xenon. He's gonna fall under the help of the Walker. But still, they're gonna lose the Walker either way, and the fight's gonna continue off the back of that. The goo cube will be able to save you for a little bit of time, but the chase is still gonna come in as Empty Dream's gonna lock that down yet again. Another 4 kills for 1 trade. And the urn, it was delayed. It wasn't turned in. I think that's Lambo denied it, but he actually gets caught out looking the wrong way, maybe charged away. So at least CS Rejects gets something, but that something's not gonna amount to much.
I think the urn at this point is putting a band-aid on a hacked off limb. It's not really going to stop the bleeding, is where we're at. And now, if you're One win, you can just continue to move forward, get down the base guardians, walk towards the shrines. Who's going to stop you?
Michael's like, please, Thor, just open up, let me in. He'll still be finished off before he has a chance to get to safety. And the Shrine.
Jason, that was a cinematic cut. It cut away entirely, and you just hear the bang from Vindictus Assassinate, and in the kill feed, half a cycle's gone. Like, we know what happened.
I wish he had Warp Stone or something just to get through that doorway in time. Both Shrines going to be finished off. The fighting still continuing. ABL looking to turn his attention towards the respawns maybe coming through. And Florian's going to have to be careful here. That Patreon, it will be finished off. And that lead is continuing to grow. I mean, we looked at the lead and it was like 10, 12K. We're now sitting on almost a 40K difference.
I think it goes to show like how quickly things can get out of hand in Deadlock if one team is even a bit better than the other. It's where you almost take for granted because we see the best teams play against each other so often. That's like, wow, it's really close, and what's going to happen? If you make bad plays in Deadlock, you pay for it real fast. So if anything, this kind of reminds you how close the top of the pack really is. The fact that this scenario that we're seeing right now, one win running away with the game, doesn't happen as often when, you know, VP say plays one win or one win plays Paravision.
I'm just watching him stream. I don't need to cast. I just want to watch what he does. I just want to watch these finishes. Patreon's already been transformed. Zanya's going to be on top of it, looking for the damage. It's actually going to be Zanya and Flammable. Actually, Zanya's not even attacking. Oh, he warp stones and combos, looking for more kills. They, you know, KDA doesn't matter when it comes to group stage, gentlemen. Your stats don't really matter.
Hey.
It's all about the map win.
Pad the stats. People are not smart enough to look at the context after. Just get the stat line. Also, Frozen Shelter going on down from Flammable, and the counter Frozen Shelter in from Time saying, haha, you gotta wait like 5 extra seconds before you win. How do you feel about that one win? And I think one win feels pretty okay about that Times because, well, they're still winning the battle.
A mental victory there. A delay in the Patron, delay in the loss. And the Patron will fall, no matter if it takes 5 seconds or 5 hours. One win going to come out with the win here, up 1-0 in the series. And ZP, let's be honest, that's kind of the way we expected to go at the end of this match anyways. At least we did see CS Rejects having, you know, a pretty decent start, able to get, I think it was like a 5K lead until that lead obviously slipped away.
Yeah, and again, it slipped away. It was almost hard to pinpoint the exact moment. It was just one error after another into another, repeat over and over again until finally it's like, our leading? Is that a joke? We're down 20,000, Jason. And
they're like, ZP, what's a lead?
Yeah, lead. We only know deficit over here at CS Rejects. But look, I mean, I think it's easier to an extent if you have good mechanics, but as a team, your coordination is a little bit off, particularly if you're coming in with a sub because, you know, Force is no longer playing with them, at least for today. It's kind of one of those things where in lane phase, you're kind of working on your muscle memory and high amount of game time. And, you know, there's coordination there to be sure, but it's easier to have that on lockdown than when you get to, you know, 10 minutes and beyond and team coordination becomes a bigger deal. That's where time as a team at the highest levels really starts to kick in. And I mean, more than anything else, we saw the experience of one win.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, again, you might be able to beat them in the laning phase. You might be able to get a lead in the laning phase, but if you go into raw team fighting or raw individual play, I mean, you've got ABL, you've got Empty Dreams, who are just, you know, one of the best players when it comes to Europe. The macro play is going to be on an entirely different level when you're up against one win. To get back into it, I mean, even like the best teams in the world struggle to get back into a game when things are starting to roll against them. I think, can only think of like VP as ever really realistically doing it without like massive mistakes being made of, let's just run into your base multiple times, one win, and get wiped out 3 times in a row. So it's not easy for CS Rejects, but at least they were able to have a stronger start. But can they maybe transition that now into a game 2 where they take a stronger start and kind of hold on longer and look for that mid game where they can maybe flourish?
If I'm one win, I actually go for the throat here and I tailor your draft to the things that CS Rejects like, and I make it an even faster game. Mostly what I'm talking about here is, okay, you've remembered who is on the CS Rejects roster. Don't let them have Abrams. I think Surgery was a big reason why even the early game was as competitive as it was, and it didn't turn into a runaway stomp. Make Surgery play something other than Abrams, and I think one win would roll away with this even harder, because that was really the only bright spot we saw from CS Rejects overall, consistently throughout the game. And, you know, even then it falls off because if your team is falling behind, if you're falling behind, there's only so much an Abrams can eventually do.
I'm I also actually kind of disappointed that Empty Dreams Flammable, that their lane of the Shiv Kelvin combo really didn't do much. Funny enough, they actually, I think, lost the lane technically when it came to just like raw kills between the two, between the 4 players. But either way, I mean, picking Kelvin Shiv like right off the bat was a very interesting sight what's out of them. But as we are going to be heading into our next draft momentarily, what if you were to give me a % chance CS Rejects could win this match? Why would it be 0?
Truthfully, it's not 0, but it's not a whole lot above 0, unless one win start treating this as an experimental game, and they bring out the Lash McGinnis. If McGinnis is spotted, it's at least 50-50, Jason. But if they can stay away from the drug that is McGinnis, then yeah, it's probably like less than 1%.
I don't think they can afford to, because if you're 4th, 5th place, you go into a decider match tomorrow. If you're like 2nd or 3rd, you go into like the next round of the event. I think you want to avoid actually being 4th, 5th here. And right now, from what I can tell, if this is all updated properly, they are at 7-6, and Thanos are at 7-5. So actually, I mean, they have to hope that CS Rejects can beat Thanos. First opponent of Aegis Aurora in the playoffs.
I don't really know if CS Rejects is gonna beat Thanos, but I will say Thanos, just by nature of playing cross-continental, there's probably a little bit more volatility to that roster, Jason. So, I mean, it's not impossible. I would see Thanos dropping the CS Rejects at least one map more in the realm of possibility than I think one win team having that happen to them here.
Okay, and I guess it depends on obviously how the next set goes for Thanos. But obviously just still waiting for the draft to get started up. I think both teams just taking maybe, I would guess, a quick bathroom break like our good old NA boys. But ZP, maybe, you know, thinking about the context of this entire event so far, it's been really cool to see some adaptations within picks, the priorities in picks, but I also feel like at the same time, we've seen probably the most stabilized first picks in drafts in all of competitive deadlock. I feel like this patch has kind of given way to like a standard 6 heroes to pick in your first 3 slots every time.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very stable meta. Usually deadlock has been a little bit more in flux in terms of what heroes people have liked, but I think the main thing that's probably fed a lot of it at the moment here, Jason, is just the idea that people have come to very, very highly value playmakers, particularly Holiday and Paradox. And then on top of it, we've never had defined frontline value quite as much as we have here, with where Geist and Yamato are right on top of it. Also, you know, a bit to Sinclair and Mirage. It's like this, the top pool is very, very tightly compact, and you have a few other off options that come in here, particularly for lane power. Like clearly one win, they over prio the Shiv Kelvin lane, or other teams at times will like prio a little bit more towards like Abrams Vindicta. But those usually are second order picks rather than the first order, which so far has been pretty straightforward.
It's like pick the most meta heavy heroes we can initially, and then figure out, wow, we're really deep into the draft, and figure out what kind of lane matchups we want to do from there. One win, pick a Bebop, like second pick. I guess because they technically would have, I guess they would have lost Paradox. No, they probably picked Geist first, and then they lost Mirage Paradox, is my guess.
Yeah, and they didn't want Bebop to be banned, because Bebop will get banned in the midway. But it's sort of weird, like you show the Kelvin before bans, it will get the Kelvin banned. Or sorry, we'll get the Shiv banned, and vice versa. The only way to get Shiv Kelvin as a combo is to not pick it until you can get like 2 for 1, effectively. Or at the very least, make it a hard call for the other team if they only want one part of the combo in the first 3 picks, which a lot of teams will just be like, okay, screw it, you can have it if you want to pry with that heavily. And also, in all of this, one win does not ban the Abrams. Instead, they ban GT, so Surgery is the CS Rejects, they prioritize the Abrams like more heavily than the norm and grabbing the first 3 picks again.
Wow. Seeing Sinclair get so deep in, I mean, it obviously kind of makes sense considering you needed to lock in Bebop more so than Sinclair to not have, or to have a playmaker on your roster. It's a lot of like strong, I mean, besides the Abrams, but again, we know where it's going in the hands of CS Rejects. A pretty solid like initial picks here out of out of them. Whereas one win, I mean, I'm still not necessarily sold on getting a Kelvin if you're not going to get a double pick, but I'm also not sold necessarily as much as in the past when it comes to just picking a Kelvin in general. As in, Kelvin used to be the staple, is what I'm trying to say. The staple support you always pick.
No, I think Kelvin right now is definitely better to get the duo. I mean, there's still some decent lanes that you can run with Kelvin, but I don't really like how one win has been hard prioing Kelvin. And I think, look, in a longer series against Paravision or a longer series against VP, I think the draft strategy of one win will bite them. I don't think you value Kelvin this highly. I actually disagree with it. And even though I don't think it's going to harm them in this match for CS Rejects, I don't think they should bring this into the playoffs the way they're doing it right now.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, again, like I don't want to like take away from this match, but I don't. A part of me feels like they're not trying as hard as they normally would. If they're playing against VP or Paravision right now or Thanos, I think they would be like much more locked in than they currently are. But I think no matter what win picks, as long as they just play their normal style and play together as well as we know they can, it's going to be really difficult for CS Rejects to actually win out on the match.
I wonder if CS Rejects brings out the Warden here. Like, I think they're a team that can play it, and they've already gotten the Sinclair on their side. I don't hate the idea of Warden in this particular game, given what one win is picked in terms of their front line. I mean, yeah, the Bebop can be a pain, but, you know, thinking of ways of shoring things up. Okay, they're going to go with Mo. Go with Paradox, Mo. It's kind of weird, Jason, because you get this late in draft. It's like, okay, Mo has been accounted for one way or another. It's like, no, that's a fifth pick Mo. Overall,
what do one would have as a front line besides Geist? I guess they technically have Yamato in there.
They got Yamato. The front line's fine. Yeah, they're okay on the front line. It's more so playmaking ability because they're like, I do think Bebop is less effective when it is only the Bebop as your option. Like, part of why DMOV, for example, in the VP series was able to get as many picks is that you're still looking out for, you know, Mikhail S, who's on the Paradox and getting extra opportunities. Whereas when it's just the Bebop, it puts undue amount of pressure on the Bebop player. But if anyone could do it, probably would be overseas.
Yeah, I would say. Well, I worry about the laning phase. You know, in that VP game, we were talking about how DMOV didn't have as great effectiveness in the laning phase. He wasn't really getting many hooks. I think he got like 1, maybe 2 kills. Overseas, kind of the complete opposite. Overseas will have insane impact in that lane. And then we'll obviously continue to have some really good impact later on in the match. But I smell some like really big snowball potential, especially if you pair the Bebop Yamato in that mid lane together.
I wonder, is Force back? Because CS Rejects now went with the 7. I mean, it may be a team strategy thing, but previously it would always be Force that was on the 7 when they picked it late into the draft. So that is remaining the same, seemingly even without Force.
I mean, to be fair, his Force was ridiculous on 7. It was really good, but I don't know if, I don't know if he's back. We haven't been informed that he's back on the team to play instead of Fluoride. Maybe Floride's going to be the one to pick it up if they need it to. But going into the last pick for one win, Furnace?
Infernus would work. I mean, I don't think one win has actually played a ton of Infernus. I'm trying to think back. I feel like they've done. They've done that.
So ABL going back to Lash. Zanya going to be over on the Yamato into Dreams, back on the Geist. I mean, hey, ABL looked pretty good on it, to be fair. In both games up against Virtus Pro. And what do they have to stop them?
Well, for nothing else, Jason, they're breaking my immersion right now. You can't put Bebop and Lash on the same team. Come on. That's not how it works.
Same team, yeah. Same lane, no.
Oh, God. Can you imagine the Lash Bebop lane?
We had it happen once, actually. It was like 2 weeks ago. And at 3K, they were getting kills. But like before that, they did absolutely nothing. I cannot remember who it was at the top of my head.
Look, it's all I say about that, you know, I'm gonna make lore jokes, but whatever, it's fine. I want to see what happens when we get this into game here, and my wish is gonna be answered here, Jason, because just like that, I've summoned the game for us.
I appreciate that. Could you summon it quicker and summon the draft quicker next time?
My powers are on cooldown. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. We'll save it for the next series because we still have CS Rejects to play against Thanos as our final series in our group stage. Kelvin Geist. Okay. A lot of healing.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more durable lanes that we've seen as a general rule. And also, Fluoride is still in, so any idea of, we're changing it up, and, you know, we're not going to see, or we're going to see Force back into the game? Not quite.
Please.
Okay, I thought he was parrying for when they're trying to go for a melee on a last hit. I thought they got rid of that, though. I thought they got rid of parrying melee minions.
Yeah, you can't parry the Trooper anymore.
Oh, the Trooper. Okay.
That got taken away just because the ability to just freeze lane was it was a little bit much. Also, Fluoride immediately getting iced out by Flammable, so the Kelvin Geist lane looking pretty fearsome here, Jason, the first minute and a half.
It's a lot of grenades coming your way, to be fair. Essence bombs, frost grenades. That's a lot of damage, a lot of ranged poke that you kind of have to deal with. You can get chipped away at definitely over time. The return back in towards the lane, Fluoride. I mean, you can see here taking a lot of damage there behind the wagon. Able to support and heal it back up. But with the Arctic Beam, I mean, even 7 Amplifying is just getting chilled down to half HP.
Where'd 7's health go? Anyone know where 7's health just went? It vanished. It just completely got abducted between the Geist Pressure and the Kelvin Beam. Meanwhile, ABL just, you know, got his miner's hat on and went deep diving. Yes. No, that's his reset. Well time.
I think overseas.
It looked like he was going in for a parry to leave. It's like, no, in that situation, you just wait it out and get the free reset, come back with full HP, and you still don't feed any souls.
Yeah, and the fact he's able to dive past the Guardian and get 2 kills and then get away with it has to be extremely frustrating. With 1 win already rocking a 2K lead here. High velocity and hollow point coming in for Flammable. What is Zanya going for? He's sitting on like almost 1200. Is he gonna buy like a Divine Shield right off the bat? Divine Barrier, I mean.
Very well might. Also, this right lane is already in the, oh god, it could lose us the game territory, where it has not been a good day for Amplifying and Fluoride on the right hand side. I mean, anything that could go wrong has gone wrong to this guy's Kelvin lane.
When you have a 7 there, which you need to be probably one of your most farmed heroes in the game, it's not going to be a good result for you. They continue to put on the pain, even bind up. Oh my god, that hook almost connecting.
No, it's not. I mean, what it means is that you're going to see 7 just lonely in solo lanes for like half the game on top of being in the jungle. It is going to be way longer than it should for Amplifying to be a threat on the 7 with this sort of start.
The only lane that's having, I guess, some okay success for CS Rejects is that left lane where they're actually able to push up against the Guard with the last Ivy. The hook coming through, counter with the Hex, and actually Fluoride might be down another time here.
He's going down again. This is absolute Mo abuse taking place on the right-hand side, and also just the tracking at the very end. I mean, 7 just sitting there tanking the Ice Beam like a champion. I say tracking, but do you have to track if the 7 is just holding S and not actually trying to dodge?
For me, I do. For these guys, probably not. Margareka's going to go down to Zanya on the last, but it's not ABL. Yeah, it's ABL on the Yamato. As I noticed earlier, but completely forgot. Hybrid going to come through, and ABL's going to be looking good here. Mirage got moving the wrong way. Now Perspective goes down again.
This is a disgusting soul lead, basically.
Oh my god.
Like, this is dying almost on repeat, where it's just falling in lane, take zip line, go in, die again. The soul deficit being generated here is unreal. Also, look at Bebop up there. He's living his best life. And also, ABL doesn't care.
Yeah.
ABL has actually just given up any semblance of not holding W this game. Just drops on in the Guardian, right about to fall in record speed. A 5-minute Guardian, Jason, is pretty ridiculous, although it's not quite 5 minutes. They got pushed out, but they'll ease on it in like 2 seconds and they'll fall.
I'm sure they're keeping it alive just to go for more kills. There you go. It's going to fall overseas. Also gets the kill out of cycle before he escapes, before taking down the Guardian. And we're looking at a 7K lead. Okay, up fine. Go for the there to the Storm Cloud. No combo yet for Fluoride, holding a combo on the Geist in that storm cloud would have been exactly what he needed to pick up the kill, to return fire out of flammables, able to force the mole back. So it's still off of this combo at the moment.
This is a beatdown, Jason. I got no other ways to describe it. I mean, 30K to 23K, one of the deepest early game leads we have seen all tournament long. I mean, when you talk about need the win games to make sure they get top 3, top 4, well, we're doing it right now. Oh, you clone the Death Slam here. Oh, yeah. Deal's not going to look back. Go gets carried, but does fall. That may be the first kill of the game, actually, for CS Rejects.
He had fogged up in like less than 0.5 seconds. That would have been a big kill coming through, and probably a big amount of damage on top of that. This double jump over the card. He's going to fall as well. Xenon going down. ABL's going to be coming in, looking to be the cleanup crew. I don't know. That's a lot of players. 3 for you to fight off. But Zanya's going to be coming in as reinforcements. So is Flammable. ABL's just trying to keep them around so they can pick up more kills. Wow.
ABL up over there. Go ahead. Also, I said ABL out of habit. It's Zanya on the lash. They did swap up who was playing what. It just, I'm seeing a lot of ABL lash.
This used to be an uppercut.
Especially today.
Yeah, it's muscle memory, is what it is. But all right, Abrams gets charged, throws the shelter down, and ABL's not. Zanya's, relatively healthy here, all things considered. Overseas coming in, drops the bomb, and goes on in. The real Death Slam right now, except no imitations from a chief magician to Zanya.
Well, that's going to be another Guardian being taken here momentarily. The lead's going to extend over 10K. You see Zanya going in the background looking for a kill onto ×9. And well, ABL gets a little bit aggressive. A little bit too deep. But either way, the damage is done here. ZP, 10K lead now had for 1 win. And this is kind of how I was expecting more of the first game to go.
I mean, the first game lanes arguably were a way better setup for 1 win, but CS Rejects, played it pretty evenly. This game, the lanes should have been closer, but it's been anything but here so far.
Good job.
Also, some of the trade-outs have been happening. It's in part just because I don't think 1 win has necessarily cared about giving up the kills, because the main priority has been getting down Guardians, where, just to update you, in case you're not looking at the top middle of your screen, 3 Guardians to 0. So it's not just the economy advantage, it's also where we're at on how you can stretch your lead now by going into the enemy jungle without any sort of care, because you don't have to worry about Guardians impeding your movement.
Yeah, I mean, it opens up jungle, opens up their sacrifice to be taken. As you can see, Empty Dreams here. The Dark Rekka's like, yeah, you can have that. I'm gonna back away. Storm Cloud, gets kill onto ABL. Gonna continue just to take out the jungle camp, and the charge back in overseas is looking to retreat. Or is he? He just have some teammates off to the side. Xenon just flying in an Overwatch position into the air. But yeah, I mean, ZP, I think 1 win teams are like, yeah, we want an early night. We want to go chill, maybe go play some raid, maybe go stream, or maybe come watch the final match, because I cannot wait to get to cast Thanos after this game.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Thanos has been a joy to watch, taking on, cross-continental competition. But a bit of a drive-by here from overseas. Walks on in, quick little uppercut, bomb, and honestly looking pretty tanky. However, when you start getting comboed by Mo, you open up room for times. Come on in. Get a little bit of burst action. Drew, though, doesn't like the action whatsoever. Gonna use Seismic Slam. Pop on out of there.
Green Walker is under attack.
And they're still applying pressure on the right lane.
Hey. Jason.
So,
Fluoride just dropped the well played.
oh no.
They well played the well players in 1 win. That's a 1 win maneuver.
Try to get in their heads, man. They're playing psychological warfare here. The Urn about to spawn in. And you already see Flambo and Overseas ready to pick it up. And not to mention Zanya in a perfect position for a massive Death Slam. This is going to be dirty. This is going to be ugly, ZP. You can see it coming.
Oh, it looks like at least 3. It is 3. Drops on in 4. The ground strike. And the fall through. Jason, you're saying it was going to be big? Well, guess what? It was. And I'll say I do love our chat right now, because I was curious, what does chat think about this game? And our chat is talking about how bread in America is bad.
Partially my fault. Thank you, Chair. And it is true.
Okay, you're the one that started. Of course you derailed it. All right.
American bread is not really bread. Bread in Europe is a thing of beauty.
Yeah, it's better than bread. It's my cake substitute. What's the problem?
I was gonna say, sometimes you can't even legally call it bread because that's too much sugar. Like, you know, at Subway, you can't call it bread.
We can gloriously afford our sugar bread. Anyone saying they don't like it, you're just jealous of the unbelievable amounts of processed sugars that we can put into our diet.
Have you ever had cinnamon toast, where you toast a piece of bread that already has a lot of sugar in it, put some butter on it, some sugar and cinnamon, and then throw in the microwave?
Yeah,
Delicious.
it's absolutely good, and it probably does terrible things to your blood sugar. Xenon, though, return in the urn. And it just feels a bit inevitable right now, Jesse. We kind of went on a little bit of a bread segue. But what have you missed? You missed ABL diving on in, crushing surgery. One win right now is just at the point where the stat check is so tremendous, they can walk CS Rejects here behind their own walker. And also, Ivy's doing a lot of kill stealing. I see it. Thievery.
Well, a smart play out of Epifine, though, to push the wave out. They have some backdoor protection from the walker. ABL is also taking the mid lane walker while all this is happening. Attacking on two different fronts. And Zanya's left to defend up against Alpha Cycle in the left lane. And I don't think actually we're going to win out on this trade here for Zanya. As you can see, Alpha Cycle going aggressive. Looking for the catch. It's 2-stack. Oh, Jin's mark. That's being used by time.
Doesn't quite get him onto the ground, but still enough to send him up for empty dreams and also keep himself alive.
Bebop is gaining momentum. Well played.
Bebop is gaining momentum. We can say that.
I mean, honestly, patron with calls like that, we're not gonna have a job soon. This is gonna be the patron cast.
Captain Obvious is the patron over there.
Bebop is doing well.
What? That'd be so cool if you could actually program in like voice lines into the game based off teams, with like with AI, and you have to say like one win team is dominating.
I mean, just track down whoever voices the patron. You know, get a little bit of cameo going on.
You know, on that note, you know, with all the potential for cosmetic stuff, similar to what they have in Dota, what if they add in a caster pack? I've never had my voice in a video game. I've had an item made after me. Never my voice.
I forget, did they do caster packs in Dota? I know they did in some other games, but
I believe they have it in Dota. Okay, I didn't start. I mean, to be honest, but gotta be. There has to be caster packs in Dota.
I'll investigate, but also we got Seismic Slam, and there's an icy ceiling above you, Surgery. Like, you're not gonna escape that time. Unless we get time. Times 9, I feel like, has been the only one who's seen getting kills for CS Rejects, although at this point, kills are gonna be hard to come by, as you're the hyper laser, more like a hyper sword with the amount of damage, where it just slices into you, and you're dead. And that's power being 30k behind his team.
That'd be a cool fit, actually. Just channel this like giant Power Ranger like sword that if you hit them with it.
Kind of more of a Gundam sword, really, at that point.
I'm thinking of like Mega Sword. Now he has like a giant sword to finish off the opponents every time they cut him in half. But yeah, Gundam sword works as well.
My power is
We're as you can tell, for who's watching, we're obviously off topic a little bit because it is such a landslide of the game so far. 35,000 souls, 14 minutes in. There's really not much to analyze when it comes to games like this, other than one win doing good.
There is a point where we're not gonna insult your intelligence for stuff like this. You know, sometimes the more meaningful content is like, you know, this Bebop laser. What if it took a different form? Yeah, what if Bebop shouted something out? I don't know. Take whatever you want, but you know, the reality is for CS Rejects, even with a Paradox and a Mo with big potential, just the ability to actually turn this around would require a massive throw. However, you have to come on the Yamato. The problem is she has enough HP to live to do Shout Transformation and power slash you to the ground right after. Will that lash fall through? And okay, Sperm Cloud, Ground Slam. Doesn't interrupt it, but does bring you right down to the ground for additional immediate fall through.
I have watched. Oh, that's not the catch. He's gonna escape. Around the corner, Ace is gonna be on. You don't escape Kelvin. He's traveling away, and it looks like he actually will escape. But maybe into the open arms of the rest of one win at the base, waiting to take him on. This is definitely what when taking their foot off the gas. They want to put on a highlight reel here.
I mean, they can put on whatever highlight reel they want to. It's still going to be like 1/5 the length of the VP 1-win game. The highlight reel we got there, that was a real highlight reel.
Yeah, actually, the highlight reel from that game is probably going to last longer than this match. That's it.
I mean, honestly, it's pretty close.
So glad I'm not doing a recap of that game because, oh my god, that would take me like 2 days to make, I swear.
Jason, setting up the recap. All right. It's going to be a while, but this game just about done except in official fashion at this point. I mean, dear Lord, you got 23K Geist and the best on the other team, a 15K Mirage, 15K Sinclair. You're not going to have a lot of killing power. Instead, you're going for the mid boss. And look, normally I'd say don't contest, try and defend, but you're down so much right now. Throw yourself into the middle. Let God sort it out. Here's CS rejects. You have the Sinclair. There's some steal potential. But there's also Yamato, so actually not really.
I mean, they're 50K. Lead them.
At some point for one, you almost have to just respect that you would even show your face in that situation. Oh, classic Death Slide moment.
I mean, look how far up he's pushed. You can still see like CS Reader's consistently trying to push his left lane to get this Walker. Alpha Cycle's been doing it for the most part. And now Bud wins like, yeah, we're tired of this. Rex can come take you. And I don't know what we're up to find to the paper.
Seven is not like this. Seven's unhappy, but you just have the super fed guys just actually rip your soul out of your body. You've never seen a life drain actually drain HP that fast. As Seven goes in there, it's like, haha, storm cloud. Like, not so much.
Storm clouded and just and well played. Well played. That would have been the play.
The only hope may be more well played spam.
But with the first Guardians, base Guardians going down, yeah, I mean, look at Flambo in the jungle. He's just chasing Abram. He's just chasing surgery here. And he's even smiling when he kills surgery. Look at this. He's smiling on the camera, enjoying every moment of taking down the Abram.
You just get the feeling that, you know, Kelvin just kind of looks at it with a maniac grin, like, hit me again. That all you got? Hit me again. And Abrams just getting progressively more freaked out that he's punching Kelvin and just nothing has happened as he looks like Tormund from Game of Thrones, you know?
Oh, finally, the shrines go down. Patron is going to be shooting us off here momentarily. And to be honest, Bowman, you can afford to stick around. Even our Directo is at the right lane. Up against Flambo in another 1v1, but Flambo's at 22,000 really close to come through. The best Flam on top of this from out of the base and into the dumpster. As one win team, we'll put this here. Here's ZP.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. Also, I do think actually getting the kill in Sinclair was kind of important there because, you know, there was the world where Zanya gets copied and then everyone from 1-win goes into the pit because like, oh god, he copied Death Slam and threw us into the pit.
True. That's true.
Yo, Kelvin's going in. Look at this. No fear from Mr. Flammable. Not really living up to the name either by playing Kelvin, but
The
all
opposite,
right.
yeah.
That no suspense, and perhaps the biggest stomp we've casted so far. Most of our games, Jason, have been oddly very close, but this one, not so much.
Yeah, we've had a lot of the games that shouldn't have been close end up being close. We definitely had probably, if we were to compare you and I up against Timor and Metro in terms of casting leg in 1-win Bombshell, I think we're definitely ahead by a large margin.
Yeah, in terms of how long our games have gone, absolutely. But you know, we still got some highlights from this game. They're not going to be particularly long highlights, but you know, there's highlights, and you haven't lagged out, Jason, unless I've lagged out.
No, I can see my I'm having some lag problems again, so I'm gonna have to go call my AFC and figure out what the hell's going on because I am not satisfied with my internet provider right now. I'm not gonna say who it is.
Jason,
listening.
Honestly, at this point, why are you bothering calling? Like, you've called them like every week. And at this point, they just are like, yeah, we'll talk to a supervisor for you. And the supervisor is the other person there that also is not going to help you. Like, I don't know how to tell this to you, but your situation for the internet, you complaining is not going to fix the situation. Just like past the halfway part of this game, no amount of change from CS Rejects was going to turn the tide. They were just simply far too far behind.
Don't worry, I will complain so much more than I can. I mean, to be fair, end up in a move in the next month anyways, so hopefully we'll have better internet then, and maybe I can start streaming as well, ZP. But either way, what I do know is that one win, they will close out the entirety of this group stage. Quickly check if our map have been updated on our side. I believe they have 2 more wins than they currently have, so they should be at 8-6 right, which puts them ahead of Aegis Aurora. It also means that Thanos is at 7-5. So if Thanos win out 2-0, they will push 1-win team to 5th place. But funny enough, if I'm not mistaken, actually, yeah, then that. Wait, no, that's not right, is it? No. So sorry. They'll push Aegis Aurora to 4th and 5th. So it will most likely be a Thanos Aegis Aurora match in our initial match of the playoffs. But either way, CP, that's going to round out our second to last series of the day.
Well, that is second to last. That means there is a last series of the day, and it's going to be Thanos, the team mostly from North America competing here on EU soil. They have been the dark horse of the tournament, and they're going to close out their group stage by taking on CIS Rejects. What will come in from Thanos? Well, stay tuned. We'll see you after the break. We have made it to the final match of the day here in One Win Bombshell Volume 5, and we're going to end it with one of the most talked about teams here, Jason, in Thanos, filled with a bunch of top North American players playing here on EU soil, and we'll get to see what they got against CIS Rejects, who had a harsh baptism just a little bit ago against One Win to finish out their group stage here in the Bombshell tournament.
I thought you were going to say like our top players in Deadlock and Hoot. I thought that's the route you were going to go, and I hope he hears that in chat and hears me making fun of him.
I'm not at the point of trolling Hoot to the point that you're at here. I mean, I see Hoot talking in chat. I enjoy what Hoot brings to it, but I will pick my own time and place to stab Hoot in the back. He's not going to see me coming, unlike you.
He's getting an ego. That's why you got to keep him in check. You know, you got Waldo glazing him up in an interview. Got to keep him, keep him back, bring him back to ground, and bring him back to our point here as we are about to head in, like you said, with Thanos. I mean, they took a 2-over-1 win. They did struggle against Paravision. They did struggle against Virtus Pro. What that means, I'll let that be up to you guys at home. But for them to come into their only match of the day and their final match of the day, they're already guaranteed through into the playoffs. I think for them, it's about what place they go into.
Yeah, and seeding is still really, really important. And, I think for Thanos, there's still a level of adjustment period, right? Of getting used to playing in EU competition. And while CIS Rejects may not be the strongest team in the region, it is still valuable experience for Thanos where, their players they're also getting chemistry with each other here too. It's kind of a throw together team a little bit, Jason. It's not a main team. A lot of these players have main teams back in North America, and they kind of threw together a, not quite a super team, but a mixed team here to play in One Win Bombshell.
Yeah, and obviously for like Hoot as well, it's been kind of cool for him to have a team to play with because he's been, I think, kind of teamless since Maidong did fall apart until obviously whenever we have open beta. I know Tvik in particular will be coming back whenever there is an influx of players for him to choose from and make his own super team. But we've seen if CIS Rejects, we know them to do their homework. They know what to ban away from their opponents. But have they done it yet again with Thanos? Because I kind of hope they haven't. I don't want to see Hoot's Bebop taken away because it is a thing of beauty. He's definitely one of like the top Bebops in EU.
It might be getting taken away, Jason. But
don't do this to me.
Thanos may be a little bit more vengeful in taking away the Abrams from surgery. Or on the other hand, I think you can make the argument for Thanos that you practice as you intend to play, and you're not going to be banning Abrams from One Win. You're not going to be banning Abrams from VP or Paravision. So I think in a way for Thanos, you might want to draft this about as meta as you can, not necessarily tailored to the weaknesses that CIS Rejects may have. And that may sound a little bit harsh and like, well, what about respecting competition? I think the reality is that even with the ping disadvantage, there is probably a likely skill gap difference between Thanos and CIS Rejects as we head into this final group stage game.
If we were on equal ping, 100%, if not more than 100%. Even not on equal ping, I still say it should still heavily favor Thanos when it comes to their raw individual skill. In the draft, though, as you mentioned, I don't think there's a reason for them to ban Abrams in particular, because if they're going to waste a top 3 pick on Abrams, that just means more like OP or more, meta heavy heroes for yourself. So I feel like it's kind of like just let him have it. I don't think it'd be that impactful of a hero that you're going to lose a game to it. Maybe you might lose like a little bit early again, like we saw against One Win, but you're not going to lose the match to it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think that also kind of goes to the problem with how you have one player that's like very notable on one hero, because the fact that CIS Rejects feels the need that they have to get Abrams top 3, which no other team in the tournament really is picking Abrams top 3, but that they have to give up, Prio on something like a Yamato, or a Prio, on a Mo and Krill, heroes that are objectively overall better in Prio, because one player in surgery is just so much better on Abrams than the rest of their pool. It really gives you a draft disadvantage. And I feel like, overall in Deadlock, there's various different metas we've seen, and this meta feels like one where giving up power in the draft actually bites you way, way harder than it has in the past.
Yeah, I could agree with that. And obviously, like if it comes to when we saw B&B back in the day, I think they were named B&B then. I mean, they're probably named the Big and Brawling instead. I mean, you would take away Pocket from Ido. Like you would take away certain heroes from certain star players on it because those heroes were just that impactful. Abrams obviously not going to be one of them, but you should be heading into the draft soon. And I do have confirmation that Rocker will indeed be playing the first map, and then maybe they will change over to Piggy for map 2. And Rocker, obviously the one hit hardest when it comes to ping for Thanos, considering he is over in the west coast of NA.
What was Rocker thinking in regards to that? I was like, yeah, you know, I'm over here in California, probably. I mean, that's a guess. I have no idea if Rocker is actually in California, but you say West Coast, it's like, it's at least a 50-50, unless you're in the, you know, the Pacific Northwest. But yeah, you know, it's like you figure, oh, I'm in California. I'll just connect to Europe. Oh my God, I have high ping. Well, yeah, of course, Rocker, of course you have high ping. Do you know how physics and the speed of light work? We're not a quantum internet yet, Jason, but be assured when we do get quantum internet, if you're in Italy, it's still going to be bad.
Yeah, I was going to say internet, but it's still probably pretty crappy for me. That would be actually very
well, I believe it was a little bit muffled. I don't know if that was you or that, but we're going into draft, and Jason has transformed into a teddy bear. We may not be going in the draft. Instead, here's what's happened, okay? Jason's Italian internet has such issues that when you reference the issues, you get transformed into a stuffed animal. But also, I feel like I have to talk to the producers here and be like, can I get one? I'm a sucker for good plushies, and that would have a place in my house. But regardless, getting into it, Thanos versus CIS Rejects. The draft will be underway. We'll see how Thanos wants to prioritize here, and if CIS Rejects do make a few adjustments and go, no, Hoot, we don't want to let you have the Bebop here. We would prefer not. And for now, they just say no holiday. But interesting enough for Thanos, they're going to come in here and go with the first pick Yamato, where, I mean, it's within the meta, but it is a little bit of a over prioritization, as it were. And though the interesting turnabout here, they decide, actually, guys, we're going to pick the Bebop early. So this is a little bit of respect to what Thanos is good at, because normally Bebop isn't picked until later in the draft. The problem, the real problem that you come into here is that part of why Bebop is good and why Bebop has looked, you know, really excellent for teams like VP is that you get the Bebop later in the draft. So you're getting your main power pick core, and then you're getting the Bebop to sort of go in and assist that. You're not making the Bebop the main course. By picking Bebop where they've picked it here, Thanos is going to be able to come back in into Geist. Paradox Geist would be, for me, probably the highest value they could go here. And I know the teddy bear to the left of me would agree. And, you know, it's a very comfortable one-win shirt. And, you know, just look, I mean, it just looks very zen, is the new Jason Kaplan here. In fact, way more agreeable. You know, new Jason, I'm enjoying the broadcast vibes with you right now. It's actually, it's a great time. And, you know, I hope you just, you know, tell me where I can get more of that attire. But Paradox coming on in here for Thanos, no surprise. And again, when the next pick comes in, I'd probably expect a Geist to come on in here. It's interesting too, because I'm sitting here. Am I still in a voice channel, Jason? I feel like I never heard Jason leave, even though he left on the stream. In fact, yeah, Jason's still in the chat, but he's banished. But oh, he's on a full reset is what's going on here. He actually called for the cover. I didn't even see that. So I have faith Jason will be back at some point as we wait for the next pick. In fact, you know, we'll make this a little bit more collaborative here as I take this on with Teddy Bear Jason. AB Rad dropping the Jason, don't talk about your medical issues on stream. Shout out to Pacific Northwest. Oh, you know what it is that the delay is pretty high today, so it's not going to be super interactive. Jason is probably going to be back in real time by the time you even hear me talking about that. But Thanos decided to go for the Mo and Krill. They don't walk in the Geist early. And, you know, look, this is a little bit more NA-centric. NA was prioritizing the Mo and Krill even more so than EU is at times. EU has been like 50-50 if you get Mo before or after, but today we've seen Mo more in the 4-5 slot. But for CIS Rejects, they now decide, hey, surgery, we're gonna lock in the Abrams for you. We're not going to let the Abrams go to the wayside. We're not going to let the evil players from North America, and believe me, they may be evil, ban out your Abrams in the mid-bands. And instead, we do have the mid-bands coming on in. Thanos saying no Vindicta. CS Rejects banning Geist. It will be a Geistless game. One of the first times today that has been the case. And, you know, the Viscous is early on. This is, generally speaking, picked as a anti-Mo procedure, right? You're trying to limit the impact of combos so that if you do get comboed and it's not the Viscous that got hit, you got options. Also, speaking of options, I believe Jason is in the middle of reconnecting, and we will be downgrading on stream from, you know, the teddy bear Jason Kaplan, who has been just one of the most cordial co-casters I have ever had, to the real Jason Kaplan. But Jason is not back yet. He is just in front of me, but he will be back soon. So, you know, the reprieve shortly is about to be over. You know, it's kind of like Jason's been in Spawn this entire time. You know, he just got taken out. He got hit by a Mo and Krill combo. But now, like, the respawn timer is almost back up, and he will be rejoining the fight as Thanos. Okay, this is interesting. Maybe it's because the Geist got banned, and, you know, their frontliner options have been reduced a little bit, but probably the highest we've seen Calico get picked in several days. Calico usually is not picked this highly when Calico is even picked at all, so this shocks me a little bit for Thanos, but it is a little bit more in line. I mean, NA even earlier this week was valuing Calico a little bit more highly than EU, so we'll see how it pans out. It's not the worst, but you do wonder if, you know, you could have had a little bit more value here. Not the least of which, by the way, if you go Shiv, you could have set for the Kelvin Shiv, but CS Rejects in turn, they got 2 picks back to back. They can come in with a Kelvin Shiv of their own, which wouldn't be the worst way they'll round things out, although, you know, I don't like, even if they go Kelvin Shiv, the initiation for CS Rejects feels like it's going to be bad, although, you know, 5th pick Sinclair. Don't see that very often, but okay, the draft order was a little bit messed up. It was Calico Kelvin on the left-hand side. So they had the Calico Kelvin back-to-back, so CS Rejects actually didn't have the option of going Kelvin Shiv. Well,
you know what? Screw you,
downgraded.
chat.
The bear's gone.
All these people in chat. Oh, so cute. Oh, I like the new Jason. The Bears did a great job. How dare you? Where is the commitment to myself as a caster? But also, what is happening, CS Rejects? How dare you take away Bebop from Hoot? How dare you do that? I was looking forward to that all day long, getting a cast him on it. But at the end of this, we do have Kelvin Calico. I did catch a little bit of what you were saying towards the end. But the Sinclair going into a 5th pick for CS Rejects. What happened here? The Geist being banned away. Oh, of course, the Lash coming in for Thanos. Why wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, why not? Why not? Just the Lash final pick. The final pick for the final boss, which I do not believe at all, but here's where we're at. Also, I did enjoy AB Rad in chat saying, quote, "One Win Teddy Bear is the greatest caster of all time." Said from Poshy Pop.
Actually, he said this.
I am Poshy Pop, and Jason Kaplan is my favorite caster.
Just saying. I have it recorded for proof.
That was in the past. The future's now, old man. It's about the teddy bear.
I was really hoping that this wasn't an episode of Black Mirror. I don't know if you've seen the new season at all, ZP.
I haven't seen that. I'm familiar with Black Mirror. I just haven't seen the new season.
But have you seen any of the seasons?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm familiar with
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say there's an episode in the new season, and if I hit that button and ended up saying One Win Teddy Bear is the greatest caster of all time, I would have freaked out, and I would have like begged AB Rad to just change everything about my life.
I would be back to casting with the teddy bear because you have been mentally broken. Is what I get.
I would let you do that, and I would go eat dinner. That's what I would do right now. But I think we are moments away from heading to the game. I think Thanos. I mean, we know Flick to play Paradox, but we also know Flick to play Lash. I would assume that Hoot's going to be on Paradox, and Flick will be on the Lash.
Probably. I mean, it's kind of weird though that you have Paradox and not have Flick play it. I mean, obviously Flick has put more hours into the Lash historically, and that would probably make sense. But also, when you're talking about Paradox players, I mean, Flick is easily in the conversation for best Paradox in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the few players you could throw down with Mikhail S and go, who do you want? And it's a tough call. depending on what you value.
Actually, I think it's Hoot on Lash. Hoot's been talking a lot of smack in chat about like, oh, wait till we see his Lash. Remember, this was like yesterday he was saying it when we started to see Lash more and more. So that's the call I'm going to make. I think Zeno going to be on Yamato. Obviously, if they're going to pick Yamato that early in the draft as your #1 pick, we know exactly whose hands that's going to go on. But Hydration I thought would be on Calico, but I guess Hydration will be on the Mo. Left will be on the Calico. That would make the most sense to me.
And yeah, I mean, obviously, it's going to go to Zeno. As far as the Yamato goes, there's zero question about that.
Okay. Well, ZP.
Someone in chat asking, are they playing on London? Well, I'll tell you this much: they're not playing on Spain. That will never happen again in a cross-continental deadlock tournament.
It could. You never know. When the game hits open beta, you're gonna have a lot of those like tournaments pop up out of nowhere with people or companies who have no idea how to run events. It very well could happen. But I am hearing, ZP, we are ready to get underway with our final series of the entire group stage. First map of 2 between Thanos and CS Rejects, and this is going to be interesting.
CS Rejects, of course, mentally, Jason, looking for the reset after 2 very tough maps back-to-back versus 1-1. The last one, you know, Blackbear term, bit of a butt kicking. But early hook here, though, coming on in. Onto the Paradox, but, you know, the fall through just not there because you don't even have a bomb, 2 seconds into the game.
I don't know why I'm so stupid. Of course, it's low main on Lash. Like, why did I even think about Flick playing Lash in this one? And then it's Hoot on the Paradox.
Well, more so than Hoot, like, well, how have you been so Hoot-pilled that your entire thought process just goes like, what would Hoot do? You probably went to go get food after this. Like, what would Hoot eat for lunch? I'm just saying, man, it's a very Hoot-centered mindset that I'm getting from you, especially as we watch Thanos and Greco's dead.
And I don't even know why I said Flick was in this either, because he's not playing for Thanos. But I think of like Hydration and Left, and I immediately think that Flick's going to be there. So I'm all over the board here right now when my internet had problems. I blame it on my internet. The slow internet infected my slow brain.
The internet is actually the new brain. I gotcha. But taking a look right now off into the left-hand side. First CS Rejects. They're running with the Viscous Shiv lane, and I gotta tell you, generally speaking, it's no Kelvin Shiv lane, but if nothing else, it does give a little bit of extra survivability to the Lash, but you're lacking some of the chase down power you get with Kelvin, where you get heals and, of course, the Arctic Beam to slow things down.
Also, the Frozen Shelter just like lock you in there, be like, okay, go kill now. Zeno gonna be hooked in. Greco, man, yeah, you gotta be careful here if you're gonna hook in Zeno. Able to put a lot of pressure onto you with Hoot as well. I think it's kind of funny to see like Hoot and Zeno kind of like pop off. Maybe the new power couple in Deadlock, with how much they've been able to dominate the mid lane in so many different games. Oh yeah, that's a dead Greco.
Greco right now has been on the die, respawn, repeat loop, and it's never a loop you really enjoy early on in Deadlock. Especially as Bebop. It's also rare that you see it happen to Bebop of all heroes. Like, when was the last time we saw Bebop hard to lose in a lane, Jason?
In my initiate games. It's me.
Well. Honestly, I just can't believe you hit that high of a rank. Like, initiate 4, that's pretty good.
Calm down. Calm down. How dare you be exactly right about me? So,
I just know.
Yeah, you know me too well. So we got Rocker on the Kelvin. Then again, he could be swapped out for Piggy after this match, depending on how they feel. I think seeing Hydration with low main, like a Mo and a Lash, I feel like we don't really see that combo often. I feel like I don't think I've ever seen that dual lane played in pro play.
Well, okay, to be clear, since we've gone the 3 lane, you just haven't seen a whole lot of Lash outside of this week. On top of it, so I mean, you are technically correct, but I don't know when you would see the combo. Just because, like, really, Lash went on a sabbatical for a while, and I'm still not even convinced of him being played here. But more teams are playing it, more teams are trying to make it work, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay, all coming through. just want to see exactly about how Low Main's going to go about this. Obviously, still grinding away while melee creep one over in DF and the dive then under the Guardian. And ×9. Yeah, he's still chasing you. He hasn't left yet. Oh, he actually charges it a little bit too long and misses out. Stretch transmission comes through. Just to buy him some extra time. That should have been a kill, I feel like. He charged a little bit too long there.
Well, it's either charging too long or just needed to wait a little bit longer to actually do the charge to get a better angle.
Yeah.
I would actually go for the latter in that case, but I think the former also work. Also, there we go. Got spam. Really high HP Shiv, but significantly less high HP Shiv as the combo comes on in.
Yeah, you're pretty much screwed at like 3k. This, like, I feel like almost any lane with the Mo, you're kind of screwed. But like a Lash as well to initiate for the Mo, you're kind of you're kind of dead. You're kind of dead meat here. I mean, Fluoride, he's just shy of 3k, so maybe go Google Ball and get the stun off of the combo. Xeno once again diving on the mid lane. Even observers can't keep up with how much action is happening around this map.
Well, one thing about the action right now, Jason, it feels like, you know, the team name is Thanos, but you could fool me into thinking it was another round of 1 win versus KS Rejects right now, because the early game has been about safe, but I honestly have not seen a Bebop get this bullied in basically forever. It's actually unreal. Also, Xeno at 30 HP, warps through space-time, takes downtime, you know, no pun intended. This is getting ugly, Jason. And,
well, he definitely went through space at the time there.
No problem. Yeah.
Bring back the Teddy Fairy. You know what? We can make that happen. Not in this world, though. Another version of the multiverse. Isaac's going to come through, and that's going to be used to escape. And it looks like he might be able to, though. Rocker is on the chase here on that right-hand side. And it's, yeah, I mean, we're 5k ahead, 6 minutes in. You have to wonder if those 3 Guardians go down quickly here for Thanos. That's going to be an exact replica of that 1 win match before.
Hyper Beam from Hargreco, but Hargreco is poor at the moment. You don't have the high quality cards into that Hyper Beam, and it's not as respected as it turns out, Jason. However, time for Zale to get to the deck. Punish on Hoot. Probably gonna give his life for it, and you know, kind of the problem here. Do you like that trade if you're CS Rejects, because you've now fed the Yamato even more and giving Yamato solo time in lane to get more of the enhanced income pre-8 minutes? It doesn't feel
I'll give you an answer, no.
Yeah.
And also the first Guardian going to be going down here in favor of Thanos over in the mid lane. Another flying strike through. Yeah, I don't know why you're on that position when there's no real way you can defend this Guardian. ×9 gets swapped in and will be finished off. Actually, a decent Hex comes through. Maybe get under the Walker in time. And yeah, he'll stay alive for now, but they still got the damage done.
Yeah, Xeno is already becoming a menace. Also, you talk about comparison between lane partners. Not only stealing the jungle right now, but Xeno 7k, Bargareco 4.1k. That is a beatdown for the middle lane of gigantic proportions. Maybe one of the largest we have seen so far right now in the group stage. Needless to say, your odds of bringing this back game-wise, it gets slimmer and slimmer here, Jason, as Lash comes rolling on in. Paradox in real rough shape. 9 HP, somehow alive, is Hoot. Somehow able to get away as Lash coming on in for the extra support.
That Divine Barrier coming in pretty crucial there for Hoot to keep him alive. And he gets back to base safely. The lead going to be sitting on 6k, so not quite as big as they got to against 1 win. Nice little quarter jump there. And of low main. I really need to work on those. I actually wonder if that's an intended mechanic in the game.
You know, sometimes I feel like Valve operates by rule of cool when it comes to mechanics of intended or not, doesn't matter. Does it make sense in the gameplay? If it does, we'll leave it in. Which, by the way, I think is definitely the right game design approach. Emergent gameplay is cool to embrace when it becomes a thing. Mostly. Although some stuff like HMC, you know, perhaps was a little on the strong side.
I like the idea of HMC, though. I thought that was really cool. Like some advanced level mechanic that can actually be really hard to pull off in like the right situations. And Fluoride Cuba, which is good, but you're surrounded on all fronts by the members of Thanos. Dubo actually might be able to escape. I think he's got the speed he needs. Fast and Furious 22 coming out in 2027.
Amplifying.
I don't know where I'm
Can
going
beat
with
up. Inside the dome. 48K, the 42K. But Jason, this is about to get out of hand because, as we talked about a lot, it's not just about the economy. When you're looking at early game dominance like that, it's also what's the Guardian status? And the Guardian status, reasonably healthy for the most part for Thanos, not so much for CS Rejects. Another Death Slam coming on in here for low main. Actually, no, that was a copy done. Yeah, copy. Either way.
Yeah, I think it was copied one in there.
And one went down. Meanwhile, we got Rocker right now trying to run away. The chase down in from CS Rejects. A little bit of life right now for the Rejects over here into the left-hand side.
Oh man, just gonna be pretty. He's the backup here. There's really no way you can defend against this with 5 players knocking on that Guardian. CS Rejects, the grouping will work out for them. They also get the kill on the low main. They will get the Guardian down, getting their first of the game. But I can also see Xeno just pushing that mid lane Walker rotation coming in from a hoop to help out. And even Lefa going to be joining the party.
The Xeno is an enormous problem right now for CS Rejects, where, you know, them collapsing into left lane, it does help even things out. But the economy allocation, the fact that you have a Yamato that's getting ahead of the game, it is painful. But sneaky Bebop in mid lane going, anyone out here? We know that there really isn't, aside from low main doing a quick crashing on through, but Bebop didn't know that. That's what matters.
They're trying to run the Urn in. I mean, they might be able to get it, but the thing is they're going to lose on quite a few players from this. And the ball, don't tell me.
Jason, can we reflect on the NA ping flying strike there? That from the EU observer point of view just made no sense whatsoever. Like, he literally just grappled through the wall. That's all I'm saying.
I don't even know if it's an NA ping thing anymore, man. We've seen so many ridiculous flying strikes. I have a compilation ready to like put out on YouTube about how many times we've seen these things just defy the laws of physics, the gravity of anything in existence. Hydration, don't tell me he gets away with this. Pulls off the combo. Got nothing to back away to, and Amplifying will close the help though with the ultimate use. 2K though, I mean, CS Rejects, to be fair, they were down like 6, 7, 8K, and they have brought it back extremely close with the back of the Walker, off the back of a couple kills, and of course the left and mid lane Guardian. It's really not as one-sided as the initial start showed us.
I mean, it started out very, very poorly for CS Rejects, but they kind of got life when they flooded into left-hand side, got multiple kills, got Guardian, it got the lead back into a manageable state. And now, as you say, completely even. So, still a game here. And, you know, the thing I'm watching closely is left on the Calico, because I feel like Calico, maybe even more than Pocket, was the most hit hero in this patch, as far as priority and general power.
I was like, he's definitely building up quite a big lead to opponents.
You know, take a look at left-hand side. Death Slam, good to go. The Guardian, Thanos, going for the reallocation here. They just want the Guardian. They certainly brought the manpower for it. Gonna get a Hyper Beam in here from Far Greco. Will there be a Death Slam in turn C? Well, Bane going around the right-hand side, scaling the rooftop, coming on over and end. Death Slam. Bell, surely about to come in here. Hasn't been used here just yet. Meanwhile, Xeno going in here on the attack. Loman actually died going up for the Death Slam. Doesn't even get it off, but guess what? Xeno is there for the fall through, and that may be all that matters right now for Thanos. Are you still there, Jason? Well, Jason's back. I was about to say the teddy bear has come back, but I think the real Jason has once again rejoined us, because, you know, the internet a little bit rough. Xeno, blind strike, up, down, over. However, may have been off more than you. Has a shadow transformation. In, gets one more Crimson Slash, over. Power Slash, good to go. Takes down the Viscous. Back to full HP. It gets the Mirage for good measure. It's a Xeno feed fest. As in, like, he's the one actually eating, not eating the enemy team. Wait, there's still Abrams in the closet? We knew?
They would be wise to fear
Dear
the
Lord.
seventh moon.
Jason, are you back? No, you're back. I'm gonna demand some thoughts, Jason. Or the teddy bear will replace you. I'm just letting you know. Okay. Well, Jason right now is still recovering right now. Teddy bear shouldering a little bit of the load, but yeah, I mean, this is an interesting game because I feel like CS Rejects was able to even things out, you know, calm things down. But one thing they haven't really had an answer for so far is Xeno and the Yamato, where, by the way, Thanos really did not want to give up the Yamato either. They first picked it, they overpicked it relative to the value, but you know, might be see if walking here, Xeno can get hooked on back. And Xeno taking on down Fargareco, just stopping him before he can get started. The stealth bebop, unexpected. Meanwhile, Hugo just desperately wants to get out of here. Not gonna happen. Surgery on the chase down. 3 unanswered kills here for CIS Rejects. As the urn now comes into play, gonna be picked up here by Surgery. Surgery is gonna bring that all the way over as Thanos not really gonna have an option to mess with this urn. I mean, sure, Leffa is up. Maybe he's gonna go for a melee. They have Puddle? What's it called? Florid's gonna even be able to assist Puddle Punch, so Leffa. Oh boy, that's a cat coming on over, looking for the melee. Slowing hex used. Surgery's like, please, dear God, get off of me. And is this enough for delay? Well, Main doesn't have Death Slam right now. And Jason, you're back.
We'll see for how long. I've missed pretty much what's happened in the last few minutes because it's been completely lagging out for me. But I can see, as you said, Low Main does not have Death Slam. Surgery not able to run the urn in just yet. As you still see, actually extremely close to being turned in, but as Xeno has fallen. That's gonna be a ground pound coming in. A huge grand strike coming through. As Rocker does pick up the urn. Auto Punch continuing to deny away the turn in. They can't quite get it in just yet, but Fluoride, you're eventually going to run out of Puddle Punches, and somehow Thanos turned this one around after losing so many players on the right-hand side of the map. They do keep a 2K soul lead now.
I mean, look, I'm not about to start the Lash glazing train here, but I will say, as far as setups go, that had to be close to a near max damage ground strike. So the setup from Low Main, as far as min-maxing your output, pretty solid. But in any case, looking at the economy allocation, things actually slowed down a little bit for Xeno. Xeno was getting vastly far ahead of everyone in the game, but you know, the last 2 team fights, Xeno dying pretty early on, in part from Fargareco just going out of their way to go, this hook's for you. So a good omen a little bit for CS Rejects just to bring the Yamato back down to earth.
Yeah, and I think that's just been due to these kind of fights back and forth, and maybe Xeno like overcommitting or overestimating like his ability to like 1v2 in some of these fights. You saw in that last fight, he gets 1 kill and immediately gets picked on. And funny enough, Thanos actually being out macroed right now. The teleport going to come through out of Leffa to join this fight to hopefully keep this Walker alive. And immediately CS Rejects realized, yeah, we got a little bit too far. We need to get away. He was just going to buy a second or 2 of time, and Thord will fall. But they still managed to at least get the first Walker of the game on that right-hand side, giving them that extra flex slot, keeping things close, as it's still only a 5k difference between the 2.
Oh,
come on, Hoot.
You're a professional player. You gotta get that in the first try. Unbelievable.
I can't get that after 10 tries my initiate 4 games. I can't.
That's 0. But you got the Hex. Dropped on over. More action here in the left flank. Surgery. Coming on in here on the Abrams. But gonna get frozen on out, and into the freeze where he goes. Uses the dome against them. Still getting healed up all the while. Surgery. Not really caring too much, but make care about this. The Mo coming on in. So many ults being used here just to make Surgery's life difficult, but able to get outside the combo. Goes for the seismic slam after. Kelvin, though, still slowing things down over here on the left-hand side. Push out a little bit. Leffa, though, goes in on the dive, able to get on the times, and Surgery finally falls as Xeno gets in the fray behind enemy lines.
And they should be able to take this, considering there's 2 players, Applefine and Applecycle, on the right-hand side, trying to defend against the push out of Low Main. Applecycle almost went down. Low Main somehow almost pulling off a 1v, well, getting 1 kill in a 1v2. They can see Thanos, after taking the Walker, immediately going to be heading for the mid boss, looking for this Rejuvenator. which I believe they should be able to get, but they have to respect, they have to respect Far Greco. Thinking back to that last game, those hooks coming through against VP, those hooks constantly coming through to pull people off mid boss to go for some kills. Double Fine, you don't have ultimate. I don't think you can steal this one away with so many members. Thanos ready to go.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Also, I mean, there's a level of confidence there that you're going for mid boss when shadow transformations on cooldown. Generally speaking, one of the fringe benefits of running Yamato is that you can always use shadow transformation to make your mid boss takes a little bit more aggressive. But enough people are down, you go, don't need it.
Another walker being taken by CS Rejects. At least like when it comes to the macro, it's like working out really well for them. They might have to suicide for this, but they still get a second walker. Sorry, they get actually all 3 walkers now down. Get another flex spot. Like the map control they just gained off of that is kind of insane. But now this is where the counter push comes in on Thanos. They're going to be eyeing up the mid and the right lane walker to even things up here. Not to mention the bust up, the urns up. There's a lot of souls to be taken here for Thanos.
Thanos in a pretty reasonable spot here. Rejuve on their side, and you know, again, economy allocation is still pretty good. Xeno still ahead of the game, just not in full on raid boss mode like we saw earlier today with players like Together. But Leffa, a little bit of pressure here on the Viscous. Doesn't want to chase it down though, Jason. Even though we know it could have been a thing, he didn't know it was a thing because there's a lot missing on the map right now, vision-wise.
Yeah, better be safe than sorry too. Well, with Rejuvenator and after the urn being secured, the lead's now grown up to 13. We're starting to get a little bit of a lead. Finally, Thanos starting to spread to stretch their legs. They can see Leffa just constantly applying that pressure in middle. When we ever see them rotate away, he's gonna be looking for more and more walker damage. And Low Man, I don't know what he's doing. He's basically being like a 007 on that high ground, looking for an engage with that Death Slam.
Arbanex comes on in, but not too plus. It's May here in the situation. However, Leffa gonna get stunned by the walker and down. Meanwhile, the walker wasn't close to where it made sense of this dive either, but okay, Xeno. And all the life restore in the world. Even aided here by the frozen shelter. Moving on in. High value power slash. Still hungry for more. Chasing on down. Shiv next on the menu. Flying strike up over. Shiv. How does it feel to be the one hunted? 1700 HP. Yamato has to be careful. Doesn't want to get within killing blow range. Amplify still has it up. But the combo can make things real unfair. We had an honorable 1v1 going, but Mo, anything but.
Yeah, but looking base for Thanos. It's a 1v1 left up against Surgery, trying to backdoor. I mean, I don't know how that one's actually going to play. It looks like Left is going to be able to win this. There's so much more HP. The rest of Thanos is going to come knocking on the front door of CIS Reject. And I think they should be able to get some shrines off this, considering the respawn timers of the rest of their opponents. Margaret, I'm not sure where he's pushed up towards the left, and he needs to get back here, and he's somehow hoping he can get into safety.
Shrines right now getting pummeled. Swap coming on in from Hoot. Looking for another pickoff. Forces up the Hyper Beam here from Fargareco. The ground beam, not often seen, but sometimes underappreciated. Second shrine, though, is going to go down. Patron, first stage Patron, going to be exposed here in a moment, and not too much is going to prevent Thanos from getting first stage Patron and being one team fight away for taking the first map of the last group stage match here in 1-Win Bombshell Vol.5.
Leffa's actually joined the fight here. They might actually commit to this one. You can see the HP out of Xeno. Well, it's going to be 0 now. He did have Crash Transformation up. They also didn't invest. Yeah, this is a Frozen Shelter used out of Rocker and also a solo out of ×9. Looks like he went for the ground slam. Not the ground slam, the death slam, sorry. And I don't think he actually caught onto anything there. There's the combo over on the Surgery. The turn onto him is directly going to take effect, and Left is able to help keep a kill on Apple Cycle by himself. There's the real death slam, and it gets nothing.
Now, can we get shout outs to my boy, Trooper 1997, that just got the killing blow on the Patron? It's kind of odd. You don't usually see Troopers get the killing blow, but the second stage Patron also about to go down here as EIS Rejects meet their match and those from across the sea in Thanos.
That Trooper deserves a promotion, I would say. Maybe he's going to have his chance to go up for Patron in one of these times. But yeah, Thanos to get the map victory. It looked close at times, though, to be fair. It wasn't necessarily the easiest of wins for them, but obviously when they got things going towards the end, the snowball effect really became true, and they walked over CIS Rejects.
Yeah, and I mean, it could have been even uglier. I feel like Thanos did play a little bit sloppy after getting a huge lead, because there was a moment there where like Xeno was just mercilessly just devouring anything in sight. I mean, it was Yamato pickoff after Yamato pickoff, and you got a sense of why Thanos did highly value the Yamato. I think Xeno may be one of those players, but I don't think Xeno is necessarily bad on the other heroes, but, you know, kind of funny. It's almost like a surgery situation of, look, you're good, but on this one thing, you're the best.
A little bit different though, Yamato versus Abrams. If I you know, if I'm at recess and I have to pick who comes on to play on my, you know, football team, and I see a one-trick Yamato, I see a one-trick Abrams, you know what I'm picking any day of the week. It's going to be that Yamato 100%. And now that comes into question, do we see them ban Yamato this time to take it away from us? You know, we know CS Rejects as being a team who likes to really focus specifically in their drafts on their opponents. But then they also picked Bebop. Like, there's a lot of things they need to take away from Thanos.
I don't hate the idea of a first ban Yamato. I think Yamato's close enough to the top tier of heroes that, depending on overall team ability, I think you can justify an early Yamato ban. The problem is that depending on if you have first pick or not, do you really want to do something like give up a GT or give up the Holiday Paradox? Like, I think that's the problem of banning the Yamato, is that should you ban Yamato, regardless of what spot you're in, you're giving up some pretty ridiculous power in turn. Generally speaking, if a team is able to get both Holiday Paradox, the win rate is out of this world. And Grey Talon, much the same. So, I don't know. I think banning Yamato may come with too many downsides. Now I'm like thinking through logically what comes next. You might just have to try and prioritize it as a pick for yourself. And if you're not able to get the first pick, stack at least some value in turn.
They need some sort of response to his Yamato. That's the problem. Is that we're pretty much almost in a world where he's guaranteed to get Yamato. You're giving up, as you're saying, something even stronger, like the Great Talons, like the Holidays. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is going to be. The only simple answer I can give is play better. But with the way they were playing in lane with like Xeno and Hoot, like I don't know how much better you have to play to be able to prevent them from just dominating your lane.
I love it. The number one tip when all else fails, simply play better.
Oh, I thought you said get good.
But look at the stat line. I'll be honest, I don't think you're gonna see CS Rejects go for the early Bebop again. I don't think Fargareko enjoyed anything about the early game because, again, we look back at it. That was one of the rare cases where Bebop just got completely throttled in the first 8 minutes of the game, which usually isn't a spot that Bebop is in. Like, worst case with Bebop usually is that, well, you're just even. You're not taking over your lane. But usually you have at least a moderate edge on your lane, but yeah, that didn't quite happen this game, Jason.
Also interesting to note that for Thanos, low main on the Lash was kind of split pushing quite a few times on the right-hand side and had a couple of moments where he actually almost like 1v2'd or at least pulled off one kill before falling. I don't think that's the way that we should see Lash play necessarily. But at the same time, I think Thanos are confident enough that they're going to win this match. They can pull off plays like that. Obviously, low main, a very good player, and we've seen his Lash in the past with melee creeps. But yeah, a little bit odd to see that actually come to fruition and be played out that way.
Well, next draft should be underway soon. It'll be our final map of the group stages. And, we'll see for CS Rejects what they got in stock, what they can, show off here in the final map. Now Jason, just you're a little bit more well-run the format than I am here. CS Rejects is still in it as we go in the playoffs, but they're going to be in lower bracket, yes?
No,
or no, they're fully out.
No, them and Lodos, okay. I believe, are fully out. I think Atlas is fully out. I believe our top 5 should be VP, Paravision, Aegis Aurora, One Win, and Thanos. There's no chance CS Rejects can come back.
Okay, so it's just full on out, no seating, etc., just gone. So yeah, I mean, I think at this point, you try and put on a good showing. Not only, if there's any sponsors looking, but also just for yourself to, take advantage of the experience that you have playing in a tournament like this, getting real tournament experience against, teams that have to try hard. Because even in the case of CS Rejects, where, okay, they're necessarily not playing for anything at this point. Like, they're eliminated no matter what. That Thanos still has to try their hardest because they are playing for seeding, I believe. Or are they? Like, where's Thanos at right now? Not that I want not to. I was like, hey guys, the game doesn't matter. But does Thanos, now that they won the last game, does their seeding change at all off a win right now?
I can't tell you because none of my web pages work right now. I'm surprised I'm still actually even able to be here in vMix and Discord to chat with you. I can't even type in Discord. So yeah, you can't count on me for that.
Damn it, Jason. That's all I got for you. But the pick ban is underway, and we do have a change up. It's going to be the ban onto the holiday first. Well, actually, I don't know if that's going to do because it's going to be more on what they decide the first pick. But it's Thanos with first and second pick. CS Rejects with first. They go with the Mirage first pick. And okay, so for Thanos, Jason, it is, I would guess, Yamato Paradox or Yamato guys.
Yamato Bebop. They don't want Paradox. Hoot's like, give me Bebop. Let me show them how it's done. Let me show Far Greco what I can do. I don't think it's too far out of the realm of possibility, to be honest.
No, I think that actually could happen here, especially if they think the Bebop's going to get taken away again, and they, want to get Hoot onto the Bebop, which, arguably is Hoot's best character. Yeah. I actually, this is one instance where, like, the overpick of the Bebop would kind of make sense.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, right? Is that Hoot's that good on Bebop that it's like, yeah, we could see, like, legitimately take Bebop over Paradox because he's that good at it. I'm not saying his Paradox is bad.
Well, I guess you went with Yamato then. Yeah.
But then again, I don't think CS Rejects don't play Yamato. There was matches.
Look,
they did pick Bebop, but they have one more pick beyond that. But CS Rejects, when they played against one, Yamato was open and they didn't take it. So I don't think they play it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think for Thanos, I don't know if they like really tailored the early pick Yamato to the rejects. I think they were just like, no, we just want to, we want to grab it early. We want to make sure. So I don't think there's necessarily a ton of suspense here. I think if you're drafting for value, they probably don't need to get it here, but they probably will. I think, Zeno is probably looking at it like, yo, man, just give me the Yamato. Like, I don't want to play anything else today. Just, so lock it in.
I can't tell if this messes with seeding again, but I think the fact is, like, Zeno doesn't play on a team right now. And Hoot doesn't play on a team. Let them have a little bit of fun. Give them the Yamato, give them the Bebop. Let them show the world what they can do. Use it as an opportunity for them to maybe, as a way to get recruited into a team. Though I think, Hoot already has been on a team before. People know in EU how good he is.
Well, right now, Jason, I feel like we're about to get like 8 picks unloaded to us.
Yeah.
In a moment, because even within like the draft app that the players use. Usually be here a little bit, but every now and then it takes a little bit of time to update. So I'm ready for the draft drop. Is what I'm ready for.
No, production's like, maybe we should bring the bear back in for Jason, or maybe Thanos picks the bear, the 1-win bear plushie.
Honestly, I'd be down. You just see the 1-win bear down as one of the picks. It's like it's over. The highest value pick finally available.
That'd be funny if they actually modeled the game to have one of the heroes be the 1-win bear. Maybe it's Mo and Krill. You make Mo the 1-win bear.
Yeah, I mean the t-shirt would work too, or even like the Mo and Krill tank top. You could do some product placement there.
Yeah, there we go. Couple picks coming through. So yeah, we expect the Yamato. It has been picked up, and then Rocker. I'm assuming it's Rocker since we have been told differently. It will be on the Kelvin.
And also, Shiv's getting banned from rejects. I don't think there's any world where Shiv doesn't get banned in this situation. Now, who does Thanos ban in turn? There's a few other options available.
Depends. Do they want to play Vindicta? Because I still can't tell. Okay, so it was 1, 2,
I think they banned
2,
Vindicta.
1.
That's what I think.
1. So CS rejects, if I can do my correctly, should be getting first pick off of after the set bans. Do they want to play Vindicta if we leave it open?
Jason, we do have chat.
I can't see
giving
chat.
us the detail.
Help me out
of the group stage, and yeah,
chat. I miss you.
That Thanos is locked in third, regardless.
Chat, I miss you. I can't load the channel anymore to see you guys. Is Thanos locked in third?
This is where I gotta get in.
7-5, so there's 8-5 right now. If they go 9-5, they would be ahead of Aegis Aurora, and they would be ahead of 1-win, so they would be locked in third if they beat CS Rejects 2-0. From what I can see.
All right, I just got done telling chat that they can unload on you and say the meanest things ever because you have no response right now.
I mean, I do have my phone next to me. I could log into Twitch chat from there if they really want to be mean.
You know what? I encourage you to look. You'll
No.
never expect what's there.
No, I don't want to see. Probably Jason Cappuccino again or whatever it was.
Oh man, I'm already hearing there. People are talking about your looks. They're talking about
How handsome I am?
you know, how well read you might not be.
I mean, the Iliad is very long. Jason's handsome. Okay, is he naked? See, he's got me. Well read, nice shirt.
Wait, he got disconnected while he was
Meanest things ever. How dare you guys in chat?
What in the
But
world
no,
is
I
going
don't.
on?
I don't think Thanos are locked in
He's
third
actually-
though,
he's
unless
maybe on
so.
the
If they're
stream,
8
but
and
he's not
5, if they go
on
8 and 6,
Discord, so
it goes to the head-to-head against 1-1,
Let's
which they
download the
did
doc.
beat them. So yeah, I believe even if they lose this match, they would be third guaranteed. I think that's correct. Good job, chat.
So here's where we're at. I see Jason speaking right now, but I
I
cannot
can't hear you,
Jason,
ZP. Is that just
so-
me? I don't hear you.
You know,
Oh,
we're gonna
internet
have
went out again.
to signal to each other. Even though he can't hear me, I'll give him the thumbs up. It will go from there. But take a look at the draft. Vindicta coming in from Thanos. Smart, just prevent CS rejects from getting the Vindicta Abrams lane. Now, Jason. Jason? He's not talking. I thought we had worked out the hand signal stuff here, but unfortunately we did not. Chat, I tried.
This is weird.
Although I don't know what is going on with his internet experience that he is still on the VMix stream.
Okay,
and yet
so
not
ZP,
Discord, but
you can't hear me in Discord. I'm having to use my phone in Discord, but then I can stay in voice in vmix so people can hear me on broadcast. This is very weird, and hopefully when we get the game I can sort it. But for now, unless they want to throw me the bear up on screen, this is our workaround.
no, it's fine. I mean, look, only I have to hear the cell phone enhanced Jason voice. The broadcast, they hear you in all your normal Jason tones. So
Okay, yeah.
we've done it.
This is how we're gonna sort this for now. Well, my internet likes to be garbage. I have a phone in my hand next to my ear to hear your lovely voice, and hopefully you can hear me as well with my phone here.
Even production is a big fan of the workaround, so we're good. We're good.
If they want to give me the bear, man,
but also
you give me the bear, I'll get up and fix this, hopefully quickly. But
no.
we'll stick with it for now.
No. I'm enjoying the spectacle. But look, as you take a look here, we got Lash coming in way earlier than the norm for the rejects. So, we talked about, the value of Geist inflating. Well, what about the Lashflation that is taking place right now? Oh man, when two teams want Lash. Hello? Lady Geist, the last pick?
Yeah.
Sell your Lady Geist stocks, at least if Thanos is playing.
I didn't think
That's ridiculous.
we'd ever see Lady Guys get picked last. But CS Rejects going with the Lash, the Viscous, and the Sinclair as a 6th pick. I don't know how Sinclair kind of made it this far. We did see the Shiv ban as you predicted, though. Again, I dropped out, so you might have already went over this completely. So the Shiv ban came through, so we don't see the Kelvin Shiv. But we do see the Vindicta pick that I kind of expected to come through. And then, of course, with the Mo and Krill on top of that, this is already a very dominating lane setup, too. Because we did see the Kelvin Geist earlier, if I'm not mistaken. And it did do some ridiculous work. I think that was 1 win playing it up against CS Rejects.
Yeah, and I think the reason why this draft got a little bit loopy is because there is a big priority here for valuing comfort picks over some of the more meta picks. Like normally you would not overdraft Bebop, Yamato, or Abrams as early as you did, but if you do that, then inherently that's gonna push some of your often more earlier picked heroes back of the line effectively. And that's just because these teams in particular, they're a little bit more weighted towards I'm not gonna say one tricking, but just disproportionate power in regards to what hero people are able to play.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I'm assuming Letha is going to be over the Vindicta, and they'll be, of course, back on to Yamato, but that would obviously play directly into both of those players' hands. But at CS Rejects, is this let's just take away the Lash from low main? Actually, low main will probably be on the Vindicta now that I think about it. Is it just let's take away the Lash because low main really punished us last game for it? Is this a counter pick, or is this them intentionally wanting to play the Lash?
I think that it's a little bit column A, column B. I think they intentionally want to play the Lash, and they wanted to get it early. They wanted to ensure that they were able to play it. Now, should you care about Lash to the extent that you are picking it that early in the draft? Absolutely not. But we live in the weird world where Thanos was able to get Bo 5th and Geist 6th. So this draft didn't really play by the rules to begin with, Jason.
Well, this whole segment's not playing by the rules, as we can tell with my internet going down and me having to use my phone to hear you. And then you hear my scuff voice, but at least hopefully chat. You can tell me ZP if chat actually notices if it's normal. Yeah, it's been very scuffed here, but with Thanos, I mean, they're locked in third, so they've made it pretty deep. So that means that Aegis Aurora play against one win team as our first playoff match. Losers out, winner advances on further, and they did trade 1-1 in the group stage, funny enough, but that was obviously the Warden that came through at a bandwise that really gave them that extra power they needed to win that match. Sorry to kind of switch up the topics here, but considering, you know, our seeding is pretty much already locked in and everything, it's better to talk and discuss the grand scheme of things when we get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, watching all the playoff storylines develop tomorrow is going to be really, really interesting. And also just what teams lock in when it's more on the line. You know, I think we saw some teams, like especially one-win team, do a little bit of experimentation here in the group stage. But, you know, when elimination is on the line, Jason, everything changes. And, you know, for those wondering, it's like, you know, casters, why you know in game? We're just waiting for the teams to be ready. But
use your power, ZP. Is it off cooldown yet?
Pretty soon. I had no idea what you just said.
I said use your power. Is it off cooldown yet?
Oh, is the power off cooldown? Let me see. Okay, yeah, we're good to go. Game start, probably like 10 seconds.
10.
I called it a few favors.
8, 7. 6. I'm waiting. I'm going to count down 5, 4, 3, 2,
please,
1.
Please.
Oh, if it happened, I would have called you a god, ZP, if that happened.
Unfortunately, I've been demoted from God. Like the drop down is like pretty high, because like the high end is like you are a god and the low end is like you are a fraud. Like you realize that, right? Like you just literally went from like being with unlimited cosmic power to you know, person that someone would spit on in the street.
Well,
it's a long fall, Jason.
I wouldn't spit on you. I wouldn't be that nice.
Just
no,
yeah.
It's okay.
I think, fair, man.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for it honestly, so I can fix this, because this is very frustrating. But I can't wait to see.
You're locked in.
Oh, is that the thing?
No, I'm not talking about content.
I can't wait to see the Bebop Yamato. I know Seymour and Metro were able to see that yesterday, I believe it was, with Thanos. And it definitely puts on a clinic. Like I almost want to say Hoot might be the best Bebop in EU, but it's hard to say that because we don't get to see him play against teams. And obviously you can be the best when it comes to queuing up and playing in ranked, but it's a completely different story, as you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, about hitting these hooks and being a valuable asset into the team past the early laning stage is very difficult to do. And we only see like D-Mov really pulled it off so successfully. Oh,
you know, I'm just taking a look at things here. We are good to go. You know, cleared my timer was just, you know, I reserved the wrong.
You meant a minute and 10 seconds. If you could take this away from me for a second, I think I might be able to sort this really quickly.
That's fine. We'll let Jason do a quick little reset. I'll guide you through the beginning of the game as we take a look at things here. And, you know, lane-wise, Thanos bringing out the big guns in middle. Bebop in middle, as is often the case, backed up by Xeno. A deadly lane. Not that Mirage and Sinclair are any slouch, but you kind of get the feel for the tempo of the lane when our first view there is like, all right, hey Sinclair, we're gonna hide behind the wall and hope they don't see us, don't make any sudden movements. Meanwhile, take a look at the right-hand side. The rejects gonna be stacking over the Lash Viscous lane. The kill power a little bit more limited in this lane, but you know, survivability may let the Lash get a little bit more aggressive. But Vindicta Mo, kind of a deadly lane. I mean, worked to great effect earlier in the day. We'll see how effective it is here, but in this case, Surgery striking first on the Abrams, making the Kelvin lane a little bit less than safe.
I'm catching up on chat's comments, and wow, they are very mean indeed. AB Rad definitely gonna get banned next Wednesday when I have my way with him. Yeah, we see. So as you said, Surgery got the initial kill as I joined back into this one. Is that correct?
Yes. And also the middle lane feels like it has the eggs of bullying. By the way, Rocker with the immediate revenge got back in the lane, is like, no, I'm full HP, we're good to go. But look at how far middle lane is already pushed up. You know, not too many lanes can bully a Sinclair back, but the Xeno lane with the Xeno Yamato lane with the Hoot Bebop, kind of a strong opening gambit here, Jason.
And you're seeing the work come through too. His power slash is just doing serious poke damage to Apocycle, who honestly might have to think about going back to base. We know that dive. We know that Xeno's not afraid to dive you. Let's see. Who's on who? The low main, yeah. Okay, so left. Okay, so pretty much will be quick. Surgery's gonna get a nice a double parry. Oh! Rocker. They'll just say ping. Just ping.
Yo, Rocker, stop pressing Q. What in the world is going? Oh man, that just one melee too many. The double parry. You know, a little bit of martial arts practice there from Surgery.
We've had first parry, yeah. Our first parry, yes. But what about the second parry?
No one expects it except Surgery, who just read the tea leaves.
All right. See what you did there. Oh my gosh, Apocycle, please go back to base, man. 50 HP. And I think it's
I mean,
we heard from
particularly against Yamato.
We heard from like Zerga earlier, right? Like it's kind of like beneficial because you get one player like double fed in that case. I mean, I wouldn't really hate to see ×9 be fed on this one either, because you could like clone out the hyper beam and put out a ridiculous amount of damage in that lane if needed. You just get him fed a little bit closer towards that 3K mark. But Xeno is already at 2.6, Food at 2.5. They've definitely been denying a ton in this lane.
Been effective so far, no doubt. Surgery though, saying time for blood, diving on in. However, not quite at the moment of getting killed. Kelvin's still able to defend the tower. Back over to middle. Take a look here at Hoop. Looking for an opportunity. Meanwhile, the trade out. Surgery goes down, but Fargareco with the immediate avenge. Case. Oh, the double. 2-for-1 special.
What? Talk about value, man. That power slash just decimating them. He's at 3.4 now, and it's at 2.6 apiece for times on an Apocycle. That mid lane's going to completely continue to stall ball forward, but look at the Surgery's actually joined the mix. Maybe feeding over more souls to his opponents as he has gone in deep up against Xeno, and he gets, oh my god, he gets the Paradox. They put Fargareco over here. They completely ditched the left lane to try to kill Xeno, and they're just cleaning up kills.
Two options. Kill the Xeno, feed the Xeno. And once more, he's looking rich, robust, and full of vitamins right now, Jason, because he's even laughing.
Yep.
Look at Xeno's player cam. He's chuckling at what is going on right now. Unbelievable.
I mean, to be fair to CS Rejects, they did get back to lane in time. Did not miss out on any waves. Just not the ideal way to get there.
Well, you see, it's been about 5 minutes, and Xeno's hungry, so, you know.
That is like the worst thing that could have happened. 4.7 now up against the 3 and 3.5K in the lane. I don't even think Hoot's really hit any hooks from what I've seen. It's just been Xeno just destroying him.
I mean, knowing how far you can push Yamato as an art form, and Xeno has the most hours on Yamato of any of the players around. So it's not surprising that, just pushing any potential advantage in mid lane. But the issue is, once you're this far ahead, it's really difficult for the Sinclair and Mirage to reasonably contest it at this point either, Jason. And look at this, Surgery creeping, hiding in the Cosmic Veil like a predator, waiting for the prey. Do they know? Maybe they know. Goes on in, goes for the charge, gets on two, but frozen shelter, and well, you're locked on in whether you like it or not. He was just floating out, just floating while getting pummeled on the ceiling of the frozen shelter. This happened for a moment last game too, by the way, Jason. Just so we're clear.
Don't remember level 1 seismic time if you get resist while you're in the air. It's like maybe he was just trying to use that as a way to survive. I don't think he didn't have a shoulder charge up because he just used it to get to that position. So I thought maybe he's thinking, if I stay in the air, I can resist enough that when I do drop down, I'll be able to get out.
Oh, you ever just walk back in the lane and have your soul ripped out of your body? Because, yeah, Fargareco, that was a Fargareco experience. Meanwhile, the least vertical hyper beam I've ever seen here from Hoot, underneath the archway. Still does enough to zone out, and through the archway. Terrain is a mere suggestion to Yamato. Will be enough to get some of the pressure here off of Hoot.
And that Guardian, it's going to die here momentarily. I still feel like they're doing that just to get as many kills as possible. Finally, it does go down. Zemon's going to continue to dive forward, get that cycle down another time. Even ×9 by himself forward, getting sniped up. The assassination is going to be up for another turn. Trying to get the angle. Oh, he gets the connection as well. Just not enough damage through.
Also charging up Viscous. Maybe next to fall. Fluoride gonna take it to the dome. Not enough goo to protect against that one. We get the rotations back going in the left lane, but again, it's just kind of lining them up for low main to knock down. And you know, we've taken a quick overview of the economy of the game here. Nearly 10K opened up at 8 minutes. Not at all insignificant, but again, you look at who's getting it. Zeno's closer to 8K than 7 right now, Jason.
Uh-oh. Okay, all right. He gets some distance. Nice use of the swap. He's being very slippery. Barrier comes through. And actually, he might be able to outplay Rocker here. You can see Rocker's face. He's like,
he needs
damn
8
it.
seconds. I don't know if he's gonna get 8 seconds, but he needs 8 seconds till Frozen Shelter. And actually, Paradox doesn't want chasing. Meanwhile, other end here. You tornado away, but you get hooked right back on in. However, no one else able to go in and help. But you know, at that point, I don't think Hoot cares. I think Hoot was just in there for the invade, Jason.
What's Surgery doing at the Walker? That tech doesn't work anymore. Remember?
Oh, I remember. He made my life pretty painful for a few weeks, as with anyone that has run a tournament. But hey, you know, that's how it goes. Meanwhile, Death Slam, they rip Vindicta out of the air, but nearly gets spiked right out. Very low HP Lash. Misses another. Come on, get together, Levane.
Whoa.
Amplifying though, finally gonna go down, and you know, maybe Hoot needed the farm more anyways.
He's hit some stick shots so far. But yeah, funny enough, they eventually get the kill anyways on Amplifying, and the lead's gonna continue to grow here. 54,000 to 39,000. This little initial carry comes in out of Lefa. Strainy both. How is he surviving this long?
No entry into the Frozen Shelter, courtesy of Apocycle, comes on in. Assist Surgery for the kill. However, and now Rocker under the gun. No Frozen Shelter, no hope. Just checked into the wall by Surgery. Nice little bit of plays there for Surgery. A little bit back in the game, but 12K overall difference between the teams, Jason, is rough as you know, continues to be voracious in the appetite for farm.
Yeah, 11K. And he gets the buff. Wait, did he actually get it? I'm not 100% sure.
Well, we got to pause here to contemplate and take a look here. You know, for once, it's on the EU side. It's hydration.
Bathroom break.
Although knowing hydration, he ran to the bathroom and faked the DC. We have so many screenshots of hydration making excuses for his players going to the bathroom or himself going to the bathroom. You have no idea. It is compromat for days on hydration. But in this case, it might just be a simple DC. Who really knows?
I mean, the easiest way to tell is if we swap to his camera and we see if he's there or if he's standing up and ran over to the bathroom. Okay, so apparently I'm hearing Thanos is having internet issues. It's spreading.
The player cams went away. We got the player cams like, yeah, do they realize? Do they know that we can see everything?
One of these, as I say, one of these days you're gonna get a player who just forgets he has a player cam on, and you just see him like knuckle deep in his nose, like picking away.
That wouldn't even be like the top 5 most embarrassing things a player could do on camera during a match.
If he ate it after, that would be probably pretty embarrassing.
There's some other examples. I don't even want to bring it up because like it's bad because like what, you know, there's one instance where like one caster really like, I guess the caster that player, like look, there's things on camera that could happen that's like, man, there's circles of hell you just don't want to even go into.
Hit me up on DM.
But, you know,
let me know.
I love the in-game ads. I love the in-game ads that we got here. I love the fact that, you know, the client is moddable to where, you know, you can do a lot of this. And there's a lot of, you know, one put in some cool work here. And, you know, we don't quite have the QR code on screen at the moment, but you know, if you're watching right now and thinking, I enjoyed today, I've enjoyed the games that are here, but where can I watch more? Well, go and chat, check out the social links, and give a like, a follow, a subscribe, whatever support you want to give. Definitely helps a lot and helps support running more of these tournaments in the future. You know, Jason, one win Bombshell Vol.5. It's really been a good week of matches here thus far, but now We're unpaused. We're good to go.
On
The Xeno show continues.
on the note of like the in-game ads and stuff, I can't wait till we get like an international version of Deadlock, and then you can put like the roster that wins in game on one of these like banners on somewhere in the map, so you can kind of see like who won, you know, the international 2025 or Cosmopolitan 2025. I think that's going to be so sick. Get your like face in the game.
Just suddenly, you see Listic there, and you know, all the memes that go along with it. The Listic died though, but I'll say no more. Not the broadcast for that, but you know, people know what we mean as surgery times getting caught. The urn can be picked up by hydration, likely about to be turned in, and an even bigger swing in economy right now, Jason, as this one also maybe quickly running away from the rejects.
This Walker buff is helping quite a bit for Gargareco. He's just trying to kite as well as he possibly can. The Shadow Transformation has fallen off. Like he's shadow boxing his camera. Did you see that?
I did see that. That is ridiculous. That's some showmanship there from Xeno, assuming it wasn't an actual, you know, legitimate crash out.
The fight continues even after his death.
You know, someone called that the fencing response. Like, did Xeno get a concussion in the middle of that from that Walker? You know, who knows?
A little bit of confidence, a little bit of cockiness. Next time I'm going to catch it onto low main. Doesn't have flight. Probably should be dying here. Nice little feather onto 3, but yeah, he's not going to escape the 3 men charging down for his life. And yeah, I mean, the soul difference, it's only 9k. I thought Thanos would have run away with it a little bit more off the back of like the kills they just had, but obviously the sacrifices they've made to the Deadlock gods have helped out CIS rejects.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you're ahead, and yeah, you haven't like thrown the lead away, but there are moments where you wonder, is like, did you need to do that? Because obviously when you're ahead, you know, there's still comeback elements to the game. You have kills like that, problematic, Jason. And you know, even if you feel like you have this game in the bag, so much can be said about your gaming habits and building, you know, good hygiene for decisions, especially in a MOBA. And bad decisions, even if they don't haunt you in this game, just the art of making them can haunt you in future games.
Yeah, and I think that's why I look towards one of the greatest arena FPS players in the world, Rafa. He treats every scrim, every match as if it's like the grand final. Because when you get those situations, you want to feel as comfortable as possible. Unless, yeah, he had another life drain. Wasn't able to get off in time. And he's gonna get caught, pushed a little bit too far, but Thanos will be pushing this right-hand side, looking for a walker.
Left-hand side. Now the right-hand side, Walker can be going down. Also, I love the difference between the players where you go to the NA side, you see Daylight coming on in, you go to EU, not so much. I guess you need more physical proof of the cross-continental play going on right now, but now take a look at Hoot. Hoot, big rotation up and over. Gonna be looking here for the Paradox that may be a little bit too deep. Fargareco in danger, senses it, and immediately gets out, Jason. If he had stayed even like 2 more seconds, might have been a hook with his name on it.
Man, Hoot's smart. He's got a green colored wall behind him. He doesn't even need a green screen. Pull this one off. Oh, the knockdown comes through. Walker should probably be dying from this. The slow, and not to mention the combo out of hydration to keep him alive. And left receiver could join him with low main. Okay, that was definitely too deep. I thought he was for sure gonna kill him in time.
Meanwhile, Hyper Beam out, targeted Lash, and Xeno there to take the kill anyways. Right there, underneath Cosmic Veil. Also, we haven't really talked about Xeno's combi still, but 18k still significantly ahead of the game. Look, that melee off on the mantle. Hoot somehow staying alive. Super low HP, still under so much pressure here on the right-hand side. 3 chasing down 1. And unfortunately for Hoot, all the heroics and buying time. It's not going to result in any revenge, but it still may result in Walker. So honestly, not the worst. Here comes Surgery flying on in. That is terrifying if you're a Rocker. Rocker, though, gets to get on the path, drop the Arctic Beam, and still does enough to make sure the Walker falls.
Fine, getting locked in from the frozen shelter. And low main's just saying, please, please take it down. I want to get another kill. And it's nice how low main's going to confirm that. The pressure's going to continue on this left-hand side. Only 1 walker left to be... Actually, they already got the mid lane walker. They have all walkers now taken for Thanos. Sitting with, you know, Hefty 23k lead. They've definitely been able to increase it from here. You can even see chat catching up to the Xeno shadow boxing.
Also, quick little hook over here saying, I'll help you out. I don't know if the uppercut was really necessary in the low main, but you know, sometimes just gotta add a little bit of pain, a little bit of motivation for your teammates. Doesn't really make sense, but that's what I'm going with.
Well, with the urn in hand, Thanos. I mean, they don't have all the players here to turn this one in. They have to be a little bit careful here.
Don't let me bop hook you.
What is this? We're setting crouch signals from afar. You just see Surgery just like dropping crouches while looking Hoot in the eye from across the map. Okay.
Paradox is on the breach.
I'm okay with this, Jason. Left about finding half the cycle. Here on the left-hand side, be dangerous here for Fargareco in a moment. Mo on the hunt. Combo, good to go.
I'll say less.
Rocker's like, I got this.
Ultra interesting. Not like Rocker, who is about as aggro gets, dropping the beam. Fargareco getting real slowed and low main. There for the finish. 85k, the 113k. Thanos starting to run away with this one now, Jason.
I think Lefka appeared and finished off that kill, and Fargareco just stole it with like when he had like 1 HP left. After Rocker did all the work of chasing him down. They also get the turn in.
Well, all I'll say to that, Jason, is that there's always a great response when people accuse you of kill stealing. It's not kill stealing. You didn't finish your play, and that's more on Rocker, if anything else, you know.
You talking about food again? You're killing me here, man.
Why are you always hungry?
That's what diets are. It's controlled starvation. And right now, Thanos are starving CS Rejects of a chance back in this game, going for a rejuve on top of this, and no one's in position to contest it. Apple cycles off, busy split pushing, and we can see Xeno's going to teleport over to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, the mid-boss looking pretty reasonable here at the moment. As Xeno isn't there. I mean, that's one downside. You know, the Shadow Transformation, the Spirit, the Steel Attempt coming on in. Courtesy of the Viscous, but it's not going to happen in time. The Ball Punch delays, but they're not able to get the ball through, ending up beating 2 in the middle while Xeno finishes 1v1 on the left-hand side. Everything going the way of Thanos here thus far.
I mean, as it should with how this game's kind of been playing out. Our number 3 seed team in the group stage. That means they're going to be up against Virtus Pro, right? If I have to check the playoff section of how that works out. Yeah, group stage 2 plays against group stage 3. So we're going to have Thanos in the rematch up against Virtus Pro tomorrow at 1400 CEST. That is going to be an interesting game because that was a very quick 2-0 for Virtus Pro before, and Thanos is going to have to really put in the work if they want to have a chance to advance on further from that match.
Yeah, I mean, I think tomorrow's going to be very, very interesting now that we've set the stage. And they've had all these really cool storylines going on as Surgery, a drop-down assassinate. Unfortunately for Surgery, it kind of hit the point where, you know, while forcing the early mid-game and genuinely skilled Abrams, when you're at 15k and a lot of the other side is at 25k or more, well, I mean, most are at 20k. It's mostly Xeno that has the gaudy soul gap. You know, it's still more difficult to make room. And by the way, surprise!
Oh.
And Flash lives. Flash winning the canonical battle this day against the cowardice Bebop ambush. A little bit of, you know, Jason, pride points here coming in for the Rejects, even if the overall course of battle is still a very long way, somehow reverse course.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, let's be perfectly honest about the ZP. It feels like both teams, with the way they're playing, with the way they're split pushing, and looking at Rejects, they're not taking it as seriously as they would if it was I guess, a closer match, a more meaningful match, because Rejects know they're out and Thanos know the 3rd seed. I think they're all about just having a little bit of fun with this.
I mean, you say fun, but also anytime it goes to Xeno's cam, Xeno looks thoroughly locked in to the point of shadow boxing. So, I mean, as you know, different levels of focus. I think, though, Thanos has gotten pretty decent practice in here so far, but now the Mo under pressure, a whole bunch of the Rejects over and in, and hydration a little bit too deep.
they're all just like trying to go in. They're playing gladiator. Like the rest of the team sits back, and then you try to 1v6.
Well, self-rescue beam gives a new lease on life. Rocker actually able to get away. Enough time for Lowman to join the fight, taking down Surgery. I actually can't believe Rocker lived. I get that there's a soul gap, but I almost feel like that shouldn't have happened.
Oh, the buffs are up. Wait, Lefko has been pushing the base by himself, trying to get the shrine.
Yeah, it's an old classic.
Okay.
Wants a little bit of action, but there's no more swap here, so run out of gas, guys, in this situation, and you're done.
It's hard to cast this when it's so blatantly different than normal matches. This is the nicest thing I can say.
We've turned into the pub game, Jason. Feel the pub. Embrace the pub. The Death Slam back into the patron pit long before the patron itself is forced into the pit. 2 down for Thanos, who I tend to agree here, Jason. Well, it's interesting.
Farming jungle.
Thanos is off here trying to fight, and Zeno's just going for the high score. Like, overall in farm of the game, you do realize Thanos is not that much more farmed than the rejects if you don't have Zeno with them. In fact, they're not more farmed at all. So, you know, maybe the 5v6 when you're missing your hilariously overfarmed Yamato is not in fact the play.
He's been on 8K, like, and he's not been pushing with his team. He's clearly just looking for a fight. He's clearly looking for the highlight reel.
I don't know if he knew that Sinclair was there, but using the creep camp to get on over for mobility, to immediately dive onto the Sinclair was some cinema stuff, if that was intentional. Like, dear Lord. That's some time.
I don't know if you saw Lefko's neck there, or the Geist's neck as the body ragdolled. Aaron has been picked up for Fluoride, who's trying to go for a turn in, but realistically just going to be able to bring it back to base. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know. I don't even want to like really cast this seriously at all because it's clearly messing around. I mean, Zeno 42,000 pushing out lanes.
Dude, Zeno, like, this feels like one of those hell pub games where you have the event, you're like, dude, let's go. It's like, I need item.
I think
Zeno's out here trying to make like the perfect item build, and the rest of, like, it's resistance training for the rest of Thanos. Win 5v6.
I think Zeno's
slam attempt.
I think he's just trying to like farm up souls to use in their next match when they play again. Virtus Pro. Those souls don't carry over, man. You don't get to keep them.
Like, look, there's full team fight, and Zeno's just like, I have vaults to hits. Actually, like the team fight he could get here so soon. And
nah, consider sacrifices
Thanos
to
is
take.
getting run over. Thanos doesn't actually have an advantage here, Jason, without Zeno, who does not care, who cannot be bothered as Lome gets shot in the back of the head.
I mean, now he has his opportunity for the highlight reel. He's by himself against pretty much a good amount of players from the rejects. And not able to get the first kill yet. There it comes.
Yep.
Gets refresher.
It's kill number 1, but he's really low HP wise. His Crimson Slash is going to be big. Back up to 1,000. Looking for the Mirage. Okay. Oh, this is one, but Flying Strike back over the other way. Anna's healed back up to full in the middle of all this. Anna's going after Lash. We got 2 fights here. We got Thanos versus the rejects, and we got Zeno versus the rejects. And while overall Thanos has had a lot of troubles, Zeno has not.
Just die already.
Hello, Leffa. Meanwhile, the Leffa Shrine. Cam. This is a little wacky, Jason.
A little. That's an understatement, I would say. Finally, the second shrine's gonna go down as the rest of Thanos decide, okay, let's maybe get serious here. Let's finish off this game. You've had your moment. You get a frozen shelter on Surgery. He's gonna die from this. There's nowhere to run when you're locked in the cage with Leffa. The ball's gonna go down. And hopefully for Thanos and for the sake of our sanities, they finish off this game.
I mean, Zeno could get more farm. I mean, theoretically, it is possible. as everyone just dive bombs the fountain. By the way, guys, you do need to attack the patron here in a moment.
No.
Zeno died in the fountain. Zeno actually died in the fountain. I just want to be clear.
They're gonna let the minions finish off the patron. They're just gonna keep fighting in the fountain.
Patron? Patron's feeling neglected right now. Patron's lonely, feeling depressed. No one cares about Patron anymore. They only care about Fountain. Unbelievable. But okay, now we're finally getting a little bit of damage here on to the Patron. Rejects still defending the hook from downtown to see Hoot ripping Fargareco straight off the camera. Left of them, dying in turn. Patron down only the 50%. And the game, Jason, is not over yet and may not be able to be ended here until Zeno is back into the fight.
I mean, they're still sticking around. Blooming going back into the air with flight. Might connect on someone over towards the tip, but eventually what comes up must come down. Hydration. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's going to be Rocker coming back in with the Frozen Shelter. They fill up hydration back to almost full HP. I try to buy time for Zeno to join once again, and there he comes with the flying strike. Past our screen, looking to hunt them down one by one.
All right, hot tip Zeno. Go for Patron. No, not the door you can't walk through. No, not the fountain. Not the fountain. Please, the Patron's over there, man. What? Come on. All right, he's leaving the fountain. All right, Zeno. Patron, that's right, a little bit of damage on the Patron, 20%, we're almost there, and finally, Thanos puts an end to it. You know, a little bit of, you know, distraction there, you know, the dog chasing the ball, as it were, but we got there in the end, Jason.
Yeah, we got there in the end, and, you know, the only saving grace from this that I have, ZP, about getting frustrated seeing teams kind of mess around like that, is that I know they have to play tomorrow at 2 p.m. CEST, which is 2, 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 a.m. on the West Coast. And was it 2, 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8 a.m. if you're on the East Coast. They have to wake up really early to play. So I guess that makes me a little bit happy knowing that.
Alrighty. Well, we're setting up here for an interview. Not quite sure who we're getting. If we're getting Thanos or if we're getting
Thanos.
Okay, we are getting Thanos. Okay.
And I think it's going to be Hoot, to be honest, since he's over in EU. And I think the rest of the NA guys are going to be like, okay, Hoot, you take this. We let you play with us. We want to go back to bed.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, and then you forget the fact that most of the NA players have the most degenerate schedules I've ever seen in my life. And look, I'm not someone that generally has like the best sleep schedules myself, but the Deadlock players are a different breed in terms of when they actually go to bed. Either way, though, highlights of the game. Pretty strong early lead here from Thanos, and it turned into a little bit of wackiness, Jason, put it mildly.
It's very mild. Like, milk is spicy mild. You know, I mean, obviously trying to put on a clinic here and really show what he can do and really give a name for himself. But we've seen it over the course of this entire event so far. But with the match, you know, finishing off, that means we do have our official seeding coming through. We do have Paravision first place. We have VP second place. We have Panos third. We have One Win fourth and Aegis Aurora fifth. So that means going into tomorrow's matches, we have 3 best of 3s coming your way. We do have to kick off the day, VP up against Thanos in a best of 3. Loser of that goes on to play later in the night. But before that match happens, it's going to be a 4th versus 5th, which is Aegis Aurora up against One Win. So the winner of that match plays against the loser of VP Thanos. And then the winner of the initial VP Thanos game goes on to play against Paravision. That'll be over on, yeah, it's still a 20 Actually, we have 4 best of 3s coming tomorrow.
It's a very stacked day, Jason, and I am really excited to see everything break on down. And also, you know, it's been a very long stretch of days casting-wise for us, so, you know, it's a more compact casting day, but, you know, more room to bring out the maximum power, as it were. But, you know, final stats here, well, it was a game here, Jason. It was very padded towards the end. And, you know, I mean, how many of those, you know, you've heard of blood diamonds. What about blood souls for Zeno? Or how many of these souls were paid for in the blood of the rest of Thanos, where they were just stuck fighting and dying, I might add, to the rejects? Well, Xeno's like, another double vault? Absolutely.
No, Zeno's going to have a chat with his team after this game. He's like, guys, I had 15 kills, 3 deaths, acceptable. You know, it's not acceptable. 8 assists. Why are you guys stealing my 8 kills in this game? None of that.
Yeah.
None of that going forward. No more.
Food and hydration in the, the war. 21 assists v 21 assists.
I mean, who was just like, okay, Zeno, let me try to follow you around. I mean, he was even in some of those fights, he was just watching Zeno and he was just off to the side, like, okay, and let me know if you need any help. I'll come, but I'll stay away for now.
Yeah, though. Overall, I'm very excited for tomorrow. This kind of happens sometimes. You finish up a group stage, it gets a little bit wacky, but before we end the day, we are going to be looking here to do a quick interview with Thanos and Jason. You're right. It's going to be Hoot.
Yeah, I told you.
Will be joining us.
You talk about like the generous sleeping schedule out of Deadlock players, especially NA. I mean, so it's 9 p.m. almost 10 p.m. my time, which means it's almost like 1 p.m. on the West Coast, which means this is prime sleeping hours for the NA player base. All right, finally, we do have the man, the myth, the legend, one of the most handsome, if not the most handsome players in Deadlock in the world. It is Hoot going to be joining us here for the interview. I heard he's ready. I hope he can hear me, or else I just wasted that entire intro. Could you hear me there, Hoot?
Yes, I could hear you.
Look at those beautiful blue eyes with that beautiful blue shirt. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. It's green eyes also. I have green eyes.
Oh, they're green. Oh my! Isn't that more weird than blue?
Now that Jason's false praise has been exposed for what it is, Hoot, first off, I'll get to the more general aspects before we delve into the silliness of the last game. But obviously, Thanos is a mixed team here. You're playing from EU. You got a lot of NA players playing here. First off, how have they adapted to the ping? Clearly reasonably well, given that you guys have been winning. But, what challenges have you had with the cross-continental play? And also, how did this all come together in the first place?
Well, they're playing well on London ping. We're being forced sometimes to play on Sweden server. We're looking to sub on those servers for Rocker, because he's on 180 ping, so it's pretty rough to get out of the laning phase.
Well,
that's putting it mildly.
But I think the question for us, Hoot, is like, how did this whole team come together? Like, what happened? Like, what like kind of led to, oh, hey, we have Hoot and we have like 5 NA players. Like, how did you guys come together to play in the 1-win Bombshell?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure how everyone from like Leffa and Rocker and them came together, but I just got invited by Leffa. They asked me to play, and I'm not in a team right now, so I just decided to play for fun. Play, why not?
We figured it out, ZP. Leffa's stint in EU. He got to meet Hoot, and he was like, you know what? You made such a good impression on me. I'm gonna invite you to play on our team. ZP, what else you got for him?
It makes sense. It all comes down to the Leffa exile to EU. But now we're going to shift a little bit to the most recent game we saw here. And can you give us an insight into the team comms where you guys have even farm with rejects, and you have a Yamato with nearly double the farm of anyone else in the game that decides he could come over to help you team fight, or he could hit the double vault for the 80th time in the game, and all of you get run over when otherwise the game would be over. How does the shot calling work in that situation? The people would like to know.
Yeah, so Zeno, he wanted to farm that game. It was kind of a little bit of a mean game, I'd say. He wanted to farm, and he wanted to just scale. So we just perma fought for him, and he 40k at 22 minutes. It's pretty rough for CIS.
Well, you know what, Hoot? I want to ask you a question here. You're going up against VP tomorrow, very early for not you, for your teammates. You guys did lose to them 2-0 in the group stage. Have you guys thought about what you're going to do differently going into tomorrow?
I mean, we're looking mostly to get out of laning phase, I'd say. Laning phase for because we have NA ping. So, because we think we have decent enough macro to compete with 1-win Paravision with VP, but we just have to get our foot in the door and actually be able to take fights that we want to take. and do our macro plays.
Okay, that's it for me, ZP. I don't know if you got any more questions.
Nope, no questions to me. It's been exciting to see, the team come together, the mixed NAEU team. And to me, it is the dark horse of the entire tournament. So I am very much looking forward to your matches tomorrow. But, for now, we'll let you go. And great job on the games today. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. See you tomorrow.
Should be illegal to be this handsome, ZP. Like, that should just not be a thing.
I mean, at this point, I'm questioning, though, is that Hoot is handsome, or is it that your vision may be more messed up than mine because you can't tell the difference between blue and green as a color, Jason?
Are you kidding me? He had like blue on his screen reflecting on his eyes. Like, come on. Jeez.
Right, well,
I couldn't see the green. I just was lost in his eyes.
Enough of Jason's excuses. I think we have a little bit of post-show work to do here. First off, we finished up our group stages, so we got the official standings, I believe. That should be coming your way here in just a moment. That's what's on the run of the show, and production on point has it here for you. This is where we're at after all our days of group stage play here, Jason. And the results a little bit different than what we may have thought coming in. Paravision, the #1 seed, the team that came in number 3 in Europe, leaving group stage as number 1.
Yeah, I think that was probably... No, I was gonna say that was the biggest surprise, but actually no, I think OneWin coming out 4 seed was the biggest surprise, going 8-6, dropping like 2-0 to Thanos. They split with Virtus Pro, if I remember correctly. They split with like Aegis, sorry, they actually can't remember if they split with, actually no, they did split with Virtus Pro. They also split with Aegis Aurora. OneWin, I think, as I said before many times, they have had the hardest time adapting out of all these teams to this new patch, and I think they need to really figure things out quickly because there's not a lot of time before tomorrow, before they have to play their matches. And again, they play against Aegis Aurora, then they have to play against the loser of VP and Thanos. It doesn't really get easier from here. And if they want to have a chance to kind of get to the grand finals yet again, like they did last time here in Volume 4 of OneWin Bombshell, then they really need to show up.
Well, speaking of showing up, we also have our schedule for tomorrow in case you're watching here and you're also looking on the OneWin socials, which you probably should have followed by now if you haven't, because those are also great. This is the schedule for tomorrow. Opening up VP versus Thanos. Following that, Paravision, I believe, versus the winner of that first game. And then we roll into the second half, Jason, where OneWin takes on Aegis Aurora, where coming an interesting tournament for Aegis Aurora. They came out quite strong, and then a lot of the blueprints for Aegis Aurora kind of got downloaded in terms of, oh, they're good with Warden. Don't give them the Warden.
And don't play McGinnis and Lash against them if you're OneWin. That obviously is a major factor into it. But yeah, I mean, we have our matchups. There's honestly a lot of great matchups. They're all going to be best of 3 until we get to our finals. But also cool to note that we do have our first grand finalist at the end of our second match with the Paravision match up against the winner of VP and Thanos. So we could potentially be seeing a Paravision VP rematch between those two teams.
It's going to be excellent gameplay across the board. And you know what that means? That means, I don't know what plans you might have had for the weekend here, those who are tuning in, but the plans clearly should be right here on this channel. You're going to see some of the best in Deadlock Throwdown for a super significant prize pool. Jason, I am all for it.
I am as well, man. 5K for first place. It's going to be crazy. And if you guys aren't scheduled to be here tomorrow, you better as hell move your schedule around because we have some amazing Deadlock action coming your way. Some of the best teams, no, the best teams. I'm not even going to say some of the best, going all head to head. And the funny thing is, all of North America is here to support one team, and one team in particular. Thanos has the weight of an entire region on their shoulders as they go up against the best of the best in EU.
Okay, you say support, but the reality is NA is kind of a crab bucket. I think at least half of the NA people watching are also rooting for the NA team to lose. That is the nature of North America. We don't necessarily like to see our own succeed. That's important to clarify here, Jason.
Okay, well, you know what? Is that everything? Are we all good for the day now? Because I want to get some sleep. I want to get prepared for what's coming up tomorrow.
Well, you know what? I think this is about the time we would throw it to the end. I haven't heard the official call yet, but you know what? We'll do it. And if we're still on, we'll make some fun jokes after. But thank you, everyone, for tuning in. This has been OneWin Bombshell Volume 5. The group stage is over. The stage is set for the playoffs. All the action is going to be here live tomorrow. Join us when all it happens. But for now, we'll see you next time.